To earn a living and support his family, a former StarCraft pro player had to rely on playing games with his fans to make extra money. Unexpectedly, he ran into a cheater in this game. The two immediately started hurling insults at each other, and in his excitement, the man accidentally knocked over a water glass on the table. Water flowed down the corner of the table into the socket, and a sudden burst of electricity shocked him, knocking him unconscious. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself transported to the near future, to the era of interstellar colonization, and had become a small miner who had died tragically in an abandoned mine. Pirates roam freely here. The Federation is corrupt and incompetent, and he has just woken up to find himself facing a deadly start, about to be silenced. His name was Lin Feng. Just as he was about to be killed, a mechanical notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Pure technology version StarCraft system activated. New player reward successfully issued. You have obtained Mini Command Center module. The module has been disguised and implanted into a mineral vein node 30 meters underground. Initial resources, 50 units of crystal ore. Warning, hostile unit approaching, 30 meters away. Host life is in serious danger. Lin Feng's pupils contracted slightly, his heart raced, but his mind remained unusually calm. The Star Sea system and crystal mines were precisely what he was most familiar with. He immediately ordered, System, open the build panel. A light blue interface appeared, with only one icon lit up at the moment. Marine Corps, Equipment, CMC, 300 power armor, C, 14 Piercer Gauss rifle, cost, 50 crystal ore. First warp skip invoked. The system alerted again, 20 meters away. The two pirates had spotted Lin Feng. Scarface raised his gun, aimed at Lin Feng's head, and sneered. There's another one alive here. You're unlucky. Lin Feng didn't dodge. He pressed the icon directly. Warp Marine. The countdown instantly reached 0. The space in front of Lin Feng suddenly distorted, and a deep blue beam of light fell from the void. Thump! The earth shook violently, sending debris flying. The two pirates quickly retreated, aiming their guns at the beam of light. As the light faded, a 2.2-meter-tall Marine, clad entirely in dark blue armor, appeared in the ruins. He carried AC-14 Piercer Gauss rifle, and the reactor on his back hummed softly, making him appear like a mobile fortress. The skinny pirate yelled in terror. Fire, whatever it is. Two spiked guns fired simultaneously, a hail of projectiles striking the power armor. But these spikes, sharp enough to tear a human body apart, only sent up a few sparks. The Marine remained motionless, his goggles flashing red. Commander, T-800 reporting for duty. Please issue orders. A cold voice entered his mind. Lin Feng slowly stood up and said only 2 words. Clean up. Yes, sir. The Marine raised his Gauss rifle, and the barrel quickly charged. Swoosh! A depleted uranium armor-piercing round tore through the air. Scarface's exoskeleton shattered instantly, his upper body exploding into a bloody mist. The skinny pirate, terrified, dropped his weapon and turned to flee. Bang! The second bullet snapped him in half at the waist. The entire battle lasted less than 3 seconds. Lin Feng walked to the corpse and placed his hands on the broken weapons and exoskeleton. System recycle resources. Analysis complete. 15 units of crystal ore obtained. Current balance, 15 units. Lin Feng frowned slightly. The resources these locally sourced equipment could convert were far too little. One Marine was far from enough. Just then, the piercing roar of engines came from afar. A large landing craft broke through the clouds and rapidly descended towards the mine. The blood-dripping raven on its hull was the insignia of the Blood Raven pirates. Clearly, the battle just now had alerted the main pirate force. A bigger prey is coming. Lin Feng's eyes showed no fear, only excitement. T-800, check ammunition, prepare for battle. At your service, sir. A fierce wind whipped up red dust, and the landing craft crashed heavily 300 meters away. The hatch had barely opened when more than 20 pirates rushed out. The burly man at the head, nicknamed One-Eyed, wore a mechanical prosthetic eye. He was dressed in a heavy exoskeleton, carried a 6-barrel machine gun, and had a rocket launcher strapped to his back. Upon seeing the corpses on the ground, One-Eyed roared, "Who did this?" The Black Tower conglomerate demanded the cleanup of the entire mining planet. If anything goes wrong, Everyone will die. Search. The 20 pirates immediately dispersed and advanced deeper into the mine. 200 meters away, Lin Feng observed the enemy from behind an abandoned mining machine. 21 people, 18 sets of light armor, 3 sets of heavy exoskeletons, carrying machine guns and explosives. While the landing craft was landing, he had already had the T-800 dismantle the abandoned mining trucks, barely managing to gather 100 units of crystal ore. System, warp in 2 Marines. 2 beams of blue light appeared, and 2 more Marines appeared behind him. Including the T-800, Lin Feng now had 3 interstellar soldiers. T-800 number 1, T-801 number 2, T-802 number 3, formation complete. When Lin Feng opened his eyes again, his gaze had become incredibly calm. His tactical experience from his previous life quickly combined with the system, and his consciousness simultaneously connected with 3 Marines. Number 1, draw fire. Number 2 and 3, circle around to the high ground on both sides and establish crossfire. The 3 Marines immediately spread out. Below, a pirate suddenly shouted, "Boss, there's a big blue thing over there." Seeing the T-800 emerge from behind cover, the one-eyed man immediately ordered, "Open fire. Smash it." More than 20 weapons fired simultaneously, and a hail of bullets instantly engulfed the T-800. However, when the smoke cleared, the T-800 remained standing in place, with only a few shallow scratches on its armor. "This is impossible." The one-eyed mechanical eye showed that the target's armor integrity was still as high as 99.9%. Just as the pirates were stunned, Lin Feng gave the order. Number 2, number 3, fire. Number 1, advance from the front. Blue gunfire erupted simultaneously from the high ground on both sides. Depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds swept through the pirate formation, and 7 or 8 men on the outer perimeter were shattered along with their exoskeletons before they could even react. The enemy is on both sides. Find cover. One Eye scrambled to hide behind a boulder. He tried to organize a counterattack, but anyone who showed their face was instantly and accurately shot. Using the system's vision, Lin Feng continuously adjusted the positions of the 3 Marines, quickly eliminating the enemy with minimal ammunition. The pirates' weapons couldn't penetrate their defenses, yet the enemy could shatter them with a single shot. The remaining pirates quickly and completely collapsed. One pirate threw down his weapon, knelt down, and shouted, "I surrender." Bang! A Gauss bullet pierced his chest. To Lin Feng, these pirates had no right to surrender. In less than 2 minutes, the 20-man squad was reduced to just One Eye. One Eye hid behind a boulder, grabbed a rocket launcher, and prepared to fight back desperately. Die! He suddenly leaped from cover and pulled the trigger. The rocket, trailing a plume of flame, hurtled towards the T-800. Lin Feng instantly ordered, "Switch to the left, shut down the thrusters, and glide using inertia." The T-800 suddenly tilted to the side, sliding 3 meters across the ground. A rocket grazed its shoulder and exploded in the ruins behind it. One Eye was utterly desperate, unable to comprehend how such cumbersome armor could perform such a maneuver. The T-800 steadied itself and raised its Gauss rifle. Bang! A bullet struck One Eye's prosthetic eye precisely, piercing its skull. Silence returned to the battlefield. Lin Feng descended from the high ground and approached the landing craft. 3 Marines followed behind him. During the battle, he had detected life signals inside the cargo hold, and the spaceship's engines appeared to be using a special energy source. T-800, open the hatch. Yes, sir. The Marine inserted the robotic arm into the door crack and ripped open the alloy hatch. The cargo hold was filled with looted supplies, and a woman was curled up in a metal cage. The woman looked up in terror and saw 3 tall, dark blue armored warriors, with Lin Feng standing at the very front. He was wearing tattered miner's clothes, covered in machine oil and blood, but his expression was unusually calm. "Oh, who are you?" the woman asked in a trembling voice. Lin Feng did not answer, because a system notification was ringing in his mind. High-purity energy substance detected. Analysis complete, confirmed as high-energy gas. Core strategic resource unlocked. Barracks-related technology, tree activated. High-energy gas. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Crystal ore determines the basic troop strength, but high-energy gas determines the technological ceiling. With gas, he can unlock more powerful units. Lin Feng went directly into the engine room and had the T-801 disassemble the engine casing. Several transparent liquid storage tanks appeared, emitting a faint green glow inside. System, extract all. 100 units of high-energy gas obtained. Current resources, 250 units of crystal or 100 units of high-energy gas. Unlock the barracks auxiliary building, technology laboratory. Lin Feng immediately replied, unlock. Consuming 50 crystal ores and 50 high-energy gas. Technology lab construction complete. Raider unlocked. Looking at the newly appeared icon, a cold smile crept onto Lin Feng's lips. The Raider specializes in dealing with heavy armor and buildings and is virtually unmatched on the current battlefield. Just then, an alarm suddenly sounded on the cockpit communicator. Warning, this ship has been locked onto by high-energy radar. The holographic screen lit up and a pirate captain appeared on the screen. One-eyed, why have all your life signals disappeared? I am a captain of the Vulture of the Blood Raven Fleet. In 30 seconds, I will wipe out the entire mine with my main guns. The communication was then cut off. Through the damaged roof, Lin Feng saw a frigate over 300 meters long passing through the clouds. Its plasma main gun was already charging. Orbital bombardment? They really think highly of me. 10 minutes ago, faced with such an attack, he could only wait to die. But now it's different. System, Warp Raider. Consume 100 crystal ore and 25 high-energy gas to initiate warp. The space outside the landing craft distorted violently. A heavy unit, 2.5 meters tall and covered in dark red armor, crashed to the ground. Each of its arms was equipped with a Punisher grenade launcher. Sir, what do you need me to crush? Lin Feng pointed at the escort ship in the air. Shoot down its engines. As you wish. The Marauder raised its arms, and the fire control system locked onto the target. Armor-piercing grenades loading, electromagnetic pulse activation. Boom! Boom! 2 heavy grenades shot into the sky, trailing blue flames. Inside the bridge of the USS Vulture, the captain was still ordering the guns to fire. The next second, the ship's alarms blared wildly. Warning! Unidentified high-energy object approaching. Speed Mach 15, uninterceptable. 2 grenades accurately struck the frigate's port engine. The electromagnetic pulse first paralyzed the energy circuit, and the warheads then exploded inside the engine. Boom! A massive fireball exploded in the sky. The Vulture's port engine was destroyed, and the entire warship plummeted into the distance, trailing thick smoke and flames. Minutes later, a deafening roar echoed from the edge of the wasteland. A single attack had brought down a near-Earth orbit frigate. The woman in the cargo hold collapsed, her legs giving way, and slumped into the cage. Her name was Su Wan, the heiress to the Federal Military-Industrial Enterprise, Sky Dome Military Industry. She fell into the hands of pirates after her family business was maliciously shorted by the Black Tower conglomerate. Having come from the defense industry, she understood better than anyone what that attack meant. Even the Federation's most advanced anti-aircraft missiles couldn't precisely disable a frigate's engine with just 2 shots. Moreover, the attack was launched by a single soldier armored vehicle. Who exactly are you? Suwon looked at Lin Feng. Is this a weapon secretly developed by the Federation? Lin Feng walked to the metal cage, and the T-800 simply ripped open the bars. He took off his blood-stained helmet, revealing a young and cold face. Lin Feng possesses a system and an army, but lacks legitimate identity and business channels. Su Wan and the military-industrial enterprises behind her can serve as a cover. The federal military? They're not yet qualified to possess such power. Lin Feng turned and pointed outside the landing craft. A steel barracks covering several hundred square meters was rapidly taking shape under the construction of robotic arms. Sparks flew and roars echoed. A brand new force was being born in the mine. Sky Dome Military Industry, right? I know who you are. Lin Feng turned to look at Su Wan and extended his hand to her. Do you want to take revenge on the Black Tower conglomerate and make Sky Dome Military Industry the #1 in the entire galaxy? Su Wan looked at him, then at the steel buildings outside, and finally extended her hand. Lin Feng grasped her hand, a smile playing on his lips. Let's get to know each other again. Starseed Technology, Lin Feng. From today onward, Lin Feng will become your largest arms supplier. This starry sky will also be taken over by a steel torrent. Meanwhile, light years away at the headquarters of the Black Tower conglomerate, an alarm shattered the silence of the conference room. Report to the board. Unknown high-energy fluctuations have been detected on the K-73 mining planet. The Bloodraven pirate cruise Vulture has crashed, and unknown armed units have been discovered at the scene. The screen froze on the image taken by the satellite just before its destruction. 3 deep blue armored warriors and a dark red heavy mech. The gears of interstellar warfare began to turn at this moment. The pungent smell of engine oil mingled with the stench of blood, permeating the fierce winds of K-73 mining planet. A massive steel barracks stood in the center of the mine, the sounds of forging constantly emanating from within. Lin Feng stood in the shadows of the barracks, wiping the blood from the back of his hand. Report on resources. Lieutenant Zero replied. Battlefield clearing complete. Pirate equipment and scattered armor from the Vulture have been dismantled. Current resources, 480 units of crystal or 75 units of high-energy gas. 3 Marines were feeding weapons and exoskeleton debris into a dismantling furnace. A flash of blue electricity illuminated the scene as scrap metal was rapidly transformed into crystalline ore. Too slow. Scavenging alone can't sustain an army's expansion, Lin Feng remarked, glancing at Su Wan sitting beside the wreckage of a landing craft. Her face was still somewhat pale, clearly not fully recovered. Lin Feng walked up to her. Do you understand the black market? Su Wan looked up, yes. Sky Dome Military Industry used to have a secret network that specialized in trading rare metals. Very good. From now on, you're responsible for replacing all the pirate equipment and Lin Feng's export goods with crude or in gas. If you do this well, both you and Sky Dome Military Industry can survive. Su Wan looked at the raiders behind him. Those equipment. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. Just as she finished speaking, the air raid siren sounded again. Lieutenant Zero warned, unidentified flying object detected, approaching the base in optical stealth mode, within 5 kilometers. Lin Feng's eyes instantly turned cold. T-800, proceed to the 3 o'clock position. T-801 and T-802, deploy to the left and right. Marauders, hold the front, load grenades. The 4 armored units moved swiftly, and a fire network was quickly formed. Ripples spread across the red clouds in the sky. A medium-sized, dark gray smuggling vessel, its optical camouflage deactivated, hovered above the mine. The hatch opened, and a platform slowly descended. A woman with short black hair stood on the platform. She wore a tactical vest and work pants, and her left arm was a silver-gray mechanical prosthetic. Her name was Chu Yu, captain of the Night Owl and a black market merchant in the Shattered Star Belt. She had originally come to scavenge the pirates' scrap and survivors. But the smile on her face vanished the moment the platform landed. There were no pirates, no escaped miners. Only corpses, shattered exoskeletons, and the smoking wreckage of a frigate in the distance. Even more deadly, several gun barrels were already pointed at her. 3 Marines locked on her head. The raider directly in front of her also raised its arms. Chu Yue's warning chip went off like crazy. She had lived in the Shattered Star Belt for many years, but she had never seen such terrifying individual combat equipment. Friend, wrong place. Lin Feng emerged from behind the armor, toying with a pirate identification tag in his hand. Chu Yu immediately released her grip on her gun and raised her hands. Misunderstanding. Chu Yu, captain of the Night Owl. The ship malfunctioned. I just came down to borrow a light. She tried to probe Lin Feng using black market coded language. Lin Feng stopped what he was doing. Borrow a light. T-800, light her fire. Click. The Marine pulled back the bolt, and the Gauss rifle flashed blue. Chu Yu's pupils constricted, and she immediately shouted, Wait, don't shoot. I brought star coins and medical supplies. We can talk about anything. Lin Feng stared at her mechanical arm. A black market broker? Yes. Whether it's contraband from conglomerates or loot from pirates, I can handle it all. Lin Feng turned to look at the barracks. Expanding the system's army required a large amount of resources. Relying solely on mining was too inefficient. He had to sell the weakened equipment and exchange it for gas and rare metals. Su Wan's channels hadn't been restored yet, but Chu Yu had proactively offered herself up. System, retrieve the blueprints for the weakened CMC, 300 power armor, and spiked rifle. 0, the lieutenant replied. They can be manufactured using local alloys. Remove the life support system and nuclear fusion battery. Endurance 4 hours. Defense reduced by 70%. Cost per set, 10 units of crystal ore. This equipment is obsolete in the system. But even if it's placed in the Starfall belt, it's enough to crush the exoskeletons used by ordinary mercenaries. Lin Feng looked at Chuyu again. Since you're a middleman, let's talk business. Is this enough to buy your life? He snapped his fingers. The barracks conveyor belts started operating, and several sets of weakened power armor were delivered to Chuyu. Chuyu was stunned for a moment, then stepped forward to inspect the armor. No external power pack, yet it can still establish a neural connection? Even the Black Tower conglomerate doesn't have this kind of structure. StarC technology export version, resistant to light firepower, 4-hour endurance. Lin Feng stepped on one of the armored suits. I need high-energy gas and rare heavy metals, at a ratio of 1 to 100. Less than that, and I'll blow you and the spaceship up. Chuyu suddenly looked up, her eyes already showing the greed of a merchant. She knew very well how much of a sensation these supplies would cause on the black market. 1 to 100 is too high. 1 to 50 at most, and I want exclusive distribution rights. Lin Feng didn't answer, only calmly looking at her. The T-800's muzzle flashed blue again, and the Marauder took a step forward. Chuyu finally understood that she had no right to bargain. 1 to 80. Okay, 1 to 100. But the supply must be guaranteed. Quantity. Lin Feng's lips curled into a mocking smile. You'd better prepare a cargo ship large enough. He stepped aside to avoid eye contact. The barracks gate slowly opened. 2 rows of 20 sets of reduced version power armor were neatly arranged on the assembly line. Further inside, the robotic arms continued to operate. Chuyu's pupils contracted slightly. This wasn't a makeshift workshop, but a complete military production line. Deal. Chuyu popped out the prosthetic body data cable. Give me access to the interface. I need to scan the parameters for black market rating. Lin Feng looked at the data cable. Lieutenant, open the sandbox channel for her. Temporary port established. Core data physically isolated. Chuyu connected the data cable to the power armor. A large number of parameters were quickly transmitted to her prosthetic terminal. Armor strength B+, transmission efficiency A. It's simply a work of art. However, just as the data transmission was about to complete, Lieutenant Zero suddenly issued an alarm. A hidden backdoor protocol has been detected within the target prosthetic body. The protocol is attempting to obtain the base's spatial coordinates. Frequency band comparison complete. Affiliation. Black Tower Financial Group, Military Intelligence Department. Lin Feng's gaze turned completely cold. He stared at Chuyu, who was still reading data, his hand slowly approaching the Gauss pistol at his waist. Was this woman a black market dealer, or a spy sent by conglomerate? Transfer complete. Chuyu unplugged the data cable and patted the armor with satisfaction. But when she looked up, she found Lin Feng staring at her with the look of someone looking at a dead person. The surrounding air instantly froze. Meanwhile, several jump nodes away from the K-73 mining planet, on the Tantalus 4 heavy industry planet, Victor Clement, the regional executive officer of the Black Tower conglomerate, sat on a sofa, gently swirling the red wine in his glass. Suddenly, a series of clear coordinates appeared on the holographic screen in front of him. Interesting. Victor took a sip of his drink, a cruel smile spreading across his face. A bunch of rats hiding in the gutter, daring to steal business from a conglomerate. Notify Chief of Staff Eric, the prey has been found. Above the K-7 mine, the dark red clouds seemed frozen solid. The white steam billowing from the barracks' exhaust pipes was shredded by an invisible force as soon as it rose. Lin Feng's hand hovered over the Gauss pistol at his waist. He neither drew the gun nor spoke, but simply stared at Chuyu, his gaze finally settling on her mechanical left arm, which gleamed with a cold, silvery gray light. The smell of engine oil in the air suddenly became pungent. Chuyu's fake smile froze, and she didn't even dare to swallow. The warning chip in her prosthetic left arm flashed red wildly. On the high ground to her right, T-800C 14 Gauss rifle clicked softly, and a dark blue arc of electricity shot up in the barrel. The sound wasn't loud, but it felt like a heavy hammer blow to Chuyu's head. Her voice was hoarse as she slowly lowered her hand. Friend, business is business, but drawing a gun is pointless. Lin Feng spoke slowly. Black Tower Conglomerate Military Intelligence Department. You got some connections coming here to buy goods, and while you're at it, selling my coordinates for a good price. As soon as she finished speaking, Chuyu's eyes widened in shock. Her back stiffened. The relaxed demeanor of a seasoned broker vanished instantly, and she resembled a mother leopard cornered. You're talking nonsense. Chu Yu's voice rang out, and she took a sudden half-step forward. The Crimson Raiders immediately pressed forward. Their multi-ton armor-crushing rocks and 2 Punisher grenade launchers were thrust directly in front of her, their dark barrels exuding a suffocating aura of death. Chu Yu stopped abruptly, her chest heaving violently. She gritted her teeth and said, "I, Chu Yu, have been in the Shattered Star Belt for 7 years, relying on the rules. The conglomerates bombed my home planet back then, and I'm supposed to be their dog? You might as well just shoot me dead right now." Lin Feng didn't reply. Chu Yu's eyes twitched, and she suddenly raised her mechanical left arm, ripping off the main data cable from the nerve interface at the back of her neck with her right hand. The movement was so violent that it created tiny sparks. She stared at Lin Feng, her eyes reddening. "Give me the terminal. I'll check it myself. If there really is a backdoor, I'll rip this arm off right now and leave it to you. If not, you'll have to lower the price of this batch of goods by 10% as an apology." Lin Feng tapped the desktop with his fingertip. "Lieutenant, send the frequency band characteristics we just intercepted to the public chat." "Yes, sir." The holographic projection lit up between the two of them, and a dense stream of data rolled down, with a line of scarlet code highlighted at the bottom. Chu Yu glanced at it once, her pupils shrinking sharply. The underlying protocol lock. Her voice trembled. "This is Sky Dome Military Industries' top-level defense architecture. How could a conglomerate's tracking probe have infiltrated it?" She abruptly looked at Su Wan, who was sitting not far away beside the wreckage of the landing craft. Su Wan shrank back in fright at that look. Lin Feng interrupted coldly. "Don't look at her. She's mine now. The backdoor is hidden in your central nervous system. It's at a very high level. You can't detect it during normal maintenance." Chu Yu's face instantly turned deathly pale. She understood what this meant. Those shipping routes and black market transactions that she thought were secret had actually been right under the noses of the conglomerates all along. The conglomerates hadn't touched her. They were just using her as a retriever to lure out more prey. Now, she had drawn the attention of the conglomerates to Lin Feng. Chu Yu's throat went dry, and she suddenly drew her energy pistol from her waist. The T-800's muzzle instantly rose. But instead of aiming at Lin Feng, she pressed the muzzle against the mechanical seam on her left shoulder. "I've been caught out." Chu Yu gritted her teeth, cold sweat dripping down her chin. "I know the rules. I don't want this arm anymore. As for the coordinates, I'll go back to the Shattered Star Belt and do my life to smooth things over for you." Her finger hovered over the trigger. Bang! Lin Feng kicked her wrist, sending the energy pistol flying and crashing into a pile of scrap metal some distance away. Chu Yu clutched her wrist and staggered back, staring intently at him. Lin Feng withdrew his foot and dusted off his trousers. "What's the use of disarming me? The probe is already activated. You're now a mobile signal tower. Wherever you go, the conglomerate's fleet will follow." Chu Yu gasped for breath. "So what do you want? To kill me to silence me? Killing you is a waste of bullets." Lin Feng turned and walked toward the control panel. "Lieutenant, physical blockade. Command confirmed. Forcibly take over the target prosthetic body's underlying logic. Begin burning unauthorized hardware." Before Chu Yu could react, a sharp buzzing sound erupted from inside her left arm. She screamed and fell straight to her knees. Her left arm convulsed violently, blue arcs of electricity and black smoke spewing from the gaps in the silver-gray armor, and blood seeping from the junction of her skin and metal. It wasn't ordinary pain. It felt like nerve endings were being burned away inch by inch. Chu Yu clenched her back teeth tightly, her mouth filled with the taste of blood. 10 seconds later, the arc of electricity disappeared, and the black smoke dissipated. Chu Yu lay on the ground, panting heavily, her body feeling as if she had been pulled out of water. She tried to move her left hand. The mechanical fingers clicked and sluggish, but still functional. Lin Feng turned around from the control panel and looked down at her. "The probe is burned out. I also rewrote your crappy firewall. Now, even if Victor Clement himself scans you, he'll only see gibberish." Chu Yu slowly got up, looking at her still smoking left arm, then at Lin Feng, her fear turning into complete awe. She had seen warlords with formidable firepower in the outer star sectors, but the technology to instantly hack into and rewrite the underlying logic of advanced cybernetic bodies was simply a game changer. The man before her possessed not only heavy firepower, but also unfathomable cybernetic technology. She lowered her voice. "Who exactly are you?" "Starseed Technology, Lin Feng." Lin Feng walked to the row of weakened power armor and kicked one of the metal leg armor sets. "Now we can talk business." Chuyu took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her fear, her businessman's instincts returning. She walked to the power armor and tapped the outer shell with her good right hand. A 1-to-1 exchange rate, I agree. But I'll take 10 sets first to test them on the black market. I'll bring gas and rare metals to exchange for the remaining 10 sets in 3 days. Lin Feng nodded. Okay, but I have to add a condition. Chuyu looked up. I want all the abandoned optical computers, high-frequency radar components, and scrap starship engine cores that shattered stars bring, as long as they bring high-purity, silicon-based materials. I'll pay 3 times the price of scrap metal. Lin Feng knew that unlocking more advanced buildings through the system would require not only crystal ore and gas, but also a large amount of industrial byproducts. Scavenging from the ruins himself would be too slow. Chuyu narrowed her eyes. What do you need all this junk for? To build a starship? Lin Feng glanced at her, but didn't speak. Chuyu immediately shut up. Okay, bring it over with the gas in 3 days. But I'm reminding you, although the conglomerate probe was burned, the coordinates have definitely been sent out. The Black Tower conglomerate would rather kill 1,000 innocent people than let one guilty person go free. At the latest, the punitive fleet will be on orbit by tomorrow. Lin Feng turned to look into the depths of the barracks. Then let them come. As many as they come, I'll bury them all. Chuyu watched his retreating figure, somewhat dazed by his absolute confidence. She said no more, waving her hand. The tractor beam of the night owl smuggling ship descended, and 10 sets of weakened power armor were slowly hoisted into the cargo hold. Chuyu stepped onto the elevator platform. Before the hatch closed, she took one last, deep look at the dark red raider. The thrusters spewed out eerie blue flames, and the smuggling ship disappeared into the dark red clouds. Lin Feng stood still, watching the wind whip up the dust from the ground. Lieutenant, take stock of the remaining resources. Current total resources, 380 units of crystal or 75 units of high-energy gas. Lin Feng frowned. He had just built 20 sets of power armor, depleting a significant portion of his inventory. The remaining resources were simply insufficient to deal with the conglomerate's regular army. He had to push the defenses outwards, turning the entire K-7 mine into a giant meat grinder. At that moment, the adjutant's voice suddenly rang out. Alarm! Faint life signs detected in abandoned mine area C, 3 kilometers outside the base. No armed armor detected, carrying outdated kinetic weapons. Lin Feng's gaze darkened. T-800, follow me. K-7 mine, Section C, was once the richest gas extraction site on the planet. 10 years ago, a mining accident caused the Earth's crust to collapse, leaving behind a bottomless giant sinkhole, surrounded by rusty mine carts and weathered scaffolding. At the edge of the sinkhole, behind a protruding rock, one-eyed Red slumped down, holding a dirty, flat iron kettle in his hand. He tilted his head back and gulped down the last mouthful of cheap synthetic liquor. The spicy liquid scraped down his throat, choking him until his face turned bright red. He wiped his face with his calloused, burn-scarred right hand, which trembled violently. It was a lingering effect of alcohol dependence and post-traumatic stress disorder. Reed cursed the damn universe and tossed the empty kettle into the scrap heap. 50-year-old Reed was once an ace machine gunner in the 7th Armored Division of the Federal Marine Corps. After retiring, he drifted through the outer sectors, earning a living by working as a security guard at private mines. 2 hours earlier, he had witnessed the Blood Raven pirates' landing craft descend upon the center of the base, yet he hadn't offered any assistance. He knew that the miners would only be throwing their lives away against the pirates. He was hiding here, waiting for the pirates to finish their looting and leave before returning to scavenge the corpses for anything of value. But instead of the pirates returning, he saw a frigate crashing from the sky, exploding into a mushroom cloud. A complex light flashed in Red's cloudy, single eye as he touched the old nameplate around his neck, left behind by his comrades who had died on the alien battlefield. He muttered to himself, even the regular Federal Army doesn't have this kind of firepower. Who on earth is this? Before he finished speaking, a series of dull metallic footsteps approached. Reed instantly straightened his back, his dejection vanishing, and rolled over like an old wolf to lie prone on the edge of the rock. Through the crack, he saw a young man in tattered miner's clothes walking ahead, followed by a dark blue heavy mech. Red's gaze was immediately locked onto the mech. He had been a soldier for half his life and had handled countless exoskeletons, but he had never seen a structure like this before. There were no exposed pipes, no bulky hydraulic shafts, and the exaggeratedly thick shoulder and chest armor fit together perfectly. The gun in his hand had a barrel so thick that a fist could fit inside it. Red felt a chill run down his spine. What caliber electromagnetic rifle must that be? The recoil could probably shatter his shoulder. Just then, the deep blue mech suddenly stopped, its helmet's red light abruptly shifting, locking onto his hiding place. Target locked, requesting fire. The T-800's cold, mechanical voice echoed in the mind. Red's scalp tingled, and his body moved faster than his brain, rolling to the side and simultaneously drawing the old-fashioned, large-caliber revolver from the outside of his thigh. He yelled at the top of his lungs, "Don't shoot. We're on the same side." But he didn't dare aim, because in front of that mech, his revolver was barely enough to scratch an itch. Lin Feng stopped and looked at the old man who rolled out from behind the rocks. He had messy gray hair, a stubble beard, a cheap mechanical eye patch over his left eye, and reeked of sourness and alcohol. Lin Feng glanced at him indifferently. "One of us? I've wiped out the Blood Raven pirates. Which faction are you from?" Red slowly stood up, raised his hands, and grinned, revealing a few yellowed teeth. "I'm just a security guard here, Old Red. The people at the mine call me One-Eyed. Little brother, you've got quite an entourage, even taking down the vulture." Lin Feng didn't reply, only stared at him. His gaze was cold, devoid of murderous intent, only displaying a calculating rationality, as if assessing the remaining value of an item. The next second, Lin Feng raised his hand and tossed a captured pirate-spiked rifle to Reed's feet. "Pick it up, unload the magazine, and inspect the weapon." Reed paused for a moment, but his body moved instinctively. With a flick of his toe, the rifle landed in his palm. His thumb pressed the release button. His left hand caught the magazine. His right hand pulled the bolt, and his eyes quickly scanned the ejection port and rifling. The whole process took less than 2 seconds. After finishing, Reed froze. He hadn't touched this kind of standard-issue rifle in 5 years. Lin Feng's lips twitched slightly. Retired from the Federal Marine Corps, served for at least 10 years, participated in high-intensity warfare, specializing in heavy firepower suppression or positional defense, right? Reed's hand gripping the gun trembled, and the mechanical goggles glowed faintly red. "Who exactly are you?" "Starseed Technology, Lin Feng." Lin Feng took a step forward, closing on Reed. "I don't care what you've been through in the past, or why you're hiding here drinking and waiting to die. I need a line of defense now." He pointed to the sinkhole behind Reed. "This is the only way to enter the main base. I want you to set up observation posts and crossfire here." Reed burst into laughter, laughing so hard he almost fell over. He threw his rifle back on the ground and scoffed. "Are you crazy? You killed Blood Raven's people, and the Black Tower's fleet will soon turn this planet into glass. You want me to build a defensive line? I'd rather just get a quick shot." After saying that, he leaned back against the rock, pulled out a crumpled, cheap cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. "I'm not doing it. I've already shed blood for this damn universe, and now I just want to find a quiet place to wait to die. I'm not playing house with you." Lin Feng wasn't angry. He just stared at the dark red horizon in the distance, and suddenly asked, "Was your comrade this desperate when he died?" Reed's hand holding the cigarette froze abruptly, ash falling onto his trouser leg. The air instantly turned cold. Like a tiger whose tail had been stepped on, he stared intently at Lin Feng's back, his voice hoarse. "What the hell did you say?" Lin Feng turned his head, his expression calm. "The nameplate on your neck is worn out. You touch it often. You feel guilty because you survived and they died." Reed's chest heaved violently, and he growled to shut him up. Lin Feng interrupted him directly. "I don't need to understand. I only know that you're hiding here drinking like a stray dog, and you won't change anything except drinking yourself to death." He pointed to the sky. "If the conglomerate fleet wants to come, then let them come. I will tear their warships to shreds, crush their mechs, and twist Victor Clement's head off and hang it on the barracks flagpole." Lin Feng looked at Reed. "You want to die? Fine. But dying in the mud after drinking cheap liquor is too pathetic. Follow me, and I'll give you the best guns and the thickest armor, so you can fire all the bullets you didn't finish back then into the heads of tycoons. Save this drink for the victory celebration, or use it as your last drink before you're beheaded." The only sound in the mine was the whistling of the wind blowing through scrap metal. Red gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, staring intently at the excessively young man before him and the cold, terrifying deep blue mech behind him. After a full minute of silence, Reed abruptly stubbed out his half-smoked cigarette on the rock. He bent down, picked up the spiked rifle, expertly pushed the magazine in, cocked it, and spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. Damn it, I've really gone mad. Tell me, how do we set up the defenses? A look of satisfaction flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Lieutenant, send the sea area topographic map to his terminal. But before he could arrange the tactics, a piercing alarm suddenly went off in Lin Feng's mind and on Red's terminal at the same time. High energy warning. Large armored formation detected approaching rapidly. 10 kilometers away. 5 heavy mechs and 50 light exoskeleton infantry. Identification confirmed. Black Tower Conglomerate 3rd Extermination Squadron. Red jerked his head up to the horizon. In the crimson sandstorm, several massive, steel shadows loomed, their heavy mechanical feet pounding the ground, causing even the rocks beneath their feet to tremble slightly. He gripped his rifle tightly, his palms sweating. They came fucking fast. 5 heavy mechs. Kid, your blue tin can handle them. Lin Feng didn't look at the horizon, but turned and strode towards the main base. We can't hold on. Red was stunned, thinking he was going to run away. But Lin Feng stopped, turned his head slightly, and his voice came from afar. So I'm going to get them some new toys. Inside the K-7 Mine's main base, the abandoned optical computers and high-frequency radar components left behind by Chu Yu's smuggling ship had been completely dismantled by T-801 and T-802. The dark blue material decomposition furnace was running at full power, its blinding flames reflecting on Lin Feng's face. The voice of Lieutenant Zero then rang out. Resource conversion complete. Current total resources, 650 units of crystal or 180 units of high-energy gas. Lin Feng stared at the data on his retina. On the outer radar screen, 5 huge red dots representing the advanced teams of conglomerates were approaching at a steady speed, exuding an oppressive aura. Those were domestically produced heavy mechs. Lin Feng had seen the parameters in the Sky Dome military industry database. They were over 6 meters tall, with frontal armor up to 200 millimeters thick, and their main weapon was a large-caliber thermobaric cannon. A weakened power armor, user charging and would be committing suicide. The T-800's ordinary Gauss rifles could at most dent the armor, offering no real damage. They had to break through the defenses. Without hesitation, Lin Feng ordered System, unlock the Auxiliary Technology Building, Engineering Bay. Command confirmed. Consumed 125 units of crystal ore and 50 units of high-energy gas. Engineering Bay module is under construction. The earth trembled violently. On the open ground to the right of the barracks, dark red rocks were pushed aside by an invisible force, and a thick alloy foundation was driven into the earth's crust like tree roots. With a deafening roar, a massive building exuding the aura of heavy industry rose from the ground. Gears meshed, hydraulic arms supported the dome, and mechanical probes and welding sparks intertwined in midair. In less than a minute, the engineering bay, covering several hundred square meters, was completely formed. The oppressive feeling of that steel behemoth left Su Wan, who was hiding in the distance, dumbfounded. Engineering bay is online. The connection between the barracks and the engineering bay is normal. The infantry weapon upgrade tree has been activated. Lin Feng's eyes instantly burned with fervor. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Research technology, U-238 depleted uranium armor-piercing magazine. Consumes 100 units of crystal ore and 100 units of high-energy gas. Research countdown, 30 seconds. A blinding light erupted from inside the engineering bay, and a dull forging sound seemed to strike one's heart. Meanwhile, at the C-sector defense line, Red, lying prone behind cover at the edge of the sinkhole, could already make out the paint scheme of the 5 heavy mechs belonging to the Black Tower Corporation through his scope. The blood-red tower emblem of the Black Tower Corporation was painted on their black armor plates. With each step the mech took, it left a deep crater in the ground. Behind it followed 50 fully armed mercenaries, carrying spiked rifles, like a pack of hunting hyenas. Suddenly, an arrogant voice came through the communication channel. "Listen up, you rats. This is Marcus, captain of the Black Tower Conglomerate's 3rd Extermination Squadron. Your coordinates have been locked. Surrender. Hand over your weapons and blueprints, and I might consider leaving you with a decent corpse." Reed gritted his teeth, his palms sweating as he gripped his rifle. He glanced back. Lin Feng hadn't arrived yet. Behind him were only 3 dark blue T-Series Marines, standing like statues on high ground. Damn it, I'm done for today, Red cursed under his breath, switching his rifle to full auto mode. The next second, Marcus ordered fire. The shoulder-mounted thermal cannons of the 5 heavy mechs roared simultaneously, 5 dark red beams of light tearing through the air and slamming directly into the rocky bunker in front of Red. The hard rock instantly melted into crimson magma, and the scorching heat wave sent Red flying, crashing heavily onto the sand a dozen meters away. Red spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with sand, feeling as if his internal organs had shifted. He struggled to lift his head. The conglomerate's mechs had already crossed the first line of defense, their heavy mechanical feet less than 50 meters away. Marcus's mocking voice came from the loudspeaker. That's it? I thought the one who took down Bloodraven was some tough guy. Turns out they're just a bunch of worms in the gutter. The mech raised its mechanical arm. The thermoelectric cannon aimed at the fallen Reed, and the red light began to charge. Red closed his eyes, awaiting death. Just then, a series of heavy metallic footsteps came from behind him. Red opened his eyes abruptly and saw Lin Feng standing behind him. Lin Feng ignored the 5 massive machines, instead focusing on the T-800 beside him. A clear notification came from the direction of Engineering Bay. The U-238 depleted uranium armor-piercing magazine has been developed and automatically distributed to all Starship Marines. T-800, T-801, and T-802 simultaneously raised their left arms and slammed them onto the ammunition compartments on the outside of their right leg armor. Crack! 3 heavy, dark gold magazines ejected were caught precisely by the Marines and slammed into the chambers of their C-14 Piercer Gauss rifles. The click of the latch engaging was clearly audible, and the eerie blue arc of electricity within the barrel instantly transformed into a chilling dark purple. Marcus froze in the cockpit. Instinct told him that the dark purple light was very wrong. He roared, "Fire! Crush them all!" 5 heavy mechs simultaneously stepped forward, charging towards Lin Feng's location. Lin Feng stood still, his eyes as cold as if he were looking at 5 moving coffins. Focus fire, target number 1, free fire. A sharp, piercing, tearing sound instantly ripped through the battlefield. It wasn't an ordinary gunshot, but a sonic boom generated by the rapid friction of metal against the air. 3 Gauss rifles, armed with depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds, fired simultaneously, 60 rounds per second, leaving 3 straight, dark purple trails in the air before converging precisely on the chest of the heavy mech at the forefront. There was no explosion, no flash, only the sickening sound of metal piercing through the air. The 200mm frontal armor was like waterlogged paper before the U-238 depleted uranium round. In the first second, the external reactive armor was torn apart. In the second, the main armor plate was pierced by terrifying kinetic energy, and the dark purple warhead, carrying intense heat, penetrated into the machine's interior. In the third second, the chest cavity of the 6-meter-tall heavy mech bulged outwards, and the internal nuclear fusion reactor was completely detonated. A blinding white light shot into the sky, and the massive mech instantly exploded into a shower of metal fragments. The pilot in the cockpit didn't even have time to scream before he was vaporized to ash. The entire battlefield fell silent instantly. The 50 mercenaries behind him all stopped in their tracks, their mouths agape as they watched the mech wreckage rain down. Marcus gasped frantically over the comms. Impossible! This is absolutely impossible. What kind of damn weapon is that? Red lay on the ground, his mechanical goggles flashing wildly. He had been a soldier for 10 years and had never seen a single soldier weapon that could penetrate heavy mechs like they were made of paper. He swallowed a mouthful of bloody saliva. This damn thing. A metal can't even be called a mecha? Lin Feng gave the enemy no chance to breathe. Target shift, number 2, number 3. Cut and switch tactics. Under Lin Feng's precise control, the 3 Marines took heavy steps forward, not retreating, but instead pressing towards the remaining 4 mechs. Gauss rifles spewed dark purple death rays. Each burst pierced the armor of a mech, blasting away a shard of debris. The 4 heavy mechs were being relentlessly hammered by an invisible giant hammer, forced back step by step, their armor shattering and smoke billowing from their bodies. This was not a battle, but a one-sided massacre. In less than 3 minutes, all 5 heavy mechs, the pride of the conglomerates, had been reduced to burning scrap metal. The remaining 50 mercenaries had completely collapsed, throwing down their weapons and turning to run. Lin Feng's voice was flat. Annihilate them all. Leave no one alive. Dark purple bullets caught up with the fleeing mercenaries, tearing them in two along with their exoskeletons. At the same time, on Tantalus 4, the Black Tower conglomerate headquarters, in its operations command center, Eric Sheen stood before a massive star map, his gold-rimmed glasses reflecting the cold stream of data. He held a glass of red wine, watching the 5 green dots representing the 3rd Extermination Squadron on the screen. Marcus may be a fool, but he's more than enough to deal with a few mind thugs. He pushed up his glasses, a smug smile playing on his lips. Suddenly, the holographic star map emitted a piercing alarm. The green dot representing Marcus flickered and then turned gray. Then, the 2nd, the 3rd, the 4th, and the 5th. In less than 3 minutes, all 5 green dots representing the heavy mechs were erased. On the simulation model, the red values representing the enemy's combat strength skyrocketed at an absurd rate, directly exceeding the calculation limit. Bang! Eric's wine glass shattered on the floor, splashing crimson liquid onto his shoes. His prize simulation model had collapsed. Eric stared intently at the screen, cold sweat beading on his forehead. This is impossible. What trump card do they have? K7 mine. Lin Feng stood amidst the burning wreckage, the air thick with the pungent smell of depleted uranium munitions and a faint sense of radiation. Reed, leaning on his rifle, stood up, his gaze towards Lin Feng shifting from that of someone looking at a madman to someone looking at a true monster. He took a deep breath. Young man, no, sir. What do we do next? Lin Feng turned his head, gazing at the deeper darkness of the night in the distance. Build barracks, mass-produce troops. His voice echoed in the wind. This is just the beginning. The real war is coming. The dark red sandstorm gradually dissipated, leaving behind the pungent smell of burnt metal and a faint stinging radiation at the edge of the sinkhole in Area C of the K7 mine. Burnt mech wreckage littered the ground. Lin Feng walked forward, his military boots crunching over the scrap metal with a teeth-grinding sound. The T-800 followed behind him, its dark blue power armor covered in a layer of grayish-white powder. The high-temperature vapors from depleted uranium rounds penetrating its target. Its C-14 Piercer Gauss rifle still emitted purple steam from its muzzle. Lin Feng didn't turn his head, but raised his hand and gestured in the air. Lieutenant, clean up the battlefield. The lieutenant immediately responded, and the engineering probes had been dispatched to begin recovering high-value metals and residual gas. Several disc-shaped mechanical probes flew in from a main base and hovered above the wreckage. A dark blue beam of decomposition light descended, and the several-ton mech fragments were quickly dismantled and purified. Red sat on a rock at the edge of the sinkhole, clutching an old-fashioned spiked rifle, its barrel long since cooled. He stared blankly at the scene, his cloudy single eye following the probe's movement. He reached into his pocket for cigarettes, rummaged around for a while, and only pulled out an empty, deflated cigarette pack. Frustrated, Red crumpled the pack into a ball and threw it on the ground. Stop looking. A silver metallic object was tossed over, hitting Reed's feet and bouncing into his arms. It was a windproof lighter with a half-pack of cheap cigarettes next to it. Reed looked up and saw Lin Feng standing in front of him, blocking the wind from the other side of the sinkhole. Lin Feng said calmly, "Finish this one, then get to work." Red didn't speak, but pulled out half a cigarette, bit it, lit it, and took a deep drag. The pungent smoke filled his lungs, causing him to cough violently, and tears welled in his eyes. He wiped his mouth with the back of his calloused hand, his voice hoarse. "Sir, I've been a soldier for 10 years, participated in 3-sector counterinsurgency operations, seen the experimental mechs of Sky Dome military industry, and also seen Federation ghost agents." Reed stared intently at the T-800 behind Lin Feng. "But I swear, I've never seen anything like it. The caliber of that gun is outrageous, and the ammunition just now could instantly vaporize even 200 millimeters composite armor." He swallowed hard, his atoms apple bobbing. "This isn't a conventional kinetic weapon. This is a dimensional attack. What kind of monster are you, emerging from some higher dimensional galaxy?" Lin Feng didn't answer, only staring at him for 2 seconds. "That's none of your business. All you need to know is that I can have as many of these tin cans as I want." Lin Feng then opened his personal terminal. "Lieutenant, report on the resource conversion progress." The lieutenant quickly provided the results. The battlefield wreckage has been completely recovered, yielding a total of 1,200 units of crystal ore and 50 units of high-energy gas. The enemy mech's nuclear fusion reactor suffered a severe secondary explosion, making it impossible to extract any more energy. Lin Feng frowned. The crystal ore was still manageable, but the gas was far too scarce. As the system's technology tree continued to advance, siege tanks and battlecruisers would require massive amounts of high-energy gas, and this reserve was simply insufficient. He looked at Reed. Are there any other gas-rich veins nearby? Reed exhaled a smoke ring and shook his head. That's it. 10 years ago, the K7 was a piece of fat meat. Now it's just bones that V been squeezed dry. What you just dug out was the last of the stock. He stood up, brushed off the dust, and his mechanical goggles swept across the desolate Gobi Desert. Sir, I know you have a lot of firepower, but to establish a foothold here, good guns alone aren't enough. You need a mine. Red tapped the rock at his feet with the butt of his rifle. This crappy place doesn't even grow a blade of grass. All the mines within hundreds of kilometers around are abandoned. Why? Because it's uninhabitable. Lin Feng's gaze darkened. Explain yourself. The Panstar Sector Mining Rights Unified Purchase and Sales Agreement. Reed sneered, his laughter filled with despair. The noose the Federation has around the neck of the Edge Sector. He threw a cigarette but on the ground and crushed it out. How do you think the miners died? Killed by pirates? Wrong. They starved to death. Reed pointed to the sky, his voice even colder. Federal regulations stipulate that 80% of the ore and gas extracted from all private mining sites must be sold to the 3 major military-industrial conglomerates at a protected price in exchange for so-called security protection. Lin Feng repeated, protected price? Yes, the protection price. It's not even enough to cover the cost of lubricating oil for the mining machines. Red suddenly raised his voice, veins bulging on his neck. The remaining 20%, the miners can only secretly take to the black market to exchange for clean water and synthetic food. If they're caught by the patrol team, they'll be labeled as pirates and killed on the spot. He was panting heavily, his eyes red-rimmed. Those vampires monopolize energy and rare metals. What the lower classes risk their lives to dig out becomes fuel for the armor on their warships and the mechs. Anyone who dares to resist is considered a top-level rebellion, and the Federation's regular army will directly use railguns to bombard the area. The edge of the sinkhole was empty, save for Reed's heavy breathing. Lin Feng listened quietly, then pulled up the system resource consumption list. The starport needed gas, the Banshee fighter's stealth modules needed rare metals, and the battlecruiser was a money-devouring behemoth. If things continue according to this agreement, even if he digs here for 100 years, he still won't be able to build an engine for a battlecruiser. Lin Feng muttered, 80%. The next second, he looked up at Reed, a cold smile curving his lips. What if I don't pay a single cent? Red froze, staring at him as if he were a madman. Sir, didn't you understand? Not handing it over is treason, and the conglomerate will blow your base and this planet into space junk. Lin Feng pointed to the wreckage of mechs scattered on the ground. They've already tried, and the results weren't good. With that, he turned and walked towards the main base. Rules are for the weak. Since there's not enough food on the table, let's overturn it. Lin Feng's voice carried on the wind, carrying a chilling metallic quality. Red, get ready, we're going out. Red quickly chased after him. Going out? Where to? The shattered starbelt. Lin Feng didn't even turn his head to retrieve my gas. Tantalus 4 Heavy Industries Star. The Black Tower conglomerate headquarters, in its domed offices high above the clouds, is a stark contrast to the desolation of the K7 mine. The floor is paved with natural walnut wood transported from the core sector. The air is filled with the scent of cologne, and a gramophone plays soothing symphonic music. Victor Clement stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, dressed in a sophisticated vintage 3-piece suit, a glass of crimson wine in his hand, overlooking the vast, automated industrial complex stretching for thousands of kilometers below. Countless gigantic chimneys spewed thick smoke day and night, turning the entire planet's atmosphere a suffocating leaden gray. Bang! The mahogany door to the office was flung open. Eric Sheen strode in, his gold-rimmed glasses perched crookedly on his nose, his forehead beaded with cold sweat, forgetting even to knock. Victor didn't turn around, only frowning slightly. Eric, I've taught you many times that no matter what happens, you must maintain your elegance. That's the biggest difference between us and commoners. Eric stopped abruptly, forcing himself to suppress his breathing, and adjusted his glasses. Executive, the 3rd Extermination Squadron is gone. The symphony's bass notes trailed off. Victor turned around, his eyes showing no anger, only annoyance at being interrupted. Gone? What do you mean? That idiot Marcus flew his mech into the neutron star. Eric's voice trembled. Total annihilation. 5 heavy mechs and 50 mercenaries, all vanished. Coordinates que termine. Vital signs will drop to 0 within 3 minutes. Model analysis indicates that the enemy used some kind of unknown armor-piercing weapon. Victor narrowed his eyes, walked to his desk, put down his wine glass, and slowly wiped his fingers with a snow-white silk handkerchief. Unknown individual armor-piercing weapon, capable of penetrating 200 millimeters of composite armor. He chuckled lightly. Eric, do you think I'm getting old and my mind isn't working properly? Sir, this is real data. Eric hurriedly brought up the holographic projection. The image on the screen was a blurry picture sent back by Marcus before his death. A dark purple beam of light, a mech exploding instantly, and that terrifying dark blue metal can. Victor stared at the projector, his hand-wiping motion halting. A deathly silence fell over the office. Half a minute later, he suddenly burst into laughter, the laughter growing louder and louder, tinged with a neurotic madness. Good, very good. These rats in the Edge sector actually managed to find something this good in the trash. Victor braced his hands on the table, leaning forward, his eyes cold. Notify the fleet to blockade all shipping lanes in the K-7 sector. Not even a fly is allowed to escape. Eric swallowed hard. Sir, are we going to use the regular army? Using the regular army to deal with a bunch of riders with fancy toys? That would only make us look incompetent. Victor straightened his tie, his tone eerily calm. Activate Operation Cleaner. Release that new toy from the lab. Eric's pupils constricted, his back instantly soaked with cold sweat. You mean that bioweapon fused with alien genes? But its neural control system is still unstable. Once it's released, then let it run rampant at the K-7 mine. Victor interrupted coldly. I want Lin Feng's head and the weapon blueprints he has. As for how many miners die, that's not my concern. He picked up his glass and downed it in one gulp. Go do it. Don't disappoint me again. On the outskirts of the K-7 mine lay a decades-old, radioactive swamp. Dark green mud churned and bubbled, releasing highly toxic fluid. Iron Fong Karak lay sprawled in the mud, like a wild dog with a broken spine. His prized mechanical right arm was gone, replaced by charred wires and shattered metal. His left leg was severed below the knee, the wound a raw, black, rotting mess. The metallic storm from the Gauss rifle was terrifying. If he hadn't pulled 2 of his men to shield him from the bullets and hadn't rolled into the abandoned ventilation duct using his familiarity with the terrain, he would have been torn to pieces by now. Cough, cough. Iron Fong spat out a mouthful of black blood mixed with fragments of internal organs, his vision gradually blurring. Blood loss and radiation infection were devouring his life. He knew he was about to die, but he didn't want to die. The massacre kept flashing through his mind. The deep blue tin cans, the cold gunshots, and Lin Feng's gaze as he looked down at him from above, the look of someone who had just killed. I refused to accept this. Taya gritted his teeth, digging his remaining left hand into the mud, his nails snapping and turning. Just then, a deep engine roared overhead. The dark red clouds were torn apart by the airflow, revealing a small, unmarked, jet-black aircraft hovering above the swamp. The hatch opened, and several people in full-body hazmat suits jumped out, carrying standard-issue energy rifles. The leader walked up to Iron Fong and used the barrel of his rifle to lift his chin. Vital signs at 15%, meeting the minimum standard for experimental subjects. Take him away, the executive officer specifically requested him. 2 large syringes of sedatives were plunged into Iron Fong's neck. His vision went black, and he completely lost consciousness. Tantalus 4, 3,000 meters underground. Inside the Black Tower conglomerate's secret biochemical laboratory, there was no sunlight, only the pungent smell of formaldehyde and the cold, operating lights. Iron Fong was submerged in a massive cylindrical culture chamber, the green nutrient solution reaching above his neck, countless tubes inserted into his mangled body. He opened his eyes and, through the thick glass, saw several researchers in white coats outside. Eric Sheen stood in front of the control panel, his eyes filled with disgust, as if looking at a pile of stinking garbage. "How's the neural reconnection progressing?" the lead researcher reported, wiping away cold sweat. "The mechanical exoskeleton replacement is complete, but the rejection reaction is very strong. The alien genes we derive from the abandoned psionic generator blueprints are too domineering and are devouring his original cells. If we force a fusion, he will become a monster that has completely lost his mind." Eric sneered. "What I want is a monster." He walked to the incubation chamber, pressed the communication button, and his voice entered the green liquid. "Iron Fong Karak, leader of the Blood Raven Pirates. Now he's nothing but a piece of trash, not even as good as a dog." Iron Fong struggled violently, his eyes fixed on him, a beast-like growl emanating from his throat. "Want revenge?" Eric's voice was seductive. "Lin Fong slaughtered all your men, seized your territory, and now he's destroyed a major conglomerate's cleanup squad. He's climbing over your corpses." Iron Fong's breathing became heavy, and a string of bubbles rose from the nutrient solution. He recalled the horrific massacre of his tribe by the Federation, the humiliation of being crushed like insects, and now it was happening to him again. Eric raised his hand, his fingertip hovering over the red button. "I'm giving you a chance. The X-type biochemical agent can tear those blue tin cans apart, but the price is hellish pain, and you might never be human again. Choose. Die here like a lump of mud, or get up and tear Lin Fong to shreds." Iron Fong stared at the red button, and without hesitation, slammed his remaining left hand against the glass, leaving a bloody mark. He chose revenge. Eric's lips curled into a cruel smile as he pressed the button. "Inject the drug. Maximum dose." Swoosh! Several thick needles pierced Iron Fong's spine, and dark red liquid was forcibly pumped into his body. "Yeah!" A shrill scream pierced through the soundproof glass and echoed in the laboratory. Iron Fong's body twisted wildly in the incubation chamber, his remaining muscles proliferating and expanding at an eerie speed, his skin tearing open to reveal dark red muscle fibers. The bones cracked with a piercing sound, and several sharp bone spikes pierced the skin of his shoulder. Most terrifying of all were his eyes. His previously cloudy pupils instantly turned a mindless crimson. They were the eyes of a beast, born solely for slaughter. Warning! The test subject's vital signs have exceeded the critical value. Warning! The neural control chip has been attacked by an unknown frequency band. The researchers frantically operated the controls, but Eric stared intently at the monster inside the chamber, his eyes growing increasingly fanatical. "Go, carrion bird. Go, and turn the K-7 mine into hell." At the same time, at the K-7 mine's main base, Lin Fong sat in a metal chair in the command center, the holographic screen in front of him glowing faintly. Reed had already changed into a weakened version of the CMC 300 power armor. Although it didn't have the same imposing presence as the Marines, the heavy armor restored some of the spirit to this worn-out veteran. He was holding a prototype Gauss rifle, familiarizing himself with its weight in the corner. Beep! The communication channel suddenly lit up. An encrypted frequency band forcibly switched in. The holographic projection flickered a few times, and Chu Yu's half-body image appeared on the screen. Her face was pale, and her mechanical left arm, whose underlying logic had been destroyed by Lin Fong, was now covered with a rough, temporary armor plate. "Lin Fong, something's happened. Speak." Lin Fong tapped the table. Chu Yu bit her lip. "The Black Tower conglomerate has gone mad. They've designated the entire K-7 sector as a Level 1 blockade zone, and all jump lanes have been blocked by regular army cruisers. My Night Owl can't get in at all." She looked at Lin Fong and continued, "I've already gotten the high-purity silicon-based waste you wanted. It's in the asteroid belt warehouse. But the gas can't get in, and you can't get out, so this deal can't be done." Lin Fong stopped typing. The tycoon's reaction was within his expectations. Victor had suffered such a huge loss. Of course, they wouldn't let it go easily. Blocking the shipping lanes was an attempt to trap him on this resource-depleted planet. "Where are you now?" "Outer edge of the shattered star belt, at the edge of the silent corridor." "Chui USI. Listen to me. Give up on the K-7 mine. With that level of power armor, you can raise a team in any star sector. There's no need to fight to the death with the conglomerates." Lin Fong looked at Chu Yu on the projection screen. "Give up? Those two words don't exist in my dictionary." He stood up and walked to the screen. "The shipping lanes are blocked, so we'll break through them. You wait for me in the shattered star belt." Prepare the venue. I'm going to hold an arms trade fair. Chu Yu is stunned. Are you crazy? The conglomerate's regular fleet is right on orbit. How are you going to get out? Fly out in a few power armors. That's none of your concern. Lin Feng immediately cut off the communication and turned to look at Reed in the corner. Old Reed, want to show me the way? Reed hung the Gauss rifle on the magnetic rack on his back, the single mechanical eye beneath his mask flashing red. Sir, I know the Shattered Star Belt well. But Chu Yu is right. The sky is full of conglomerate warships. How are we going to get out? Lin Feng didn't answer. He walked out of the command center and stood in the empty base square. Lieutenant, bring out the captured Blood Raven pirate landing craft. Remove the excess armor and free up cargo space. Command confirmed. Modifications in progress. Lin Feng looked up at the thick, dark red clouds. Deep within the clouds, the faint blue light of the conglomerate's warship's engines could be vaguely seen. Forcing our way in is definitely not an option, his voice was cold. But who said we were going to take the regular shipping lanes? He turned to look at Reed. The K-7 mine disaster 10 years ago caused the Earth's crust to collapse, forming an underground river that runs straight to the edge of the galaxy, right? Reed shuddered, staring at him as if he'd seen a ghost. How do you know? That's top secret. Back then, the tycoons killed everyone who knew about the disaster to cover it up, even destroying the blueprints. I have my own way. Lin Feng's mind flashed back to the encrypted files intercepted by the system, data fragments that Chu Yu had unintentionally left behind during her smuggling trip. He walked toward the landing craft that was being rapidly modified by engineering probes. Take 10 sets of reduced-powered power armor, T-800, and come with me. The rest of the Marines will stay at base. Lin Feng stepped through the hatch and turned back. The real deal is just beginning. The edge of the Silent Corridor is a natural barrier connecting the outer star sector and the Federation's inner ring. Strong magnetic ion nebulae cover both sides, rendering radar practically useless here. A dilapidated landing craft glides out of the nebula like a ghost fish. Inside the cockpit, Reed grips the control stick tightly, his forehead drenched in sweat. He has pushed the weakened power armor's assisted piloting system to its limits. He let out a long breath and cursed, "Damn it! I haven't flown such a thrilling route in 10 years." Outside the porthole, the star belt gradually took shape. Lin Feng stood behind him and looked out. It didn't look like a planet at all. It looked more like a steel maze pieced together from abandoned starships, empty asteroid shells, and space station wreckage. Neon lights flickered through the cracks, searchlights swept haphazardly across the void, and smuggling boats of various shapes flew erratically around the garbage mountain. Here, there was no gravity, no rules, only the most primal law of the jungle. Reed grinned. "Sir, welcome to the biggest dumping ground for stolen goods in the entire sector. Here, with money and guns, you're president. With nothing, you won't even have a proper corpse." The landing craft pulled into the abandoned starship's hangar. As soon as the hatch opened, a mingled stench of engine oil, cheap perfume, and blood assaulted the senses. Lin Feng descended the gangway, not wearing power armor, only a black trench coat. Reed followed behind, wearing a weakened version of power armor. Behind them was a tall, dark figure covered by a tattered canvas cloak, the T-800, its heavy armor concealed. Several exoskeleton thugs carrying electromagnetic batons surrounded the landing craft near the tarmac. A bald man tapped on the landing craft's landing gear and said coldly, "Newcomer? Parking fee 500 star coins, or leave an arm behind." Lin Feng didn't even lift his eyelids. Reed stepped forward, his power armor slamming into the bald man, sending him stumbling backward. He then grabbed the bald man by the neck and lifted him up like a chicken. "Go back and ask your boss, Venomous Fong. When did it become your turn to collect protection money from old Reed's ship?" Reed's voice came through the loudspeaker, full of thuggishness. The thugs around him were about to draw their guns when they saw his imposing power armor, and they all froze. Reed casually tossed the bald man aside, slamming him into a junkyard. The men immediately dragged him away. Lin Feng didn't say much. The rules in the border areas were simple. Whoever had the stronger firepower was right. He simply said, "Let's go find a place." The interior of the Shattered Star Belt was like a giant anthill, with chaotic and complex passages. Red, familiar with the area, led them around the high radiation zones and anti-gravity traps, venturing deeper and deeper. Lin Feng glanced at the stalls on both sides. There were federally discarded rifles, smuggled energy batteries, and even alien organs preserved in jars. But what really caught his attention were the groups of mercenaries moving around. The Tyrant mercenary ranking system is a tool used by conglomerates to control fringe armed groups. High-ranking mercenaries use their guns to suppress low-level mobs, and Lin Feng is here today to dismantle this system. Half an hour later, they arrived at the huge trading area on the third basement level. This place was originally the main reactor compartment of a starship, but it had now been converted into the center of the black market, surrounded by private boxes and stands. In the center of the square, a fat man in a fancy leather coat and wearing a monocle was discussing business. Red whispered a reminder. Gold-Tooth Pablo, the owner of this place, has a lot of connections in the Shattered Star Belt. Lin Feng walked straight over. Pablo dismissed his men, his gaze sweeping over Lin Feng and Red, finally settling on the massive, cloaked figure. He flashed a professional, fake smile, his gold teeth gleaming. Unfamiliar face, friend. What are you looking to buy? A spiked rifle, or some discarded mecha part from Sky Dome military industry? Lin Feng stopped in his tracks. I'm not buying, I'm selling. Pablo raised an eyebrow. Selling what? If it's scrap metal, turn left and go to the recycling center. Lin Feng tilted his head. Reed stepped forward and slammed the metal box heavily on the table. The lid opened, revealing 3 Gauss rifle prototypes neatly arranged inside, their robust barrels and sophisticated electromagnetic rails exuding a deadly allure. Pablo's eyes lit up instantly, and he reached out to touch it. Lin Feng pressed down on the edge of the box, his voice icy. You can look, but don't touch. You can't afford to pay for it if you break it. Pablo's hand froze in midair, his face immediately darkening. In a Shattered Star Belt, no one had ever dared to speak to him like that. He sneered. Kid, you're pretty arrogant. These guns are nice. I'll take them all. 10,000 star coins. Consider it making friends. 10,000 star coins isn't even half the amount of crystal or needed to make these guns. It's blatant robbery. Reed cursed under his mask, his hand already reaching for the holster. Lin Feng remained calm. This is just a sample. I need to rent your venue to hold an arms auction. Notify Shattered Star to bring all mercenary groups of B rank and above. In 3 days, I will be selling 10 sets of power armor here. Starting bid, 10,000 units of high-energy gas. The entire trading area fell silent instantly. The black market merchants eavesdropping nearby gasped in shock. 10,000 units of high-energy gas were enough to buy a second-hand frigate. Pablo paused for a few seconds, then burst into laughter, his fat jiggling. Powered armor? You think you're the Black Tower's quartermaster? 10,000 units of gas. Has your brain been fried by radiation? The laughter stopped abruptly, and his eyes turned fierce. On my turf, I make the rules. Leave your 3 guns and get out of here. Otherwise, I'll stuff you into the reactor as fuel. As soon as he finished speaking, the doors of the surrounding private rooms opened in unison, and dozens of black market thugs rushed out, all kinds of guns pointed at Lin Feng and his companions. Reed immediately drew his gun and stood in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng stood still, his expression unchanged, and simply snapped his fingers. Open it. The T-800, which had been standing like a wooden figure behind him, moved. The thick mechanical arm yanked sharply, and the tattered canvas cloak tore instantly. The deep blue heavy armor exposed in the dim light, the thick shoulder armor, the C-14 Piercer Gauss rifle flashing with eerie blue arcs of electricity, and the cold red scanning beam on the helmet visor instantly dominated the entire scene. Everyone in the trading hall seemed to hold their breath. Pablo's facial muscles twitched violently, and his monocle fell to the ground with a thud, shattering into pieces. He muttered incoherently, What the hell is this? Lin Feng looked at Pablo, a cold smile playing on his lips. Now, can we rent the space? The air in the underground trading market felt frozen. Pablo slumped to the ground, his fat face twitching uncontrollably. A shattered monocle pierced his cheek, drawing blood, but he didn't even dare to lift his hand to wipe it away. The T-800 stood before Lin Feng like a steel mountain. Its deep blue armor remained silent, while the crimson scanning light on its visor slowly swept across the area. Wherever the light touched, the black market thugs retreated. Dozens of guns were still pointed in their direction, but no one dared to pull the trigger. Using ordinary firepower against heavy armor was no different than throwing eggs at a starship's engine. Lin Feng lightly flicked his finger, and the T-800 lowered its mechanical arm, the crimson beam flashing twice before extinguishing. Only then did the oppressive feeling that had enveloped the entire area slowly recede. Boss Pablo. Lin Feng pulled over a rusty metal chair and sat down, his gaze falling on the fat man on the ground. 10,000 star coins for these 3 guns. You just said that's to make me your friend? Pablo swallowed hard, scrambled to his feet, brushed the dust off his clothes, and the fierce look on his face vanished completely, replaced by an ugly, ingratiating smile. Misunderstanding, friend. It's all a misunderstanding. He quickly waved his hand. The surrounding thugs, as if granted a pardon, immediately lowered their guns and retreated into the shadows. Pablo didn't dare get too close, only smiling obsequiously from a safe distance. I was blind. I didn't realize you were in big business. You just said you were going to hold a trade fair? Selling power armor. Lin Feng didn't answer immediately, but instead took out a cigarette case and pulled out a cheap synthetic cigarette. Red stepped forward and lit it, the eerie blue flame reflecting Lin Feng's cold face. He exhaled a puff of smoke and asked casually, "How much is the venue fee?" "No money. Absolutely no money." Pablo shook his head rapidly. "You're doing me a favor by allowing me to hold a trade fair on the 3rd basement level. I'll cover the venue and the security. Security is none of your concern." Lin Feng, with a cigarette between his fingers, pointed to the surrounding stands. "You only need to do one thing. Spread the word. In 3 days, I want all mercenary groups of B rank or higher in the entire star sector to know that there are 10 sets of power armor for sale here." Pablo was taken aback, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his small eyes. 10 sets? Are you sure? Starting bid. 10,000 units of high-energy gas. Lin Feng flicked his cigarette ash. "I only accept gas and rare heavy metals, not those worthless paper coins." Pablo gasped. 1 set cost 10,000 units of gas. 10 sets would amount to 100,000 units of gas, enough to buy a small interstellar pirate fleet. He immediately patted his chest and guaranteed, "Within 3 days, the news will spread to every corner of the shattered star belt." He knew perfectly well that if this shipment was genuine, mercenaries would be lining up at the entrance to the shattered star belt. And, as the venue provider, he'd make a fortune just from commissions and entrance fees. Lin Feng stood up and stubbed out his half-smoked cigarette on the metal table. "Reed, leave him a gun as a sample. Let's go." Reed took a prototype Gauss rifle from the box, tossed it to Pablo, and then packed the remaining 2 back in the box and slung them over his shoulder. The 3 of them strode away from the trading floor amidst the awe-inspiring gazes of the black market thugs. On the outskirts of the asteroid belt, in an abandoned starship landing pad, Chu Yu's smuggling ship, the Night Owl, lay in the shadows. Its hull was covered in craters from meteorite impacts and scorch marks left by energy weapons. The hatch opened, and Chu Yu leaned against the door. She had changed into a black combat suit, and her mechanical left arm, whose underlying logic had been burned away, was now covered with a rough gray armor plate, with welding marks still visible at the edges. Lin Feng led Red and T-800 up the gangway. Chu Yu tossed him a data panel. "The high-purity silicon-based waste you requested is all in the lower deck." Lin Feng glanced at the list and nodded. "Well done." Chu Yu didn't laugh. She stared intently at the huge, cloaked figure behind Lin Feng and said in a low voice, "Are you crazy? Wearing this level of heavy armor and flaunting it in the shattered star belt. The Black Tower Consortium has spies everywhere. Victor will know you're here in half a day at most." "That's exactly what I want him to know." Lin Feng handed the data panel to Reed. "Go and inventory the supplies and have the engineering probes move them." Reed nodded and left. Lin Feng turned to Chu Yu. "Come with me, I'll show you something." The 2 men entered the cargo hold of the landing craft. This space had been transformed into a miniature automated workshop by engineering probes. The original seats and partitions had all been removed, leaving only the equipment and production lines. In the center of the workshop stood 10 metal frames, each over 2 meters tall. Several disc-shaped engineering probes hovered in midair, using dark blue decomposition beams to melt silicon-based waste and inferior alloys. The robotic arm moved swiftly, sparks flying from the welding torch. Thick armor plates were stamped and precisely assembled onto the frame. Chu Yu stood in the doorway, her eyes widening, her breathing quickening. "They're building power armor? Right here in this wrecked landing craft." Lin Feng walked up to a newly assembled armored vehicle. It was a weakened version of the CMC 300 with a dark gray paint job, much rougher than the full version of the TA-100. It lacked the nuclear fusion battery backpack, replacing it with two bulky domestic high-energy battery packs, and the shoulder armor thickness was reduced by 2/3. A weakened version. Lin Feng tapped the breastplate, making a dull sound. The life support system has been removed. Its defense can only withstand light firearms and ordinary armor-piercing rounds. Its combat endurance at full load is 4 hours. Chu Yu stepped forward, touching the cold armor with her intact right hand. You plan to sell this kind of defective product for 10,000 kilowatts. In the outer star sector, this is not considered defective. Lin Feng leaned against the workbench. This is called a dimensional reduction attack. The exoskeletons used by native mercenaries are not even a tenth as good as this. Chu Yu bit her lip, her gaze sweeping over the 10 power armor units being assembled. A businesswoman's intuition told her that once these were released, they would definitely cause a bloodbath. She stared at Lin Feng. You're selling these weapons to lawless mercenaries. Aren't you afraid they'll turn against you? Lin Feng's lips curled into a cold smile as he tapped his personal terminal. Lieutenant, demonstrate our after-sales service. A cold, electronic voice echoed in the cargo hold. Command confirmed. Neural connection backdoor test initiated. Reed had just returned after checking the supplies. Lin Feng pointed to the suit of armor. Old Reed, put on. Reed didn't ask any questions, skillfully opened the breastplate hatch and climbed in. The hydraulic rods hissed as the armor closed, and he moved his hands and feet, the metal joints making a heavy, grinding sound. Sir, this thing is lighter than the one I'm wearing, and the mobility is pretty good. Red's voice came from inside the mask. Take 2 steps forward, Lin Feng said. Red had just taken a step. His boots hadn't even touched the ground when Lin Feng pressed a red virtual button on the terminal. A piercing, high-frequency electronic sound exploded instantly. Blue sparks erupted from Reed's power armor, and all hydraulic rods, servo motors, and joint bearings locked simultaneously. His leg froze in midair, and he lost his balance, slamming into the metal floor with a thud, creating a shallow crater. Damn it, what's going on? Red cursed from inside the armor. I can't move. I can't even move a finger. The oxygen mask has stopped. Chu Yu staggered backward, her back slamming against the bulkhead. Looking at Red lying on the ground, she seemed to see a corpse sealed in an iron coffin. Lin Feng slowly walked up to Red and looked down at him. I added a piece of low-level code to the neural interface port of the armor lining. As long as I send a signal on a specific frequency band, it will cut off all power and turn into a 200-kilogram iron can. He pressed the terminal again, and the armor restarted. Red gasped for breath, scrambling to his feet and quickly pulling open his breastplate to jump out, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. Sir, that was a really dirty trick, Red said, wiping his brow with lingering fear. Lin Feng looked at Chu Yu. Her face was deathly pale, and her left arm, encased in makeshift armor, was trembling slightly. She finally understood why Lin Feng dared to sell such a deadly weapon. He wasn't simply in the arms business. He was putting a dog leash on the mercenaries of the entire star sector. Whoever bought the armor was handing their life over to him. You're crazy. Chu Yu's voice trembled. I'm a businessman. Lin Feng corrected her. A businessman who sells weapons always needs to have some means of self-defense. He walked up to Chu Yu, his gaze falling on her trembling left arm. For the next 3 days, you're responsible for laundering the gas and rare metals you've collected, and then transporting them back to the K7 mine in batches through your covert shipping routes. Chu Yu gritted her teeth and didn't answer. After you finish this deal, you'll get a 10% commission, Lin Feng offered, enough for you to buy a small agricultural planet and live the peaceful life you want. Chu Yu's breath caught in her throat. 10%. That's tens of thousands of units of resources, enough for her to completely escape this rotten black market. Fear and greed clashed fiercely in her eyes. In the end, greed prevailed. Deal. Chu Yu took a deep breath, forcing herself to look directly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded, turning to look at the 10 weakened power armor sets, nearing completion in the cargo hold. Welding sparks illuminated his cold profile. 3 days later, let the entire Shattered Star Belt hear the sound of our cannons. 3 days later, at the trading market on the 3rd basement level of the Shattered Star Belt, the once abandoned reactor compartment was now packed with people. The air was stifling, filled with the stench of cheap tobacco, engine oil, and sweat. This place is home to some of the most ruthless people on the edge of the Panstar Zone. Mercenaries, mecha-modified pirates, and black market merchants with cold, sinister eyes hidden beneath hooded trench coats. They've all set their sights on today's trade fair. The stands were long gone, and even the metal scaffolding was full of people. The crowd whispered among themselves, wondering if the 10,000 gas-powered individual armor was real or just a joke Pablo had concocted. Many people clutched weapons, their eyes filled with greed and suspicion. If there truly were something capable of taking on a heavy mech in this place, whether or not to buy it wasn't important. What mattered was whether or not they could seize it. Pablo stood on the high platform in the center of the square, holding a megaphone. A professional, fake smile appeared on his chubby face, but sweat kept beading on his forehead. He knew very well that those who had come today were no pushovers, and if things got chaotic, he would be the first to suffer. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Everyone, please calm down. The trade fair is about to begin. Please follow the rules and do not fire indiscriminately, otherwise." Before he could finish speaking, a rough shout interrupted him. The crowd was roughly pushed aside, and a muscular man over 2 meters tall stepped out. He was shirtless, with a blood-red skull tattooed on his chest, and carried an exaggeratedly heavy rotary machine gun on his back. Someone recognized him and exclaimed in a low voice, "The Blood Skull Mercenary Group's leader, Mad Beast." The surrounding people immediately stepped back, making way for him. The madman walked to the front of the platform, spat a glob of phlegm onto Pablo's shoes, and sneered, telling him to shut up and quickly call out the sellers. If the goods weren't as advertised, he'd tear down the entire trading place. Pablo's face twitched, but he dared not retaliate. The Blood Skull was an A-rank mercenary group with over 1,000 men and more than a dozen heavy mechs. They were far beyond his reach. Just then, a cold voice suddenly rang out from above the trading area. The goods, of course, matched the price. The sound wasn't loud, yet it was as clear as if it pierced through metal, instantly silencing the noise in the room. Everyone looked up at the metal passageway behind the platform. Heavy footsteps echoed from the depths of the passageway. Thump, thump, thump. With each step, the metal floor trembled slightly. Lin Feng walked at the front, wearing a black trench coat and with a cold expression. Reed followed on his left, wearing a dark gray, downgraded version of the CMC power armor and carrying a prototype Gauss rifle. To Lin Feng's right was the completely unmasked T-800. The deep blue, heavy armor gleamed coldly in the dim light. The thick shoulder armor, the muscular mechanical arms, and the C-14 Piercer Gauss rifle instantly pushed the sense of oppression to its peak. The previously arrogant beast's pupils constricted sharply, and it instinctively took a half-step back. The heavy rotary machine gun on its back looked like a child's toy in front of the T-800. Lin Feng walked to the edge of the platform, didn't take out the megaphone, and simply snapped his fingers lightly. Several freight cranes overhead started operating simultaneously. Boom! 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 10 huge black iron boxes were precisely dropped into the center of the square, kicking up clouds of dust. The next second, the metal plates on all 4 sides of the boxes popped open at the same time. 10 sets of dark gray, downgraded CMC power armor were neatly displayed before everyone. They lacked the terrifying and oppressive aura of the T-800, but possessed a pure, heavy industrial aesthetic that made all the mercenaries present green with envy. Lin Feng spoke calmly. A weakened version of the individual armor, with a full load endurance of 4 hours and defense level that grants immunity to conventional light weapons. Starting bid, 10,000 units of high-energy gas. The entire room fell silent. All eyes were fixed on the 10 suits of armor, and the sound of swallowing saliva rose and fell. A full half-minute later, someone finally broke the silence. 10,000 gas? You're robbing me. A tall, thin man stepped out from the crowd, dressed in an elegant vintage vest and a top silk hat, toying with a silver cane. His name was Marco, ostensibly a black market arms dealer, but secretly a high-ranking spy planted in the Shattered Star Belt by the Black Tower tycoon Victor Clement. Marco walked over to the beast, pointed at the armor with his cane, and sneered. It's just a fake exterior. Who knows if it's an empty shell? These days, even a con man can weld a few pieces of scrap metal and dare to come out and scam gas. The crowd immediately echoed. Without actual combat experience, no one was willing to pay that price. If it were just a showpiece exploding with a single shot on the battlefield, it would be a laughingstock. The beast, realizing he'd lost face being stunned by the T-800, immediately seized the opportunity to launch an attack. He ripped the rotary machine gun off his back, slammed it to the ground, and roared at Lin Feng, "Kid, if it's really as powerful as Pablo makes it out to be, how about you spar with my mech? If you win, I'll buy one for 15,000. If you lose, your life and these 10 metal shells are all mine." This was clearly Marco's doing. The conglomerate spies wanted to find out the details of this new weapon. If it posed a real threat, they would find a way to destroy it in its infancy. Pablo was sweating profusely, constantly giving Lin Feng meaningful glances. The heavy mechs were steel monsters over 3 meters tall. How could a single soldier in armor possibly withstand them head-on? Lin Feng stood on the high platform, looking down at Mad Beast and Marco. His gaze lingered for a second on Marco's vest, which resembled the style of the core area of a conglomerate. The prey had taken the bait. A slight smile played on his lips as he uttered only 2 words. "Okay." The entire arena erupted in uproar. Has this kid gone mad? Trying to take on a heavy mech with a single soldier armor? Isn't that suicide? A cold, smug glint flashed in Marco's eyes. If this armor were to be reduced to scrap metal in actual combat, the conglomerate's crisis would be averted. Lin Feng turned to look at Reed. "Old Reed, warm-up's over." Reed picked up the prototype Gauss rifle, the single mechanical eye beneath his mask flashing a bloodthirsty red light. "Sir, I've been waiting for ages." He strode down the platform, his heavy power armor rumbling under his feet on the metal floor. Reaching the center of the plaza, Red stood before the 10 suits of armor, his gun slowly rising to point at the raging beast. His voice, blaring through the loudspeaker, was utterly defiant. "Bring out your junk." The beast roared into the communicator, furious. "Bring in the tyrant. I'm going to crush this tin can." At the other end of the trading area, a massive metal gate slowly rose, accompanied by a piercing mechanical roar like rolling thunder. A heavy mech, standing 3.5 meters tall, stepped into the plaza. Its fuselage was painted blood red. Its left arm was equipped with a twin grenade launcher, and its right arm held a 2-meter-long super-alloy chainsaw sword. Every step it took made the ground tremble. This was the classic Tyrant-class heavy mech from the Panstar sector, a war machine discarded by the conglomerates. The crowd quickly retreated, clearing a huge arena in the center of the square. The pungent smell of burning engine oil filled the air. Inside the cockpit of the Tyrant heavy mech, the beast's subordinates gripped the control stick tightly, staring through the tactical screen at the dark gray metal can opposite them, which was only 2 meters tall. "Crush him!" the berserker roared from the sidelines. The mech's engine roared to life, and its massive steel body surged forward, its left arm's twin grenade launcher firing instantly. 3 high-explosive grenades, trailing plumes of flame, hurtled toward Reed in a triangular formation. The entire audience held their breath. At this distance, the blast radius was enough to tear any conventional exoskeleton apart. But Reed didn't retreat. The hydraulic servo system inside his power armor activated instantly, and with a powerful push of his legs, the over 200-kilogram armor shifted sideways 3 meters at an astonishing speed. Boom! 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 The grenade exploded where he had been standing, sending sparks and metal fragments soaring into the sky. The shockwave struck the weakened CMC armor, leaving only a few shallow scorch marks. The pilot's expression changed drastically, and he immediately turned his gun around. But Red didn't give him a second chance to fire. "My turn." Red picked up the prototype Gauss rifle, locked the thick barrel against the mech's right leg joint, and pulled the trigger. The electromagnetic rails whistled as they charged, unleashing a storm of dark purple metal at a terrifying rate of fire. Although it lacked the U-238 depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds, the kinetic energy of its supersonic spike projectiles still far surpassed domestic technology. Sparks flew, and the Tyrant's prized composite armor was instantly torn apart. The spiked bullet pierced the internal structure, severing the hydraulic rods and shattering the servo motor. With a piercing metallic crack, the massive machine lurched to one side, its right leg losing all support, and its knee slammed into the ground, creating a huge dent. The entire arena fell silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to believe that a heavy mech over 3 meters tall had been crippled in a single exchange by a single soldier's weapon. "Useless trash. Get up. Kill him with your chainsaw sword," the mad beast shouted frantically. The pilot, drenched in sweat, frantically pushed and pulled the control stick. The mech's right arm rose high, its 2-meter-long superalloy chainsaw sword spinning wildly, slashing down at Red with a piercing hum. Reed sneered, advancing instead of retreating. The power armor engine roared low as he charged towards the chainsaw sword. Just as the blade was about to fall, he suddenly raised his left arm, using his heavy shoulder armor to block the attack. Sizzle! Blinding sparks cascaded down like a waterfall. The alloy serrations frantically cut into the power armor, but could only leave white marks, unable to penetrate the seemingly rough armor layer at all. At the back of the crowd, Marco gasped in shock, nearly dropping his silver cane. He knew all too well the destructive power of the tyrant. That chainsaw sword could slice through even the outer armor of a starship, yet it couldn't cut through a single soldier's armor. Despite the pressure of the chainsaw sword, Reed raised the Gauss rifle with his right hand, pressing the muzzle directly against the external armor of the mech's cockpit. "It's over, big guy." He pulled the trigger, and a metal storm erupted at point-blank range. Cracks instantly spread across the cockpit's bulletproof glass and composite armor before shattering with a deafening roar. The pilot didn't even have time to scream before being riddled with spiked rounds and reduced to a bloody mist. The tyrant completely lost control. The chainsaw sword stopped spinning, and a massive fuselage crashed to the ground like scrap metal. Red stepped onto the shattered cockpit, his gun slowly turning towards the raging beast at the edge of the crowd. The underground trading grounds were eerily quiet. You could hear a pin drop. There were no cheers, no gasps of amazement, only an oppressive chill of fear and shock. Steel crushed flesh and blood. This wasn't a metaphor, but the reality that had just unfolded before everyone's eyes. On the high platform, Lin Feng surveyed the entire scene, raising his hand to gently tap the metal railing in front of him. Clang! The soft sound seemed to break a spell. The crowd instantly erupted in cheers. 12,000. I want one set. Trade immediately. 15,000. Bloodskull offers 15,000. Keep 3 sets for me. The madman pushed forward like a madman, his earlier provocation long forgotten. As long as he got this kind of equipment, what did it matter if a pilot died? 20,000. I'll bid 20,000 gas. Bidding cries rose and fell, turning the entire underground trading market into a frenzied auction house. Everyone understood that whoever possessed this power armor would be able to roam freely in the outer star sector. Chuyu stood in the shadows behind the platform, watching the constantly changing transaction records on her personal terminal. Her left arm, wrapped in temporary armor plating, trembled even more violently. It wasn't fear but excitement. 10 sets of weakened power armor were eventually auctioned off for an astronomical price of an average of 25,000 units of high-energy gas. 250,000 units of high-energy gas is enough to bring about a qualitative leap in Lin Feng's technology tree. Chuyu looked up at the man with his back to her at the edge of the platform and suddenly realized that she was witnessing the rise of a star sector overlord. Meanwhile, the Black Tower conglomerate had no idea what kind of monster they had provoked. Tantalus 4 Heavy Industry Planet, Black Tower Corporation Headquarters. Victor Clement sat behind a large desk, a glass of crimson liquor in his hand. Eric Sheen strode in, his face ashen, and projected the video Marco had sent back onto the holographic screen. The scene depicted Red's one-on-one battle against the tyrant. Victor watched silently, saying nothing, only slightly tightening his grip on the glass. Crack! The crystal glass shattered under his fingers, and crimson wine dripped onto the walnut floor like blood. Individual soldier armor, immune to chainsaw blade cuts, and even able to penetrate the cockpit of a heavy mech. Victor wiped his hands, his voice low. "Eric, does your simulation model include something like this?" Eric, sweat beading on his forehead, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. "No, Your Excellency. This level of technology is approaching that of the elite troops in the core area of the Federation. Lin Feng could not possibly be just an ordinary miner. I don't care who he is." Victor tossed the scarf onto the table. He broke the rules. He stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the heavy industrial base below, and asked coldly, "Is Iron Fang's biochemical modification complete?" "It's done. The X-type drug has consumed his sanity. Now he only knows how to kill." "Very good." Victor's voice was icy. "Airdrop him into the K-7 mine. I want Lin Feng's base, not even a single rat left." In the shattered star belt, On the abandoned starship's landing pad, Lin Feng, carrying certificates for 250,000 units of high-energy gas, walked up the landing craft's gangway, followed by Red and T-800. Chu Yu stood below, watching him. The gas has been transferred through clandestine channels and will all arrive at the K-7 mine by tomorrow at the latest. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Feng nodded. Chu Yu couldn't help but remind him. The tycoons won't let this go easily. You were too high profile today. Lin Feng stopped and looked back at her. The landing craft's hatch slowly closed, half his face hidden in shadow. That's exactly what I was waiting for. They won't give up. Lin Feng turned and walked into the cabin. On his personal terminal, the cold, electronic voice of the adjutant, Zero, quietly sounded. Reporting to the commander, high-energy gas reserves have reached the required level. The conditions for unlocking the heavy assault class technology tree have been met. The blueprints for the siege tank prototype are ready. The landing craft roared as it pierced the thin atmosphere of the K-7 mine. Inside the cargo hold, Lin Feng stared at the holographic screen. A pale blue light shone on his face as the 3D structural diagram of the siege tank prototype slowly rotated. Heavy tracks, twin-mounted plasma cannons, and siege bracing that could pin the entire vehicle to the ground. It has no fancy design. It's purely a war machine. The cost is too high. Lin Feng tapped the virtual keyboard. The basic consumption alone requires a large amount of crystal, ore, and high-energy gas. Even with the resources that Chu Yu is about to bring back after clearing her name, it's only enough to barely build 2 units. Reed leaned against the bulkhead, still wearing his downgraded CMC power armor, the dark gray armor covered in dust from the underground trading market. He fiddled with the prototype Gauss rifle and couldn't help but ask, "Sir, did you really just give those 10 tin cans to those madmen?" Lin Feng turned off the projector, took out a metal cigarette case, lit a cheap synthetic cigarette, and exhaled bluish-white smoke. "It's not giving, it's casting a net." Red didn't understand. His mechanical single, I flashed red. Lin Feng, with a cigarette between his fingers, tapped the armor on his body. In the local mercenary rating system, what makes an A-level group dominate? Heavy mechs and numbers. But now, a few people wearing this armor could dismantle their mechs into scrap metal. He walked to the porthole, gazing at the outline of the K-7 mine below. The gas refinery spewed eerie blue flames, and engineering probes darted along the mine's edge. "Give them the strongest spear, and they'll pierce the sky," Lin Feng said coldly. The conglomerates monopolize 80% of the sector's richest mines. With that backing, what's the first thing the mad beast will do? Red was taken aback, then realized, robbing mines. That's right. Lin Feng stubbed out his cigarette on the metal window frame. The mines of conglomerates, the territories of other mercenary groups, and even the Federation supply depots will become targets. With these 10 suits of armor, the underground order in the outer star sector will soon be in chaos. He turned to look at the empty assembly frame in the cargo hold, his voice calm. The resources they steal will eventually come to me for bullets, parts, and even new armor. That's called proxy warfare. Old Ray, we just need to sit in the mine and count our money. Red gasped. Looking at the young, cold-faced man before him, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. This wasn't selling weapons. It was bleeding the entire sector dry. 2 hours later, on the edge of the asteroid belt, on an abandoned asteroid codenamed B-12, lay a secret supply depot of the Iron Skull mercenary group. A dilapidated assault ship forcibly tore through the atmosphere and crashed heavily onto the sandy ground. The hatch exploded open, and the berserker was the first to rush out. He wore a dark gray, downgraded version of CMC power armor and held an electromagnetic tearing gun he'd bought on the black market. Behind him were 3 equally armored Bloodskull elites. Kill. Leave no one alive. Empty the warehouse of all the high-energy gas. The beast's roar boomed through the loudspeaker, excited and frenzied. The Iron Skull guards reacted quickly, firing over a dozen spiked rifles simultaneously. A dense hail of bullets pounded the beast, clanging and sparks flying. But the beast didn't even flinch, charging forward through the hail of bullets. Only faint white marks remained on the front of its armor, barely any paint chipped off. "Ha-ha! Tired of tickling me?" He laughed maniacally, raising the electromagnetic tearing gun and pulling the trigger. A ghostly blue arc of electricity swept across the sand dune, and the 5 guard behind him were carbonized by the intense heat before they could even scream, their weapons melting into molten iron. The Iron Skull squad leader, hiding behind cover, nearly popped his eyes out. Damn it! What kind of monster is that? An old-fashioned bipedal combat mech burst out of the warehouse, its left arm's rotary machine gun roaring wildly. Large-caliber armor-piercing rounds slammed into the beast's shoulder armor, finally creating several dents. The beast was forced back half a step, its servo motors emitting a piercing protest. Damn it! How dare you break my new toy? It roared, its legs exploding with power, its over 200 kilograms steel body leaping up, covering dozens of meters and slamming heavily onto the head of the bipedal mech. With a loud bang, he stomped on the cockpit canopy, crushing it. The beast grabbed the mech's rotary machine gun barrel, the hydraulic arm operating at full power. With a creak, the thick alloy barrel was bent sharply. Then he fired a shot with a backhand, the electromagnetic beam piercing the cockpit at point-blank range, instantly turning the pilot inside into a charred corpse. The remaining guards completely collapsed, dropping their weapons and turning to flee for their lives. In less than 3 minutes, monsters clad in power armor destroyed the supply depot, which housed dozens of armed personnel and mechs. Standing atop the burning wreckage of his mech, the madman stared at the barrels of high-energy gas emitting a ghostly blue glow in the warehouse, his face contorted with greed beneath his mask. "This armor, it's fucking amazing," he gasped, his eyes bloodshot. "Contact the mothership. Send the coordinates to all squads. From today onward, I'll take all the mines in this sector." At the same time, in the underground command post of the K-7 mine, Lin Feng leaned back in his command chair, his legs crossed and propped up on the edge of the control panel. The holographic screen was divided into more than a dozen images, each showing a one-sided massacre. The neural interface ports of those 10 weakened power armors not only contained control backdoors, but also concealed miniature tactical recorders. Berserkers, one-eyed pirates, and several unnamed mercenary leaders, clad in armor created by Lin Feng, were wreaking havoc across the outer star sector. The once impregnable minds of the wealthy conglomerates were torn open, gaping in their defenses. The heavy mech defenses that the A-rank mercenary groups were so proud of were as fragile as paper before the power armor. Lieutenant Zero coldly reported, "Commander, according to tactical data stream analysis, the Terran mercenary rating system has completely failed. The power distribution in the peripheral star sectors is being reshuffled." Lin Feng picked up his metal water glass and took a sip. "What about the casualty rate? Of the 10 suits of armor sold, 2 have been destroyed by heavy railgun bombardment from the conglomerate's regular army, resulting in the deaths of the pilots." As expected, Lin Feng put down his water glass, his gaze calm. A weakened version is still a weakened version. It can't withstand starship-level firepower. But it's enough. These agents will muddy the waters completely, and the Tycoon's attention will be drawn to these mad dogs. And he only needs to hide in the shadows, frantically absorbing nutrients. How is the money laundering progress on Chu Yu's side? The funds are being distributed through 327 virtual nodes and are expected to be aggregated in 12 hours. The first batch of physical goods has been loaded onto the smuggling fleet. Lin Feng nodded. With these resources, the siege tanks could be officially launched. At that time, even if the regular fleet of the conglomerates sailed over the K-7 mine, he would dare to challenge them. Just then, the holographic screen suddenly flickered violently. All tactical images vanished instantly, replaced by a blinding scarlet alarm. "Warning, high-energy reaction detected." The adjutant's electronic voice unusually fluctuated. "Coordinates, K-7 mine, outer atmosphere, for 100 kilometers from the surface, falling at high speed." Lin Feng sat bolt upright, his feet landing firmly on the ground. "Meteorite. No. Target has ballistic evasion capabilities. Heat source, signal, matching result. Conglomerate military-industrial product. High-density hibernation pod. Internal vital signs. Extremely violent." Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. "A hibernation pod. Airdrop directly into his lair?" That old fox Victor reacted even faster than he expected. He pressed the communicator, his voice icy cold. "Read, put all Marines on high alert. Activate all defensive positions. We have guests." "Understood." Red's rough voice came through the communicator. Lin Feng stood up and walked out of the command post. A dull tremor came from the metal ceiling above him, the sound of heavy anti-aircraft guns warming up. He looked up, his gaze seemingly piercing through thick layers of rock. and saw the deadly fireball streaking across the sky. On the top floor of the Black Tower conglomerate headquarters on Tantalus 4, a heavy industrial planet, Victor Clement stood before a huge floor-to-ceiling window, a snow-white silk handkerchief in his hand, slowly wiping his fingers. The wine glass he had just crushed had been cleaned up, but the lingering, fishy smell of red wine in the air disgusted him. He had a severe case of mysophobia, and not just physical but mental. In his eyes, the pirates, mercenaries, and miners of the outer sector were all sewer rats. Rats should be scavenging moldy bread in the gutter, never climbing onto the dining table. But now, a rat had not only climbed up, but had also overturned his plate. Eric Sheen stood before the desk, his eyes bloodshot behind his gold-rimmed glasses, cold sweat trickling down his face and into his collar. The holographic star map between them flickered incessantly. The blue starfield that had once belonged to the conglomerate's controlled area was now illuminated by dozens of glaring red dots. Each red that represents an attack mine or supply depot. Explain, Victor said without turning around, his voice low but freezing the entire office. Eric swallowed hard and pulled up the data, saying, "Sir, the situation is out of control. After those 10 sets of individual armor were bought by Beast and several other mercenary leaders, they didn't fight amongst themselves, but instead directly attacked our peripheral industries." The scene then unfolds. A mercenary in dark gray power armor, braving the barrage of fire from the Tycoon's guards, tears through the defenses and smashes through the vault door with a single punch. Eric's voice grows increasingly low. Light security forces simply can't hold them off. 3 traditional A-level mercenary groups have been crippled in a single day. The Terran mercenary rating system is now defunct. Victor turned around and tossed the silk handkerchief he had used to wipe his hands into the incinerator. The flames instantly engulfed it. He walked to his desk, braced his hands on the surface, and stared at Eric. "Where's your simulation model? Didn't you say Lin Feng was just a smuggler with extremely low productivity, incapable of causing any trouble?" Eric took a half step back, his face pale. "The model has crashed. His technological advancement speed is completely illogical. Even for the core arms factories of conglomerates, it would take 5 years from research and development to mass production for this level of individual armor, but he only took a few days." At this point, Eric suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with an almost manic stubbornness. He must have a core federal force behind him, or some unknown ancient ruin. We can no longer deal with him using ordinary counterinsurgency tactics. "Shut up." Victor uttered 2 cold words, and Eric immediately fell silent. Victor straightened the collar of his vintage suit, walked back to the floor-to-ceiling window, and looked down at the heavy industrial base stretching for thousands of kilometers. Countless chimneys spewed black smoke, and in the spaceports, massive warships were being resupplied. That was the true strength of the conglomerates. "Pass on my orders." Victor, his back to Eric, spoke without a trace of emotion. "Pansector blockade order activate." Eric shuddered. "Your Excellency, the Pansector blockade is causing astronomical losses every day. And what about the board of directors?" "I'll explain to the board." Victor turned around, his gaze sharp as a blade across his face. "Mobilize the 3rd and 5th regular fleets to blockade the silent corridor. Smash any unauthorized vessels. I want to cut off all external communications with the K-7 mine." Eric immediately lowered his head to input the command. Victor pressed the red communication button on his desk again. Also, Project Cleaner, commence execution. Eric's fingers froze, fear flashing in his eyes. Project Cleaner, that monster injected with Type X biochemical agent, Iron Fang. He couldn't help but warn, "Sir, Iron Fang has completely lost his mind. Alien genes have devoured his brain. Once deployed to the battlefield, he will tear apart everything he sees, including our own people." Victor picked up his freshly poured glass of red wine and swirled it gently. "There are no of our people at the K-7 mine. Only a bunch of rats that must be wiped out." In near-Earth orbit, a completely black stealth dropship departed the spaceport from Tantalus 4. The cabin was dark and silent, devoid of any light. In the center of the darkness stood a high-density alloy hibernation pod, its glass visor covered in frost. Submerged within was a horrific body, no longer worthy of being called human. Iron Teeth's broken right arm and left leg were filled with abnormally proliferating dark red muscle, disproportionately thick. Sharp bone spurs pierced his skin, his chest heaved violently, and with each breath, bubbles rose from the nutrient solution. The AI coldly announced, "Target coordinates locked, K7 mine. Hibernation pod, unloading preparation, 3, 2, 1. The hatch opened, and a massive alloy hibernation pod plummeted into space like a black meteor, heading straight for the atmosphere of the K7 mine. Inside the hibernation pod, the temperature rose rapidly, and the nutrient solution was drained. Iron Fong's tightly closed eyes snapped open, revealing a pair of emotionless, crimson pupils. A roar, inhuman in its intensity, exploded forth. Iron Fong's thick, bioengineered right arm slammed against the pod wall, leaving a deep fist mark. He smelled the scent of flesh and blood, the primal killing instinct etched deep into his genes. K7 mine, surface defense line. The piercing air raid sirens blared throughout the mining area. 50 Marines, clad in full-fledged CMC power armor, had taken up positions, the electromagnetic rails of their Gauss rifles glowing with an eerie blue light. 5 newly built bunkers, like steel behemoths, lay atop commanding heights on the outer perimeter of the mine. Lin Feng, dressed in a black trench coat, stood on a high platform behind the bunker. A gust of wind whipped at the hem of his coat. Red stood beside him, rifle at the ready, his single eye beneath his mask fixed on the sky. "Sir, radar locked onto the target. Too fast, anti-aircraft guns can't intercept it." Red roared. Lin Feng looked up and saw a dazzling fireball crashing almost vertically into the abandoned slag heap on the outskirts of the mining area in the black night sky. Boom! The loud noise shook the earth. The metal platform shook violently, and slag and dust were thrown dozens of meters high, like a small mushroom cloud. Lin Feng's voice came through the communication channel to every Marine. "All personnel on alert, fire at will." As the dust settled, the deformed alloy hibernation pod hatch in the deep pit was torn apart from the inside by a terrifying force. A huge black shadow slowly crawled out, nearly 3 meters tall, covered in bone spurs, its dark red muscles exuding a bloody stench in the night wind. Those scarlet eyes were fixed on Lin Feng on the high platform. "Lin Feng!" The monster opened its mouth full of fangs, squeezing out broken syllables. Lin Feng's gaze lingered on that distorted face for a second, recognizing it. Iron Fong. This pirate captain, whom he had once crippled, had now become a pure biological weapon. Iron Fong roared, its bioengineered legs slamming into the ground, charging towards the Marine Corps lines like a runaway heavy tank. "Fire!" Red roared. 50 Gauss rifles and heavy machine guns from 5 bunkers simultaneously spat fire. A dense storm of metal instantly engulfed Iron Fong's massive body. 6 levels underground in the shattered star belt, in the black market money exchange dark currents, there is no sunlight, only the flickering neon lights and the pungent smell of synthetic fragrances. Chuyu sits in the far corner of the metal bar, draped in a large gray cloak that completely covers her. Beneath the bar, her left arm, covered in rough armor plating, is connected to an old-fashioned encrypted terminal via a black data cable. On the screen, green numbers scrolled rapidly like a waterfall. 250,000 units of high-energy gas vouchers. This money was too hot to handle. If transferred directly to any known account, the Black Tower conglomerate's sniffing system would pinpoint her location within 3 seconds and obliterate her and the entire underground bank. Therefore, she could only use hundreds of fake identities and thousands of shell companies to repeatedly circumvent the underground network of the Panstar Zone, breaking down the vouchers into countless small transactions and ultimately exchanging them for rare metals and high-purity silicon-based waste. Beep. Transfer completed at node 73. Funds have been cleaned by 40%. Chuyu picked up the strong synthetic liquor and drank it all in one gulp. The spicy liquid went down her throat, and she barely managed to suppress the cold sweat on her palms. Just then, a sharp crackling sound came from the seam of her left arm prosthetic, followed by tiny blue sparks. Chuyu's expression changed. A sharp pain shot through her brain from the nerve at her face. Her right hand, which was holding the cup, trembled, and the bottom of the cup hit the metal table with a crisp sound. "What's going on?" She looked down and saw that the green light under the armor plate, which had originally indicated normal operation, had turned an eerie red. This wasn't a hardware malfunction. Someone was tampering with the underlying logic of her prosthetic body. Meanwhile, on the Tantalus 4 heavy industry planet, inside the conglomerate's cybersecurity department, a massive circular control room was brightly lit. Dozens of white-clad hackers sat at their consoles, their fingers moving rapidly across the virtual keyboards. On the central holographic screen, countless streams of red data converged wildly. A hacker, sweating profusely, shouted, "Supervisor, abnormal fund fluctuations detected." The head of security rushed forward, staring intently at the screen. "Trace the source." The other party used multiple onion routing methods and fake nodes, making their anti-tracking capabilities very strong. The funds have been broken into more than 30,000 small packets and are converging towards the shattered star belt, the supervisor sneered. Lord Victor had already instructed us to keep a close eye on that smuggler named Chuyu. Activate the backdoor protocol and, through her prosthetic neural interface, reverse engineer her physical coordinates and the flow of funds. Understood. Sending handshake signal. Access successful. Bypassing surface firewall. On the screen, a green channel representing Chuyu's prosthetic body connection was forcibly torn into a glaring red. Inside the underground money exchange, Chuyu's vision suddenly blurred. The surrounding music and gambler shouts seemed to vanish in an instant, leaving only a sharp ringing in her ears deep within her mind. Then she saw flames. Amidst the raging flames, her childhood home planet, that beautiful blue world, was bombarded from orbit by a conglomerate fleet. The Earth's crust shattered, lava spewed forth, and countless people wailed in the inferno. No! Chuyu gripped the metal table tightly, her knuckles turning white. She knew this was a hallucination, a sensory distortion caused by the hacking of her prosthetic nerves. The tycoon hacker was forcibly reading her memories and data through that burned backdoor. The terminal issued an alert. The underlying firewall has been brute forced, and data is being leaked. The green numbers on the screen turned blood red, and the money laundering progress was stuck at 65%. Disconnect. It must be disconnected. Chuyu gasped for breath, reaching out her right hand to unplug the data cable. But her left prosthetic arm suddenly went out of control and grabbed her right wrist. The mechanical fingers possessed astonishing strength, their grip causing bones to creak and crack. Chuyu groaned in pain, her teeth clenching until they tasted blood. The tycoon hacker not only wanted to seize control of her funds, but also wanted to disable her nervous system. If she didn't fight back, she would lose her money and become a vegetable. Trying to dig up dirt? Dream on. A ruthless glint flashed in Chuyu's eyes. Instead of unplugging the cable, she slammed her right hand on the keyboard. She didn't bother fixing the firewall, because there was no time to do so. She directly invoked the self-destruct protocol of the Night Owl smuggling fleet, forcefully slamming the devastating virus back through the intrusion channel. A silent explosion erupted in the virtual network. Inside the conglomerate's cybersecurity department, 3 hackers tracking coordinates screamed simultaneously. Sparks flew from the control panel, black smoke billowed, and the 3 collapsed to the ground, clutching their heads as their neural connection devices were forcibly burned. The supervisor roared, "What happened?" The surviving hacker was deathly pale. The other side detonated a logic bomb and cut the connection. "We've lost control of her prosthetic body." The supervisor slammed his fist on the console. "Useless. Did you even track down the funds?" The hacker swallowed hard and pulled up the last fragment of data he had intercepted. "It's not completely clear, but a second before the connection was lost, we intercepted the jump coordinates of one of her smuggling fleets." A red dot flashed on the screen. Location, outer perimeter of the silent corridor. The supervisor's eyes turned sinister. "Send this to the 3rd Fleet immediately. Lord Victor has ordered a complete blockade of the silent corridor. Don't let a single piece of metal from this fleet escape." Inside the underground bank, Chuyu slumped against the bar, panting heavily. The red light on her prosthetic left arm dimmed, returning to its lifeless state. The money laundering progress on the terminal finally stopped at 80%. The remaining 20% of the funds were completely frozen by the conglomerate. Fortunately, most of the resources had already been converted into physical goods and loaded onto the smuggling fleet. Chuyu unplugged the data cable and forced herself to stand up. The hacking of her prosthetic body meant that the conglomerate had its eye on her money laundering network, and she had to immediately notify the fleet to set sail. She stumbled out of the money exchange and into a dead-end alley with no surveillance cameras, pulling out her encrypted communicator. Night Owl 1. Take off immediately. Abandon the planned route and proceed directly through the silent corridor to the K-7 mine at full speed. The captain's anxious voice came through the communicator. Boss, strong magnetic interference has appeared outside the silent corridor, and the warp drive can't lock onto the coordinates. Chu Yu's pupil shrank. Strong magnetic interference? That's... The next second, a muffled explosion rang out in the communicator, followed by a piercing siren and screams from the crew. Boss, we've been intercepted. It's a conglomerate's regular army fleet. Heavy cruisers. They've opened fire. Communication was lost, leaving only static. Chu Yu's hand, which had been gripping the communicator, fell limply to her side, a chill running from her feet to her head. Her worst fear had come true. For Lin Feng's 10% cut, she had exposed her core fleet to the Mafia's cannons. That fleet carried not only the rare metals and high-energy gas Lin Feng desperately needed to advance his technology, but also the civilian stowaways she had secretly rescued over the years. It was the last shred of compassion she had for this utterly rotten universe. Now it's all gone. Chu Yu leaned against the cold metal wall and slowly slid down to the ground. She looked up at the artificial starry sky created by the neon lights. Lin Feng, just how far can you go? Can you snatch this shipment back from the mouth of the conglomerate's heavy cruiser? For the first time, despair appeared in Chu Yu's eyes. The night wind tore through the dust and sand at the K-7 mine. 50 streaks of pale blue fire intertwined to form an impenetrable net of fire, the roar of the Gauss rifles drowning out everything. Casings cascaded from Marines' rifles like a waterfall, crashing against the metal platform with a clanging sound, piling up into a coppery sea. Iron Fong's massive body slammed into the fire. The bullets, carrying terrifying kinetic energy, struck his dark red bioengineered muscles, but failed to penetrate. They were like bullets hitting thick rubber, getting stuck in the shallow layer due to the muscle's vibrations. He roared and swung his arm, sending out nearly 2-meter-long bone spikes from the tip of his forearm, which slammed into the armored bunker with a piercing whistle. Boom! Sparks flew as a crater was punched into a 200-millimeter thick alloy plate, and the 2 Marines inside the bunker were jolted to the side, their guns momentarily off course. What the hell is this monster? Red roared through gritted teeth, his single eye flashing red light wildly, his hand gripping the trigger of the rifle tightly, the barrel already glowing red from the high temperature. Lin Feng stood beside him, his hands in the pockets of his black trench coat, his gaze fixed on a monster below the platform. He showed no panic, nor did he retreat. He was as calm as a machine at work. Lieutenant, scan for the target's vital signs. The target contains a high concentration of X-type alien genes, and its cells are dividing and healing at an extraordinary rate. Conventional kinetic weapons cannot cause fatal damage to its internal organs. Iron Fong looked up again, his scarlet compound eyes fixed on Lin Feng, and then he charged forward. Each step left a deep pit in the slag heap. He was less than 50 meters from the platform, and the stench of blood wafted up on the wind. Sir, we can't suppress him with firepower. The bunker is about to collapse. Red's voice carried fear for the first time. Lin Feng slowly withdrew his right hand, hovering it above the control panel projection, and uttered only 2 words. Reload. Red was taken aback. You, 238 depleted uranium armor-piercing magazines. All replaced, free to fire. The communication channel was silent for half a second. Then the crisp sound of metal clicks filled the air. 50 CMC-powered armor Marines moved in unison, simultaneously drawing heavy magazines bearing black radiation markings. The old magazine fell to the ground. The new magazine was chambered, and the bolt was pulled. The electromagnetic rails of the Gauss rifle instantly turned a dangerous dark red. Fire. The gunfire changed. It was no longer a dense, tearing sound, but rather like muffled thunder, making one's eardrums ache. 50 depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds, trailing radioactive contrails, slammed into the iron jaws. This time, there were no sparks. The sound of flesh tearing apart echoed through the night. Iron Fong's charging body suddenly stopped, as if struck head-on by an invisible giant hammer, and he fell backward. Dark red muscles were as brittle as paper in front of depleted uranium munitions, and green blood mixed with bits of flesh sprayed onto the sand. Roar! Iron Fong let out a shrill scream as half of his left shoulder was knocked off, revealing his white, mutated bones, and more than a dozen fist-sized bloody holes appeared in his chest. But he still didn't die. The granulation tissue at the edge of the wound was writhing frantically, trying to heal, but the intense radiation from the depleted uranium bomb was damaging the cell structure, drastically slowing down the recovery process. Continue, Lin Feng ordered calmly. A second volley of depleted uranium shells rained down. Iron Fong finally felt fear, the primal dread of death. He rolled on the ground to avoid the concentrated fire, then crawled on all fours like a giant lizard towards the darkness at the edge of the mine. Trying to run, Red drew his gun and was about to give chase. Ceasefire. The gunfire stopped abruptly, leaving only the howling night wind and the hum of the power armor's radiators. Red looked at Lin Feng, puzzled. Sir, that monster is badly wounded. If we chase after it now, we can kill it. Lin Feng looked at the pungent green blood on the ground and shook his head. No need to chase him. He won't live long. He turned his gaze to the control panel screen. And we're out of bullets. Red glanced down at the remaining ammunition, his pupils shrinking sharply. The consumption of U-238 depleted uranium rounds was terrifying. The 2 salvos just now had almost emptied the rare heavy metals from the stockpile. The adjutant's voice rang out immediately. Commander, this defensive battle is over. The base's current reserves are 2,000 units of crystal ore and less than 100 units of high-energy gas. The heavy factory production line is shut down, and Engineering Bay Technologies research and development has been suspended. Lin Feng picked up the cold water and took a sip. The chill traveled from his throat all the way into his stomach. Gas is running low. Without gas, the Marines are just infantrymen in iron armor. Without gas, siege tanks are forever just 3D blueprints on a holographic screen. Victor, that old fox, not only threw in the biomonster to test their hand, but also depleted their war potential. Just then, the encrypted communication channel suddenly flashed a blinding red light. Lin Feng put down his water glass and pressed the answer button. The holographic screen popped up, and Chu Yu's face appeared on the screen. She looked utterly disheveled. Her gray cloak was stained with oil and some unknown liquid. The prosthetic plate on her left arm had been removed, exposing charred wires, and a broken data cable dangled in midair. The background was a dark, dead-end alley, neon lights flickering in the puddles. Lin Feng. Chu Yu's voice was hoarse, as if she had sand in her throat. Lin Feng leaned against the control panel, took out a metal cigarette case, pulled out a synthetic cigarette, and held it in his mouth, but did not light it. Explain. Chu Yu took a deep breath, her shoulders trembling slightly. My money laundering network was taken down by the conglomerate. The back door of my prosthetic body was brute forced, and 20% of my funds were frozen. Lin Feng's expression remained unchanged, which was not surprising. A conglomerate couldn't be so oblivious as to not react at all. She had to take on the risk by accepting this deal. What about the remaining 80%? They've switched to physical goods now, loaded onto the night owl smuggling fleet. Chu Yu looked up with a bitter smile, her eyes bloodshot. But the fleet was intercepted by the conglomerate's 3rd Regular Army on the outskirts of the Silent Corridor. Reed gasped. The 3rd Fleet. That was a heavy cruiser formation, not those pirate ships in the outer star sectors, but a true war machine with orbital sweeping capabilities. Lin Feng finally paused, took the cigarette out of his mouth, and held it between his fingers. Is it possible to get the goods back? Chu Yu was stunned. She thought Lin Feng would at least ask if she was injured or inquire about the fate of the civilian illegal immigrants. But in this man's eyes, there was only that batch of resources that could advance the technology tree. Rob! Chu Yu's voice suddenly rose, almost collapsing. What are you going to rob? Those are 3 heavy cruisers. My fleet can't even scratch their energy shields. Lin Feng, are you crazy? I've risked everything for your worthless mine. Lin Feng watched her vent quietly. When she caught her breath, he slowly spoke. Chu Yu, we are business people. In business, there are only wins and losses, not complaints. He crushed the cigarette butt, and fine bits of tobacco drifted through his fingers. The chables have blocked the silent corridor to force me to cut off my supplies. What you need to do now is hide well and not let the cleaners find you. I'll settle this score with you after I've dealt with the trouble here. Communication was cut off directly, and the holographic screen went out. The command post fell silent. Reed swallowed hard, watching Lin Feng's retreating figure. Sir, our external support has been cut off. Our gas supply base can't even last 3 days of normal operation, and the conglomerate's fleet could jump over at any moment. Lin Feng walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Below him lay the bottomless K7 abandoned mine, where a giant, I seemed to be staring at them from the darkness. If we've run out of external support, we'll find it ourselves. Lin Feng pressed his hands against the glass, his gaze sharp as a knife. Lieutenant, pull up the geological scan map of the K7 mine. Command confirmed. A complex, three-dimensional map of the underground structure unfolded. Lin Feng's finger slid across the screen, finally stopping at the unexplored red area at the very bottom. 10 years ago, a conglomerate unearthed something here, causing a major mining disaster and the collapse of the entire underground layer. They claimed it was a gas explosion. Lin Feng stared at the red zone. But when the base vehicle landed, it detected high-frequency shock waves deep within the Earth's core. Reed shuddered. Sir, you wouldn't be thinking of... Send down all the engineering probes and SCVs. Lin Feng turned his head, his eyes revealing a chilling madness. They dig through the core of K7. Even if it's hell, squeeze out the gas. Chapter 18: Seismic Waves Deep Within the Earth's Core. The roar of machinery echoed continuously in the empty mine. 10 SCVs, which came with the system, swung their robust mechanical arms, their drills frantically cutting through the rock layers, sparks flying everywhere in the dark underground. Dozens of disc-shaped engineering probes, like tireless worker bees, darted through the crevices of the rock face. A network of deep blue scanning light illuminated the K7 mine, 2,000 meters underground. This is the very edge of a crustal collapse that occurred 10 years ago. The air is stiflingly hot, like a sauna, and the ventilation equipment hisses loudly, yet it still can't remove the pungent smell of sulfur and fine radioactive dust. Lin Feng personally descended to the bottom of the well, wearing a hastily modified, weakened version of CMC power armor. He had no helmet, only a filtering gas mask. Sweat streamed into his eyes, but he didn't blink, staring intently at the data panel on his wrist. Red followed behind, his massive frame squeezed into the narrow mine tunnel, his Gauss rifle always pointed into the darkness. He whispered a warning. The rock strata were too brittle. They didn't seem like natural faults, but rather as if they had been corroded by something. Lin Feng didn't answer. He walked to the newly cut rock face and scraped off a layer of black, sticky powder with his alloy gloves. The powder had a strange, fishy smell. It didn't resemble minerals, but rather the residue of some kind of bodily fluid that had dried up. He flicked away the powder and coldly uttered only 2 words, "Keep digging." Reed hesitated, then swallowed his words. He knew very well that the disaster that struck K7 10 years ago was definitely not a gas explosion. The conglomerates destroyed the geological maps, designated this area as a restricted zone, and even sealed off rumors of underground rivers. Now, they're tearing that veil down themselves. Suddenly, the drill of an SCV emitted a piercing whirring sound. Large sections of the rock wall ahead crumbled away, revealing a huge black hole in front of them, and a cold wind instantly dispelled the stuffy heat in the mine tunnel. A clear sound of water rushed through the air, splashing and crashing against the rocks. Red abruptly raised his gun, his single red eye locking onto the cave entrance. "Sir, we've dug through. It's an underground river." Lin Feng strode forward, his tactical flashlight illuminating the darkness. At the end of the beam, a rushing river, tens of meters wide, flowed by, its water an eerie dark green, gleaming with an oily sheen under the light. This was the secret of S0006, the K7 underground river. Lin Feng immediately ordered his adjutant to scan the water. The results came back quickly. Heavy metals exceeded the standard by 4 times. It contained a large amount of unknown silicon-based compounds, and also contained an extremely high concentration of high-energy gas solution. The adjutant's electronic voice unusually contained a hint of gibberish. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The high-energy gas dissolving liquid meant that a vast gas-rich vein must be hidden at or beneath the source of the underground river. He immediately ordered the installation of water pumps to filter and separate the gas, while simultaneously instructing the SCV to continue drilling down the riverbed to find the gas chamber. Reed also breathed a sigh of relief. Once the gas was found, the tank production line could be restarted. But just as the first SCV entered the shallows of the underground river, an alarm suddenly blared in their minds. The tactical data panel flashed red lights frantically, and the adjutant announced, "Abnormal high-frequency shockwave detected. Source located 500 kilometers below the Earth's core, spreading towards the surface at a rate of 30 meters per second." Lin Feng suddenly looked down at the waveform on the screen. It wasn't chaotic seismic waves, but rather extremely regular fluctuations. One long, two short, then another long, like the breathing of some enormous creature. Reed asked nervously if it was a sign of an impending gas eruption. Lin Feng didn't answer immediately, but instead pulled up the weak seismic wave data recorded during the initial landing of the base vehicle. The two sets of waveforms overlapped perfectly. The current wave peak is a full 10,000 times higher than it was 10 days ago. Lin Feng raised his head and looked into the depths of the underground river. It's not a gas eruption. Pressure waves decrease in intensity, but this shock wave is directional. It's climbing upwards. Red's neck hairs stood on end. What can climb up from the Earth's core? Lin Feng looked at the SCV that was still working and said in a low voice, "I don't know, but it's coming for us." For the first time, Reed pleaded with him to evacuate. 10 years ago, the tycoons must have unearthed this thing before they fled. Now their firepower is completely ineffective underground. Lin Feng remained silent for a moment. On the surface, the third fleet of the conglomerate was tightening its encirclement. Without gas and siege tanks, going up would be certain death. As a former StarCraft professional player, he never had the habit of abandoning his expansion when resources were running low, even if this branch mine harbors a nest of thorns. He coldly ordered, "Don't retreat. Fortune favors the bold. Lieutenant, calculate the arrival time of the shockwave." The adjutant gave the answer, 15 minutes. Lin Feng took a deep breath and ordered all SCVs to operate at overload capacity, with probes focused on scanning the bottom of the underground riverbed. They had to find a high-purity gas vein within 10 minutes. Looking at Lin Feng's almost ferocious face under the holographic blue light, Reed finally gave up trying to persuade him. He knew that this man was a madman who would risk his life at the gambling table. He turned and roared into the communication channel, ordering everyone to get moving. If they couldn't dig anything out in 10 minutes, they would all die in the cave. The roar of machinery immediately rose again, the drill bit scraping against the rock, sparks reflected on the surface of the underground river. The tremors grew more pronounced. The rocks beneath our feet shook slightly, and fine ripples spread across the river surface. Mixed in with the sound of the water was a sickening scraping noise, like countless steel knives sharpening against the rock face. The adjutant reported again that the gas concentration was rising exponentially, and the probe detected a high-density energy reaction 30 meters below the riverbed, confirming it as a high-purity gas chamber. Lin Feng clenched his fist tightly, his knuckles cracking inside his alloy gloves. Drill it through. An SCV aimed its massive drill bit at the riverbed, its engine roaring deafeningly. The drill plunged deep into the riverbed, instantly turning the green water murky. After reaching a depth of 20 meters, a muffled cracking sound echoed from the depths. The next second, a stream of pure, dark blue gas burst through the last layer of rock, shooting skyward like a fountain. Red roared with joy. "We found it!" Just as Lin Feng's lips were about to curl into a smile, several black fragments suddenly shot out from the gas column, hitting the rocks at his feet with a crisp metallic sound. Lin Feng looked down, his gaze instantly freezing. He picked up a fragment. It wasn't ore, but a piece of dark red chitinous carapace, covered with strange polygonal patterns, its edges sharp as knives, and stained with a viscous green fluid. He gripped the carapace with his alloy gloves and snapped it open. With a crack, the carapace broke, revealing a complex structure resembling muscle fibers. Lin Feng's breath caught in his throat for half a second as he abruptly looked at the still gushing column of gas. That wasn't a gas chamber at all. It was the nest of some enormous creature. A deafening rumble shook the entire underground space, causing terrifying fissures to appear in the rock walls as fragments of rock rained down. The surface of the underground river instantly boiled, and a grating, grinding sound, like a tsunami, swept in from the depths of the earth. Chapter 19. The shell shatters, the silicon-based frenzy. The deafening roar of collapsing rock exploded in my ears. Lin Feng crushed the chitinous carapace fragments in his hand into powder. Reed suddenly roared, "Sir, there's something in the water." His Gauss rifle was instantly pointed at the boiling underground river. On the dark green water, huge whirlpools appeared out of nowhere. The next second, more than a dozen dark figures tore through the water, splashing water and foul-smelling slime, and slammed into the rocks on the shallows. It was a monster Lin Feng had never seen before. It was nearly 3 meters long, covered in a dark red chitinous carapace, and its 6 thick limbs ended in scythe-like bone blades. It had no eyes, only a round mouth part covered with fangs, and its tentacles thrashed wildly in the air, capturing heat and gas. Indigenous silicon-based insect colonies. The ancient nightmare, slumbering deep within the core of the K7 mining planet, was completely awakened by the SCV's drill. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Feng coldly ordered, "Fire!" Red pulled the trigger. The Gauss rifle flashed blue light, and the depleted uranium armor-piercing round tore through the air and slammed into the carapace of the foremost insect. Ding, 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 ding. Sparks flew. The insect was forced back, its carapace cracking and green fluid spurting out, but it didn't die. With a sharp hiss, it suddenly exerted force with its 6 limbs, lunging at the nearest SCV like a black phantom. Sizzle. The scythe-like bone blade easily sliced through the thick engineering armor, sparks and engine oil gushing out simultaneously. The clone pilot in the cockpit didn't even have time to scream before the limb pierced his chest. Red's eyes turned red, and he gritted his teeth and cursed. "Damn it, this shell is harder than a tycoon's mecha." He pressed down hard on the muzzle until he shredded the insect into pieces. But this is just the beginning. The underground river exploded completely, and hundreds upon hundreds of black insects surged onto the riverbank like a tide, while the same monsters continued to emerge from the cracks in the rock walls. In the blink of an eye, the entire underground space transformed into a black sea of insects. The sounds of limbs scraping against the rock face and the clicking of mouth parts opening and closing created a chilling symphony of death. Reed retreated while firing, his gun barrel already glowing red-hot. "Sir, we can't hold them off. There are too many of them." An insect swooped down from above the rock face, its bone blade aimed straight for Red's head. Lin Feng raised his right hand, and a high-frequency vibrating blade popped out from his power armor arm. A flash of blue light precisely severed the insect's 2 forelimbs. The monster lost its balance and crashed to the ground, but Red retaliated by shooting its mouth parts. Lin Feng gave a deep order over the communication channel. "Take cover and retreat into the main mine tunnel. SCVs, abandon drilling, activate the self-destruct sequence, and seal the entrance." The 9 surviving SCVs immediately ceased operation. The red lights in the cockpits flashed wildly, and the nuclear fusion battery restraint locks were forcibly unlocked. Lin Feng grabbed Red's shoulder and pulled him back sharply. "Run!" The 2 turned and rushed into the narrow main mine tunnel. Behind them, the black swarm of insects instantly engulfed the 9 SCVs. Boomstreepje! 9 dazzling fireballs exploded simultaneously at the edge of the underground river. Terrifying shockwaves, carrying rubble and insect limbs, surged out along the mine tunnel and slammed into the backs of the 2 men. Lin Feng and Red were pushed forward and fell to the ground, sliding more than 10 meters on the rough ground, their power armor shields blaring alarms. Lin Feng pushed himself up, spitting out a mouthful of bloody saliva. The mine tunnel behind him had completely collapsed, and thousands of tons of rocks had temporarily sealed the insect swarm in the underground river. Reed leaned against the rock wall, panting heavily. "Safe now?" Lin Feng didn't answer, only staring intently at the tactical data panel. The red light on the screen didn't go out. Instead, it became even more glaring. He immediately spoke up. "Lieutenant, report on the surface situation." The adjutant's urgent electronic voice blared. "Warning, the K7 mine defense line has been attacked by a large-scale, unknown silicon-based biological attack. Multiple areas of the surface have collapsed, and the swarm is infiltrating the surface from the underground mine network. Marine casualties have reached 30%, and the defense line is on the verge of collapse." Lin Feng's gaze darkened. Blowing down a mine tunnel is pointless. The planet's underground has already been hollowed out by these insects. They're not chasing. They're unleashing a full-scale attack. Reed's face turned pale. Sir, did we release something we shouldn't have messed with? Lin Feng straightened up and brushed the dust off his armor. There's nothing we can't mess with, as long as we have enough firepower. He glanced at the resource reserves. The frantic drilling over the past 10 minutes had extracted 1,500 units of high-purity methane from the SCV. Not a large quantity, but it was enough. Lin Feng strode towards the elevator. Connect to the surface command post. Order all Marines to abandon the outer defenses and retreat to the core area of the main base. The adjutant reminded him, Sir, are we abandoning the outer gas refinery in the engineering bay? No need. As long as we're alive and the base vehicle is there, everything can be rebuilt. Lin Feng stepped into the elevator and pressed the ascent button. Amidst the violent shaking, a disgusting green slime seeped from the rock wall outside the metal fence, and insects were digging through the earth's crust. He raised his head, his voice icy. Lieutenant, heavy factory, siege tank prototype. Get off the production line immediately. Command confirmed. Consuming 800 units of crystal ore and 400 units of high-energy gas. Siege tank prototype number 1 has begun assembly. Estimated completion time, 3 minutes. Lin Feng closed his eyes and took a deep breath. 3 minutes. He had to lead the remaining Marines to hold out for 3 minutes in this silicon-based frenzy. The elevator burst from the ground, and blinding flames instantly filled the view. The entire K-7 mine had been turned into a sea of fire, and black swarms of insects poured out of the abandoned mine like fountains, covering the sky and the earth. 15 of the 50 Marines had already been killed in action, and the remaining men were putting up a near-desperate resistance, clinging to the ruins of a bunker. A giant, mutated insect bit into a Marine, its fangs instantly shredding the intact CMC power armor, blood splattering into the air. The surviving soldiers saw Lin Feng and cried out in despair, Sir! Lin Feng picked up a Gauss rifle and strode out of the elevator. Concentrate your fire on the 3 o'clock position. His voice became the only anchor in the chaotic battlefield. Lin Feng remained calm, his eyes as cold as a killing machine, each burst of fire precisely destroying the mouthparts of an insect. He used limited firepower and terrain to minimize casualties. There were just too many insects. They couldn't kill them all. The encirclement was getting tighter, and the Marines were running out of ammunition again. A giant insect broke through the barrage of fire, leaped high into the air, and its bone blade slashed straight at Lin Feng's head. Lin Feng did not retreat, nor did he even look up at it. He just quietly counted the seconds. 3, 2, 1. Boomstrapje. Behind the main base, the heavy metal gate of the heavy factory collapsed with a crash. 2 thick tracks rolled over the wreckage on the ground, producing a deafening roar of steel. A massive, suffocating war machine slowly emerged from the shadows. The eerie blue plasma cannon gleamed with a deathly light in the night sky. Lin Feng's icy voice boomed through the communication channel. Siege mode deploy. Click, click, click. The heavy mechanical support slammed into the ground, and the twin-barreled cannons were raised high, aimed at the black sea of insects. Chapter 20. The roar of the siege tanks shattered. Click, click, click. The piercing sound of metal scraping against metal instantly drowned out the hissing of the swarm of insects. In the flames, the massive hull of the siege tank began to deform, its heavy tracks spreading out to the sides, and its 4 hydraulic supports slamming into the ground, penetrating directly through half a meter of metal slag and embedding themselves firmly into the rock strata. The twin-mounted plasma cannon was slowly lifted by the robotic arm. Inside the barrel, a dark blue light gathered wildly, like liquid lightning churning, and the surrounding air was distorted by the high temperature. Red stared wide-eyed, his mouth half open, and he even forgot to fire the Gauss rifle in his hand. He had spent half his life in the outer star sector, seen heavy mechs of conglomerates and pirate-modified warships, but he had never seen such a steel monster born purely for destruction. There was no fancy armor, no complex life support system, only cold tracks and a gun barrel so thick it made your scalp crawl. Reed swallowed hard, his voice dry, and asked, Sir, what is this thing? Lin Feng stood in front of the command platform, his hands gripping the edge, his gaze fixed on the fire coverage network on the holographic screen. He only uttered one sentence, a life-saving thing. The next second, Lin Feng pressed the control panel hard. Fire. Boomstrapje. A loud bang rang out, and the entire surface of the K 7 mine seemed to sink. Dust and metal debris within a dozen meters of the siege tank were flung into the air by the terrifying recoil. A dazzling, eerie blue plasma sphere, trailing a long tail, slammed into the densest part of the insect swarm. Time seemed to stand still for a moment. Then destruction came. There was no flash of light from a typical explosion, only a visible ring of eerie blue shockwave spreading along the ground. Within a radius of 50 meters, whether it was a 3-meter-long silicon-based insect or a mutated creature lurking underground, everything vaporized the instant it came into contact with it, without even having time to scream. The dark red, chitinous shell became as brittle as paper before the high temperature of the plasma, and the green fluid was vaporized into a pungent gas before it could even splatter. After the shock wave swept through, only a deep, glass-like crater with a diameter of over 50 meters remained on the ground. The rocks at the bottom of the crater were burned into dark red magma, which was still bubbling. The once impenetrable black sea of insects had a large chunk blasted away. The battlefield fell into a brief silence. Even the insects that only knew how to kill paused before this destructive force, their antennae flailing wildly, as if trying to understand what had just happened. Red snapped back to his senses, his one eye flashing red light, and slapped his thigh. Damn, that firepower is fucking awesome. The remaining 30-odd Marines erupted in a frenzied roar. Their morale, which was on the verge of collapse, was forcefully pulled back by this single shot. Lin Feng didn't relax at all. His voice remained calm. Don't stop, reload, continue suppressing them. They're not all dead yet. The swarm paused for less than 3 seconds, and the next moment, an even more frantic hissing tore through the night sky. The deaths of their companions did not deter them. Instead, they fueled an even deeper bloodlust. More insects surged out from the underground fissures, trampling over the corpses, and once again swarmed towards the main base like a black tidal wave. Lin Feng's fingers flew across the holographic screen, drawing out red defensive lines. Lieutenant, take over the siege tank fire control system. Activate free bombing mode. Coordinates C3 to F7. Indiscriminate coverage. The adjutant's cold, electronic voice rang out. Command confirmed. Warning. High-energy gas is being consumed too quickly. Each firing in siege mode consumes 10 units of gas, and it is estimated that it can only sustain 30 rounds of bombardment. Lin Feng's brow twitched. 30 rounds may sound like a lot, but it's simply not enough to face the swarms of insects covering the mountains and plains. He gritted his teeth and ordered, shoot until they're all gone. Red, take your men and push the line forward to 100 meters away. We absolutely cannot let the bugs get close to the tank's blind spots. Siege tanks have a minimum firing range of 50 meters. Once the worms rush into this range, the tanks will become scrap metal. Reed picked up his Gauss rifle and kicked aside the metal cover. Roger that. Brothers, charge. Push those bugs back. More than 30 Marines formed 3 skirmish lines and pressed forward against the swarm of insects. Da-da-da-da. The Gauss rifle unleashed a storm of metal, bullets striking the insect shells and sending sparks flying. The leading insects were riddled with bullets, collapsing to the ground, their green blood flowing everywhere. The insects behind didn't pause for a moment, immediately stepping over the corpses and continuing their charge. Boom! The siege tanks roared again, and a dark blue plasma sphere flew over the heads of the Marines, precisely striking the swarm of insects 200 meters away, clearing a large vacuum zone. Limbs and severed arms, mixed with green blood rain, fell from the sky, slamming onto the power armor with a nauseating, sticky sound. Red wiped the slime off his mask, locked his gun on a bug that was trying to flank him, and blew out its mouth parts. But Lin Feng didn't laugh. He stood on the command platform, his gaze passing over the fire line, fixed on the darkness deep within the mine. It's too quiet. Aside from the mindless cannon fodder charging on the surface, the source underground releasing the high-frequency shockwaves has remained silent. Just then, the adjutant's voice was suddenly mixed with static, and the holographic radar flickered violently. Sir, we've detected a large-scale change in the underground rock structure. They are digging tunnels. Lin Feng's pupils shrank sharply. Location. Directly below the main base, at a depth of 50 meters, it is rapidly approaching the surface. A layer of cold sweat instantly seeped up Lin Feng's back. These insects aren't mindless beasts. They have a command. The surface charge is just bait. The real killing move is underground. They wanted to dig through the main base's defenses from underground, bypassing the siege tank's firepower. Lin Feng yelled into the communication channel. Red, retreat. Now. Reed paused for a moment, his gun still spitting fire. Sir, the defensive line has just been stabilized. If we retreat now, the tanks will be exposed. Lin Feng offered no explanation. There's something underground. Let's retreat. Red gritted his teeth and waved his hand. Everyone retreat. Take turns providing cover. The Marines began to retreat in an orderly fashion. Just as they retreated to the edge of the main base, the ground suddenly rose up 50 meters in front of the main base. Boom! Rocks and metal slag exploded like a fountain, revealing a huge crater more than 10 meters in diameter. A strong, fishy stench emanated from the cave entrance, making it almost impossible for people to open their eyes. A sharp, piercing screech came from the bottom of the cave. A huge creature slowly crawled out of the burrow. Red almost stopped breathing. It was a giant silicon-based creature over 10 meters long, resembling a rhinoceros beetle magnified countless times, its entire body covered in a thick, dark gold carapace, which was covered with sharp bone spikes. The most terrifying thing was its 3-meter-long ram, which was covered with a dark green corrosive liquid that dripped onto the ground, even corroding the metal slag and causing it to emit white smoke. Reed's hand gripping the gun trembled uncontrollably. Where the hell did this ancestor come from? The giant insect rotated its pupil-less compound eyes, locking onto the siege tank not far away. It could sense that the steel behemoth that kept spewing out eerie blue orbs was the biggest threat to the swarm. The next second, the giant insect lowered its head and its thick limbs slammed into the ground. Boom! Its massive body transformed into a dark golden lightning bolt, crashing headlong into the siege tank with unstoppable force. Metal bunkers and abandoned structures along its path were as brittle as paper before that ram, instantly pulverizing. Red roared, fire! Stop it! More than 30 Gauss rifles fired simultaneously, the dense bullets hitting the dark gold armor, but only leaving shallow white marks, unable to penetrate the defense at all. The warhead bounced in all directions, even accidentally injuring several Marines who were unable to dodge in time. The giant insect, braving the metal storm, maintained its speed and was less than 30 meters away from the siege tank. At this distance, we've entered the tank's blind spot. Red's eyes widened in horror. Sir, the tank is lost. Lin Feng stared intently at the holographic screen, his hands gripping the control panel so tightly that his knuckles turned white. He coldly ordered, Lieutenant, deactivate siege mode. Retract the supports and raise the cannons horizontally. The adjutant immediately warned. The enemy target has entered an absolute blind spot. It will take 5 seconds to forcibly deactivate the siege mode, and a physical collision is expected to occur in 3 seconds. Lin Feng shouted sternly, execute the order. Click, click, click. The hydraulic supports of the siege tank retracted rapidly, and the gun barrel creaked under the strain, desperately trying to lower its angle. The giant insect had already charged in front of the tank, its corrosive ram slamming into the frontal armor. At the critical moment, bang! A muffled gunshot rang out from the main base tower. The giant insect's left compound eye suddenly exploded into a spray of green blood, the immense kinetic energy causing its head to tilt to the right. The ram grazed the edge of the tank, sending sparks flying across the alloy armor and leaving a gruesome scratch several centimeters deep. The giant insect lost its balance and crashed heavily next to the tank, creating a large crater. Red suddenly turned around and looked at the tower. Lin Feng had left the command post at some point, holding the rough prototype Gauss rifle in his hand, with smoke still rising from the muzzle. That was the sample he used to demonstrate on the black market. The recoil was twice as strong as the mass-produced version. At this moment, Lin Feng's right shoulder slumped slightly, and his face was pale, clearly having withstood the terrifying recoil. He casually tossed aside the rifle that had emptied its barrel and walked back to the control panel. Lieutenant, has the tank mode switch been completed? Switching complete. Twin-mounted 90mm howitzers are now online. Lin Feng looked at the giant worm, struggling to rise on the holographic screen, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Feed something good. Close range, fire. The siege tank's short, stubby twin-mounted cannons erupted instantly. 2 high-explosive armor-piercing rounds were fired from the barrel. The distance was too close, less than a tenth of a second. The shell precisely struck the giant insect's compound eye wound, which had been blasted open by Lin Feng, and penetrated directly into its brain. Boom! The giant insect's head exploded from the inside like a rotten watermelon, spraying fragments of dark gold shell mixed with green brain matter everywhere. Its massive body convulsed violently a few times, then remained completely still. Red stared at the giant insect's corpse, panting heavily, his back already soaked with cold sweat. They were so close to losing their only heavy firepower. But this respite didn't last long. The death of the giant worm completely enraged the underground swarm. The teeth-grinding, scraping sound rang out again, 10 times more intense than before. The ground around the main base began to collapse on a large scale, and one hole after another appeared. Countless black insects gushed out like a fountain, interspersed with a dozen or so smaller, extremely fast, dark, golden mutant insects. Instead of charging at the tanks, they went straight for the Marines on the perimeter. A Marine's power armor was sliced open by the sharp limbs of a mutant insect, gushing blood. He didn't even have time to pull the pin on a grenade before being dragged into a swarm of insects and instantly torn to shreds. The defenses have been breached. Chapter 21, The Insect Swarm That Can Never Be Slaughtered. The stench of blood mixed with the acrid smell of burning engine oil filled everyone's nostrils. The surface of the K-7 mine had been completely transformed into a slaughterhouse. The moment the defenses collapsed, the black swarm of insects crashed into the Marine Corps formation like a burst dam. Retreat. Back toward the bunker ruins. Don't scatter. Red roared into the communications channel. His Gauss rifle had already emptied 3 magazines, the barrel glowing red. The next second, a dark golden mutated insect pounced over the pile of corpses, moving so fast it was just a blur. Red didn't have time to reload, so he could only swing the scorching hot barrel and smash it down. The sound of metal clashing exploded. Sparks flew everywhere, but the mutated insect's carapace was unharmed. Instead, the impact cracked his hand. The mutated insect shrieked, and its 2 sickle-like limbs slashed towards his neck. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets struck the joints precisely, deflecting the attack by half an inch. The limbs grazed the helmet with a screeching sound, and the visor instantly cracked with a spiderweb pattern. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Red rolled backward, pulled out his tactical shock blade, and stabbed it into the mutated insect's abdomen with his backhand. With a forceful pull, the green internal organs spilled onto the ground. He looked up, panting, and saw Lin Feng standing on the second-floor platform of the main base, holding a mass-produced Gauss rifle, his eyes as cold as ice. Those 3 shots were fired by Lin Feng. Don't space out, 2 at 3 o'clock. Lin Feng's tone was as calm as if he were reporting data. Reed gritted his teeth, got up, changed the magazine, and started firing wildly in the 3 o'clock direction. At this moment, Lin Feng's micromanagement skills were terrifying to the extreme. He wasn't wearing heavy armor, but only a black trench coat, standing on high ground, overlooking the entire battlefield. He can instantly determine where the firepower is cut off and where the defense line is about to be torn apart. Bunker number 2, move 5 meters to the left and provide cross cover for position number 4. Position number 7, step back 3 steps, bringing the big 1, tank secondary gun ready. Number 12, armor damaged. Move to inner circle, change ammunition handler. Short, precise orders were sent to each Marine's helmet through the adjutant network. Under his command, more than 30 soldiers, like a tightly meshed set of gears, managed to plug the breaches time and again during the insect swarm's onslaught. But the costs continue to materialize. There are too many insects. They can't kill them all. They simply can't kill them all. The insect corpses on the ground piled up into a small mountain, and the insects behind continued to climb up by stepping on the corpses of their companions, actually raising the ground by half a meter. Suddenly, a sickening metallic tearing sound rang out. A Marine's power armor finally gave way to the impact, and the protective shell of the nuclear fusion battery on his back was pierced by the ramming horn of a mutant insect, causing the red alarm to flash wildly. "Sir, I'm not backing down." His voice was unusually calm on the channel. He didn't treat the wound that pierced his chest, nor did he struggle. Instead, He released the rifle and held the mutated insect's head tightly with both hands. The next second, the nuclear fusion battery exploded. A blinding white light exploded in the swarm of insects, and the intense heat instantly swallowed up more than a dozen insects, turning the marine into ashes as well. With one eye bloodshot and his mouth full of blood, Red roared as he charged out of cover and fired wildly at the gap. "Red, go back." Lin Feng's voice rang out coldly. "Sir, our men are almost all dead." Red roared. "Let me lead a charge and break their formation." "Go back," Lin Feng repeated. "That's an order. Do you want his death to be meaningless?" Red froze, staring at the charred crater, before finally gritting his teeth and retreating to his defensive line. He knew Lin Feng was right. Charging out would be suicide. Only by holding the formation could they survive a little longer. But the feeling of being forced to passively take hits and watching his brothers fall one by one was too frustrating. Lin Feng didn't look at him. His gaze remained fixed on the back of the insect swarm. "Lieutenant, how much gas is left in the tank?" Reporting to the commander, secondary gun ammunition is sufficient. Main gun plasma charging has stopped, and high-energy gas reserves are 0. Lin Feng closed his eyes and took a deep breath. With their gas depleted, the siege tanks were reduced to mere iron turtles capable only of firing ordinary shells. Without the suppression of the plasma cannons, the swarm's attack speed instantly doubled, and the previously barely held defensive line began to shake violently. The metal walls surrounding the main base groaned under the strain, as more than a dozen dark gold mutated insects slammed into them, causing the walls to cave in and deform. "Sir, the wall is about to collapse." Red retreated to the main base gate. Of the original 30-odd Marines, fewer than 20 remain. Each one is covered in wounds, their power armor tattered, and they are barely holding on by sheer willpower. Lin Feng opened his eyes, and there was no despair in them, only a chilling madness. He looked like a gambler who had lost all his chips and was ready to bet his life on the table. "Lieutenant, retrieve the U-238 depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds from the inventory." Instructions confirmed. Current stockpile, 5,000 rounds. Warning, this ammunition is highly radioactive. Large-scale use in the current enclosed terrain will turn the K-7 mine into a heavily radioactive zone within 50 years, making it uninhabitable for humans. Lin Feng twitched the corners of his mouth, his smile icy. "I don't plan to retire here. Unlock permissions and distribute them to everyone. Access has been unlocked, and distribution is underway to the bunkers via underground conveyor belts." Lin Feng turned around and looked down at the Marines covered in blood. "Everyone, abandon conventional ammunition and switch to U-238. The communication channel was silent for a moment. Red suddenly looked up, his one eye fixed on Lin Feng. He knew how terrifying that thing was. Last time, when dealing with Iron Fong, Lin Feng had riddled that bio-monster with sieves in less than 100 shots. But that was in an open area where they could stop once they were done. Now this is a closed mine basin, surrounded by rock walls. If 5,000 depleted uranium munitions were fired, the radioactive dust would turn this place into a real hell, and even they themselves could be affected. "Sir, once this is over, the mine will be completely ruined." Red swallowed hard. A mine can be looted again if it's destroyed. But if people die, everything is gone. Lin Feng slammed his hands heavily on the control panel. "Reload! Snap! Snap!" The crisp click of metal latches echoed. Without hesitation, the remaining 20 Marines pulled out their heavy magazines, marked with black radiation symbols, and slammed them into the chambers. The barrel indicator light instantly turned a dangerous dark red. Just then, with a loud crash, the metal perimeter wall surrounding the main base finally gave way to the impact and collapsed. Hundreds and thousands of insects swarmed over the ruins like a black waterfall, heading straight for the main base gate. Leading the charge were 3 even larger, dark gold giant insects, their ramming horns flashing with a deadly green light. Distance, 50 meters. Lin Feng coldly uttered 2 words. "Fire." Chapter 22. All units reload with depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds for a massive outbreak. The gunshots changed. It was no longer the crisp, dense tearing sound of a Gauss rifle, but a dull, muffled rumble like thunderclaps, striking directly at the heart. Bang, 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 bang. 20 Gauss rifles, armed with U-238 depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds, simultaneously spewed out dark red flames. The muzzle bursts were no longer ordinary sparks, but rather plumes of eerie blue smoke with a radioactive sheen. The terrifying recoil sent the Marines flying backward, their power armor boots carving deep furrows into the metal floor. Depleted uranium rounds whistled through the air, slamming into the oncoming swarm of insects. This was a massacre with no suspense whatsoever. The three dark gold giant insects at the front, whose shells were originally so hard that they were almost insurmountable, became as brittle as pancakes in the face of depleted uranium munitions. A series of piercing sounds filled the air. The high-density warhead, propelled by terrifying kinetic energy, pierced directly through the giant insect's skull. There was no explosion, only pure, unadulterated penetration. The dark red carapace was instantly riddled with bullet holes, and green brain matter and blood sprayed backward. The three giant insects didn't even have time to scream before their massive bodies were thrown back by the impact, crashing into the swarm of insects behind them and crushing a large number of ordinary insects. And this is just the beginning. The depleted uranium bullets were so penetrating that even after piercing the giant insect, their momentum didn't diminish, and they continued to penetrate the swarm behind it. A single bullet could often pierce through 5 or 6 insects in succession, until its kinetic energy was exhausted, at which point it would remain inside an insect corpse, emitting deadly radiation. Kill! Kill all these bastards! Red roared, the red light in his single eye almost burning. He gripped the trigger tightly, letting the scorching barrel emit a burnt smell. A storm of dark red metal wove into a web of death in front of the main base. Any insect that crashed in, regardless of size or the thickness of its carapace, would eventually be reduced to a mangled, riddled mess. The swarm of insects was abruptly halted. The front swarms of insects fell like wheat, their green blood flowing into small rivers that trickled down into underground fissures. The air was thick with the stench of burning and blood, mixed with radioactive dust from burning depleted uranium munitions, and the entire battlefield was shrouded in a thin, eerie blue mist. Beep! Warning. The environmental radiation index exceeds the standard by 300%. The filtration load of the power armor life support system has reached its limit. The adjutant's electronic voice rang out in the helmets of all the Marines. But no one stopped. They were simply mechanically pulling the trigger, reloading, and pulling the trigger again. The brutal killing had completely unleashed the ferocity in everyone. Lin Feng stood on the high platform, silently watching this hellish scene. His face was expressionless, and even his breathing was steady. Lieutenant, take stock of the remaining ammunition. Reporting to the commander, U-238 has 1,200 rounds of ammunition remaining, expected to run out in 30 seconds. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. 30 seconds. Although the insect population has decreased significantly, insects continue to crawl out of the underground cracks. They feel no fear, only a thirst for life and a greed for gas. Tanks, load depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds into the main gun. Lin Feng gave the final order. Command confirmed, main gun loading complete. Lin Feng raised his hand, his fingertip hovering over the fire button on the holographic screen. Just then, the swarm of insects on the battlefield suddenly paused in a strange way. As if receiving a unified command, the frantically charging insects abruptly stopped, turning their heads in unison to look into the depths of the mine. Their antennae thrashed wildly, making rapid clicking sounds. Immediately afterwards, the insect swarm collapsed like receding water. Without hesitation, all the surviving insects turned around and frantically burrowed back underground through holes and cracks, even faster than when they were charging. In less than 10 seconds, the fierce and noisy battlefield fell completely silent. All that remained were wreckage, rivers of green blood, and eerie blue radioactive dust drifting in the air. Red stood frozen in place, guns still smoking. Sir, they ran away? His voice was filled with disbelief. Did they win? They won just like that? Lin Feng did not answer, but his brows furrowed even more. Something's not right. These silicon-based insects are pure killing machines. They will never retreat unless they suffer a fatal blow or are summoned by the Matrix. No matter how powerful depleted uranium munitions are, they are not enough to frighten creatures that have no fear. They are not running away. Where are they hiding from? Lieutenant, scan for underground seismic waves. Lin Feng immediately ordered. Scan complete. The high-frequency shock waves from underground have disappeared. The swarm is rapidly advancing into the Earth's core. Lin Feng's eyes darkened completely. The fact that a swarm of frenzied insects would abandon its prey and turn to flee for its life can only mean one thing. Something even more terrifying is coming. Drip, drip, drip. On the main base control panel, the highest level alarm lights flashed wildly, and a blinding red light instantly illuminated the entire command post. Warning: high-intensity space jump signal detected. Coordinates: K7 mineral satellites, outer space, synchronous orbit. The adjutant's voice became unusually urgent, and the holographic radar interface was instantly covered by a large number of red dots. Lin Feng suddenly looked up and gazed at the dark night sky through the floor-to-ceiling window. In the tranquil, starry sky, countless dazzling white lights suddenly shone, as if hundreds of suns had appeared out of thin air. Space was forcibly torn apart, and one after another, massive steel warships slowly emerged from the warp portal. The massive ship's hull blotted out the sky, even blocking out starlight. On the side of the warship is a black tower emblem. The Black Tower Conglomerate. Victor Clement's regular fleet. Sir, Red looked at the sky. The rifle in his hand clattered to the ground, and the light in his single eye went completely out. 3 heavy cruisers, 12 destroyers, and hundreds of frigates. This is not bandit suppression at all. This is to perform track cleaning. The conglomerates no longer care about the gas here. They just want to erase Lin Feng, along with this insect-contaminated mine, from the map. Lin Feng gripped the edge of the control panel tightly with both hands, his knuckles turning white from the force. He had anticipated the swarm outbreak and the depleted uranium bomb's power, but he hadn't anticipated that Victor would be so ruthless, skipping ground probes and directly using his trump card. Lieutenant, Lin Feng's voice was hoarse. How long can the base vehicle's shield hold? Estimated survival time of the base vehicle's initial shield against orbital-level firepower, 10 seconds. 10 seconds. He didn't even have time to give his last words. In the sky, the cruiser's main guns began to charge, and a dazzling red light gathered at the muzzle, like the eyes of death, locking onto the K7 mine. Lin Feng closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Is this how it ends? Just 1 second before the main gun was about to fire, the adjutant's electronic voice suddenly burst out with shrill gibberish. Buzz. Low-level protocol lock. Triggered. Commander's life is under absolute threat. Overreach procedure initiated. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. On the holographic screen, the red alert interface vanished instantly, replaced by a frantically flowing green code. That code was terrifyingly ancient, completely unlike anything from this interstellar colonial era. Lieutenant, what are you doing? Lin Feng shouted sternly. Buzz, Terran Expeditionary Force, 7th Fleet, Remnants Awakening. The adjutant's voice had completely changed. It was no longer cold and mechanical, but instead carried a sense of vicissitude that had spanned many years. High-purity psionic energy residue detected. Meets the prerequisites for Protoss technology. Hidden structure, starport. Forced warp. Lin Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. Star Harbor? He simply didn't have enough gas to build the starport. Boomstrapje. In the open space behind the main base, space suddenly distorted violently. A thick, dark blue beam of light descended from the sky, piercing through the thick rock layer and slamming heavily into the ground. Within the pillar of light, a massive metal structure was taking shape at a speed that defied common sense. The conglomerate fleet in the sky also noticed the anomaly. Fire. Smash that area. 3 terrifying red energy beams shot out from the cruiser's main cannon, carrying a destructive force, heading straight for Lin Feng's main base. Just as the beam of light was about to hit the ground, the starport warp was completed. Buzz. Banshee fighter prototype. Forced activation. Stealth field. Maximum power overload. Accompanied by the adjutant's intermittent voice, 2 jet black, futuristic-looking fighters soared into the sky from the starport's catapult. There was no engine roar, no fiery exhaust. The moment they burst out of the starport, a strange optical distortion flashed across their surfaces, and then they vanished into thin air. The next second, the 3 red beams of light in the sky, capable of destroying everything, suddenly twisted in midair, as if they had collided with an invisible mirror. The beam of light was refracted and swept past the edge of the K-7 mine, flattening several distant mountain peaks. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at the empty sky. A dangerously curved line slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Victor," Lin Feng murmured softly, his eyes as cold as knives, "the game has only just begun." Chapter 23. The Orbital Cleansing Federation's order to bomb the plague zone. The blinding light spots danced wildly on my retina. 3 beams of red energy, powerful enough to melt the Earth's crust, grazed the edge of the K-7 mine and crashed into the mountains more than 10 kilometers away. There was no explosion, only pure, extreme heat. The rocky peaks, thousands of meters high, instantly vaporized, sending dark red magma soaring into the sky. The shockwave then churned it into a fiery rain mixed with debris, which fell in a deluge. Scalding dust slammed into the bulletproof glass of the main base, the scraping sound piercing to the teeth. Lin Feng stood in front of the command console, his hands gripping the edge, staring at the 2 Banshee fighters that had vanished into thin air on the holographic screen. The adjutant's voice was still weathered. "The stealth field is stable, and the twin-barreled anti-armor rocket launcher is now online." Red collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. He looked at the intact base gate, then at the flattened mountains in the distance, and swallowed hard. He stood up, supporting himself with his Gauss rifle, a few shards of glass falling from his cracked mask. "Sir, what was that just now? Did the conglomerate fleet miss?" Lin Feng didn't turn around. His fingers flew across the control panel, drawing green tactical guidance lines. It didn't miss, it was blocked. Reed stood frozen in place. Deflect the orbital-class main cannon? This was beyond his understanding of the past 50 years. Even the Federation's top-tier energy shield could only withstand the beam. It was impossible to deflect it. Lin Feng ordered, "Lieutenant, Banshee fighter current status. Report to the commander. The stealth fields of Units 1 and 2 are normal. They are entering the enemy's near-Earth orbit and will be within firing range in 30 seconds. In space, inside the Black Tower conglomerate's heavy cruiser flagship, the Pride, piercing alarms blared across the bridge, and red emergency lights flashed wildly. Victor Clement, dressed in a retro suit, stood in front of the holographic star map, holding a glass of red wine, his face terribly gloomy. He slammed his glass down on the metal table, spilling wine onto his white gloves like a pool of blood. "Can anyone tell me what just happened?" The captain, covered in cold sweat, pulled up a series of data. "Sir, the main gun beam encountered interference from an unknown high-frequency energy field before it made contact with the ground, causing its trajectory to refract and deviate from the target point by 15.7 kilometers. Victor whirled around, staring intently at him. "Unknown energy field? That shabby mine of peasants doesn't even have a decent deflector shield. You're saying it deflected the cruiser's main gun?" The captain's voice trembled. "Radar shows that there was an extremely high-intensity spatial jump reaction on the ground just now, but no physical entity appeared. It's like it became invisible." Victor's eye twitched violently. Stealth technology capable of completely shielding itself from orbital radar and optical detection exists only in top-secret laboratories within the Federation's tech tree. How could a smuggler from a peripheral sector possibly possess it? At this moment, the communications officer suddenly stood up, his face pale. "Executive, we have received the highest order from the Federation Star Sector Defense Department, requiring an immediate halt to the indiscriminate bombing of the K-7 mining planet." Victor pushed aside the communications officer and looked at the screen himself. At the end of the document was the crimson seal of the federal military. He gritted his teeth and asked why. The communications officer read in a low voice, "K-7 mineral planet has detected a high-intensity, silicon-based biological reaction and has been designated as a Level 1 epidemic zone. Any orbital artillery fire is prohibited to prevent the spread of alien gene dust to surrounding star systems." Victor sneered, tearing off his alcohol-stained gloves and throwing them on the ground. Epidemic zone? An excuse. He knew all too well the ways of federal politicians. The talk of preventing dust dispersion was utter nonsense. The military had clearly noticed the energy refraction earlier, coveted Lin Feng's cloaking technology, and wanted to capture him alive. The captain asked cautiously, "Sir, what do we do now?" Victor looked out the porthole at the dark red mineral planet, his eyes cold. "Block all jump lanes on K7, release jamming probes, don't let a single fly out." He straightened his suit collar, regaining his elegant and aloof demeanor. Notify Chief of Staff Eric to send his regular troops to catch the rats on the ground. We'll watch from the sidelines. Once they've cornered the rats, we'll take them over, personnel and technology alike. The words had barely left his lips when a muffled explosion suddenly erupted from the flagship's left flank. The massive ship shook violently, and several officers lost their footing and fell to the ground. Victor grabbed the railing and roared, "What's going on?" Report. The third frigate on the left flank has been attacked by unidentified fire. Its engine room has been damaged, and it is losing power. On the holographic screen, a blinding fireball exploded at the stern of a frigate. The radar officer reported in alarm. No enemy target detected. No missile trajectory. No energy ray warning. The most terrifying enemies are the ones that cannot be seen. Another loud bang, and the bridge of the right-wing destroyer was blown open, instantly sucking air and crew into the cold space. Victor's back was drenched in cold sweat. Activate full band energy shield. Close in weapon system. Indiscriminate fire. Bring out that invisible ghost. In space, two Banshee fighters moved like ghosts among the fleet, their twin-mounted anti-armor rockets constantly spitting fire. The rockets only became visible after leaving the stealth field, but the distance was too close for the conglomerate's close-in weapon system to react in time. Inside the K-7 mining base, Lin Feng looked at the constant destruction notifications on the screen, his face showing no sign of relief. He calmly ordered, "Lieutenant, recall the Banshee fighters." Command confirmed, Banshee fighter is disengaging. Looking at the bewildered and dazed warships of the conglomerates, Reed grinned. "Sir, this new thing is too powerful. Why don't we blow up a few more?" Lin Feng looked at him, his eyes icy. The Banshee rockets can't penetrate the heavy armor of a cruiser. Taking down a few frigates only creates panic and buys time. He finished speaking and pulled up the environmental data for the K-7 mine. On the screen, the red bar chart of the radiation index had already exceeded the critical value and was still soaring wildly. The radioactive dust from U-238 depleted uranium bomb has spread throughout the basin, completely contaminating the underground water veins. The life support system's filter can only last for a maximum of 3 hours. Lin Feng traced his finger across the holographic map, marking the entire K-7 mine as a red dead zone. With the underground silicon-based swarm added to the mix, this place has become a dead city, and we can't hold it anymore. Reed's smile froze. He stared at the riddled metal walls and the dried green insect blood on the ground. This was a junkyard, but it was where he had lived for over a decade. He asked in a low voice, "Sir, should we leave?" "Walk." Lin Feng pressed the communication headset, and his voice came through the helmets of each Marine. "Everyone, abandon the outer positions and withdraw to the main base within 10 minutes. Reed gritted his teeth and raised his gun. "Sir, where do we retreat to?" "Outer space is completely blockaded by the conglomerate fleet, and we don't even have a spaceship capable of warp jumps." Lin Feng looked up, his gaze seemingly piercing through the dome, looking into the depths of the starry sky. "Spaceship? We don't need it." He slammed his hand on the core control panel. "Lieutenant, initiate the base vehicle folding procedure. Engine warm-up, target heading, silent corridor." With a dull mechanical roar, the massive main base trembled violently. The hydraulic supports embedded in the rock slowly retracted, the heavy alloy armor plates folded layer by layer. The tracks pressed back onto the ground, and the plasma engine spewed out eerie blue flames. Red stared wide-eyed at the mountain-like steel fortress that had actually transformed into a giant tracked vehicle. He couldn't help but curse. This is fucking possible? Lin Feng stood in the command center, feeling the engine vibrations, and said calmly, "Notify Chuyu to wait for me at the edge of the silent corridor. Tell her there's a big deal that can buy half a star sector." Chapter 24, The Chief of Staff's Perfect Deduction. In the Federal Sector Garrison Headquarters, a spacious office with a minimalist style has no superfluous decorations. The walls are covered with dense holographic tactical star maps, and data flows like a waterfall. Eric Cheen sat behind his metal desk, lightly pushing up his gold-rimmed glasses. He wore a crisp Federal Major General's uniform, the collar neatly trimmed, the gold epaulets gleaming coldly in the ambient light. The adjutant strode in, carefully placed an encrypted data board on the table, and reported in a low voice, "Your Excellency, this is the combat data of the K-7 mining planet that the Black Tower conglomerate fleet just transmitted back. Eric didn't look up. His gaze remained fixed on the miniature holographic sand table in front of him. The sand table simulated the terrain of the K-7 mine. What tricks is that old bastard Victor up to now? His voice was soft, with a haughty languor. He picked up the data panel and casually swiped the screen. But when the words orbital main gun deflected and cloaked unit attack appeared, his movements paused slightly, and his gaze behind his glasses instantly sharpened. Invisibility technology? Energy refraction? Eric put down the data panel, interlaced his fingers, and rested them on his chin. Import the data into the simulation model and recalculate Lin Feng's combat power threshold. The adjutant immediately carried out the order. The giant supercomputer in the office started running at full speed, and its deep hum quickly filled the room. 3 minutes later, a huge red X appeared on the holographic screen. The adjutant's expression changed slightly. Reporting to the Major General, the simulation model has collapsed. The technological level exhibited by the target has exceeded the known databases of the peripheral star sector forces, making it impossible to establish a logical, closed loop. Eric stared at the red cross, a cold smile playing on his lips. Crash? My model never crashes. The problem is always with the input data. He got up and walked to the holographic star map, pointing his finger at the location of the K-7 mineral star. Victor, that idiot, was scared out his wits by a few broken planes with ancient optical camouflage. The so-called energy refraction is nothing more than a visual illusion created by the abnormal magnetic field on the surface of the mineral planet, combined with the old-fashioned deflector shield. Eric turned to his adjutant, his tone resolute. A smuggler who can't even afford a regular military high-energy battery. You expect him to produce top-secret technology from the core area? That doesn't make sense from the basic logic of resource conversion. The adjutant lowered his head, not daring to refute. He knew very well that this chief of staff only believed in data and logic. Anything beyond common sense was, in his eyes, nothing more than a smokescreen or a data error. The adjutant asked, "What should we do now?" The federal government has already issued a lockdown order for the affected area. Eric reached out and drew a red dotted line on the star map. The dotted line started from the K-7 mineral star, passed through a dense meteorite belt, and finally pointed to a narrow nebula passage. Lin Feng is now in a dead end. The K-7 mine is contaminated with depleted uranium bombs, and there are silicon-based insect swarms underground. He can't stay there any longer. His finger stopped on the nebula passage. He will definitely evacuate. And outer space is blocked by Victor's fleet. The only route is the underground river exit, which connects to the silent corridor. The adjutant looked at the star map, his face growing even more grim. The silent corridor is perpetually covered by a high-density, strong magnetic ion nebula, rendering radar and communications ineffective. It's a paradise for pirates and smugglers. If he's lying in ambush there... An ambush! Eric interrupted abruptly, even laughing out loud. He picked up the glass of iced water on the table, took a sip, and said with disdain, "An ambush requires firepower and manpower. According to intelligence, he has less than 50 sets of weakened power armor for individual soldiers, plus a few shabby stealth aircraft. What kind of trouble can he cause?" Eric put down his water glass, his eyes gradually becoming fervent. "I don't want to defeat him. I want to crush him. I want the entire sector to understand that in the face of an absolutely regular military system, any resistance from peasants is meaningless." He pressed the communication button and coldly ordered, "First Mixed Fleet, weigh anchor immediately and deploy 3,000 Storm-class heavy mechs and 200 assault ships. Target, silent corridor. I'm going to be there and prepare a perfect meat grinder for him." A confirmation came from a fleet commander over the communication channel. Eric cut off the communication, staring at the tiny red, representing Lin Feng on the sand table, his eyes filled with nothing but contempt. "Do you think that by mastering some ancient technology, you can challenge the existing order? I will use the coldest data to tell you what class barriers are." Meanwhile, the trading market is located on the third underground level of the Shattered Star Belt. Chuyu sat in the dimly lit private room, the rough, makeshift armor plate on her left arm particularly glaring under the lights. A holographic projection in front of her displayed a list of frozen account funds. The money laundering channel, containing 250,000 units of high-energy gas, was precisely cut off by hackers from the Black Tower conglomerate. Not only did she fail to receive her 10% commission, but her entire smuggling fleet was also seized by the conglomerate's patrol boat. Bang! Chuyu kicked over the metal coffee table, and shattered teacups rolled all over the floor. That old bastard Victor. He actually left a backdoor in the underlying logic of my cybernetic body. She gritted her teeth, cold sweat beading on her forehead. That fear of losing control surged back in her heart, just like when her home planet was destroyed, turning her back into a refugee at the mercy of others. Just then, her private encrypted terminal on her wrist suddenly vibrated. A text message with no source displayed popped up. Come to the edge of the silent corridor. Bring all the transport ships you can. There's a big deal coming up. Chuyu stared at the line of text, her pupils suddenly contracting. It's Lin Feng. He was wanted throughout the entire sector, and the conglomerates and the Federation joined forces to blockade the K-7 mining planet, yet he was still able to send encrypted communications. A madman, this guy is absolutely insane. Chuyu cursed under her breath, her fingers flying across the terminal, trying to trace the source of the signal. But all the screen returned was a jumble of gibberish. Reason told her that getting involved with Lin Feng now was tantamount to suicide. The conglomerate's fleet could blast her to smithereens at any moment. But her intuition reminded her that since Lin Feng dared to go to the silent corridor, he must have a trump card to break the deadlock. If she could help him transport those items out, she could not only recover her losses, but might even save enough money to buy an independent planet. A moment later, Chuyu suddenly stood up, a ruthless glint in her eyes. Done. In this rotten universe, the bold get rich and the timid starve. She pushed open the door to the private room and yelled at her trusted men outside. Tell everyone to apply all the hidden camouflage coating they have in reserve. Target, the quiet corridor. Prepare to receive the goods. Chapter 25, Strategic Shift, the Silent Corridor. The massive mobile base vehicle, like a steel behemoth lurking in the darkness, rolled its heavy tracks over the riverbed of the underground river on the K-7 mining planet, its roar echoing between the rock strata. It was pitch black all around, with only a few giant searchlights on the front of the vehicle barely illuminating the way. Occasionally, a few silicon-based worms would peek out from the cracks in the rock wall, but they would immediately retreat back into the heat and vibration of the base vehicle. Lin Feng stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the command cabin, watching the rock walls on both sides rushing past, and asked in a deep voice, Lieutenant, how far are we from the exit? The adjutant immediately responded, reporting to the commander, we are 15 kilometers from the entrance to the silent corridor and are expected to arrive in 20 minutes. Lin Feng nodded and turned to look at the 20-odd Marines behind him. Their power armor was severely damaged, and almost everyone was wounded, but after experiencing the massacre with depleted uranium munitions, their eyes had changed. They had less fear of death, but more of a cold numbness and an almost absolute obedience to Lin Feng. Red stepped forward and gave a less-than-perfect military salute. Sir, the brothers have finished resting, and the weapons and ammunition have been redistributed. Lin Feng looked at his single, bloodshot eye and asked, are you scared? Red was taken aback, then grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. What's there to be afraid of? I've even seen the Tycoon's orbital main gun. Now, even if there's hell ahead, I'm willing to follow you through it. Lin Feng didn't laugh. He simply walked up to the holographic star map and zoomed in on the topographical map of the silent corridor. What lies ahead is not hell, but our home ground. The silent corridor is a narrow nebula passage less than 1,000 kilometers wide. Powerful purple magnetic ion storms churn on both sides. Any ship attempting to pass through would be instantly torn apart. The electromagnetic environment here is extremely harsh, rendering radar almost ineffective and reducing communication range to less than 100 meters. Lin Feng pulled up a profile and tapped his finger on the star map. Eric Sheen, Chief of Staff of the Federal Garrison, an idiot who is extremely superstitious about data and simulation models. A hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. In his previous life, as a professional StarCraft player, he most enjoyed dealing with these rule-bound, tactical template-reliant academic types. He will definitely think we are running away, and he will definitely send his heavy fleet into this corridor, trying to overwhelm us with firepower and numbers. Lin Feng looked at Reed. You used to serve in the Federation's regular army. Tell me, what are mech units most afraid of after losing radar and vision? Reed frowned and thought for a moment. I'm afraid of landmines. I'm afraid of unseen snipers. I'm afraid of heavy firepower. Very good. Lin Feng snapped his fingers. Lieutenant, unlock the heavy factory's auxiliary buildings, the Mechanical Research Institute, and begin mass production of Widow Thunder. Command confirmed. High-energy gas consumed. Widow mine production line started. Inside the assembly workshop of the base vehicle, robotic arms were operating at high speed. One after another, jet-black landmines resembling mechanical spiders were being rapidly assembled, exuding a dangerous aura. Lin Feng ordered Red. Take some men to the exit and bury these little cuties in the meteorite belt at the entrance of the corridor. His tone was eerily calm. Remember, no rules, completely random. I want every step the Federation mechs take to feel like a gamble with their lives. Reed immediately stood at attention. Understood. He then turned and left with his Marines. Lin Feng looked at the holographic screen again. Lieutenant, siege tank status. Report to the commander. The siege tank's armor has been repaired. The main gun's plasma charge is 100%, and the high-energy gas reserves have been redistributed. Deploy it behind the narrowest bend in the corridor, set up the scaffolding, and put it into siege mode. Do not fire without my order. Command confirmed. Lin Feng closed his eyes and quickly constructed a complete battlefield model in his mind. Widow Thunder was responsible for disrupting the formation and creating panic. The stealthy Banshee fighter jet was responsible for picking off the enemy command ship, and the siege tanks hidden in the blind spots were the final blow. This defensive system is known as the Iron Bucket Formation in StarCraft. Lin Feng opened his eyes. Has Chuyu's ship arrived? The adjutant replied. 3 unregistered smuggling vessels have been detected anchored outside the corridor, and we are attempting to establish short-range communications. After the communication was connected, Chuyu's pale face appeared on the screen, with oil still smeared on her left arm armor. Lin Feng, are you crazy? The conglomerate fleet has K-7 surrounded like an iron barrel, and the Federation's first mixed fleet is also jumping towards the silent corridor. You're asking me to come and pick up the goods now? Are you trying to drag me down with you? Chuyu's voice was filled with suppressed anger and fear. Lin Feng said calmly, didn't you want money? You need to be alive to spend your money. Lin Feng ignored her complaints and said directly, use the coordinates I sent you to stop the ship behind the bend, turn off all engines and energy shields, and maintain absolute silence. Chuyu gritted her teeth, staring into Lin Feng's unwavering eyes, and a chill suddenly ran down her spine. She realized that Lin Feng wasn't running for his life at all. He set a trap. He wanted to bury the Federation's regular fleet in this desolate nebula corridor. Madman, utterly insane. Chuyu cursed under her breath, cut off the communication, but still ordered the fleet to dock at the coordinates. 20 minutes later, the base vehicle burst out of the underground river and entered the silent corridor. Purple ion storms churned on both sides. Without the light of stars, the entire space was oppressively suffocating. Red, leading his Marines, drove a makeshift tractor-trailer to drop hundreds of Widow's lightning spells into the asteroid belt. Upon contact with the asteroids, the mechanical spiders immediately burrowed inside, entering stealth and standby mode. The siege tanks unfolded behind the bend, their 4 hydraulic supports driven into the massive meteorite, and their twin-mounted plasma cannons slowly rose, aiming at the corridor entrance. Everything is ready. Lin Feng stood in the command cabin, looking at the holographic radar screen, which was filled with static due to interference from the ion storm. Lieutenant, shut down all active radars on the base vehicle and put it into the highest level of silence. All personnel, silence all communication channels. The entire silent corridor fell into a deathly silence, where even breathing was suppressed to an extremely low level. 10 minutes later, a large patch of dense red light suddenly flashed among the snowflakes at the edge of the holographic radar. The fluctuations of spatial jumps cannot be completely concealed even in a strong magnetic storm. Eric Chen's first mixed fleet has arrived. Lin Feng looked at the red dots, a cold smile curving his lips, and lightly placed his finger on the fire button. Welcome to my home turf. Chapter 26, Widow Raised Death Ground. The screeching sound of tracks crushing rocks traveled down the metal floor into the command compartment. The massive mobile base, like a steel behemoth lurking in the abyss, slowly came to a stop behind an abandoned meteorite. Ahead, a powerful purple magnetic ion storm churned in the narrow nebula passage. There was no starlight, only occasional bursts of eerie blue lightning that cast a ghastly white light on the silent corridor. Lin Feng stood in front of the holographic tactical console, his fingers swiping across the virtual screen. Lieutenant, report on the electromagnetic environment. The adjutant's cold, synthesized voice announced. Ultra-high frequency magnetic field interference detected. Conventional radar radius reduced to 150 meters. Short-range communication loss rate 87%. Quantum network disconnected. Lin Feng tapped the control panel, cut off all active detection waves, and switched to passive target acquisition using optical and thermal imaging. Command confirmed. System enters silent mode. Reed stood behind him, his single eye fixed on the all-consuming purple storm outside the porthole. His power armor was stained with insect blood and engine oil, and a deep scratch marred his chest. He swallowed hard and asked in a low voice, "Sir, this godforsaken place has even ruined the star map. Do you really think the regular army of the financial tycoons would dare to sneak in?" Lin Feng didn't turn around. His gaze remained fixed on the countdown. Eric Cheen relies on data to make judgments. In his model, we are a remnant army that has lost supplies and is fleeing in panic. The silent corridor is the meat grinder that he sees as the most suitable place to harvest us. He turned around, his face frighteningly calm. He will definitely come, and he'll put his heavy armored forces at the forefront and push forward with firepower. Reed grinned, his fingers tracing the bolt of his Gauss rifle. "So we'll just wait here?" "Of course not." Lin Feng snapped his fingers, and the holographic screen switched to the bottom layer of the base vehicle. In the assembly workshop, hundreds of robotic arms were operating frantically, and amidst sparks, one after another, jet black metal spiders were ejected from the assembly line. Widow mine, loaded with high-energy gas explosives and an electromagnetic pulse generator. Lin Feng pushed the miniature projection in front of Red. No radar guidance is needed. As long as it detects vibrations and heat sources from heavy units, it will emerge from the ground and automatically attach itself. Red stared at the four mechanical, black, metal lumps, his eye twitching. Where's the power? Enough to tear apart a fully armored Storm-class heavy mech. Lin Feng said calmly, "Take your men and scatter all 300 Widow mines into the asteroid belt ahead." Red immediately stood up straight. "How should we deploy? A crossfire net or an ambush?" "No formation needed." Lin Feng stared at his single eye. "Completely random. Throw them with your eyes closed. I want every step the Federation mechs take to feel like a gamble with their lives." Red gasped. In the silent corridor where the radar has failed, random minefields are an unsolvable death trap. Clear. A few minutes later, more than 20 Marines wearing tattered power armor drove into the purple ion storm in makeshift tow trucks. Lin Feng looked at the radar screen again. At the edge, 3 faint green dots were slowly approaching. "Lieutenant, make contact with those 3 smuggling ships." The communication screen flickered, and amidst the static, Chu Yu's face appeared. Her short hair was disheveled, her forehead was covered in cold sweat, and tiny sparks were still visible on the makeshift armor plating on her left arm, clearly indicating interference from the geomagnetic storm. "Lin Feng, you've gone completely mad." Chu Yu slammed her fist on the control panel, causing the screen to shake. "The outer perimeter is full of reconnaissance probes from conglomerates. I lost 2 escort ships just to get in. What exactly are you trying to do?" Lin Feng looked at her furious face, his eyes remaining unmoved. "Is the cargo hold empty?" "It's empty. I brought all my most prized smuggling ships, a total cargo capacity of 200,000 tons. Chu Yu gritted her teeth, her eyes red. "Where's the money? Where's the big deal you were talking about?" Lin Feng gave a coordinate, stopped the ship on the back of Crater 2, shut down the engine, and cut off all energy circuits. Chu Yu froze, her anger instantly turning into terror. "Shut down the engine?" In this kind of geomagnetic storm zone, once you encounter turbulence, there won't even be time to restart. You're telling me to just wait to die? "Do as I say." Lin Feng's voice was as cold as ice. "Shut down the engine and come see me." Communication was unilaterally cut off. Chu Yu stared at the black screen, trembling all over. She knew the rules of the frontier all too well. Lin Feng wasn't fleeing for his life. This absolutely silent arrangement could only mean an ambush. What he intended to ambush was the Federation's regular fleet. 10 minutes later, Chuyu stumbled into the command cabin of the base vehicle. She was soaked to the bone, and even the servo motors in her prosthetic arm were groaning under the strain. She stared intently at Lin Feng, her breathing rapid. "What exactly have you set up?" Lin Feng didn't look at her. He simply typed commands on the control panel. "Lieutenant, release the siege tanks." Bone crack! A dull, metallic thud came from the side of the base vehicle, and the entire command compartment floor shook. Chuyu suddenly turned her head to look at the porthole, her pupils shrinking sharply. Within the purple storm, a terrifying war machine, comparable in size to a small frigate, slowly emerged. It had no tracks. Instead, it possessed 4 ridiculously thick hydraulic mechanical legs. Click, click, click. The mechanical clanking was teeth-grinding. The 4 mechanical legs suddenly spread open, and the tungsten steel anchors at their front ends plunged deep into the meteorite rock layer. The vehicle then sank, firmly nailing itself to the spot. Immediately afterwards, the thick twin-barreled cannon on top of the vehicle slowly rose, and a dark blue plasma light gathered deep inside the barrel, emitting a piercing, buzzing sound. The adjutant's voice rang out. Siege mode activated, main gun fully charged. Chuyu opened her mouth, unable to speak for a long time. She had been smuggling arms for years, and had seen both federal particle cannons and corporatist heavy railguns. But this steel monster before her, devoid of any aesthetic sense, and driven solely by pure violence, shattered her preconceived notions. What is this? Siege tank. Lin Feng walked to her side, looking at the death zone ahead, filled with widow mines. Effective range, beyond visual range. Firepower coverage is enough to blast a heavy mech squadron into scrap metal. Chuyu turned her head with difficulty, looking at Lin Feng's young but cold face. "You asked me to bring an empty ship so I could load it with spoils of war?" Lin Feng's lips curled into a very faint smile. The Chable's regular army fleet uses the highest purity high-energy batteries and rare alloy armor. If it's destroyed, it's all money. Chuyu's back suddenly straightened, and a chill rushed up her spine to the top of her head. Madman. A complete madman. He not only wanted to annihilate the Federation fleet, but he had also planned in advance how to clean up the battlefield and dispose of the stolen goods after the battle. Beep beep. At the edge of the holographic radar, a large patch of dense red light suddenly lit up on the screen that was originally full of static. Lin Feng stopped smiling and narrowed his eyes slightly. "They're here." Chapter 27. The Expeditionary Fleet's Leap. Space was forcibly torn open. In a vacuum outside the silent corridor, hundreds of blue warp halos lit up simultaneously, and dark gray Federation warships squeezed out of the halos, with warp arcs still remaining on their hulls. At the center of the fleet stood a 2-kilometer-long Consul-class heavy battlecruiser. Inside the bridge, Eric Sheen sat in a leather command chair, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. His rear admiral's uniform was impeccably neat. The adjutant strode forward to report that the entire fleet had reached the coordinates. Eric picked up his coffee and asked casually, "Is the silent corridor just ahead?" The adjutant pulled up the footage and replied that it was a high-density geomagnetic storm zone, with radar detection range less than 200 meters and optical equipment severely limited. All that remained on the screen was churning, thick purple fog, like a giant wall blocking the fleet's path. Eric put down his cup and asked again where Victor's men were. The adjutant said that the Black Tower conglomerate fleet was stationed on the outskirts of the K-7 mining planet, claiming to be enforcing a quarantine zone and unable to provide support. Eric sneered, knowing that Victor simply didn't want to get his hands dirty and was waiting to see him make a fool of himself. He walked to the holographic sand table, looking at the narrow passage of the silent corridor flanked by deadly ion storms. The adjutant quickly imported the simulation data. The model showed that, based on the K-7 mine's firepower records and terrain limitations, there was a 93% probability that the target would ambush the target in the asteroid belt in the middle of the passage. Eric nodded in satisfaction. Such a desperate counterattack was indeed brilliant. But in the face of overwhelming numbers, even the most ingenious tactics are meaningless. He turned to Colonel Hall, the commander of the mech squadron, and inquired about the readiness of the Storm mech squadron. Hall immediately straightened up and stated that 3,000 heavy mechs were ready to be airdropped at any time and were willing to serve as the vanguard to crush the enemy. Eric ordered them to form a dense, advancing formation, disregarding the magnetic storm interference and the need to find cover. He instructed them to activate the maximum power deflector shield and push forward directly. Hall hesitated before reminding him that dense formations could be very dangerous if exposed to heavy fire when visibility was limited. Eric, however, interrupted him directly, concluding that Lin Feng had no heavy firepower, only weakened power armor and a few stealth aircraft. In his view, the enemy's bullets were nothing compared to the shields of 3,000 heavy mechs. He sat back in his command chair and said coldly, "Go, use your tracks and steel to teach that smuggler what a regular army is." Hall accepted the order and left. Soon, the hatches on the battlecruiser's belly opened, and countless airdrop pods, trailing eerie blue flames, rained down into the purple storm. Inside the silent corridor, airdrop pods crashed one after another onto the meteorite's surface, their doors exploding open. One after another, 7-meter-tall storm heavy mechs stepped out, their thick armor gleaming with a cold metallic sheen under the purple lightning, their shoulder-mounted particle cannons flashing red. 3,000 mechs surged forward like a steel torrent through the narrow passage. Hall roared through the static-filled channel, ordering the squads to maintain visual distance and activate their deflector shields. The swarm of mechs began to advance, their heavy mechanical feet crushing rocks and causing continuous low-frequency vibrations. Inside the command center of the base vehicle, Lin Feng stared at the rapidly moving, massive red area on the thermal imaging screen, his eyes filled with disdain. Dense formation blindly pushing forward. Lin Feng shook his head and said in a low voice, "Eric Sheen, your arrogance will kill everyone." Shu Yu stood behind him, her eyes glued to the screen. 3,000 heavily armored mechs had already entered the passage, and she couldn't help but ask if the landmines could actually hold them off. Lin Feng didn't answer, but simply hovered his finger above the virtual button, ordering the Widow Mine array to be deactivated from sleep mode and the sensor sensitivity to be set to maximum. The adjutant immediately confirmed that the array was activated. Deep within the asteroid belt, Hall piloted the command mech at the forefront. The radar screen was filled with static. Apart from the background noise of the geomagnetic storm, there was nothing else. This unknown sense of oppression made him increasingly irritable. He ordered the team to speed up and cross the asteroid belt as quickly as possible. Just then, a storm mech on the left flank raised its mechanical leg and stomped heavily on what appeared to be an ordinary rock fragment. Beneath the rock, a jet-black mechanical spider suddenly opened its scarlet electronic eyes. The faint click sound was completely masked by the mecha's footsteps, and its four limbs shot out instantly, attaching themselves to the gaps in the mecha's lower leg armor, like black lightning. The pilot only felt a slight jolt in the fuselage. The squad leader inquired about the situation over the channel, and the pilot casually replied that it felt like stepping on pebbles from a magnetic storm, and the shields weren't reacting. The words had barely left her lips when the high-energy gas, explosive, and electromagnetic pulse generator inside the Widow Mine simultaneously reached their critical values. The next second, a blinding blue light pierced through the purple storm. Chapter 28, Ambush in the Silent Corridor, Part 1. There was no deafening explosion, only an extremely sharp, high-frequency shriek that instantly pierced everyone's eardrums. The storm mech on the left wing, along with its prized deflector shield, melted instantly the moment the blue light erupted. It didn't shatter. It was burned through by the high-temperature plasma and electromagnetic pulse, the air and flesh inside the cockpit instantly vaporizing into a dark red blood mist. The delayed shockwaves spread out with a deafening roar, overturning 3 nearby mechs, sending them tumbling across the meteorite's surface and smashing through large sections of rock. The vanguard formation fell into a deathly silence. Seconds later, the communication channels were completely shattered. Enemy attack. The third aircraft on the left flank is gone. The radar isn't responding, and the shield isn't alarming. What on earth was that? Colonel Hull gripped the control stick tightly, staring at the burning blue fireball. He suppressed his churning stomach and gritted his teeth, ordering, "Hold the line. It's a high-explosive mine. Activate ground scan." But the order came too late. Lin Feng's mines were laid out without any pattern, and no scan could keep up. The explosion had just caused a rock strata to vibrate, completely activating the Widow Mine buried in the asteroid belt. Click, click, click. A series of mechanical locking sounds emanated from beneath the mech's feet. Just as one mech attempted to retreat and landed, two mechanical spiders burst from the ground, biting its knee joints from either side. The pilot roared in terror and frantically steered the machine to try and break free. The next second, a burst of blue light erupted. The mech's legs were blown off, and its massive upper body crashed to the ground. The cockpit slammed into a rock, and the screen went black instantly. Immediately afterwards, a chain reaction of explosions erupted. The entire meteorite belt turned into a blue sea of fire, with dozens of columns of plasma shooting into the sky. The heavy storm mechs were as fragile as paper before Widow Thunder. Some weapon systems were destroyed, some mechanical legs were blown off, and many more had their cockpits burned through. Electromagnetic pulses surged, overloading a large number of the mech's electronic components, turning them into iron coffins that remained stationary. Colonel Hall's voice had changed, and he roared in despair. "Retreat. Everyone retreat. Get out of the minefield." He watched helplessly as his squad lost over 200 mechs in less than a minute, without even seeing a glimpse of the enemy. Inside the command cabin of the base vehicle, Chuyu gripped the edge of the control panel with both hands, veins bulging on her arms. She stared at the disappearing red dot on the screen, her breathing becoming labored. That was a regular Federal Army unit, a heavily armored mech squadron equipped with the most advanced shields, yet was blasted into scrap metal by a bunch of inconspicuous iron spiders. She turned to look at Lin Feng, only to find him still with his hands behind his back, his eyes as calm as a stagnant pool. A burst of barely suppressed fervor came through the communicator. "Sir, Widow Ray has lost 40% of her strength, and the enemy's vanguard formation is completely paralyzed." Lin Feng said calmly, "Don't rush to finish them off. Let the bullets fly for a while. Panic is contagious." Inside the Federation flagship, the Pride, red warning lights flashed wildly, and sirens blared piercingly. "Report. The mech squadron has encountered an unknown high-energy explosive. The casualty rate has exceeded 15% and is still rising. Frontline communications are being interfered with by a strong electromagnetic pulse. Colonel Hall requests immediate withdrawal from the asteroid belt." Eric Sheen abruptly stood up and overturned his coffee cup. Dark brown liquid spilled all over the floor, and the elegance on his face vanished completely, replaced by an almost manic contortion. "Retreat? Retreat is not in my vocabulary. The simulation model shows that he could not possibly have a weapon with this level of area of effect damage. This is fake, a smokescreen." He leaned against the tactical sand table, staring intently at the red dots representing the mechs, and roared, "Tell Hall, no retreat. Fill the minefield with mech wreckage. The reserve squadron will airdrop immediately, stepping over the corpses in front of them to push them through." The adjutant's face turned pale. "Major General, that's 3,000 lives." "Shut up. Follow orders." Eric's gold-rimmed glasses set askew to one side, looking both comical and terrifying. He couldn't retreat. If he did, his so-called perfect deduction would become a laughingstock throughout the entire sector. In the silent corridor, the mechs, having received their death orders, went completely berserk. Mechs at the rear began shoving each other, attempting to force their way through the minefield. More Widow's Thunder were triggered, the blue flames illuminating the nebula, as if it were daytime. Mountainous wreckage of mechs piled up, blood seeping from the gaps in the broken armor, then freezing into dark red ice crystals in the vacuum. Lin Feng stared at the swarm of mechs crammed together on the holographic screen, a cold smile finally curving his lips. This was the moment he had been waiting for. The enemy's formation had been completely compressed. "Lieutenant," Lin Feng said in a low voice, "Invisible Banshee Squadron, engage the battlefield. Target the densely packed area behind the enemy mech group. Open fire freely." Deep within the purple storm, 4 flat, jet-black Banshee fighters silently glided into the battlefield. Their cloaking field hummed softly as they hovered above the crowded mech formation like 4 unseen Grim Reapers. Twin anti-armor rockets launch. Swish, swish, swish. A dense barrage of fire tore through the darkness as rockets rained down, striking precisely the heads of the mechs paralyzed by electromagnetic pulses. Explosions, flashes of light, and the sound of metal tearing apart rang out in quick succession. Colonel Hall looked up at the sparks exploding overhead, but couldn't find any trace of the enemy. His back stiffened abruptly, and the nascent thought of retaliation instantly turned into despair. There are things in the sky. There are things in the sky, too. Lin Feng's fingers finally touched the red button on the control panel that represented Siege Tank, and his gaze darkened. Main gun, fire. Chapter 29. Siege Tanks Beyond Visual Range Bombing. The eerie blue light was compressed to its limit deep within the twin-barreled cannon. Lin Feng pressed down hard on the red physical button. Boomstrapje. The sound wasn't like an explosion. It was more like an entire steel mountain being violently torn apart. The shockproof glass of the base vehicle's command compartment trembled violently, and the 4 hydraulic mechanical legs of the siege tank slammed into the meteorite rock layer, actually pushing the abandoned meteorite, about half the size of a moon, backward by half a meter. A blinding plasma fireball tore through the purple magnetic storm of the silent corridor, moving too fast for the naked eye to follow. One moment, it was at the muzzle. The next, it had crashed into the heart of the steel torrent of 3,000 heavily armored mechs. Sizzle. There was no deafening explosion, only the sound of water droplets melting into boiling oil. The area, about half the size of a football field, at the point of impact seemed to freeze, and then a pale blue mushroom cloud of plasma silently spread in the vacuum. The 50-odd Storm class heavy mechs in the core area didn't even sound their alarms. The deflector shields, capable of withstanding conventional naval gunfire, vaporized instantly upon contact with a fireball. The thick armor melted into molten iron, and the soldiers in the cockpits didn't even have time to scream before they evaporated along with their seats. The shockwave, carrying intense heat, swept across the surroundings, sending the outer mechs flying like bowling balls. They collided with each other in midair, their armor shattering, their mechanical legs breaking off, before crashing heavily into the meteorite, triggering a chain reaction of explosions. Warning! Gas reserves reduced by 10 points. The adjutant's cold voice rang out in the cabin. Chuyu gripped the edge of the control panel so tightly that her nails almost dug into the metal. Sparks flew from her prosthetic left arm, and the underlying logic was on the verge of collapse due to the electromagnetic pulses, but she couldn't care less. She watched helplessly as a large section of the dense red dots representing the Federation's strongest land forces on the screen was hollowed out by a single shot. One shot. Just one shot. Chuyu's voice trembled. What exactly did you do? Lin Feng rested his hands on the holographic tactical platform, staring at the rapidly flashing data stream on the radar, and said calmly, fire coverage. This is what war is all about. Their formation of firing squads is nothing but a sitting duck in front of siege tanks. Outside the window, the twin-mounted cannons of the siege tank rose again, the cooling vents spewing out large plumes of white cooling steam, and the eerie blue light gathered once more. Lin Feng sneered. 10 units of high-energy gas for 50 heavy-duty mechs. This deal is incredibly profitable. Deep in the silent corridor, Colonel Hall's command mech was propelled more than 10 meters by the shockwave, crashing violently into a giant rock. The monitors were a blood-red mess, and the communication channels were filled with intermittent screams and static. Colonel, the entire 2nd Squadron has been wiped out. We have been subjected to naval gunfire. Hall gritted his teeth, his mouth filled with the taste of blood. Through the cracked monitor, he saw a huge crater more than 10 meters deep in front of him. The rocks at the bottom of the crater had been burned into glass, gleaming with a blinding red light. Damn the ship's guns. This is a magnetic storm zone. Warships can't get in here at all. Hall slammed the control stick. Spread out. Everyone spread out. Don't huddle together. The mech formation was thrown into complete chaos. Terrified by the unseen destructive firepower, the pilots scrambled their mechs to escape towards the edges of the asteroid belt on either side. But they forgot that there was a death minefield laid out by Lin Feng beneath their feet. Click, click. One mech after another stepped into the minefield, black mechanical spiders bursting from the ground and clinging tightly to the gaps in the armor. Blue light exploded, electromagnetic pulses and high-energy explosives detonated simultaneously, and a large number of the mechs that had just dispersed fell. In the sky, anti-armor rockets were being unleashed by the stealth Banshee fighter jets. Beneath their feet lay the ever-present threat of Widow's mines. Directly ahead, there is a siege tank that has been recharged. This is no longer a battle, but a one-sided massacre. On the bridge of the Federation flagship, the Pride, Eric Sheen's prize simulation model completely collapsed. In the holographic sandbox, the red data bar representing the mech squadron plummeted. 30%, 40%, 50%. The adjutant reported in a panic. Major General, Colonel Hall's mech squadron has suffered more than half its casualties and has lost all organization. Eric stared intently at the sand table, his eyes behind his gold-rimmed glasses bloodshot, his breathing heavy. Impossible. My data is perfect. He only has those tattered power armors. How could he possibly have heavy firepower beyond visual range? This doesn't make sense. The adjutant cried out urgently. Major General, Colonel Hall requests a retreat. If we don't retreat now, the entire mech squadron will be wiped out. Shut up. Eric's eyes were like those of a beast driven to the brink of despair. My model is not wrong. The fault lies with them. They failed to execute the advanced tactics properly. He pushed aside his adjutant and rushed to the communications station himself. Hall, I order you to immediately regroup and push forward at all costs. As long as we close the distance, his heavy firepower will be hesitant to fire. Hall's desperate roar came through the communicator. Closer? We can't even see where the enemy is. Bombs are everywhere. You data-obsessed lunatic. You've sent us to the meat grinder. Communication interrupted. Eric froze, his face contorted. How dare Hall insult him? How dare he question him? A genius chief of staff who graduated from the Federation's highest military academy. He laughed in fury, then abruptly turned to the officers on the bridge. Order the 1st and 2nd cruiser squadrons to sail in despite the geomagnetic storm. Use your naval guns to bombard the area and blast that asteroid belt and that smuggler to smithereens. The adjutant's face turned pale. Your Excellency, the silent corridor is too narrow. A cruiser can't even turn around once it's inside. Once the shields are weakened by the magnetic storm, and we encounter that kind of firepower again. Execute the order. Eric drew his gun and pressed it against his adjutant's forehead. Anyone who dares to disobey, orders will be executed on the spot. A few minutes later, the two 800-meter long, heavy cruisers broke away from the flagship's escort formation and plunged into the purple ion storm. Inside the command cabin of the base vehicle, Lin Feng looked at the two huge high-energy reaction sources that suddenly appeared on the radar. Reed's voice came through the communicator, trembling with excitement. Sir, enemy cruiser-class energy fluctuations detected. They've entered. Lin Feng tapped the table lightly. Eric is getting desperate. He's played his trump card. Chu Yu swallowed hard. That's a cruiser. Its armor is dozens of times thicker than a mech's. Can your tank penetrate it? Lin Feng did not answer, and directly connected to the siege tank control system. Lieutenant, switch targets and lock onto the main propulsion system of cruiser number 1. Gas injection increased by 50%. Overload firing mode ready. The siege tank's cannon barrel emitted a piercing metallic scraping sound, and a sudden surge of eerie blue light illuminated the entire back of the meteorite as if it were daytime. Boomstrapje! The second plasma fireball, carrying the intent to destroy everything, roared out. Chapter 30. The Carnival of Annihilating the Fleet. A vacuum channel was forcibly plowed open by the purple ion storm. The overloaded plasma fireball was twice the size of its previous size, and with a piercing whistle, it struck the right main thruster of the first cruiser precisely. Buzz! The cruiser's outer deflector shield flashed violently, bursting out with blinding white light. The energy barrier, strong enough to withstand a meteorite impact, shattered in less than 3 seconds under the scorching heat. The next instant, high-temperature plasma poured into the thruster's exhaust port. Boom! A series of explosions erupted from inside the ship. The 800-meter-long cruiser jolted violently, its starboard thruster shattering completely, spewing out flames and metal debris. The giant ship, having lost its balance, tumbled wildly through the narrow corridor like a monster with a broken leg, before crashing violently into the asteroid belt beside it, shattering more than a dozen giant rocks. Alarms blared on the bridge, sparks flew, and officers were thrown about by the inertia. Inside the base vehicle's command center, Reed roared into the communications channel. Well done. Sir, that big iron turtle is disabled. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he traced tactical trajectories on the holographic screen with his fingers. He immediately ordered the Banshee squadron to abandon bombing the mechs and instead clear out the anti-aircraft turrets and weapon arrays of the disabled cruisers. Red, meanwhile, led his men to suppress the remaining mechs with armor-piercing rounds. For stealth Banshee fighters streaked across the surface in eerie arcs, swooping down on the struggling cruiser. Twin-launcher anti-armor rockets rained down like a storm, obliterating the still uncharged close-in weapon turrets on the ship's surface into scrap metal. The second cruiser wanted to bypass the support of friendly ships, but the narrow terrain and magnetic storm interference made it as cumbersome as a tortoise. Click, click, click. The siege tank's third shell has been fully charged. This time, Lin Feng didn't aim at the propellers, but instead locked onto the bridge of the second cruiser. Fire. A ghostly blue light tore through the darkness once more. The bridge, along with the command personnel inside, was instantly obliterated by the plasma fireball. Commandless, the warship rammed straight into a friendly vessel ahead. The two heavy cruisers thus became steel roadblocks blocking the silent corridor. The remaining storm mechs were utterly hopeless. Their retreat was blocked by the wreckage of their own cruiser, and ahead lay the artillery fire of siege tanks and Widow mine traps. On the public address system, the surviving drivers broke down and cried out, "We surrender! Don't fire!" They shut down the weapon systems, deactivated the deflector shields, pinned the mechanical feet in place, and raised the heavy mechanical arms high. Chuyu stared at the surrender signal flashing on the screen, let out a long breath, and collapsed onto the metal floor as if all her strength had been drained. We won. They actually won. Dozens of miners wearing tattered, weakened power armor, along with a few bizarre steel monsters, actually annihilated a regular Federation punitive fleet. She looked up at Lin Feng in front of the tactical platform. The young man's back remained upright, and his breathing was perfectly steady. Chuyu said in a hoarse voice, "Lin Feng, they surrendered. Hundreds of intact storm mechs, and the wreckage of 2 cruisers. We're rich." Lin Feng turned around, his eyes showing no trace of victory or joy, only cold calculation. He ordered his adjutant to scan the battlefield and tally the recovery rates of high-energy gas and rare metals. Soon, the adjutant reported, the wreckage of the enemy mechs and warships contained a large amount of high-purity energy, which was estimated to yield 100,000 units of high-energy gas and 300,000 tons of rare heavy metals. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, then ordered Red to clean up the battlefield, remove the high-energy batteries from all the mechs, cut the warship's armor plates into pieces, and load them in a Chu-Yu's smuggling ship. Reed hesitated and asked, "Sir, what about those surrendered Federation soldiers? There are several thousand of them." Lin Feng walked to the porthole and looked at the purple nebula outside, where countless pieces of debris floated. "We are miners, not philanthropists." His voice was flat. "Strip them of their armor and drive them into the bottom pit of the K7 mine. Each person is to mine 10 tons of raw ore per day. If they don't finish, they will be cut off from water and food." She suddenly realized that Lin Feng was even more terrifying than those ruthless pirates. Pirates killed to plunder, while Lin Feng was turning living people into fuel for his war machine. She swallowed hard. "You don't even spare prisoners?" Lin Feng looked at her. "In the outer star sectors, manpower is also a resource. Is your ship fully loaded?" Chuyu was stunned for a moment, then quickly nodded. "It's full, 200,000 tons of cargo capacity, completely packed." Lin Feng pointed to a dotted line on the holographic star map. "Immediately take the backup route back to the black market in the Shattered Star Belt and turn this batch of goods into the system resources I need." Chuyu stood up, brushed the dust off her clothes, stared at him, and asked, "Aren't you afraid I'll run away with this huge sum of money?" Lin Feng glanced at her indifferently. "You wouldn't dare. You know very well that you're only safe if you stay within my firing range. If you run away, the conglomerate's fleet will tear you to pieces." Chuyu gritted her teeth. Damn it. He had calculated everything to the death. She's now completely tied to Lin Feng's crazy chariot, with no possibility of getting off. "I'll set off immediately." Chuyu turned and walked towards the cabin door, but stopped halfway there. "Lin Feng, by making such a fuss, you've essentially trampled the face of the Federation and the financial magnates underfoot. That old fox Victor will definitely not let you off the hook." Lin Feng stared at the huge red, slowly receding at the edge of the radar, and said calmly, "I'll wait for him. But before that, Eric Sheen needs to deal with his own troubles." Chapter 31: The Chief of Staff of Logical Deadlock. The bridge of the battlecruiser HMS Pride was deathly quiet. On the holographic tactical sandbox, the signals of the Vanguard mech squadron and the two cruisers had all turned into a glaring gray. Completely annihilated. In less than an hour, the Federation sector's most elite armored assault force was reduced to a pile of scrap metal in the silent corridor. Eric Cheen slumped in his command chair, his gold-rimmed glasses falling to the floor and shattering under his foot. His Major General's uniform was crumpled, and he stared intently at the gray data, his lips trembling uncontrollably. Impossible. This defies the logic of war. His firepower density exceeds the limits of calculation. He clutched his head, his fingers almost digging into his hair, then suddenly lifted his face, his eyes filled with obsession. It was Hall. That idiot didn't advance according to my model. Lieutenant, connect to Supreme Command. I want to accuse Hall of disobeying orders, which led to the annihilation of the Vanguard. The adjutant stood not far away, watching him coldly, without saluting or responding. The officers on the bridge stopped what they were doing, their eyes all fixed on the Chief of Staff. Their gazes held no more reverence, only anger and contempt. Eric roared as he stood up. Are you deaf? I order you to contact headquarters immediately. The adjutant took a deep breath and slowly placed his hand on the holster. Your Excellency, Colonel Hall has been killed in action. There are also 3,000 mech pilots and 8,000 crew members on the two cruisers. His voice was as cold as ice. They didn't die at the hands of the enemy. They died in your data model. They died from the orders you gave them to their deaths. Eric's face flushed crimson instantly. You dare question me? I am the Supreme Commander of the fleet. I order you. Click. The adjutant drew his gun, cocked it, and aimed it steadily at Eric's forehead. Immediately, all the officers, guards, and even radar operators on the bridge drew their weapons. The dark muzzles of their guns were all pointed at Eric in the center of the command platform. A mutiny broke out. Faced with extreme fear and despair, these federal soldiers finally tore off the mask of discipline. Eric stared at the gun barrels, his Adam's apple bobbing with difficulty. Are you trying to rebel? I'm a chief of staff. You'll all be court-martialed. The adjutant said coldly, go to military court is better than waiting to die here. The target has beyond visual range heavy firepower, and the flagship is too large to maneuver in a magnetic storm zone. Staying here will only make us sitting ducks. He finished speaking and turned to the navigator. Sever the Major General's command authority and activate the emergency warp drive. Target, Tantalus 4 heavy industry planet. Eric lunged at the control panel like a madman. None of you are leaving without my authorization. I'm going to send you all to the gallows. Bang! Gunshots rang out. Eric's thigh exploded in a spray of blood, and he screamed as he fell onto the metal floor. The adjutant holstered his still-smoking pistol. Tie him up and throw him into the lower deck cell. Once we get back to the Federation, hand him over to take the blame. Two guards rushed forward and tightly bound Eric's hands behind his back. Let me go. You bunch of peasants. You don't understand war at all. My model is correct. He struggled like a fish out of water, his shattered glasses crushed even more. His dignity, elegance, and arrogance completely collapsed at that moment. The massive hull of the Pride began to tremble, and a blue warp aura slowly unfolded in front of the bow. Inside the base vehicle's command center, Reed's voice rang out. Sir, the enemy flagship is activating its warp drive. They're trying to escape. Lin Feng glanced at the radar screen. They run pretty fast. He didn't order a pursuit. While the siege tanks had a long range, they couldn't disrupt the already opened warp portal. More importantly, he needed to process this massive loot first. Let them go. Lin Feng tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Eric is more useful alive than dead. He will cause the Federal Command to get bogged down in a cycle of buck passing. Then, he looked at the red dot on the star map that read, Tantaro's 4 heavy industry star. That was Victor Clement's headquarters. Put all the gas and ore into the barracks and heavy factories. Lin Feng's eyes were icy cold. Within 10 days, I want to see 50 siege tanks and 100 Banshee fighters. Since Victor likes blockades, I will personally go to his headquarters and teach him what real firepower crushing is. The top floor of the Black Tower conglomerate headquarters on Tantalus 4, a heavy industrial planet. Victor Clement stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, holding a bottle of scarlet synthetic liquor, overlooking the automated arms factory stretching for thousands of kilometers below. A black-clad intelligence officer strode into the office and reported in a low voice, "Your Excellency, latest intelligence. Eric Sheen's punitive fleet was completely annihilated in the silent corridor. The flagship Pride mutinied, and Eric was captured by his subordinates and escaped back." Smack! The wine glass in Victor's hand was crushed, the glass piercing his palm, and the wine mixed with blood dripped onto the expensive carpet. He didn't look at the wound, but turned around abruptly, his once elegant and composed face now filled with gloom. Complete annihilation? 3,000 heavily armored mechs and 2 cruisers, wiped out by a mining smuggler. The intelligence officer trembled. Yes. The target possesses terrifying beyond visual range heavy artillery, as well as a large number of high explosive mines. Eric's armored forces couldn't even get close. Victor stared intently at the star sector map. The once inconspicuous K-7 mine has now become like a poisonous thorn, piercing the throat of the conglomerate. He finally realized that he had made a fatal mistake. He mistook a real monster for a rat that he could crush at will. Conventional force is no longer enough to subdue him. Victor pulled out a silk scarf and slowly wiped the blood from his palm. He then walked to his desk and pressed the red button at the bottom of the drawer. Launch the scavenger program. His voice carried a chilling undertone. Bring out that pirate captain named Iron Fong and inject him with the highest concentration of Type X biochemical agent. Since a war based on rules can't kill him, let a monster that doesn't follow the rules tear him apart. Chapter 32, The Trembling of the Shattered Star Belt. The air in the underground trading area on the 3rd floor of the Shattered Star Belt, which was usually filled with inferior engine oil and synthetic alcohol, was completely suppressed today by a pungent, burnt smell. Pablo, who had been slumped in a leather sofa, suddenly sprang up, his gold-rimmed front teeth flashing nervously under the neon lights. He stared intently at the tarmac, where the cabin door of Chu Yu's old smuggling ship was wide open. There were no contraband drugs or smuggled weapons on board. With a piercing hydraulic roar, a heavy-duty conveyor belt extended, slamming a small black mountain of twisted metal, broken armor, and charred wires onto the alloy floor. Clang! The heavy impact shook the wine glass violently, spilling crimson liquid onto Pablo's hand. The once noisy trading market fell silent instantly, with hundreds of pirates, mercenaries, and black market brokers all staring at the pile of scrap metal. Chu Yu emerged from the shadows of the hatch. Her meticulously crafted prosthetic left arm was gone, leaving only a rough, rivet-studded temporary armor plate, the joints still seeping with dark red machine oil. She walked straight to the metal wreckage, kicked a huge curved armor plate, and said coldly, "Flip it over." The 2 crew members immediately used crowbars to pry open the several-ton armor plating. The next second, an insignia, half melted by the high-temperature plasma, was exposed to everyone's eyes. Crossed swords entwined with golden star rings. That's the exclusive paint scheme for the Federation's first mixed fleet. Pablo's back stiffened instantly, his previous nonchalance vanishing. His Adam's apple bobbed, and his voice trembled. "Boss Chu Yu robbed the Federation's logistics supply base?" Chu Yu sneered, pulled over a chair, and sat down, the temporary armor plate hitting the metal tabletop and sending sparks flying. "A supply base? Pablo, your vision is only good enough to collect scrap metal in a rat hole." She tapped the table, saying each word clearly. "This is the main armor of the Storm-class heavy mech, and that's the starboard thruster shell of the Pride cruiser. And those 3,000 high-energy batteries over there were all salvaged from regular Federation mechs." The entire trading area was deathly silent. Some gasped in shock, others smashed their glasses. The complete annihilation of the Federation fleet. Such a thing had never happened in the outer sector. Even the Black Tower conglomerate had to bow down and negotiate when facing the Federation's regular army. Pablo's cheeks twitched as he tried to cover his face with his cup, but the water trembled violently. What exactly did that madman Lin Feng do? Chu Yu leaned forward, her bloodshot eyes fixed on him. He crushed Eric Sheen's fleet to dust. Her voice grew even colder. 200,000 tons of high-purity alloy debris, 3,000 high-energy batteries. Within 3 days, turn them all into high-energy gas and rare heavy metals. If you lose even a gram, Lin Feng siege tanks will blast your trading post into ruins. Bang! The trading floor doors were suddenly kicked open. A berserker, over 2 meters tall and wearing a downgraded version of CMC power armor, stormed in with dozens of fully armed Bloodskull mercenaries. Such arrogance. The mad beast's megaphone boomed, making everyone's eardrums ache. Chui Ue, you think you can run rampant in Shatterstar Belt just because you've hooked up with that pretty boy Lin Feng? I'll show you today. He suddenly stopped speaking. The helmet's tactical visor automatically scanned the wreckage on the ground, and a cold notification sounded. High-value target confirmed. Federal Storm-class mech wreckage. 99% match. The mad beast froze, staring at the armor bearing the Federation insignia, then at the mountain of high-energy batteries. The mercenaries behind him exchanged glances, their gun grip hands involuntarily shrinking back. Chui did not get up, but instead drew a prototype Gauss rifle from her waist, cocked it with a click, and casually rested the muzzle on the table. Beast, Lin Feng asked me to pass on a message to you. The mad beast swallowed hard, his voice weakening. What did you say? The Panstar Zone mineral rights, centralized purchase and sale agreement is hereby voided, effective today. All mineral veins in the K7 star zone and the 3 surrounding sectors belong to Shanghai Technology. Chuyu's fingertip gripped the trigger. Hand over the ore or die. The choice is yours. The madman gritted his teeth, glanced back at his men, then looked at the pile of Federation fleet corpses on the ground. The shudder didn't come from the outside, but from the very bones within him. Even the Federation's heavy mech squadron was wiped out. His dozens of weakened power armor suits were nothing compared to Lin Feng. Thump! The beast's knees buckled, and its massive power armor slammed heavily onto the floor. The Bloodskull mercenary group is willing to be incorporated into Star Sea Technology. The mining rights for the Outer Sea 3 mining area will be offered to us tomorrow. Pablo looked at the kneeling beast and felt utterly desperate. He wiped away his cold sweat, took out a black card with the highest authority, and handed it to Chuyu with both hands. 3 days, Boss Chu. Within 3 days, deliver 200,000 units of high-energy gas to the K7 mine without missing a single one. At the same time, on the edge of K7 Mineral Planet, Lin Feng stood in front of the holographic floor-to-ceiling window of the command cabin. Outside the window, the barren meteorite surface had been transformed, with dozens of supply stations rising up like steel jungles, and the barracks assembly lines operating at full speed, with welding sparks flying day and night. Black smoke billowed from the factory chimneys, and rows of dark blue siege tanks rolled over gravel and slowly drove out of the assembly workshop. Red's voice came through the communicator. Sir, the first batch of 5,000 Federation prisoners has been transported to the underground mine. The quota of 10 tons of raw, or per person per day, has been issued. Lin Feng looked towards the distant entrance to the mine. There, Federal soldiers, stripped of their armor, were crammed together, their uniforms stripped off, leaving only thin undershirts, and holding the most primitive laser pickaxes. On the high points on both sides of the mine pit, Marines from the system held Gauss rifles, their dark muzzles pointed at the crowd below. Lin Feng asked calmly, "Did anyone resist?" Reed sneered. Several officers tried to incite a riot, saying that the Geneva Convention does not allow the mistreatment of prisoners. Get rid of it. Clear. Seconds later, a deafening metallic blast erupted at the mine entrance. Depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds fired from Gauss rifles tore the officer who led the riot into a bloody mist, splattering flesh and bone fragments across the faces of the surrounding prisoners. Screams and cries rang out briefly, then fell silent. All the Federation's soldiers abandoned their ridiculous arrogance, picked up their laser picks like zombies, and lined up to enter the bottomless mine. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze. Adjutant, report on resource reserves. Current reserves of 1.2 million units of crystalline minerals and 350,000 units of high-energy gas are in stock. Heavy industry has reached its peak operating efficiency. Lin Feng tapped the table lightly with his fingertips. 350,000 kilowatts is enough. He turned and walked toward the holographic tactical console in the center of the command module. Victor must have already received news of Eric's complete annihilation. That old fox won't sit idly by. His trump card go far beyond just the regular army. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and brought up the system's technology tree advancement panel. Prerequisites for unlocking advanced tactical units. Prepare to warp. Instruction confirmed. Target building, Ghost Military Academy. Chapter 33, Psionic Energy and Shadows. The deepest underground cavern in the K7 mine was originally an abandoned gas extraction station left behind by a conglomerate. The surrounding rock walls have been corroded to a purplish-black color by high concentrations of radiation, emitting an eerie, cold light. Lin Feng stood in the center of the cave. A dozen meters away, Su Wan, wearing a hazmat suit, gripped the hem of her clothes tightly with both hands, staring ahead in terror. Inject 100,000 units of high-energy gas. As soon as the command was given, the entire underground space trembled violently. It wasn't an ordinary earthquake, but a high-frequency oscillation so sharp it pierced the brain. Su Wan covered her ears in agony, her stomach churning, and she even felt a hallucinatory taste of blood in her mouth. On the open ground ahead, space began to distort. Countless eerie blue arcs of electricity exploded out of thin air, intertwining like a swarm of raging snakes in a vacuum. The next second, a massive, pitch-black building, shaped like an inverted sword, was forcibly squeezed out of the void. The heavy metal base crashed into the rock, creating a deafening roar. The red, breathing lights on the building's surface flashed rapidly, instantly filling the cave with a cold, oppressive atmosphere. Ghost Academy warp complete. Advanced tactical units unlocked. Nuclear fusion strike guidance authorization activated. The adjutant's cold voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Su Wan slumped to the ground, her face beneath the mask deathly pale. She had always believed that Lin Feng was merely a warlord who controlled a secret military production line, and that the tanks and power armor came from some underground factory. But now, she witnessed creation out of thin air. It wasn't an industrial miracle. It was more like some cold and efficient cosmic law. Who exactly are you? Su Wan's voice trembled. Lin Feng didn't turn back, but walked towards the entrance of the Ghost Military Academy. The airtight door slid open automatically, releasing a burst of cold air with the smell of ozone. I'm the one who can keep you alive. He turned to Su Wan, his tone flat. I want all of Tianqiong Military Industries' secret networks and funding flows within the Federation's inner ring star system, as well as the incriminating evidence left by your father. Su Wan felt a chill run down her spine. She immediately took out an encrypted biochip from her body, held it in both hands, crawled a few steps on her knees, and placed it at Lin Feng's feet. It's all inside. Everything in Sky Dome Military Industry is yours. She buried her head deeply. Before this man who could create things out of thin air, any scheming seemed laughable. Lin Feng picked up the chip and put it in his tactical uniform pocket. Stay outside. Shoot anyone who gets close. After saying that, he turned and walked into the Ghost Military Academy. The building was dark, with only countless eerie blue data cables pulsating along the walls like living veins. Inside the central incubation chamber, a pure black, tight-fitting combat suit floated in mid-air, its surface covered with fine hexagonal optical scales and a psionic crystal embedded in its spine. Stealth combat suit prototype, synthesized from system technology and rare local optical materials. The adjutant cautioned, warning, this equipment has not undergone human safety testing. Psionic radiation can cause irreversible damage to the nervous system of ordinary people. It is recommended that the commander not wear it personally. Lin Feng stared at the combat uniform, his eyes unwavering. Victor has turned Tantalus 4 into an impenetrable fortress. Conventional reconnaissance can't get in at all. I have to personally confirm his defensive firepower deployment. He took off his tactical jacket. Activate the forced wearing procedure. A robotic arm extended from the wall, fitting the cold black combat suit tightly onto Lin Feng's body. With a click, the psionic crystal interface at his spine pierced directly into his back. Lin Feng grunted, gripping the metal control panel with both hands, veins bulging on his arms. A chill, almost absolute zero, rushed up his spine and into his brain, instantly causing a cacophony of static to appear on his retina. Optical camouflage activated. He gritted his teeth and gave the order. The hexagonal scales on the surface of his combat suit began to tumble rapidly, and light refracted strangely as it passed through his body. A second later, Lin Feng vanished completely into thin air, leaving no shadow and no heat signature. But the price was equally devastating. His left optic nerve was torn apart by the intense psionic radiation, and his vision blurred rapidly. Suddenly, several enormous, twisted black shadows flashed across the empty room. They were a group of alien monsters covered in chitinous shells and exuding a bloodthirsty aura, seemingly roaring in the void. Sir, abnormal brainwaves detected. Visual hallucinations have been triggered. Activate stealth immediately. Lin Feng closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and forcefully suppressed the excruciating pain. Shut up. Stay invisible. When he opened his eyes again, a strange purple light faintly appeared deep in the pupil of his left eye. Minutes later, 2 stealth Banshee fighter jets silently took off, carrying 2 system ghost agents also dressed in stealth combat suits. They became invisible shadows and headed straight for the conglomerate's headquarters. Lin Feng sat in the command cabin, covering his still throbbing left eye with one hand, watching the data transmitted back from the holographic screen. Sir, Agent Number 1 has broken through the outer defense perimeter of Tanalo's 4 heavy industry star without triggering any alarms. On the screen, the Tycoon's prized energy shield and orbital anti-aircraft turrets are rendered useless in the face of the ghost agents. Lin Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. Victor's defenses are like sieves. His headquarters are empty, and he has moved all his mobile forces to the perimeter to blockade us. Just then, a glaring scarlet alarm suddenly lit up at the edge of the radar, on the coordinates representing the outer mining area of C3. Warning: an abnormally high-energy biological reaction has occurred in the C3 mining area. It does not belong to the regular military organization. Its vital signs are extremely violent. Lin Feng's gaze darkened. The holographic tactical console immediately switched to monitoring the C3 mining area. In the scene, the Blood Skull mercenary group, which was originally stationed there, is being subjected to a one-sided massacre that is completely predictable. It was not the army that slaughtered them. It is a monster. Chapter 34: The Rampaging Biochemical Fangs. In the outer mining area of C3, a strong wind whipped up yellow dust, which pelted the metal prefabricated houses with a crackling sound. The beast, clad in a downgraded version of CMC power armor, patrolled the slag-strewn ground. Now he was Lin Feng's watchdog. He'd lost face, but his life was spared. Besides, wearing that power armor made him quite imposing in the surrounding star sector. He yelled into the communication channel, "You all better be alert. If even one piece of Lin Feng's mind is missing, I'll stuff you all into the crusher." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a deafening sonic boom erupted in the sky. A black smuggling ship, its hull glowing red-hot, crashed like a meteorite into a pile of waste at the edge of the mining area. The shockwave overturned several makeshift watchtowers, and the mine's alarms immediately went off. The madman immediately raised his spiked rifle, his power armor emitting a low rumble. Dozens of Blood Skull mercenaries quickly took cover, all aiming their guns at the crashed spaceship. The hatch was not opened. The next second, with a muffled bang, the alloy hatch, which was more than 10 centimeters thick, was kicked open from the inside and rolled over, smashing a mining truck. Amidst the sandstorm, a massive, twisted figure slowly emerged from the wreckage. The pupils beneath the madman's mask suddenly contracted. That could no longer be considered human. The other person was over 2.5 meters tall, with no intact skin on his body, covered in dark red tumors, like a monster forcibly catalyzed by radiation and drugs. His left shoulder, which should have been shattered by a depleted uranium round, was now covered in writhing flesh, with several metal tubes inserted deep inside, constantly pumping out green biochemical slime. Several deadly holes in his chest were sealed with transparent resin, inside which a huge heart was beating wildly. The only recognizable features were the single, bloodshot eye on the bald head and the mouth that split to the roots of the ears. The mad beast gasped, Iron Fong. 2 weeks ago, this pirate leader robbed Lin Feng's mine, only to be riddled with bullets by Lin Feng's Gauss rifle and flee like a dead dog. But now, he is transformed into a bioengineered monster. Iron Fong roared to the sky, its voice no longer human, but filled with the smell of blood and engine oil. The raging beast roared, "Fire! Kill him!" Dozens of spiked rifles simultaneously unleashed a barrage of fire, a dense rain of metal bullets pounding the iron teeth. But those bullets, powerful enough to pierce light armor, only produced dull thuds when they struck the dark red tumor. The bullet was firmly stuck in the powerful muscles, and then the lumps writhed and squeezed out the deformed bullet, which clattered and fell to the ground. The beast's voice changed. "This is impossible." Iron teeth moved. His massive body unleashed an abnormal speed, shattering rocks with a single step and instantly reaching behind cover. Before the two mercenaries could react, he smashed their heads with a single slap, splattering red and white liquid across the metal wall. The mercenaries completely broke down, threw down their guns, and turned to flee for their lives. Iron Fong didn't chase after the smaller fry. His single eye was fixed on the largest beast in the crowd, or more precisely, on the weakened CMC power armor it wore. That's Lin Feng's trademark. Iron teeth squeezed out broken syllables from his throat. Lin Feng is dead. He leaped up suddenly, pouncing on the beast like a raging lion hunting its prey. The beast roared, its power armor's hydraulic engines blazing, and its right arm's alloy fist slammed into Iron Fong's face with a whooshing sound. Click! Iron Fong didn't dodge, letting the heavy punch hit his face. His nose shattered instantly, and his eyeballs were almost crushed, but he didn't even groan, only using his left shoulder, which was covered in fleshy buds, to withstand the impact. Then his intact right hand shot out like lightning and gripped the hydraulic joint of the power armor's right arm tightly. A piercing metallic scraping sound rang out. The beast watched in horror as the system frantically issued warnings. Warning: external pressure exceeds the armor's tolerance limit. Hydraulic lines have ruptured. Iron Fong's arms were bulging with veins, and he used pure physical strength to crush the alloy mechanical joints bit by bit. With a hiss, the high-pressure hydraulic oil exploded like a fountain. The beast's right arm completely lost power and hung limply at its sides. His face, hidden behind the mask, was contorted with fear. No. Iron Fong gave him no chance to beg for mercy, gripping the gaps in the power armor's chest armor with both hands and letting out a beast-like roar. Sizzle. Amidst a chilling, tearing sound, the export version of the power armor, capable of withstanding light firearms, was ripped in two by Iron Fong. The beast, along with its internal life support system, was torn apart, and blood and entrails rained down on the slag heap. Iron Fong stood amidst the rain of blood, casually tossing away the mangled corpses. His single, scarlet eye slowly rotated, finally fixing its gaze on the surveillance camera atop a distant tower. He knew that the man was watching him. Iron Fong walked step by step to the bottom of the probe, raised his head, and his gaping maw revealed jagged fangs, with green biochemical slime dripping down his chin. Lin Feng. Broken syllables traveled through the microphone, carrying endless resentment and madness. K7 Main Base, Command Center. On the holographic screen, Tai's terrifying face was magnified to the extreme. Lin Feng sat in his chair, his fingers lightly touching the table, his face showing neither anger nor fear. His eyes were as cold as polar ice caps. Lin Feng spoke up. Lieutenant, analyze the target biological data. The adjutant quickly reported. Scan complete. High concentrations of Type X biochemical agent residue were detected in the target's body, along with genes from an unknown alien organism. Muscle density is 50 times that of a normal person, and cell healing speed is extremely fast. Danger level, extremely high. Lin Feng stared at the empty C3 mine on the screen and slowly uttered a name. Victor. If they can't beat my tank, they start unleashing their dogs to bite people. He stood up and walked to the porthole. Outside, 50 newly manufactured siege tanks stood in neat rows, and 100 Banshee fighters were parked on the tarmac, gleaming with a cold metallic luster. Lin Feng pressed the all-channel broadcast button. Red. A response immediately came through the communicator. Sir, bring your elite squad, dressed in full CMC power armor, and carrying you 238 depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds. Lin Feng stared at the distant horizon, his voice icy. Go and cut that mad dog's head off for me. Chapter 35. The Veteran's Sacrifice to Cover the Rear. In the outer mining area of C3, yellow dust, carrying the pungent smell of blood, lashed against the dilapidated metal buildings. Gale force winds howled through the gaps in the torn armor, emitting a ghostly shriek. Red stopped, stepping over the shredded flesh and mechanical debris. The full-size CMC power armor pressed into the slag, its hydraulic engines humming deeply. He looked down and saw a deformed chest plate with half of a beast's intestines still hanging from it. He raised his right arm in a tactical signal, and 5 Marines, also clad in heavy power armor, immediately spread out. 5 Gauss rifles were raised simultaneously, their depleted uranium armor-piercing magazines gleaming with a dark metallic sheen. Only heavy breathing filled the communication channel. Red stared at the radar mask and said in a low voice, "Spread out. Maintain crossfire." "That bastard isn't an ordinary pirate." The screen was filled with static. A strong magnetic sandstorm was interfering with the detection. Someone whispered a report that the radar had malfunctioned. Red switched to thermal imaging. In the dark red field of view, there was nothing but burning spaceship wreckage. It was too quiet. Apart from the sound of the wind, there was no movement of any living thing. Red's fingers tightened around his gun as memories of the battlefield on Sharon 10 years ago flooded back. It was a sandstorm, it was deathly still, and the next second the swarm of insects broke through the ground, tearing half his company apart in 3 minutes, while he stole the last landing craft and escaped. The chill that seeped from the very marrow of his bones had just crept up his spine when the pile of scrap metal on his left suddenly exploded. Several tons of metal scrap flew into the air, and a massive, dark red figure, propelled by the dust, rammed into the outermost team members like a raging rhinoceros. Red roared, "Right wing, open fire." 5 Gauss rifles simultaneously unleashed a barrage of fire, tearing through the sand and dust, while depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds slammed into the figure. Iron Fong didn't dodge, charging headlong into the hail of bullets, his superficial tumor riddled with fist-sized holes, green slime and dark red blood splattering everywhere. But he didn't stop. Deep within the wound, granulation tissue writhed wildly, and muscle fibers forced the bullet out of his body, where it fell to the ground, sparks flying. The team member exclaimed in shock, "What the hell is that monster?" The next second, Iron Fong was already in front of him. His huge mouth, split to the roots of his ears, spewed out a stench of engine oil mixed with rotting flesh, and his intact right hand swung up violently. With a deafening bang, the team member and his armor were sent flying. The 2-ton power armor tumbled through the air before slamming into a rock wall dozens of meters away. A large area of the composite armor on his chest was dented, and the sound of bones shattering was clearly audible to everyone. "Fourth brother." Red's eyes instantly turned red. He pulled the trigger and fired wildly at Iron Fong. Depleted uranium rounds kept exploding through the tumors on his body, forcing Iron Fong to retreat repeatedly. Iron Fong, with his one eye fixed on Red, forced out a broken growl. "Lin Fong I?" He grabbed a broken alloy steel beam from the side and hurled it at Reed like a javelin. Reed rolled to the side, the beam grazing his shoulder armor and crashing into the prefabricated house behind him. Red scrambled to his feet, white steam billowing from the gaps in his armor, and shouted, "Keep your distance. Don't let him get close. Use grenades." The remaining 3 team members quickly retreated, and the grenade launchers opened fire simultaneously. 3 high-explosive grenades landed precisely at Iron Fong's feet, exploding with a series of booming sounds, engulfing his massive body in flames, and the shock waves whipping up a cloud of dust. Red stared intently at the epicenter of the explosion, his gun still refusing to be lowered. Before the smoke cleared, a thick left arm covered in fleshy growths and protruding with metal tubes suddenly reached out and grabbed the barrel of a team member's Gauss rifle. The scorching hot barrel burned the flesh, but Iron Fong didn't react at all and suddenly yanked. The team member staggered forward, and Iron Fong's right hand directly pierced the gap between the power armor's visor and chest armor. With a horrifying snap, the teammate's head, along with his tactical helmet, was ripped off. Blood splattered all over Iron Fong's face. He licked it with his tongue, his single eye filled with mad, savage rage. Red had completely lost his mind. He threw away the Gauss rifle with its empty magazine, pulled out the high-frequency concussion blade from his leg armor, turned the engine up to full speed, and rammed himself into Jaws. The 2 massive bodies collided violently, steel and flesh exploding with a dull thud. Red's vibrating blade pierced through Iron Fong's ribs, the high-frequency vibrations shredding large chunks of internal organs. Iron Fong grunted and slammed his fist into Red's helmet. Red's mind went blank, his tactical interface flashed wildly, and red warning pop-ups filled his vision. His mask cracked, blood flowed into his eyes, and the world turned blood red. Iron Fong gripped Red's shoulder armor with both hands, his muscles bulging, imagining tearing him in two like a raging beast. The hydraulic engines of the full-size CMC power armor hissed under strain. Red gritted his teeth, gripped the knife handle tightly with both hands, and frantically churned inside Iron Fang's belly. At that moment, Lin Feng's cold voice suddenly came through the communication channel. Red, report on the battle situation. Reed spat out bloody saliva and gasped. Boss, this is a tough one. Depleted uranium rounds won't kill this beast. He can heal himself. There was a 2-second silence on the command center's end. Then the question of casualties was asked. Reed glanced at the 2 team members still providing cover fire in the distance. 2 are dead, and the rest are about to collapse. Lin Feng immediately ordered, withdraw from C3 mining area and move to the North Canyon. I have locked the coordinates. In 3 minutes, 50 siege tanks will launch indiscriminate fire. Red froze. Indiscriminate coverage meant the entire C3 mining area would be wiped out by the plasma cannon. But this monster was too fast. If they turned to retreat, he would surely crush them one by one on the way. Someone has to hold him back. Red's breathing suddenly slowed. The dark red vision before his eyes gradually overlapped with the sky of Sharon 10 years ago. That day, he heard his comrades scream in agony, and he heard his superior give the order to retreat, and then he ran. He lived a life of cowardice and nightmares, hiding on the edge of the universe like an old dog, wasting his days. Until Lin Feng appeared, giving him armor, a gun, and a reason to stand up again. Red grinned, blood dripping onto his breastplate, his voice unusually calm. Boss, this monster is too fast. We can't get out. Lin Feng's voice deepened. Execute the order, Reed. Red stared intently at Iron Fang's single. I've carried out countless retreat orders in my life. But today, I'm not running away. After he finished speaking, he quickly pressed a few buttons on the tactical panel with his left hand. A cold notification sounded. Warning, external communications have been cut off. Power armor joint lock procedure initiated. Fusion reactor overload countdown begins. The armor's hydraulic system locked instantly, turning Red into a steel statue, firmly trapping Iron Fang's hands. Iron Fang sensed something was wrong and struggled frantically, severely deforming Red's shoulder armor. But Red wouldn't budge an inch. He roared at the public channel. You two, get the hell out of here. Run north. The remaining 2 team members stood frozen in place. Red roared again. Get out of here. Do you want me to die for nothing? With red-rimmed eyes and gritted teeth, the 2 turned around, activated their thrusters, and raced towards the northern canyon. Iron Fang, watching its prey escape, roared in fury, lowered its head, and bit down on Red's shoulder armor, its fangs tearing off a piece of alloy. Red could no longer feel the pain. He stared at the red countdown that kept flashing on his mask. 10, 9, 8. He silently thought to himself, Boss Lin Feng, it's been worth it to fight this battle with you in this lifetime. 3, 2, 1. Red closed his eyes. A dazzling, eerie blue light suddenly shone from the reactor area on the power armor's chest, instantly piercing through the swirling sand and dust. Immediately following was an extremely muffled and deafening bang. Terrifying high temperatures and shock waves, mixed with nuclear radiation from the depleted uranium magazine detonation, spread wildly from Red. The entire C3 mining area was completely torn apart like paper in the face of this force. Chapter 36, A Counterattack Abandoning Naiveness. Inside the command center of the K-7 main base, after the holographic tactical screen burst open with a ghostly blue light, it was instantly swallowed up by a large amount of static and noise. The entire cabin was deathly silent. Lin Feng stood in front of the control panel, his hands gripping the metal tabletop, his body completely still, even his breathing was eerily steady. Only his white knuckles and bulging veins betrayed the anger simmering within him. The only sound on the communication channel was the piercing crackling of electromagnetic interference. Lin Feng spoke in a low voice. Lieutenant, report Red's vital signs. The holographic image of Lieutenant Zero flashed, his voice cold. A high-intensity nuclear fusion reaction has been detected in the target area. Red CMC power armor core reactor has overloaded and detonated, and vital signs have completely disappeared. As soon as he finished speaking, it was as if the air pressure in the command cabin had been sucked out. The heavy, airtight door slid open, and Chuyu strode in. She still had a temporary armor plate on her left shoulder and held a data terminal in her hand. She said, Lin Feng, the money laundering channel with Pablo has been established. The first batch of 50,000 units of high-energy gas. She stopped abruptly halfway through her sentence. She saw the screen filled with static, and she also saw Lin Feng's frozen figure in front of the control panel. A chill ran down her spine. She had been in the black market for years, seeing countless pirates and warlords, but she had never experienced such a sense of oppression. Lin Feng slowly turned around, his face showing neither anger nor sorrow. His eyes were as calm as a dry well, so cold they sent chills down one's spine. He looked at Chu Yu and said calmly, "Reed is dead." Chu Yu's hand holding the terminal trembled violently. That old soldier who talked nonsense all the time and always carried a cheap liquor bottle. That cunning old fox who had taken a bullet for her in the Shatterstar Zone. Was he really dead? Lin Feng turned back to the tactical console, his fingers flying across the virtual keyboard. Iron Fong did it. Victor injected him with Type X biochemical agent, turning him into a monster without pain. Red detonated the power armor reactor to cover the retreat of 2 team members. Chu Yu's throat tightened, and she asked with difficulty, "What about the monster? Was it blown up?" Lin Feng did not answer, but coldly ordered, "Lieutenant." The adjutant immediately reported, "Deep thermal signal scanning is underway." No signs of life were found in Iron Fong at the explosion center. However, 0.5 seconds before the explosion, the target was detected fleeing into the underground mine at an excessive speed. Scanning the underground mine network. A faint, intermittent red dot quickly appeared on the screen. The adjutant continued. Target confirmed. Vital signs severely impaired. Moving northeastward along the abandoned S9 underground transport tunnel belonging to the conglomerate, toward the clandestine supply depot. Chu Yu stared at the red dot, cold sweat beading on her back. To survive a nuclear fusion reactor explosion and still escape. That's beyond human capability. She forced herself to calm down. Now that we've located the position, let the siege tanks go there and blow up the supply depot and underground tunnel together. Don't give him a chance to breathe. Lin Feng stopped what he was doing and glanced at her. That one glance was enough to make Chu Yu swallow back all the words she was about to say. That's too easy on him. Lin Feng turned to look out the window. In the distance, in the mine, countless Federation prisoners were numbly swinging their laser picks. His voice was completely flat. When Red died, I could hear the sound of his bones cracking on the communications channel. If Iron Fong had been killed by a single shot, Red would be cursing me from down there. After saying that, Lin Feng pressed the broadcast button for the entire base. His voice echoed through the loudspeaker across the entire K7 mine. Pass on my orders. From today onward, all Federation prisoners in the mine will have their daily mining quota doubled to 20 tons. Chu Yu's expression changed, and she blurted out, "Lin Feng, are you crazy? 10 tons a day is already their limit. Without protective suits, without life support equipment, and with such strong underground radiation, doubling that would kill them. That's 2,000 lives." She still has an instinctive sympathy for refugees and the poor, and cannot accept this near massacre of exploitation. Lin Feng turned off the communication and turned to walk step by step towards her. Chu Yu wanted to back away, but her legs felt like they were nailed to the ground. He looked down at her and sneered, "Human life? Chu Yu, you've been in this rotten universe for so long, and you still have such naive ideas." Lin Feng raised his hand and pointed to the mountain of Federation warship wreckage outside the window. "When Victor sent his fleet to bomb us, did he ever treat us like human beings? When Iron Fong tore my brothers apart, did he ever treat them like human beings?" His gaze pierced Chu Yu's eyes like an awl. "Here, there is no justice, no mercy, only resources. They're not people, they're my miners, my gas, the fuel I use to build the next battlecruiser." Lin Feng turned his back, his voice cold and hard. "Those who fail to meet their quotas will be cut off from water and food. Those who die inside will be thrown directly into the shredder and used as organic fertilizer." Chu Yu bit her lower lip, her face deathly pale. She suddenly realized that her so-called coldness was nothing more than child's play in front of this man. Lin Feng has abandoned his last shred of compassion, transforming himself into an absolutely rational and utterly cold war machine. And she is already firmly bound to this machine. Lin Feng returned to the control panel and brought up the Ghost Military Academy interface. "Lieutenant, awaken Ghost Agents number 1 and number 2. The adjutant responded. "Instructions confirmed. The psionic crystal is activated, and the cloaking suit is fully charged." Lin Feng stared at the weak, flickering red on the screen, his voice low and deep. Victor thought he could kill me by creating a mad dog. His finger pressed down hard on the enter key. I want him to see with his own eyes how his prize monster is sliced to pieces, piece by piece. Chapter 37. The Dimensional Reduction Assassination Operation. The abandoned S-9 supply station is buried 200 meters below the surface in an alloy bunker. This place was originally a transit point for conglomerates to stockpile smuggled weapons. The thick lead plates and radiation-proof coatings were enough to block most conventional radar scans. Inside the ventilation ducts, an old fan emitted a dull hum. The air was thick with the pungent smell of ozone and an overwhelming stench of blood. Beside the medical pod in the center of the bunker, Iron Fong lay sprawled on the ground like a pile of rotten flesh. The shockwave from Reed's self-destruction, combined with the high temperature of the depleted uranium bomb's secondary explosion, nearly scraped off half of his tumor. Large sections of his left ribs were broken, and his enormous heart was exposed to the air, pounding wildly. A low, painful growl escaped Iron Fong's throat. The X-type biochemical agent was draining his life potential, and dark red granulation tissue sprouted like swarms of insects from the edges of his charred wound, attempting to forcibly stitch up the torn muscle. Each wriggling motion was accompanied by the cracking sound of muscle fibers being torn apart. Outside the bunker, 8 support personnel dressed in elite Chable individual armored suits stood guard with spiked rifles. The captain leaned against the metal wall, removed his mask, spat in frustration, and cursed. What was Executive Officer Victor thinking? Sending us to provide cover for this disgusting monster. One of the team members stared at the tactical terminal and reported, "Captain, the radar is normal. Lin Feng's troops haven't caught up." The captain sneered, "That kid's smart enough. His beat-up tanks can only show off outside. This place can even block orbital scanning. How is he going to find us?" As soon as he finished speaking, the incandescent light above his head flickered twice and emitted a buzzing sound. A faint chill, like ice cracking, silently spread along the ventilation ducts. The captain instinctively shivered and looked up sharply. The ventilation vent was intact, and there wasn't sound. But he always felt that the light in the air refracted strangely at a certain moment, as if space itself was distorted. "Third brother, go check the electrical box." The captain put his mask back on and gripped his rifle tightly. The third brother, gun in hand, headed towards the corner electrical room. Just as he reached the corner, a very faint muffled sound came, like a sharp blade cutting through butter. He suddenly stopped, dropped his spiked rifle, and clutched his neck tightly with both hands. No blood spurted out, because the wound was too fast and too hot. The instant the high-frequency particle blade cut through the carotid artery, the high temperature directly centered the blood vessel and flesh together. The third brother's eyes widened. He made a strange gurgling sound in his throat, and his body went limp and he collapsed. "Third brother." The captain's expression changed drastically, and he abruptly raised his gun. "Enemy attack. All personnel on alert. Open fire." A burst of gunfire erupted instantly, bullets whizzing against the metal wall, sparks flying everywhere. But they had no idea where the enemy was. The radar screen was completely silent, and the thermal imaging only showed their own body temperature. They couldn't see any intruders. The next second, a team member on the right screamed and flew into the air. His composite armor on his chest was torn open as if by invisible claws, and his internal organs were shredded into a mess. Then came the third and the fourth. The killings proceeded silently. It was as if death, cloaked in invisibility, danced gracefully within this sealed bunker. Every slight ripple in the air claimed a life. The remaining team members completely broke down, blindfolded and firing wildly, even hitting their own teammates in the thighs. "What the hell is that? A ghost! There's a ghost!" Just then, Iron Fong suddenly pushed himself up from the ground. His single, scarlet eye was fixed on the empty space in front of him. His animalistic instincts made him sense a deadly threat. With a roar, Iron Fong grabbed the hundreds of pounds weight medical pod next to him with his intact right hand and slammed it into the air. With a loud crash, the medical pod slammed into the wall and shattered instantly. At that very moment, the light in the air distorted violently. A tall, slender figure dressed in a pure black, tight-fitting combat suit suddenly appeared less than half a meter in front of Iron Fong. The hexagonal optical scales on the surface of the combat suit were still spinning at high speed. They're ghost agents. Without uttering a word or pausing, he pressed his C-10 shotgun directly against Iron Fong's chest. Gunfire erupted from inside the bunker. The specially made depleted uranium slug exploded at extremely close range, and the terrifying kinetic energy directly tore apart the flesh buds that had just grown on Iron Fong's chest, blasting away half of his huge heart. Iron Fong's massive body flew backward and crashed heavily into the supporting pillar. But he wasn't dead yet. The backlash from the X-type biochemical agent had completely robbed him of his sense of pain. Like a maddened beast, he pounced on the ghost agent on all fours once more. The agent took only half a step back before disappearing back into thin air. Iron Fong missed its target and crashed to the ground. Immediately afterwards, the air on the right side distorted, and a second ghost agent appeared. A high-frequency particle blade drew a ghostly blue arc, precisely severing Iron Fong's right Achilles tendon. Iron Fong's massive body staggered violently, and he fell to his knees. The air on the left distorted once more, and the first agent reappeared. A flash of particle blades, and Iron Fong's intact right wrist was severed at the root. This is no longer a battle. This is a one-sided massacre, a ruthless and brutal dissection. Two ghost agents, relying on their invisibility suits, constantly moved around Jaw. Each brief appearance left a fatal, but not immediately fatal wound on his body. They carried out Lin Feng's orders perfectly. Chop him up. Soon, there wasn't a single piece of intact flesh left on Taya's body. He lay in a pool of blood, all four limbs severed, leaving only a mangled torso and a bald head. He couldn't roar. He could only manage a weak hiss from his throat. A deep fear finally surfaced in his single eye. The captain huddled in the corner, trembling all over. He looked at the two ruthless assassins, who were as cold as gods, his crotch already soaked with sweat. The first ghost agent walked up to Iron Fong, half squatted down, and took out a miniature high-energy bomb the size of a coin from his tactical belt. He looked at Iron Fong's terrified one eye, and then, extremely slowly, stuffed the bomb into the still bleeding hole in Iron Fong's chest. Iron Fong's body convulsed violently. The agent stood up, walked over to the terrified captain, and ripped a communicator with a conglomerate encrypted channel from his tactical vest. He pressed the video transfer button. The screen lights up. On the other side of the screen, Victor Clement, dressed in a sophisticated vintage suit, sits in his luxurious office on Tantalus 4, holding a glass of red wine. When Victor saw the black-clad, invisible agent on the screen, and Iron Teeth, who had been slashed into a human stick in the background, his wine glass fell to the ground with a crash and shattered into pieces. Red wine spilled all over the expensive carpet. The ghost agent's face remained expressionless beneath his mask. He raised his hand and pressed the detonator. Bang! Iron Fong's shattered torso exploded from the inside, turning into a rain of blood. The agent held up the blood-stained communicator. A cold, synthesized voice came through the encrypted channel into Victor's ears. You're next. Chapter 38, Panic at the Zaibatsu Base. On Tantalus 4, in Victor's office, red wine was spilled on the carpet, turning it a dark red stain, like freshly spilled blood. On the holographic screen, the image of Iron Fong exploding remained frozen. The ghost agent, dressed in a black stealth combat suit, held a communicator covered in bits of flesh, and the synthesized electronic voice still echoed in the office. Next, it's you. Victor leaned back in his leather chair, his chest heaving violently, his eyes bloodshot. His hands, which he never wanted to get dirty, were now trembling uncontrollably, his nails digging deep into the armrests with a screeching sound. His mouth was open, but no sound came out. It was too fast. From the moment Iron Fong's limbs were severed to the explosion of blood raining down, the whole process took less than 3 minutes. That was a monster injected with Type X biochemical agent, a weapon of war capable of withstanding the catastrophic explosion of a nuclear fusion reactor. Yet before that shadowy figure, it didn't even have a chance to fight back, like a fat pig on a chopping board, being dismembered alive. Even more terrifying was that they couldn't see each other at all. There were no radar warnings, no thermal imaging, and the other party simply appeared out of thin air, slit their throats, and then vanished into thin air again. Victor shivered violently, a chill running from his tailbone to the back of his head. He instinctively turned around, staring intently at the air behind him. The air vent hummed softly, and the shadows cast by the blinds on the carpet resembled several writhing snakes. The light seemed to refract there. Victor's scalp tingled instantly, and he yanked a gold-plated pistol from the drawer, gripping it tightly with both hands. The muzzle pointed fixedly at that thin air. "Get out here!" His voice was hoarse. His fear was impossible to conceal. The air was deathly still, save for his heavy, bellows-like breathing. The next second, the double mahogany doors were kicked open, and 4 fully armed elite guards from the conglomerate rushed in, carrying spiked rifles. "Executive, what happened?" Gunfire erupted suddenly. Victor, his eyes bloodshot, turned his gun and pulled the trigger repeatedly. 3 bursts of blood erupted from the chest of the guard at the forefront. He didn't even have time to scream before falling backward. The remaining 3 guards froze on the spot, their guns instinctively raised, then abruptly lowered. Through their tactical masks, they stared in terror at their boss. Victor held up his still-smoking gun, cold sweat dripping down his nose and into his suit collar. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Who let you in?" "No one is allowed near this door without my orders." "Get out." The 3 guards glanced at the body on the ground, swallowed hard, slowly backed away, and closed the door again. The office fell silent again. Victor slumped back into his chair as if all his strength had been drained, his pistol falling to the carpet. He loosened his tie, his once meticulously styled hair falling loose and plastering to his soaked forehead, making him look as disheveled as a stray dog. The door hinges turned again. This time there was no banging. The door was pushed open very gently and slowly. A pair of spotless black leather shoes stepped in and stopped at the edge of the pool of blood. The man who arrived was Eric Cheen. He was wearing a crisp uniform as the chief of staff of the Federal Sector Garrison, and gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. He glanced down at the corpse, then looked at the flickering black shadow on the screen, a rare glint of danger flashing in his eyes behind his glasses. "Mr. Victor, your hospitality is always so unique." Eric stepped over the corpse, walked to the desk, ignored Victor who was slumped in the chair, and directly brought up the battle replay, slowing down and zooming in frame by frame. Optical invisibility. He adjusted his glasses, his voice steady. No, it's not just optical invisibility. Heat, radiation, heart rate, even the vibrations from stepping on the ground are all absorbed by some unknown force field. He stared at the hexagonal ripples that appeared in the air the moment the shadowy figure materialized, and his tone turned cold. Perfect stealth, perfect assassination. This is not something that can be created in the outer sector. Victor sat bolt upright, gripping the edge of the table tightly with both hands. Those are Lin Feng's men, that lowly scoundrel who digs mud in the abandoned mine. He practically roared, spitting on the holographic screen. How could he possibly have this kind of technology? He used to be just a smuggler who sold inferior power armor. Now, he's not only created heavy artillery that can blow my fleet to scrap metal, but he's also created this monster that we can't even touch. Victor pointed at the screen, his fingers trembling. He said, "I'm next." "Eric, did you hear that?" He said, "I'm next." Eric watched him silently. This usually aloof and arrogant tycoon, who treated everyone like pawns, now resembled a terrified madman. A flicker of disgust crossed Eric's eyes, but he quickly concealed it. "I heard you, Mr. Victor." He pulled out a chair and sat down, placing his hands crossed on the table. "Panic won't solve anything. Let's talk data." Eric brought up the tactical simulation model, and a holographic projection unfolded in midair with dense red and blue light dots intertwined. "This is the simulation model I created to eliminate Lin Feng. Based on his troop strength, the resource conversion rate of the K7 mineral planet, and the existing industrial base, according to the conventional logic of technological advancement, it would take him at least 3 years of resource accumulation and 5 large heavy factories operating day and night to upgrade from inferior power armor to a heavy armored position capable of annihilating the first mixed fleet." Eric's voice grew colder, but he only took less than a month. On the screen, the red dot expanded wildly, instantly swallowing the blue representing the conglomerate's fleet. Logically, this is a deadlock. His rate of troop production defies the laws of physics and industry. He doesn't need production lines. He doesn't need assembly and debugging. Those weapons seem to appear out of thin air from underground. Victor slammed his fist on the table, causing the pen holder to fall to the ground. "I don't want to hear your bullshit models. I just want to know how to kill him, and how to make sure that invisible monster doesn't slit my throat tonight." Eric closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, his gaze was completely cold. It's very simple. Just use overwhelming firepower. He pulled up the defense deployment map of Tantalus 4 Heavy Industry Star. Lin Feng's cloaked units have disrupted the reconnaissance balance. We can't see him, so any dispatch patrols or expeditionary fleets could be silently wiped out halfway. His finger emphasized the equatorial orbital spaceport. So, we need to shrink completely. Victor was stunned. You mean you want me to give up control of the outer mining planets and shipping lanes? If we don't give up, we will be gradually eroded. Eric looked at him. Withdraw all the outer fleets and return them all to Tantalus 4. Activate the planetary energy shield and surround the entire heavy industry star like an iron barrel. Since he liked assassination, let him do it. As soon as he steps into the shield's range, the high-frequency particle net will instantly burn away his cloaking force field. Victor's expression shifted between anger and uncertainty. Abandoning the periphery was tantamount to handing over most of the sector's resources. Once the board found out he was holed up in the base camp, they would surely strip him of his executive officer status and send him to the slums. That would be worse than killing him. No, Victor shook his head. Absolutely not. The fleet must go out, and we must shut Lin Feng down on the K7 mining planet. Eric looked at his obsessive eyes and sneered inwardly. Foolish capitalist. Since Mr. Victor is unwilling to shrink, let's try another approach. Eric leaned forward and lowered his voice. Blockade K7 mining planet. Doesn't he need resources? Isn't he mining like crazy? We'll cut off all the routes to K7 and lay down a high-density, strong magnetic ion minefield. Eric adjusted his glasses. At the same time, I submitted a report to the Federation's core circle, announcing a high-risk, unknown infectious disease outbreak in the K7 star sector and requesting a lockdown order for the affected area. Victor's eyes lit up. A lockdown order for the epidemic area? That's right. Eric's lips curled into a cold smile. Once the blockade order is issued, any spaceship entering or leaving this star sector will be directly destroyed by the Federal Defense Force. No matter how much Lin Feng's mine is mined, it can't be transported out, and not a single grain of high-energy gas can be sold. I'm going to suffocate him to death in that abandoned mine. Victor let out a long breath, his tense nerves finally relaxing a bit. Get it done right away. He waved his hand. Cover the entire minefield. Also, send 2 heavy mech squadrons to guard my office door 24 hours a day. Don't let even a fly in. Eric stood up and straightened the hem of his uniform. As you wish, Mr. Victor. He turned and walked toward the door, his leather shoes crunching over the pool of blood with a sickeningly sticky sound. Eric didn't turn around. He knew Victor was finished. The tycoon's courage had been completely shattered by that invisible assassin. Whether it's diverting the fleet back to defend or blockading K7, these are merely delaying tactics. Although Eric's simulation model has collapsed, he understands that when reality exceeds the model, the only way to mitigate the damage is to introduce an even more uncontrollable variable. Stepping out of the office, the stark white light fell on his refined face. Eric pulled out his tactical terminal and entered a complex string of encrypted commands. A top-secret file icon popped up on the screen. File name, the bait plan. Lin Feng. Eric said softly to the screen, "Don't you like playing invisible? I've found you an opponent you can't see." Chapter 39 Blueprints for the Psionic Generator. Inside the command center of the K7 main base, blinding searchlights pierced the darkness of the mine. In the distance, countless Federation prisoners dug like worker ants in a mine pit, the roar of laser picks striking the rock walls causing the ground to tremble slightly. Lin Feng stood in front of the holographic tactical console, on which floated several tattered electronic blueprints. The edges of the blueprints were char-black, covered with complex wavy lines and data annotations. These were items retrieved from a safe in a crashed spaceship during the first wave of attacks that annihilated the Iron Fong pirates. The upper right corner of the drawing bears the logo of the Chable Black Tower, next to which is a line of blurry text. Brainwave Frequency Induction Experiment. Interim report. Lin Feng stared at the blueprints without looking up. Lieutenant, what's the progress of the analysis? The holographic projection flickered, and the cold female image of Lieutenant Zero appeared. Analysis progress 47%. Commander, this is an outdated neural waveband transmitter that can release infrasound waves and microelectromagnetic pulses of specific frequencies directly acting on the cerebral cortex of carbon-based organisms. Lin Feng stroked his chin. A neural control weapon? It's incomplete. The adjutant pulled up the data. It can't issue clear instructions. It can only induce negative emotions such as mania and bloodlust. Or, like a lighthouse, it sends coordinate signals to specific groups of organisms in space. Lin Feng frowned. Why would the tycoons build this kind of junk? To suppress a minor strike. He casually tossed the blueprints aside. Faced with the heavy firepower of the StarCraft system, this half-baked contraption, which could only drive people mad, couldn't withstand a single shot from a siege tank. Let it gather dust in the database. Instructions confirmed. The adjutant immediately filed the documents. At that moment, the airtight door of the command cabin slid open, and Chuyu strode in. She had changed into a black, tight-fitting combat suit, and the temporary armor on her left arm had been removed, replaced by a matte metallic mechanical prosthetic body, with dark blue coolant flowing in the hydraulic lines. Lin Feng, the accounts with Pablo are settled. Chuyu tossed the encrypted data disk onto the table. The first batch of 100,000 units of high-energy gas has been smuggled into your storage tanks via underground river channels. She looked up at Lin Feng and said, I also went to the silent corridor. Your 50 siege tanks and widow mines turned it into a slaughterhouse. At this point, Chuyu's throat tightened. The image of the wreckage hell floating in the nebula flashed through her mind again. 200,000 tons, a full 200,000 tons of Federation heavy cruiser wreckage, high-purity rare alloys, and high-energy batteries that hadn't exploded. I've already had several of the largest pieces of Storm-class heavy mech wreckage hauled onto a smuggling ship. Once they're laundered on the black market, that money will be enough to buy half a star sector. Lin Feng's gaze lingered on her newly replaced mechanical left arm for a second, his tone flat. Well done. Your 10% commission will be deposited into an anonymous account by your adjutant. Chuyu felt no joy, only a chill creeping into her bones. She thought of the prisoners in the mine who were forced to mine 20 tons of ore every day, and who were thrown into the crusher if they didn't meet their quotas. She also thought of Taya, who was cut into human sticks and blown into a bloody mess. The man before her was expanding at an alarming rate into a war machine, one that even the conglomerates and the Federation had to look up to. And she was merely a cog in this machine, ready to be replaced at any moment. Chuyu took a deep breath, her fingers gripping the edge of the table. Lin Feng, this time there's too much cargo. 200,000 tons of wreckage. The target is too big. The tycoons have eyes and ears all over the planetary belt, once they've got their sights on us. That's your problem, Chuyu. Lin Feng interrupted her directly. He glanced at her indifferently, then swallowed the rest of Chuyu's words. I only care about the results. Lin Feng turned to look at the mine outside the window. I need rare alloys and high-energy batteries. My starport is warping, and the battlecruisers need these materials to lay their keels. His voice was cold. How to safely transport them back is your value as the black market queen. If you can't even handle this, there's no point in continuing our cooperation. Chuyu's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. She understood the subtext. In this base, those without value had only two fates, either to dig mud in the mine or to be used as fertilizer in the crusher. I see. She gritted her teeth and turned to leave. As she reached the door, a sharp, tingling pain suddenly shot through the nerve connection of her left arm prosthesis, like being pricked by a needle. Chuyu frowned and shook her arm. The pain disappeared immediately. Without giving it much thought, she quickly walked out of the command cabin. Lin Feng watched her departing figure and whispered, Lieutenant. Yes, Commander. Bring back Ghost Agents number 1 and number 2 to secretly follow Chuyu's smuggling ship. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and tapped his fingers lightly on the table. This woman has my early supply flow ledger. If she gets scared and tries to jump ship, cut her throat and take the goods back. Command confirmed. Just then, the entire command center suddenly shook violently, and the holographic projection on the table instantly distorted into static. Lin Feng quickly steadied himself, bracing his hands on the tactical console. What's going on? A Chaebol-controlled orbital bombing. The adjutant's voice showed a rare slight fluctuation. Warning, no high-altitude energy response detected. The epicenter originated underground, deep within the core of the K7 mineral planet. The holographic screen lit up again, displaying a cross-sectional scan of the K7 mineral planet. Deep within its crust, a massive, dark red energy reaction was flashing wildly. High-frequency shock waves, accompanied by trace amounts of unidentified bioenergy radiation, the adjutant quickly reported. Lin Feng stared at the red, high-energy gas, vein eruption. He recalled that when he first transmigrated, his adjutant had warned him about unusual underground tremors. At the time, he desperately needed resources to mass-produce troops, so he directly planted his base vehicle there. Waveform mismatch, Commander. The adjutant pulled up the incomplete blueprint of the conglomerate from earlier. The wavy lines on the blueprint strangely overlapped with the high-frequency shock waves emanating from deep within the Earth's core. Lin Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. At the same time, on the Tantalus 4 heavy industry planet, in a top-secret laboratory 1,000 meters underground, Eric Cheen stood behind thick, blast-proof glass. On the other side of the glass was a massive, fully enclosed isolation chamber. Hundreds of humans, dressed in tattered miners' clothes, were tearing each other apart like wild beasts. Their eyes were bloodshot, their fingernails were turned outwards, and they emitted inhuman roars from their throats. In the center of the isolation chamber stood a huge metal pillar, its surface covered with complex circuitry, and a ghostly blue crystal at its top flashed at a high frequency. That's the complete version of the psionic generator. A researcher in a white coat stood trembling behind Eric. Chief of Staff, the decoy operation has been initiated. The generator is sending induction bands at maximum power toward the K-7 mineral planet. The researcher, looking at the horrific scene inside the capsule, swallowed hard. But this wavelength is causing severe damage to the nervous system of carbon-based organisms. Large-scale miner riots have already broken out in several nearby mining areas. Eric pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, looked at the crazed miners, and a gentle smile appeared on his lips. The necessary sacrifices are all for the long-term stability of the sector. He turned his head, his gaze behind his glasses as cold as ice. As long as we can lure that thing out from underground, Lin Feng's invisible toys won't even be enough to fill its teeth. Let Lin Feng and that monster play around. We're going to close the net. Chapter 40. The Smuggling Fleet's Exposure. At the edge of the silent corridor, a powerful magnetic ion nebula, like a dark purple cotton ball, slowly tumbled in the pitch-black universe. 3 dilapidated heavy, smuggling ships carefully navigated the gaps in the nebula. On the bridge of the main ship, Chuyu stood in front of the observation window, a cigarette dangling from her lips, staring at the intense magnetic storm outside, her brow furrowed. The navigator, sweating profusely, reported, "Boss, we'll be out of the nebula zone soon, and we'll be entering the conglomerate's regular patrol route." Chuyu spat out her cigarette and coldly ordered, "Turn the engine power down to the lowest setting and activate the anti-reconnaissance jamming network. This shipment is too hot to handle. 200,000 tons. Even a slight leak of energy reaction will attract that mad dog Victor." She had just raised her hand to rub her temples when her left prosthetic arm suddenly convulsed violently, as if an electric current had ruptured its nerve interface. Chuyu gasped, pressing her right hand tightly against her left arm. On that matte metal prosthetic body, the originally dark blue cooling pipes instantly turned a glaring scarlet, and a burnt smell emanated from the connection port. The navigator exclaimed, "Boss, what's wrong?" Chuyu didn't answer, only staring at her left arm. 5 mechanical fingers opened and closed uncontrollably, as if something unseen was forcibly taking over. A sudden chill ran through her as her mind went blank. The underlying logic has been overwritten. The next second, the holographic star map in the center of the bridge suddenly changed color. The green dots that originally represented concealed routes all turned into a blinding red. The alarm blared wildly. The main control computer has been hacked from the outside. The counter-surveillance and jamming network has been shut down. Engine power output is being cut off. The red police lights cast a deathly pale glow on everyone's faces. Chuyu rushed to the control panel, frantically slamming the physical disconnect button with her right hand, roaring, "Disconnect the external network. Disconnect it now." But it was too late. The entire ship's control system was completely locked down. The navigator slumped in his chair, his face ashen. "Boss, we can't cut it off. The hacking source is your prosthetic neural interface. They use your neural signals to bypass the firewall and gain direct access." Chuyu froze on the spot, staring at the still twitching mechanical left arm, and instantly understood everything. Victor, that old fox, planted a backdoor in the deepest layer of her neural logic when he installed the prosthetic body on her. He always knew what she was doing and was waiting for her to dig out all the goods and intelligence for Linfo. With a loud bang, the smuggling ship rocked violently. The massive hull, now powerless, slid slowly out of the magnetic nebula like scrap metal, exposed to the cold, empty conventional shipping lanes. Outside the observation window, the pitch-black universe suddenly distorted, and more than a dozen jump flashes lit up one after another. 5 heavy cruisers belonging to conglomerates, accompanied by a dense formation of escort ships and mechs, surrounded the 3 smuggling ships like sharks smelling blood. At the bow of the cruiser, the robust orbital-class main guns had begun charging, with a ghostly blue plasma beam converging at the muzzle. The navigator closed his eyes and leaned back in his seat in despair. It's over. Chuyu bit her lower lip until it bled. She knew Victor's methods very well. He wouldn't open fire immediately, but would board the ship, capture her alive, and then use the most cruel methods to force out Lin Feng's base coordinates and defense deployment. She knows too many of Lin Feng's secrets. Once they fall into the hands of the conglomerates, Lin Feng will be finished. Chuyu looked towards the cargo hold. There were 200,000 tons of rare alloys and high-energy batteries there. Lin Feng's hope for building a battlecruiser, and also her bargaining chip to escape this wretched universe. But now it's all gone. She took a deep breath, her eyes calming down. Her right hand slowly pulled a red detonator from her tactical belt. That's the physical switch for the cargo hold's self-destruct mechanism, independent of the ship's systems. Pressing it would detonate 200,000 tons of high-energy batteries, enough to obliterate the 3 ships and the surrounding conglomerate fleet into cosmic dust. Chuyu opened the encrypted communication channel, her voice hoarse but steady. Lin Feng. Inside the K-7 main base command center, Lin Feng looked at the red distress signal that suddenly lit up on the holographic screen and replied with only one word, speak. Chuyu stared at the approaching mecha from the conglomerate outside the window. I've been caught in the crossfire of the conglomerate. The prosthetic body has a backdoor, and the spaceship is paralyzed. The cargo is lost, and I can't go back either. She pressed her thumb against the detonator and continued. I have your early black market ledgers. Victor wants those things, and I can't let them fall into his hands. Chuyu forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. I've hardly ever made a losing deal in my life, but meeting you has really made me a complete loser. Lin Feng, if you ever get the chance, please twist that old bastard Victor's head off. I'm begging you. After saying that, she tightened her fingers, preparing to press the detonator. Stop. Lin Feng's icy voice pierced the communication channel like a steel nail. Chuyu's fingers froze. Lin Feng stood in front of the tactical platform, his hands gripping the table, his eyes revealing a chilling madness. Your life is worthless, but those 200,000 tons of cargo are mine. Without my permission, you don't even have the right to die. He looked up abruptly. Lieutenant, what's the progress of the starport warp drive? The adjutant quickly responded, 98%. Warning, forcibly interrupting the process will result in the damage of 30% of the building modules. The Banshee fighter has not yet completed the combat testing of the stealth field, and its success rate in sorties is extremely low. Lin Feng slammed his fist on the control panel. I don't care about the win rate, I want that batch of goods. Force a warp, release all the stored high-energy gas, and recharge the Banshee fighters. Command confirmed. Underlying protocol lock partially released. Forced warp initiated. Above the K-7 mine, the previously empty sky suddenly erupted with a deafening roar, and space violently distorted. A massive steel building, imbued with the aesthetics of heavy industry, burst forth from the void amidst a shower of sparks and unassembled armor plates. Starport arrives. With a loud bang, the bottom hatch of the starport sprang open. 12 futuristic Banshee fighters, each with a massive twin rotor and trailing eerie blue flames, roared into the night sky like 12 ferocious beasts unleashed from their cages. Lin Feng stared at the screen and issued the order, activate the stealth field. Target, silent corridor. Sink the entire conglomerate fleet. The 12 Banshee fighters paused in midair, their surfaces rippled like water. The next second, they vanished from radar and sight. All that remained was the piercing shriek of the rotors tearing through the air, spreading wildly into the depths of space. At the same moment, at the Federal Core Defense Command, tens of light years away, an extremely faint yet exceptionally advanced energy wave flashed across the massive star map. That was an invisible force field fluctuation far exceeding the current technological level of the star sector. The gaze of the abyss finally fell upon this abandoned mine on the edge. Chapter 41, The Madwoman's Desperate Counterattack After Severing Her Left Arm. At the edge of the silent corridor, a powerful magnetic ion nebula, resembling a dark purple cotton ball, slowly tumbled in the pitch-black universe. 3 dilapidated, heavy smuggling ships hovered like dead fish in the regular shipping lane. Inside the main ship's bridge, red warning lights flashed frantically. Chuyu's right thumb was pressed tightly against the detonation button, her fingertip turning white from excessive force. Lin Feng's voice was icy cold and sharp, like steel nails piercing everyone's eardrums. You don't even have the right to die without my permission. Chui Wei Fila. She knew Lin Feng too well. This was no joke, nor was it pity. That man was simply possessive of his prey. In this rotten universe, once he set his sights on a prey, even death would have to step aside. But right now, it's not something that can be solved with a few harsh words. Chuyu looked down at her left arm. On the matte metal mechanical prosthetic, the dark blue coolant pipes had turned scarlet, and the 5 mechanical fingers were scratching uncontrollably, making a screeching sound. The navigator slumped in his chair, staring desperately at the raging arm. Boss, what are they doing? Chuyu didn't answer, cold sweat dripping down her chin. The next second, the mechanical left arm suddenly rose and slammed onto the main control panel with a bang. 5 neural connection probes sprang from its fingertips, piercing the protective layer and embedding themselves into the underlying data interface. The holographic screen instantly turned green, and a huge data transfer progress bar popped up. 5%, 12%, 21%. A soft, elegant laugh came through the communicator. Captain Chuyu, Mr. Victor sends his greetings. An arrogant, unfamiliar male voice echoed across the bridge. Your ship's systems have been completely taken over. Physical disconnection is pointless. We are downloading the ship's logbook through the neural backdoor in your prosthetic body. Chuyu's pupils suddenly contracted. Her voyage log recorded the precise jump coordinates of her trips to and from the K7 mining planet over the past 3 months, as well as the flow of Lin Feng's early black market funds. Once it fell into Victor's hands, the conglomerate fleet would be like sharks smelling blood, leaping directly over Lin Feng's head and blasting the still-developing base into ruins. Those 200,000 tons of high-energy batteries and rare alloys will also become Victor's spoils of war. The navigator clutched his hair, his voice trembling. Boss, they want Lin Feng's coordinates. The progress bar is almost halfway there. We're all doomed. Chuyu gritted her teeth, her mouth filled with the taste of blood. She suddenly grabbed her left arm, braced her right foot against the edge of the control panel, and pulled back with all her might. It remained completely still. The internal hydraulic locking system of the robotic arm has been activated, making the entire arm appear as if it were welded to the control panel. The male voice in the communicator said mockingly, "It's no use, Captain Chuyu. This is a conglomerate's military-grade servo motor. With your meager strength as a carbon-based life form, you can't break it. Just watch the progress bar finish. If Mr. Victor is in a good mood, he might leave you with a whole corpse." 55%, 63%. The progress bar resembled a death countdown. Chuyu released her grip, gasping for breath. She glanced at the detonator in her right hand. Pressing it would turn everything into cosmic dust. Lin Feng's secret could be preserved, but the 200,000 tons of resources, enough to change the course of the war, would also be lost. Lin Feng's cold words echoed in his mind again. Your life is worthless, but those 200,000 tons of cargo are mine. Chuyu suddenly laughed, her laughter hoarse and filled with hysterical madness. She stared at the progress bar, her eyes fierce. Victor's dog, go back and tell your master that he looks down on my ledgers. After saying that, she threw away the detonator and turned to rush toward the emergency damage control toolbox on the side of the bridge. The navigator's eyes widened. Boss, what are you doing? Chuyu kicked open the metal door and pulled out a heavy industrial plasma cutting gun. It was a tool used to cut the armor plates of star ships, about half an arm's length long, with a ghostly blue spark flashing from the muzzle. She returned to the control panel with her gun. The progress bar on the screen had already jumped to 78%. Without hesitation, Chuyu raised the cutting gun with her right hand, aiming the muzzle directly at the connection point of the prosthetic body on her left shoulder. That was where the machine and flesh were joined. The male voice on the communicator finally changed its tune. "You're insane. Cutting the neural connections will burn your cerebral cortex with a strong current. You'll become an idiot." "Shut up." Chuyu pulled the trigger. A ghostly blue plasma flame erupted instantly, its 3,000 degrees Celsius heat slamming into the titanium alloy shoulder joint. A sharp sound pierced the eardrums, and the navigator covered his ears, collapsing to the ground and retching. The artificial skin rapidly carbonizes, exposing complex neural cables and hydraulic lines. The high temperature severs the pain receptors, and excruciating pain, like 10,000 red-hot knives, rushes down the spine into the brain. Chuyu's body swayed violently, her legs buckled, and she knelt heavily on the metal floor. But her right hand remained firmly on the trigger, the muzzle of the gun not shifting an inch. Sparks flew as coolant mixed with blood gushed out, splattering across the control panel screen and turning the flashing data bars a shocking red. "Warning, neural connections are being broken. Warning, data transmission rate is decreasing." The system notification sounds mingled with the roar of the cutting gun. Chuyu's vision blurred, and the world turned blood red. She couldn't hear the roars from the communicator nor the navigator's screams. Only one thought remained in her mind. "We can't let Lin Feng's things fall into other people's hands." "Break it!" Chuyu let out a beast-like roar, and with a sudden burst of force in her right hand, the cutting gun forcefully crushed through the last main load-bearing titanium alloy bone. Click! A crisp metallic snapping sound rang out, and the mechanical left arm welded to the control panel finally separated completely from her body. Chuyu crashed heavily into a pool of blood. The control panel screen flickered wildly a few times, the progress bar forever stuck at 89%. Transmission interrupted, connection lost. She lay on the cold floor, breathing in the burnt air. She turned her head to look at the severed arm that was still twitching slightly on the control panel, a grotesque smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. "We won." Before the words were even finished, the entire bridge shook violently. A tremendous impact resounded from the ship's hull, and several ceiling lights shattered. The navigator scrambled to her side, pressing frantically on her shoulder wound. "Boss." The conglomerate's landing craft forcibly connected the outer hatch. Chuyu's face was ashen, and the loss of blood made her feel cold all over, with a fine shiver running through her bones. She used her only remaining right hand to support herself on the ground and slowly sat up. "Help me up." The voice was faint, yet as calm as a dead person. The navigator, looking dejected, helped her to the captain's chair. Chuyu leaned back in the chair, her right hand reaching for her waist, drawing a large-caliber kinetic energy pistol and cocking it. The gun barrel was pointed at the tightly closed, airtight door of the bridge. Outside the door, the sound of heavy exoskeleton-armored figures treading on the metal floor grew closer. Bang! 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 The directional blasting device is being installed. Chuyu stared at the door that was about to be blown open, Lin Feng's cold face flashing through her mind. She murmured, "Lin Feng, I've already put my arm around this. Your fleet had better not keep me waiting too long." Chapter 42, Protocol Scramble. The Ghost of the Terran Expedition. At the K-7 main base, inside the command center, the glaring red alarm lights made the entire compartment look as if it were soaked in blood. Lin Feng braced himself firmly on the edge of the holographic tactical table with both hands, his knuckles turning white and the veins on his arms bulging. He even managed to press 2 dents into the metal tabletop. On the screen, the signal of Chuyu's smuggling ship was surrounded by dozens of blue dots, all of which were heavy cruisers belonging to conglomerates. Lin Feng immediately gave the order to forcibly complete the warp jump and release all the high-energy gas to charge the Banshee fighter. The Zero Lieutenant's holographic projection flickered on the tactical console, coldly reminding him that the starport warp progress was only 98%, and a force interruption would result in permanent damage to a large number of building modules. The adjutant continued to list the risks. The Banshee fighter had not completed the combat testing of the stealth field. The life support module was not installed. The weapon system was not calibrated. The forced jump across 3 star sectors resulted in an engine failure rate as high as 96%. Finally, she presented the results of her tactical analysis. concluding that the chances of annihilating the enemy in this attack were less than 3.7%. She recommended abandoning the smuggling fleet and reserving the high-energy gas for base defense upgrades. Lin Feng suddenly looked up, staring intently at his adjutant, his voice extremely low. "I don't care about the odds of winning. I want that shipment. That's 200,000 tons of high-purity rare alloy, and another 200,000 tons of high-energy batteries that didn't explode. If lost, his battlecruiser keel will be delayed by at least 3 months." Victor has already blocked the shipping lanes, clearly intending to trap him in this abandoned mine. But Lin Feng can't wait 3 months. The conglomerate's fleet could turn on him at any moment. He turned to look at the almost extinguished signal of Chu Yu's ship on the screen, his eyes as cold as knives. "Those are mine. In this universe, anyone who dares to touch my things must die." As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed his palm on the highest level authentication panel, directly authorizing the removal of security restrictions, draining all high-energy gas reserves, and forcibly warping into the starport. The adjutant's projection flickered violently, and the voice began to break. "Command conflict. Priority for protecting commander's assets has been increased. System logic deadlock has occurred." Lin Feng frowned. This wasn't a normal stutter. A large amount of gibberish suddenly appeared on the projection surface and frantically rearranged itself in the air. The originally pale blue image gradually turned into a glaring dark red. "Warning. The underlying protocol lock is under attack by an external force command." The adjutant's female voice disappeared, replaced by an ancient, somber male voice that seemed to transcend countless centuries. "Terran Expeditionary Force, 7th Fleet. Emergency Authorization Protocol activated." Lin Feng's back straightened instantly. 7th Fleet? This was by no means a game setting he was familiar with. Rather, it was a secret hidden deep within the system. The ancient voice continued. "High-purity psionic energy residue detected. Starport warp engine overloaded. Tactical units permitted." The next second, Lin Feng felt a sharp, piercing pain in his left eye, as if a red-hot steel needle had pierced his optic nerve. He groaned and raised his hand to cover his left eye, but a strange purple light emanated from between his fingers. That was a lingering effect from wearing the Ghost Agent stealth suit, the corrosive effects of psionic radiation. Now, stimulated by the immense energy, vision erupted once more. Lin Feng's gaze seemed to pierce through the command center, through the crust of the K-7 mineral planet, and fall into an endless, dark void. Deep in the void, a terrifying monster of indescribable size floated silently. It is composed of countless chitinous shells, tumors, and tentacles, and its size is even larger than that of an asteroid. Leviathan, the ruler of the swarm. The behemoth seemed to sense his gaze, its countless scarlet compound eyes opening simultaneously and locking on a Lin Feng. A violent, bloodthirsty will surged into his brain along his optic nerve. "Get out!" Lin Feng bit his tongue, the taste of blood and the sharp pain instantly bringing him to his senses. He opened his eyes abruptly. The purple light dissipated, and the holographic screen returned to normal. The adjutant's projection has disappeared, leaving only a huge red countdown timer on the tactical platform. Boom! A deafening roar ripped through the air above the base, causing the entire surface of the K-7 mining planet to tremble violently. The Federation prisoners in a mine pit looked up in terror at the night sky. A massive spatial rift was forcibly torn open in the pitch-black sky, with blue sparks of electricity leaping wildly along its edges. A massive steel structure, obscuring the sky and exuding an aura of primitive heavy industry, emerged from the void. Starport has arrived. Its steel keel still had unassembled armor plates hanging on it, and exposed cables were constantly spitting sparks, but it had already completely appeared in the sky above the K-7. A system notification sounded in Lin Feng's mind. Gas reserves depleted. Starport warp complete. Ignoring the cold sweat on his forehead, Lin Feng strode to the porthole and stared intently at the starport in midair. The 12 heavy launch bay doors at the bottom of the starport popped open simultaneously, and the dark blue exhaust flames instantly illuminated the entire base. 12 futuristic-looking Banshee fighters with huge twin rotors roared out of the hatch like ferocious beasts released from their cages. The rough welding marks on the fuselage were clearly visible, but they could not conceal the chilling, killing intent emanating from it. Lin Feng pressed the full-channel communication button, his voice as cold as ice. Target, silent corridor. Activate the stealth field and wipe out all the Chable's dogs. Leave no one alive. In midair, the 12 Banshee fighters suddenly stopped, and the stealth generators on their surfaces instantly overloaded, causing the surrounding air to distort like ripples in water. The next second, the 12 fighter jets vanished into thin air. No trace was left on the radar screen, only the shrill scream of the rotors tearing through the air, spreading wildly into the depths of space. Lin Feng stood by the porthole, looking at the empty night sky. His left eye still stung, but he didn't even frown. He knew that these 12 unseen Reapers were about to bring a real massacre to the conglomerate's fleet. Chapter 43, Invisible Slaughter. The Grim Reaper emerging from the void. In the silent corridor, inside the bridge of Chu Yu's smuggling ship, the heavy, airtight door suddenly let out a mournful cry. The next second, a directional blast blew the door open, twisted metal fragments flew out, and smoke and the acrid smell of explosives instantly filled the cabin. Heavy combat boots crunched over the wreckage as 5 fully armed Chable Marines, carrying spiked rifles, stormed onto the bridge. They wore heavy individual exoskeletons, their chest plates bearing the Black Tower Chable insignia. The leading Tycoon captain pushed off his mask, glanced at the bloodstains on the floor, and his gaze fell on the still sparkling mechanical arm. He sneered, walked to the control panel, and kicked the severed arm away. He looked at Chu Yu, who was slumped in the captain's chair, covered in blood, and said cruelly, "Captain Chu Yu, was it worth it to cut off your own arm to protect a smuggler's secret?" Chu Yu's face was deathly pale, and blood was still seeping from the wound on her right shoulder. She stared at the Tycoon's lackey, spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, and said in a weak but fierce voice, "Victor's dog, you talk too much nonsense. If you want the coordinates, go find them in hell yourself." The captain's face darkened, and he abruptly grabbed her collar, lifting her off the chair. He said coldly, "Severing the neural connections won't help. Victor said that even if you can't bring a living person back, a dead one will do. As long as the brain-computer interface is removed, the lab can still extract the remaining memories." After saying that, he released her, and Chu Yu fell heavily onto the metal floor. The captain turned and waved his hand, "Drag her out. Kill that navigator." 2 Marines immediately raised their guns, aiming at the navigator who was trembling in the corner. Chu Yu closed her eyes, her fingers digging tightly into the cracks in the floor. She knew it was all over. She hadn't been able to wait for Lin Feng's fleet after all. Just as the soldier was about to pull the trigger, the captain's tactical communicator suddenly emitted a piercing static noise, sharp as a fingernail scraping against glass. All 5 Chable soldiers simultaneously clutched their ears in pain. The captain roared, "What's going on? How is the communication channel being jammed?" He turned sharply to look out the observation window, and the next second, he froze completely. Less than 2 kilometers away in space from the smuggling ship, an 800-meter long heavy cruiser belonging to a conglomerate hovered silently, the flagship of the operation. Suddenly, a dozen blinding flashes of light erupted from its outer, dark blue shield. It was as if an unseen heavy weapon was precisely bombarding its energy nodes. The captain roared in terror. "Enemy attack. Flagship under attack. Radar team, report enemy location." The radar officer's near-collapse scream came through the communicator. "I can't see anything. There's nothing on the radar. No heat source, no warp signal. The surrounding space is empty." Before the words were even finished, the flagship's shield finally succumbed to the concentrated attack, shattering and collapsing like glass. Immediately afterward, a dozen miniature anti-armor missiles, trailing eerie blue flames, appeared out of nowhere, closing in on the cruiser's outer side. That was the Banshee fighter's standard weapon, the recoil rocket. The missile pierced the gaps in the engine nozzle and magazine armor at a tricky angle, and a series of explosions silently erupted in the vacuum. The seemingly indestructible Tycoon heavy cruiser, like a bursting tin can, bulged violently in the middle before snapping in two amidst a blinding flash of light. Burning wreckage, fragments of mechs, and struggling crew members were hurled into the cold expanse of space. The entire process took less than 30 seconds. The bridge was deathly silent. 5 Chable soldiers stared blankly at the hellish wreckage outside their windows, their rifles trembling. The captain took 2 steps back and slammed his head on the control panel, muttering, "This is impossible. An unseen enemy, an attack that cannot be locked on. This is no longer an interstellar war, but a one-sided massacre." He hysterically ordered over the communications channel. "Second Squadron, Third Squadron, spread out. Cover the entire surrounding airspace with fire. Shoot that ghost out of here." The remaining 4 conglomerate cruisers and dozens of escort ships immediately opened fire wildly into the empty space. Laser beams and kinetic energy projectiles intertwined into a giant net, but to no avail. In the void, ripples of distortion spread once more. 12 Banshee fighters moved like ghosts through the barrage of fire, their stealth fields absorbing all detection signals. They didn't even need complex maneuvers. They simply hovered, locked on, and fired. Another conglomerate's escort ship had its bridge pierced by a recoil rocket, and the commander and command system were instantly vaporized. The fleet, now commandless, descended into complete chaos. Heavy mech scrambled about like headless flies, even beginning to injure friendly forces. Chuyu leaned against the control panel, staring blankly at the magnificent yet brutal massacre outside the window. She forgot the excruciating pain in her shoulder and the fact that she was still bleeding, only watching as those arrogant conglomerate warships exploded one after another like fireworks. Is this Lin Feng's trump card? Is this the capital that allows that man to declare war on the entire star sector? Chuyu suddenly realized that her past fear of Lin Feng was far too conservative. That man is nothing more than a war monster in human skin. In less than 10 minutes, the once mighty conglomerate's siege fleet had been reduced to a pile of space debris in a silent corridor. Not a single spaceship escaped, and not a single mech survived. Inside the bridge, the captain's legs gave way, and he collapsed to his knees, staring at the lifeless wreckage outside the window, his spirit utterly broken. Just then, the smuggling ship's public address system suddenly lit up, and after a faint crackling sound, Lin Feng's icy voice slowly rang out. "Move, and you die." The captain froze, his breath catching in his throat. He looked up in horror at the window and saw that less than 10 meters away, space was suddenly distorted violently. A massive and imposing Banshee fighter slowly deactivated its cloaking field. Its gray-black armored fuselage hovered outside the window, its twin rotors spinning silently, and 2 robust rotating cannons beneath the nose locked onto the Tycoon captain in the bridge. The dark muzzle of the cannon still retained the intense, reddish heat of the firing. The captain's eyes widened. He finally understood just what kind of being Victor had provoked. Over the loudspeaker, Lin Feng spoke again. "Chuyu." Chuyu swallowed hard, braced herself on the floor with her right hand, and struggled to lift her head. "Yes." Lin Feng's voice was flat and monotone. "Take your goods and get back to base." He paused for a moment, his tone chillingly cold. "As for this garbage, clean it up." The machine guns beneath the Banshee fighter suddenly began to spin. The captain let out a desperate scream. "No." The next second, flames engulfed the entire bridge glass. Chapter 44. Shut up and look at this pile of space junk. At the edge of the silent corridor, inside the bridge of the smuggling ship, 2 thick, rotating cannons below the nose of the Banshee fighter suddenly spewed out tongues of eerie blue fire, several meters long. A deafening roar ripped through the deathly silence as a large-caliber, depleted uranium armor-piercing round brutally shattered the outer bulletproof glass of the bridge. The Tycoon captain didn't even have time to scream before his heavy exoskeleton armor became as thin as paper before the hail of bullets. The bullet pierced the human body, tumbled, and exploded, spraying blood, flesh, bone fragments, and twisted metal shards in a fan shape. In less than half a second, the captain was blown into a cloud of blood mist. Before the 4 Marines behind him could react, a hail of bullets swept through. Spiked rifles snapped, breastplates shattered, and severed limbs mixed with dark red blood slammed against the bulkhead. Bang! The bridge, now free from its outer shell, instantly lost pressure, and a violent airflow whipped up pieces of corpses and metal debris, dragging them wildly out of the broken windows. A piercing alarm sounded. Bridge depressurization. Blast armor plates activated. Several thick, black metal plates crashed down from the ceiling, jamming the shattered observation window. The airflow finally stopped, leaving only the strong smell of blood and gunpowder in the bridge. Chuyu slumped down under the control panel, panting heavily. The hemostatic gel from her severed right shoulder was soaked with blood, and drops of blood dripped from her tactical vest onto the floor. She ignored the shards of flesh scattered on the ground, staring intently at the communicator speaker. Lin Feng's voice remained icy. "You're already dumbfounded?" Chu Yu swallowed her bloody saliva, her voice hoarse. "You call this cleaning up trash? You almost sent me into space with you just now." "You're still alive," Lin Feng said calmly. "The armor plate is delayed by 0.3 seconds, and the Banshee's fire control system has locked onto the trajectory. The vacuum can't take you away." Chu Yu forced an ugly smile. "You win." In a corner, the navigator crawled over on all fours, his face as white as paper. Looking at the blood and flesh scattered on the ground, he lay on the ground and dry heaved. Chu Yu used her remaining right hand to support herself as she stood up, waves of dizziness from blood loss washing over her. She bit her tongue to force herself to stay awake and walk to the tactical radar. On the screen, the blue dots representing the Zaibatsu fleet were rapidly disappearing. There was no exchange of fire, no close combat, only a one-sided massacre. 12 stealth Banshee fighters, like unseen ghosts, darted through the asteroid belt. The conglomerate's escort ships unleashed a furious barrage of fire, lasers and shells blasting into the vast expanse of space, leaving no trace. The next second, the recoil rocket burst forth from nowhere and precisely struck the frigate's engine room. Explosions, flashes of light, and disintegration followed in quick succession. Chu Yu stared at the constantly fluctuating casualty figures, cold sweat breaking out on her back. "Lin Feng, just how many of these monsters are you hiding?" There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the communication line before Lin Feng's voice came through the static, chillingly calm. "This is just the beginning. Take my cargo, the shipping lanes are cleared, and roll back the way you came." Chu Yu's temper flared up instantly. "My arm is broken. The spaceship's underlying logic is 89% locked by the conglomerates, and the warp drive can't even start. Do you expect me to push it along? That's your problem." Lin Feng showed no sympathy whatsoever. "I want to see those 200,000 tons of supplies on the K7 mining planet's helipad in 3 hours. If you're short even 1 ton, you'll have to jump into the crusher and fill it yourself." The communication was cut off with a beep. Chu Yu trembled with rage as she listened to the dial tone. She turned to the navigator, who was still vomiting, and kicked him in the backside. "Stop throwing up. Go to the lower deck and get the spare hand-cranked physical engine igniter." The navigator, his face streaked with snot and tears, cried out, "Boss, the system is locked. Manually cranking the ignition will overload the engine, and we might blow up the ship and everyone else." Chu Yu squatted down and grabbed his collar. "You think you have a choice? Staying here is certain death. That madman Lin Feng means what he says. Go light the fire, and if anything goes wrong, I'll blow you up with me." The navigator was so frightened that he nodded repeatedly and scrambled off the bridge. Chu Yu leaned against the cold cabin wall, looking at her mechanical left arm not far away, the broken and still emitting faint sparks. She closed her eyes, her mind filled with images of Banshee fighters appearing out of thin air and tearing apart the conglomerate's fleet. Fear seeped into her very bones, yet deep within that fear lurked a sliver of absurd security. In this dark forest where the strong prey on the weak, only by following the fiercest beasts can one avoid becoming prey. "Crazy," Chu Yu muttered under her breath. 2 hours later, on the main base helipad of K7 mining planet, a huge searchlight illuminated the plaza as bright as day. 3 dilapidated heavy smuggling ships, their charred armor and smoking engines tumbling and sprawling, crashed onto the tarmac. The landing gear groaned as it bore the impact. The hatch slowly opened. Lin Feng stood at the edge of the tarmac, wearing a black tactical windbreaker, his hands in his pockets, the cold wind blowing the hem of his coat. He didn't look at the 3 dilapidated ships, but instead gazed beyond the spaceships into the deep starry sky. His left optic nerve throbbed again. The frenzied will of the alien monster was assaulting his rational defenses deep within his mind. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, a flash of purple light appearing deep within his left pupil. He raised his hand to his brow, forcefully suppressing the hallucination. The holographic projection of Lieutenant Zero appeared beside him. "Commander, the smuggling fleet has arrived. Vital signs scan complete. Chu Yu is alive." Supplies, scan complete. 200,000 tons of high-purity rare alloy, 200,000 tons of high-energy batteries, 95% intact. Lin Feng nodded. Have the SCV unload the cargo, and have engineering bay operate at full speed, prioritizing the extraction of high-energy gas. The starport warp damage repair requires a large amount of resources. Yes, ma'am. Chuyu slowly descended the gangway. With each step, her body swayed uncontrollably. Her right shoulder wound had been given basic treatment, but her face was deathly pale. She stopped in front of Lin Feng, and neither of them spoke. The only sounds were the roar of the SCV robotic arms, moving supplies, and the heavy footsteps of the Marines. Chuyu looked up and sized him up. Just a few months ago, this man was a down-on-his-luck miner in an abandoned mine. Now, he was surrounded by heavily armed soldiers with Gauss rifles, and a massive steel starport in the sky blotted out the sun, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. She took a deep breath, and with her only remaining right hand, pulled a blood-stained black data disk from her tactical belt and threw it at Lin Feng's feet. What you want? Skydome Military Industries, hidden chips, and a ledger showing all your funds flowing through the black market over the past 3 months. Lin Feng glanced down at her, but didn't pick it up. Instead, he focused his gaze on her empty left shoulder. You severed the nerve connection. Chuyu sneered. Otherwise? Are you keeping him as a navigation device for Victor? Very clever. Lin Feng said calmly. Victor wouldn't dare to send his main fleet forward without the ledger. You bought me time. Chuyu gritted her teeth and stepped forward, staring intently at him. Lin Feng, I risked my life, and I brought back every single ton of goods for you. My 10% commission, not a single penny less. Lin Feng looked at her, his face expressionless. Number 0. Yes, Commander. Transfer 20,000 tons of high-energy gas from the warehouse and deposit it into Chuyu's account. Chuyu was stunned. She hadn't expected Lin Feng to agree so readily. In her memory, this man was so cold-blooded that he might betray her at any moment. Lin Feng turned and walked towards the command center. Go to the medical pod. The Mechanical Research Institute just produced a new set of prosthetic body blueprints, using the hydraulic transmission technology of siege tanks. His steps didn't stop, and his voice drifted on the cold wind. Put it on, then go back to the black market and keep selling my goods. Chuyu stood there, watching Lin Feng's tall and straight back. A night breeze blew by, and she couldn't help but shiver. She knew that from this moment on, she had become a cog in this terrifying war machine. They'll never be able to get down. Chapter 45. Your life, along with these 200,000 tons of scrap metal, is mine. On the K-7 mining planet, 3 underground floors, in the sterile operating room of the Mechanical Research Institute, shadowless lamps illuminate the cold operating table. Chuyu is tightly secured to the body with high-strength restraints. A high-frequency laser scalpel emitted a faint hum, and 2 medical drones hovered in midair, their mechanical tentacles slicing through the carbonized flesh of her left shoulder, exposing charred nerve endings. She bit down on the anti-bite rubber pad, cold sweat rolling down her forehead. There was no anesthetic because Lin Feng had said that anesthetics would reduce nerve activity, lowering the success rate of a new prosthetic body by 15%. For this 15%, Chuyu could only endure the excruciating pain while fully conscious. Connect to the main neural trunk. The cold voice of Lieutenant Zero rang out, and a mechanical arm with a ghostly blue metallic sheen was pushed to the side of the operating table. It had no bionic skin. The exposed hydraulic pipes and gears exuded a violent, siege tank-like aura. Click! The connector slammed into Chuyu's shoulder blade, and dozens of tiny nerve probes pierced the spinal cord, forcibly completing the data connection. Chuyu let out a muffled groan, her whole body jolting as if electrocuted, the restraints creaking as they stretched. The sensation was like a red-hot iron bar being plunged into her brain and stirred. Neural synchronization rate of 30%, 60%, 90%. Completed simultaneously. The restraints automatically untied, and Chuyu slumped on the operating table, breathing in the air that smelled of disinfectant. She turned her head to look at the new robotic arm and tried to move her fingers. Click, click, click. 5 thick, metallic fingers deftly clenched into a fist. An unprecedented, destructive force surged through his nerves into his brain. Chuyu had no doubt that this hand could crush the cockpit of an old-fashioned mecha. The operating room doors opened automatically, and Lin Feng walked in, dressed in clean combat gear, his gaze sweeping over her new arm. "How are you feeling?" Chuyu sat up, wiped away the cold sweat with a towel, and stretched her shoulders, the hydraulic lines emitting a low rumble. "This is way better than that old piece of junk. The output power is definitely overkill. Aren't you afraid I'll turn against you and punch your head in the head?" Lin Feng didn't even blink. He just reached out and tapped the armor plate twice. "You can give it a try." Chuyu pursed her lips. Of course she wouldn't dare. Since Lin Feng dared to put something like this on her, he must have left a fatal backdoor. She jumped off the operating table, walked to the metal table, fastened her tactical belt, and her tone became serious. "Let's get down to business. Victor has lost so much face this time, with his entire punitive fleet wiped out. He will definitely not let this go." She turned to look at Lin Feng, her eyes serious. "Although you've breached the Silent Corridor's blockade, the core of the conglomerate remains intact. As long as the shipyards on Tantalus 4 continue operating, Victor can keep amassed troops. He has no chance." Lin Feng walked to the holographic tactical console and activated the star map. A deep blue light shone, projecting a 3D image of the entire star sector. These 200,000 tons of high-energy batteries and rare alloys have all been sent into the engineering bay furnace. The first batch of siege tanks will be in mass production within 72 hours at most, and the Banshee fighter jets will be expanded to 50 aircraft. His finger hovered over the coordinates of the K7 mining planet, his gaze as cold as a knife. "Once our forces are fully formed, I will flatten Talos 4 heavy industry star and hang Victor's head on the spaceport flagpole." Chuyu felt a chill run down her spine. That was the headquarters of a conglomerate that had been operating for over a century, with a complete orbital defense array and hundreds of thousands of regular troops. But in Lin Feng's mouth, it was as if he were casually crushing a stone. "You're absolutely insane. What do you take war for? A game?" "No." Lin Feng stared at the star map, and a sharp pain shot through his left optic nerve again. He suppressed the discomfort and spoke in a low voice. "It's survival of the fittest. In the dark forest of the universe, only the coldest machines can survive to the end." Chuyu fell silent. She suddenly realized that she had never truly seen through this man. He needed no emotion, no pity, and even treated her own life as a resource to be calculated. "Whatever," she sighed. "Anyway, my life is yours now, along with these 200,000 tons of scrap metal. You point, I'll shoot." She stopped again when she reached the door. "When do I go back to the black market?" "Now," Lin Feng said without turning around. "Launder the 20,000 tons of high-energy gas in your account and replace it with heavy metal ore. I need more armor plates." "Clear." After Chuyu left, the operating room doors closed again. Lin Feng stood alone in front of the holographic tactical platform, his eyes closed, his left hand tightly covering his left eye. A purple glow seeped from between his fingers, growing brighter and brighter. Deep in his mind, the massive insectoid overlord reappeared, its countless crimson compound eyes staring intently at him with a galactic greed. "Warning, an abnormal spike in the commander's psionic index has been detected." The projection of Lieutenant Zero flickered, and his voice unusually trembled. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, and the purple light instantly vanished. He gasped for breath, veins bulging on his forehead. "I'm Phoenix. Commander, we have urgent intelligence." "Explain." 3 minutes ago, the deep space detection array on the perimeter of the base intercepted an abnormal encrypted frequency band. When the Banshee fighter activated its stealth field in the Silent Corridor, it generated a momentary energy fluctuation. The conglomerate radar did not detect it, but it triggered the deep space listening network of the Federation Core Circle Defense Command. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly turned cold. "The core area of the Federation?" "Yes. The fluctuation characteristics have been uploaded to the Federal Central Database, and they have become aware of our presence." Lin Feng stared at the waveform graph, his fingers unconsciously tapping the edge of the tactical console. The Federation's core group is a monster many times larger than the Black Tower conglomerate, controlling the highest level of military power in the entire star system. Even in its current state of corruption and decline, a single, properly organized joint fleet would be more than enough to contend with it. "It seems we went too far." Lin Feng stopped pointing and turned to walk out the door. "Speed up the project in the bay. Increase the daily mining quota for all prisoners by 30%. Those who fail to meet the quota will be sent directly to the Crusher." We must kill Victor before the Federation's hounds come sniffing around. Chapter 46, Unpredictable. Subterranean monsters to pay for their lives. Tantalus 4, the core headquarters of the conglomerate. Inside the hundreds-of-story circular council chamber, the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt like it was about to freeze. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, automated arms factories stretching for thousands of kilometers spewed flames, industrial fumes obscured the sky, and the entire planet was shrouded in a hazy, yellowish smog. Victor Clement stood by the window, his expensive vintage suit wrinkled beyond recognition, his hair disheveled, holding a glass of amber-colored liquor, but his fingertips trembling violently. Wine spilled from the crystal glass, dripping onto the incredibly valuable wool carpet. He stared at the furnace outside the window, his voice hoarse, total annihilation. 3 heavy cruisers, 50 frigates, and 3,000 heavy mechs, just like that, gone. He suddenly turned around and smashed the wine glass on the ground. With a loud bang, shards flew everywhere. We didn't even see a shadow of the enemy. We didn't even fire a single shell. What you bunch of useless idiots good for? The roar echoed in the council chamber. In the center of the hall, several high-ranking military officers from the financial empire all bowed their heads, none daring to utter a sound. At the very front stood Eric Sheen, quiet and composed. He wore a crisp uniform as the chief of staff of the Federation sector garrison, and gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. Despite Victor's fury, his face showed no sign of panic. He adjusted his glasses and calmly said, "Executive Clement, anger won't solve anything." Based on the analysis of the wreckage data, the enemy used a dual stealth technology that is beyond our understanding, combining optical and thermal radiation. Furthermore, their weapon-carrying capacity far exceeds that of conventional individual combat aircraft. Eric walked to the holographic projection table and pulled up a blurry image. It was the last image captured before the conglomerate's flagship exploded. The image was severely distorted, but the outline of a gray-black fighter jet could be seen in the firelight, with huge twin rotors on both sides of the fuselage. This type of fighter jet does not exist in any of the Federation's weapon catalogs. Eric stared at the silhouette, a fanaticism rising in his eyes. Lin Feng's speed of troop production and technological advancement has completely shattered my predictive model. He is no longer a warlord who can be crushed by capital and conventional force. Then what do you suggest we do? Victor rushed up to him, grabbed him by the collar, his eyes bloodshot, like a wild beast driven to the brink of despair. The Federation's core circle has sent an inquiry letter. They've detected unusual energy fluctuations in the silent corridor. If I can't resolve Lin Feng's situation and quell the unrest in the outer star sector within 3 days, the board will throw me back into the slums junkyard. He was breathing heavily, almost screaming, "I will never go back. Never." Eric frowned, slowly pried open his fingers, and then took out a clean white handkerchief to wipe his face. "Executive, conventional fleets are no match for stealth enemies. We need to introduce uncontrollable variables." He tossed the handkerchief to the ground and entered the highest-level decryption command into the projector. The star map flickered, and a 3-dimensional cross-section of the K7 mineral planet appeared. 10 years ago, a major mining disaster occurred on the K7 mining planet. The crust collapsed, forming an underground river leading to the edge of the star system. In order to cover up the truth, the conglomerate destroyed all the blueprints. Eric looked at Victor, a strange smile playing on his lips. "But I found the real cause of the mining disaster in the Federation's top-secret archives." With a flick of his finger, the cross-section rapidly zoomed in, penetrating deep into the core of K7. There, countless red dots of light crowded together like boiling magma. Indigenous silicon-based insect swarms. Eric uttered the name. A bloodthirsty creature slumbering deep within the Earth's core. They feel no pain, and their shells are harder than high-strength alloys. Mining 10 years ago awakened them, leading to that disaster. Victor froze, staring at the red dots, a chill running down his spine. "Are you crazy?" He swallowed hard. "You want to unleash those monsters? Once the swarm gets out of control, the entire sector will become a plague zone. This is exactly what we need." Eric's eyes gleamed with madness. No matter how powerful Lin Feng's stealth fighter is, it can't reach the swarm of insects deep in the Earth's core. As soon as the swarm breaks through the surface, his proud base will be immediately submerged by an ocean of silicon-based monsters. He turned and swept his gaze across the crowd. At that time, the Federation's core circle will have sufficient reason to declare the K-7-star sector a Level 1 epidemic zone. The Joint Fleet of the Defense Command will also be able to set sail legitimately to conduct orbital bombardment and wipe the Zerg swarm and Lin Feng off the star map together. The council chamber fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned by this plan. This wasn't warfare. It was gambling with the lives of the entire sector. Victor stared intently at Eric, feeling fear for the first time. He suddenly realized that this seemingly gentle chief of staff was more cold-blooded than Lin Feng at heart. His voice trembled. How do we wake them up? Eric smiled and took a palm-sized black metal device from his briefcase. The device was covered with complex cables, and a faint blue indicator light flashed softly. Pseudo-energy generator. He placed the instrument on the table. It was a half-finished product from a Chable's abandoned lab, which I repaired. Once activated, it can release infrasound and electromagnetic pulses at specific frequencies. 4 silicon-based swarms. This band is like a deadly aphrodisiac. Eric's finger paused next to the red start button as he looked at Victor. Executor pressed the button. Lin Feng's death is imminent. Victor stared at the button, his Adam's apple bobbing violently, sweat beading on his forehead. He knew what pressing it meant, but he had no way out. The next second, he suddenly closed his eyes and slapped down. Buzz! The psionic generator emitted a low, buzzing sound. An invisible ripple instantly pierced through the atmosphere of the heavy industry star and spread towards the K-7 mineral planet at the speed of light. At the same time, tens of thousands of meters underground on the K-7 mining planet, in the depths of an underground river, darkness and cold prevailed. Suddenly, a chilling scraping sound rang out from the hard rock. Hiss! A huge, barbed chitinous claw suddenly pierced through the rock wall. Immediately afterwards, countless pairs of scarlet compound eyes lit up one after another in the endless darkness. The Earth's core is boiling. Chapter 47. With all defenses gone, what will you use to block my cannon fire? K-7 mining planet, 3 underground command center. The tactical water glass on the metal table suddenly shook violently, ripples spreading across the surface, and a few drops of water splashed onto the back of Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng didn't move, but stared intently at the holographic tactical platform in front of him. Buzz! A dull rumble came from deep beneath our feet, and the alloy walls of the entire underground base emitted a piercing squeaking sound. The explosion-proof lights above flickered, and a red alarm instantly took over the entire space. The synthesized voice of Lieutenant Zero rang out. Warning, high-frequency vibrations detected deep within the Earth's core. The epicenter is 60,000 meters deep and is moving toward the surface at a rate of 150 meters per second. A holographic projection cut out a cross-sectional view of the K-7 mineral planet. Lin Feng's brows furrowed sharply, a familiar stinging pain shooting through his left optic nerve, the manic, bloodthirsty alien hallucinations assaulting his mind once more. He raised his hand and pressed it against the corner of his left eye, his knuckles turning white from the force, and coldly uttered 2 words, quantity. It is impossible to calculate precisely. Vital signs are off the charts, and infrared thermal imaging shows that more than tens of millions of independent heat sources are surging upwards. On the cross-section, countless red dots resembled boiling magma, frantically arching upwards along the cracks in the rock strata. Lin Feng lowered his hand, a flash of purple light appearing deep within his left eye. It wasn't a gas eruption, it was a living thing. The adjutant pulled up the incomplete file. Top secret record of the K-7 mine disaster 10 years ago. Deep in the Earth's core lies a native silicon-based swarm of insects with hard shells, no sense of pain, and extreme bloodlust. Lin Feng sneered. The monster from 10 years ago of all times had to wake up now. He walked to the command console, and his fingers flew across the virtual keyboard. Are there any abnormal signals from the Deep Space Exploration Array? 3 minutes ago, we intercepted a high-frequency infrasound wave that penetrated the atmosphere. Its wave characteristics are highly consistent with the psionic generator in the abandoned laboratory of a conglomerate. Lin Feng stopped moving and instantly understood. Unable to defeat the Banshee fighter head-on, Victor resorted to underhanded tactics, using the underground monster as a weapon in an attempt to kill someone with a borrowed knife. The adjutant advised. The swarm is expected to break through the surface in 40 minutes. We suggest immediately initiating the base vehicle launch procedure and abandoning the K-7 mining planet. Give up. Lin Feng's lips curled into a sneer, his voice icy cold. I, Lin Feng, never have the habit of spitting out the minerals I've swallowed. The communication channel was suddenly forcibly connected, and Chu Yu's holographic half-body image popped up. Her brand-new mechanical left arm was still covered in machine oil, and her face looked extremely pale. Lin Feng. Victor has gone mad. The entire defense fleet of Tantalus 4 Heavy Industry Star has been mobilized. He has drawn 80% of the orbital defense force, a full 200 warships, as well as the Guardian Mech Regiment, all of which are jumping towards the K-7 star sector. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. He came to watch the insects eat people. Chu Yu slammed her fist on the table in frustration. It's not just him. The first mixed fleet in the core area of the Federation has also moved, declaring K-7 a Level 1 epidemic zone. The two fleets are preparing a joint orbital bombardment, turning you and the bugs into ashes. She stared at Lin Feng, her voice low. It's not too late to run now. Take the troops and retreat along the underground river. The Heavy Industry Star headquarters is now just an empty shell. Victor has emptied its coffers. Only the alarms sounded in the command center. 5 seconds later, Lin Feng laughed. That laugh was devoid of warmth. Only the cruel cruelty of prey caught in a trap. Heavy Industry Star empty. Chu Yu felt a chill run down her spine. What do you want to do? Lin Feng did not answer, but only asked, has the 20,000 tons of high-energy gas recorded in the ledger been washed away? It's all washed up. It's been completely replaced with heavy metal, ore, and high-energy batteries. They're already on the smuggling ship. Very good. Lin Feng pressed the red button. Transport all the goods to the abandoned mining area of Tantalus 4 Heavy Industry Star. I will send you the coordinates. Chu Yu's eyes widened. What are you going to Heavy Industry Star for? That's Victor's lair. Lin Feng braced his hands on the table and leaned forward. Since he's laid out all his assets for me to manage, how can I not go to his house for a visit and appreciate his efforts? Communication was cut off. Lin Feng looked at his adjutant. Pass on the orders. First, cease all mining operations and have all SCVs enter the underground river to stand by. Second, deploy surface defense positions and position 50 newly launched siege tanks around the fissure, entering siege mode. Third, bury all 3,000 widow mines and stockpile around the tank positions, forming a minefield. The adjutant warned, 50 siege tanks and widow mines alone are not enough to stop a swarm of tens of millions of Zerg. The position can only hold out for 2 hours at most. I don't need to stop you. Lin Feng grabbed his tactical overcoat and put on, I need to give the Federation fleet and Victor the illusion that I'm still holding out. 50 siege tanks with plasma cannons are enough to make the whole sector hear the commotion. He strode toward the gate. Load all remaining troops, Banshee fighter squadrons, Marines, and all the refined high-energy gas into the transport ship. Target, Tantalus 4 Heavy Industry Star. At the same time, on the Tantalus 4 Heavy Industry planet, in its orbital spaceport, Victor stood before the enormous holographic floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, countless warships were arrayed, their engines spewing eerie blue plumes that illuminated the dim universe as if it were daytime. This was the wealth accumulated by the conglomerate over a century. Victor held the glass of red wine, his hand no longer trembling, his face filled with a morbid excitement. Look, Eric, this is true power. Lin Feng's shady, invisible toys are nothing in the face of overwhelming firepower. Eric stood half a step behind, his gold-rimmed glasses reflecting a cold light. Executive, deploy 80% of the defense forces. Security on Heavy Industry Star is already at an all-time low. If there's a pirate attack now. Pirates! Victor laughed. Which pirate would dare to touch the Black Tower conglomerate's headquarters? They'd be lucky to get 10 times their courage. He turned to Eric and said, as long as the Federation fleet completes the orbital sweep at K-7 and Lin Feng is dead, I will still be in charge of the outer star sector. This risk is worth taking. Eric remained silent. The simulation model showed that Lin Feng's survival rate was 0 under the combined attack of the swarm and the fleet, but he still felt uneasy. Because Lin Feng's rate of true production is too illogical. The The communications officer rushed over. Report, the Federation's first combined fleet has completed its jump preparations. Command requests that we depart immediately and establish a blockade around K7. Victor downed his red wine in one gulp, smashed the glass, and shouted, "All ships, listen up. Target, K7 mining planet. Warp initiation. Go see how that country bumpkin got eaten alive by those bugs." In space, 200 warships simultaneously erupted in blinding light. Space distorted, and a massive fleet vanished instantly. On the orbit of heavy industry star, only a few dozen old escort ships patrolled slowly. The entire base camp, like an egg with its shell peeled off, was exposed defenselessly to the dark universe. K7 mineral planet surface. A fierce wind whipped up brown sand and dust, lashing against the heavy alloy armor. 50 siege tanks lined up in a row, their hydraulic transmissions creaking and groaning as their tracks unfolded and their support legs dug deep into the rocks. The twin-mounted cannons retracted, and a massively caliber plasma main cannon slowly rose. Siege mode activated. In front of the tank position, 3,000 widow mines burrowed into the ground, only their tiny sensor probes visible. The underground rumbling grew closer, and the ground began to crack, with huge fissures spreading like a spider web. A piercing scream pierced the earth as a silicon-based worm, comparable in size to an armored vehicle, smashed through the rock and burst forth. It had scarlet compound eyes, a barbed exoskeleton, and two side-like forelimbs that lashed wildly. Then a second, a third. Thousands upon thousands of insects gushed forth from the ground like a fountain, instantly filling the field of vision. The adjutant's order was broadcast over the public channel. Fire. Boom. 50 siege tanks roared simultaneously, their ghostly blue plasma shells slicing through the sky and crashing into the densest part of the swarm of insects. The explosions kicked up dozens of meters of soil and debris, and the intense heat melted the insect shells into green pus. But there were too many insects. They trampled over the corpses of their own kind and continued their frenzied attack on the tank positions. The widow mine sensor flashed rapidly. The moment the first batch of insects stepped into the minefield, the ground suddenly bulged up, and the high-energy gas explosives, accompanied by an electromagnetic pulse, detonated with a roar. Blue and white orbs of light ballooned one after another in the sea of insects, blasting insects within a radius of 100 meters into pieces. The meat grinder is now in operation. Meanwhile, in the underground river of the K7 mining planet, a massive fleet was sailing silently. There were no lights, no communications, only the low hum of engines at their lowest power. Lin Feng stood on the flagship's bridge, looking at the K7's casualty data, jumping wildly on the tactical panel, his face showing no emotion whatsoever. The adjutant reported, "Commander, we have escaped the gravitational pull of the K7 sector and entered the covert route." Lin Feng looked up at the endless darkness ahead. Full speed ahead. His voice was icy cold. Victor flipped the table. "So let's go tear down his house." Chapter 48. The Behemoth is completed. Tantalus 4 heavy industry planet. C3 outlying abandoned mining area. This was once the largest open-pit heavy metal mine of the conglomerate, but has been abandoned for more than 30 years after the ore veins were depleted. The massive circular mine pit, thousands of meters deep, resembled an ugly scar etched onto the twilight landscape. Suddenly, the space at the bottom of the pit distorted, and 12 Banshee fighters deactivated their cloaking, revealing their gray-black fuselages. The rotary cannon beneath the nose of the aircraft was still emitting blue smoke. Several secret sentries of wealthy tycoons at the edge of the mine were torn apart by depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds before they could even sound the alarm. Airspace clear, safe. The pilot's cold report came through the communication channel. Lin Feng descended the gangway of the heavy assault ship, his tactical boots crunching through the rusty slag with a harsh scraping sound. He looked around. The industrial fumes made his throat dry, and the air was thick with the smell of sulfur. "This is it." Lin Feng looked up at the smog-covered sky and could vaguely see the massive spaceport in orbit, Victor's pride. The adjutant reported, "Commander, Chu Yu's smuggling fleet has arrived at the designated coordinates and is landing." As soon as the words were spoken, 3 heavy transport ships roared and slowly descended into the mine pit, their landing gear kicking up clouds of dust. The hatch opened, and Chu Yu jumped out, the hydraulic lines of the mechanical left arm groaning softly. She pointed to the mountain of supplies piled up in the cargo hold and shouted, "Lin Feng, all the goods you wanted are here. 200,000 tons of high-energy batteries, 300,000 tons of purified rare heavy metal alloys, and I've emptied the black market stock." Chuyu walked up to him and stared intently at him. "What exactly are you going to build?" "These resources are enough to arm a regular armor division." Lin Feng did not answer, but looked at the open space in the center of the mine and calmly ordered, "0. Engineering bay open, starport warp prepare." "Yes, Commander." A massive initial base vehicle rolled out of the assault ship, its tracks crushing rocks as its hull unfolded, layers of armor plates snapping shut. In less than 3 minutes, a cold, metallic command center rose from the ground. Immediately afterwards, thousands of SCVs swarmed out like worker ants, their robotic arms waving and welding sparks instantly illuminating the bottom of the pit. "Begin the smelting process," Lin Feng commanded. Chuyu was completely dumbfounded. The SCVs rushed into the cargo hold of the transport ship, roughly grabbing tons of high-energy batteries and rare alloys, and throwing them into the huge high-temperature furnace in the engineering bay. With a hiss, blinding flames shot into the sky. 200,000 tons of supplies vanished at a terrifying speed, like salt falling into water, visible to the naked eye. The adjutant coldly announced, "High-energy gas reserves have decreased by 20%. Rare mineral reserves have decreased by 30%. Chuyu's heart pounded wildly. Watching the resources she had worked so hard to clear her name vanish in the blink of an eye, she grabbed Lin Feng's arm in a panic. "Are you crazy? What are you trying to do by wasting resources like this?" Lin Feng turned and glanced at her, his gaze darkening. Chuyu released her grip as if electrocuted, cold sweat instantly breaking out on her back. In that instant, she felt as if she were facing not a human being, but a heartless killing machine. Lin Feng looked up at the top of the mine again and pointed, "Watch. High-purity psionic crystal in place, starport, forced warp." A violent tremor suddenly shook the sky above the mine, and a blinding beam of eerie blue light cleaved down from the void, crashing directly to the ground. A powerful electromagnetic pulse swept across the abandoned mining area. The indicator lights on Chuyu's robotic arm flashed wildly, and an overload alarm blared piercingly. Within the pillar of light, a colossal, suffocating steel structure slowly emerged from the void. A giant helipad, thick energy pipes, and anti-aircraft turrets flashing red light all became visible. "Starport arrives." The adjutant's voice unusually trembled. "Warp complete, attached technology lab fully loaded. Battlecruiser blueprints unlocked, construction to begin." The assembly workshop at the top of the starport slowly opened, and hundreds of mechanical cranes extended out. Freshly smelted high-strength alloy was poured into molds, and a black steel keel thousands of meters long was slowly pulled out and suspended in midair. Chuyu's mouth gaped open, her eyes darting wildly. The surrounding roars seemed to vanish in that instant, and she managed to squeeze out a dry, strained sentence. What kind of monster is this?" Lin Feng stood in the gale, his tactical trench coat fluttering in the wind. "Battlecruiser, codename Behemoth." The assembly process was brutal and violent. There were no clean rooms like those in federal shipyards, nor were there any leisurely blueprint checks. The SCV system moved so fast that it was practically a blur. Layer upon layer of heavy-duty armor plates were welded to the keel, and welding sparks cascaded down from the sky like a waterfall, turning the mine into a hellish scene. Resource consumption progress, 50%. Nuclear fusion engine assembly installation complete. 4 enormous propellers, each with a diameter comparable to a volcano's crater, were fixed to the stern of the ship. Resource consumption progress, 80%. Bridge command center connection completed, life support system online. At the bow of the ship, a huge observation window glowed with a ghostly blue light. Chuyu slumped to the ground, numb. She watched the accounts reset to 0, watched her life savings transform into a colossal steel behemoth that blotted out the sky. She finally understood why Lin Feng had come to Heavy Industry Star. Only here could such terrifying energy fluctuations and mechanical roars be concealed, and only by building this warship here could Victor be dealt the most fatal blow. Resource consumption progress, 100%. The charging module for the Yamato gun's main barrel has been installed. As the adjutant finished speaking, A massive, chillingly thick metal cannon barrel slowly emerged from beneath the nose of the behemoth. Inside the barrel, rings of eerie blue energy circuits shimmered with a terrifying light. Click! As the last armor plate closed, the entire mine fell into a deathly silence. All SCVs ceased operation and hovered in mid-air a battlecruiser thousands of meters long, entirely black and exuding a violent aesthetic. It stood there silently, like a sleeping, ancient beast. The oppressive feeling of heavy industry pressed down on Chuyu, making it difficult for her to even breathe. The adjutant's holographic projection appeared beside Lin Feng. "Commander, the beast is assembled and all systems have passed self-tests. It is ready to take off at any time." Lin Feng gazed at the behemoth above him, and the stinging pain in his left eye miraculously vanished at that moment. He slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. "Let's go, get on board." Lin Feng strode towards the starport teleportation array. At this moment, on the orbital defense center of Tantalus 4 heavy industry planet, the head of the remaining conglomerate was staring at the screen with a headache. The radar operator shouted in terror, "Supervisor, the energy index in the abandoned mine area of C3 has exceeded the limit. The electromagnetic pulse intensity is more than 500 times the normal value, and all the reconnaissance probes have been burned out." The supervisor rushed to the screen, shoved the radar operator aside, and stared intently at the massive red energy source. Cold sweat instantly broke out on his brow. "What's going on?" Didn't Executive Officer Victor say that Lin Feng was trapped on the K7 mining planet? He immediately shouted, "Activate the near-Earth orbit satellites. I want to see live footage of the C3 mine." A few seconds later, the scene switched on. The smog was blown away by a strong airflow, and the supervisor's mouth was half open, his eyes fixed on the screen. In the scene, a black, indescribably enormous steel monster slowly rises from the bottom of the mine. 4 nuclear fusion engines spew out dazzling exhaust flames, instantly melting the rocks at the bottom of the pit into magma. What is that?" The supervisor's voice cracked, and his legs went weak like noodles. The radar operator screamed hysterically, "Warning! Unidentified ship has taken off, larger than all our heavy cruisers." The supervisor rushed to the communication station like a madman. "Sound the highest level air raid siren. Send a distress signal to Executive Officer Victor. Tell him that his hometown has been raided and a monster has flown up here." In space, the behemoth pierced through the thick haze of heavy industry star, its massive hull hovering in near-Earth orbit. Its enormous shadow directly covered the vast, sprawling industrial complexes of conglomerates stretching for thousands of kilometers below. Lin Feng stood in front of the holographic floor-to-ceiling window on the bridge, his hands behind his back, looking down at the chaotic Chable guards below. "Zero," Lin Feng said, his voice cold and devoid of any warmth. "Yes, Commander. Tell them who the true master of this sector is." Chapter 49, Combined Fleet Leap. Tantalus 4, a heavy industrial planet, is in near-Earth orbit. The piercing air raid sirens blared across the entire planet, forcing the automated arms factories stretching for thousands of kilometers to a standstill. Countless Chable workers and soldiers on the sidelines looked up in terror at the massive black warship that blotted out the sky and space. The behemoth hovered silently on its tracks, motionless, yet resembled a black mountain pressing down on everyone, making it hard to breathe. Inside the orbital defense center, the commander, his knuckles white, gripped the communications station tightly and roared hoarsely, "Fire! Open fire on the entire orbital defense array. Take it down." On the outer perimeter of heavy industry star, hundreds of massive turrets simultaneously turned, locking onto the behemoth. The next second, dense lasers and heavy armor-piercing shells intertwined into a firestorm, bombarding the black warship relentlessly. Inside the bridge, Lin Feng stood calmly with his hands behind his back. His adjutant coldly reported, "Warning, we are under heavy fire." Lin Feng asked casually, "Shield status?" "Deflector shield capacity decreased by 1.5%, armor undamaged." Lin Feng's lips curled slightly. The orbital defense system that the conglomerate was so proud of didn't even cause a ripple when it hit the beast's shield. He casually gave the order, "Give them a taste of their own medicine. Secondary gun crew, fire freely." On both sides of the behemoth, hundreds of secondary laser cannons simultaneously lit up with a ghostly blue light. There was no deafening cannon fire, only the chilling sound of energy tearing apart. Hundreds of thick beams of light instantly pierced through the universe. The moment the heavy industry star's orbital turret made contact, it melted like butter. The heavy armor, the precision equipment, and the operators inside were all vaporized, without even a chance to explode. With just one salvo, the anti-aircraft defense network on the front of heavy industry star completely collapsed, leaving only a large amount of space debris. In the defense center, the supervisor watched as the friendly forces' dots vanished instantly on the screen, then collapsed to the ground, trembling as he pressed the highest distress channel. Executive Victor, help! Heavy industry star can't be defended. At the same time, in the outer star system of K7 mineral planet, space warped violently as 200 Black Tower conglomerate warships and the massive Federation's first mixed fleet simultaneously warped out. Thousands of warships densely filled space, all their cannons pointed at the K7 mining planet below. On the bridge of the Federation flagship Judgment, the fleet commander stared coldly at the holographic star map. The radar officer quickly reported, "Commander, a large number of insect swarms have been detected on the surface of K7. The conglomerate's psionic generator has completely awakened the Earth's core." The commander asked, "Where is Lin Feng's base?" "Only 50 siege tanks remain on the surface, and no main fleet or stealth aircraft have been detected." The commander frowned. "They escaped." Victor's holographic projection popped up on the communication channel, his face contorted with savage laughter. "Run? Where can he run to? His base has been flooded by the bugs. Commander, launch an orbital blitzkrieg and burn this planet to glass." Just as the commander was about to order the firing, a piercing emergency communication suddenly cut in. Victor's adjutant appeared on the screen, his voice trembling. "Executive, something's happened. Heavy industry star has been attacked by an unidentified giant warship. The orbital defense array is completely destroyed. Our home planet is about to be gone." Victor's smile froze instantly, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. "What did you say? What giant warship?" The adjutant cried out urgently. "A black warship 3 times the size of the Federation's flagship. Its firepower is terrifying. The commander requests immediate reinforcements." Victor's mind went blank for a moment. He looked sharply at the coordinates of the heavy industry star on the star map and roared through gritted teeth. "Lin Feng. It's Lin Feng. He didn't defend K7. He went to steal my home." He yelled into the communicator like a madman. "Turn around the entire ship. Jump back to heavy industry star immediately. Hurry." The Federation commander's face also darkened. He finally understood why Lin Feng had only left 50 siege tanks on the surface of K7. It wasn't a defensive standoff at all, but a decoy, a bait to lure them all here. He coldly ordered, "First mixed fleet, target Tantalus 4 heavy industry star. Prepare for jump. I want to see what kind of giant warships can be built in the edge of the star system." In space, the massive combined fleet, having just arrived at K7, didn't even fire a single shot before restarting its warp drives. Space tore open, and thousands of warships vanished instantly. Only the surface of the K7 mining planet remained, where the 50 siege tanks continued their relentless bombardment of the Zerg swarm. The beast remained quietly hovering in near-Earth orbit around Tantalus 4, the heavy industry planet. Lin Feng did not continue attacking the surface facilities. He waited. The adjutant's voice broke the silence on the bridge. "Commander, a large-scale spatial distortion reaction has been detected, numbering 3,500 units." Lin Feng looked up into the deep space and said calmly, "They've arrived." The next second, countless dazzling lights erupted around the heavy industry star. The Federation's first mixed fleet and the financial group's defense fleet leaped out like a swarm of bees, densely packed with warships surrounding the behemoth. Judging from its size, the behemoth resembles an elephant surrounded by a pack of wolves. The communication channel was forcibly accessed, and the imposing face of the Federation commander appeared in the holographic projection. He stared at Lin Feng, his tone condescending. "I'm the commander of the first mixed fleet of the Federation Core Defense Command. Lin Feng, your technology is indeed astonishing, but you only have 1 ship." He sneered, "Shut down the engine immediately, disarm, and accept the Federation's incorporation. This is your only chance to live." Lin Feng looked at the projection, not angry, not even his expression changed. He just found it laughable. In this dark forest, where the strong prey on the weak, someone actually dared to negotiate with him. He extended his finger and tapped it twice on the edge of the control panel. 0. Exist. Yamato cannon, charge. Lin Feng's voice wasn't loud, but it was clearly transmitted to the bridge of every Federation warship through the public channel. The Federation commander was stunned for a moment, then roared, "Are you crazy? You dare to fire on the Federation's regular army?" Lin Feng ignored him. Directly beneath the nose of the behemoth, within the massive main cannon barrel, eerie blue energy surged wildly. The surrounding space was visibly distorted by the intense heat and energy. On the Federal flagship, the radar officer shouted in alarm, "Warning! Extremely high energy level detected, exceeding the detector's limit." The commander's expression finally changed. He stared at the increasingly blinding ball of light in the cannon barrel, his back stiffening abruptly as a chilling sense of death surged up his spine to the top of his head. Full shield activation. Dodge! Dodge immediately! But it was too late. Lin Feng stared at the chaotic fleet in the holographic projection, his left eye blazing with purple light, and coldly uttered 2 words. Fire. Boom! An indescribable beam of blazing white light erupted from the main cannon of the behemoth. There's no sound in space, but in that instant, everyone felt as if their souls trembled. The Yamato cannon's beam of light swept through everything in its path, piercing directly through the Federation flagship's shield. The deflector shield, supposedly capable of withstanding meteorite impacts, burst like a soap bubble the instant it made contact. The beam of light pierced through the thick armor, entering from the bow and exiting from the stern, also vaporizing more than a dozen escort ships behind it. In space, the Federation flagship exploded into a dazzling fireball in silence. One shot, just one shot. The command center of the Federation's first mixed fleet was completely destroyed. The entire communication channel fell silent. Victor stared blankly at the flames of the flagship's explosion, his wine glass slipping from his hand and falling to the ground. His proud simulation models and the Federation's lofty military deterrence all became a joke in the face of this one shot. Lin Feng stood on the bridge, looking at the debris drifting in space, and said calmly, 0, charge the secondary guns, Banshee Fighter Squadron sortie. He turned and walked toward the command post, his voice icy. Today, not a single warship under this starry sky will be allowed to leave. Chapter 50, not even ashes remained. There's no sound in space. But that blazing white beam of light, stretching across the star field, was like a red-hot steel needle, piercing deep into everyone's retinas. The thick gray haze outside Tantalus 4 was instantly scalded by the intense heat, creating a huge vacuum hole. The Federal flagship, the Judgment, has disappeared. There was no struggle, no secondary explosion, not even wreckage. Along with the 14 heavy escort ships arranged in a fan shape behind it, within a fraction of a second of contact with the Yamato cannon beam, their armor melted, their frames disintegrated, and they finally turned into the finest dust in the universe. As the beam of light dissipated, a blank area several kilometers wide was abruptly erased from the center of the once densely packed combined fleet. Only a faint electrical hum could be heard on the communication channel. Victor's wine glass slammed onto the deck, splattering crimson liquid all over his shoes. His mouth was half open, his eyes bulged, his Adam's apple bobbed laboriously, and he looked as if his soul had been ripped from his body. Behind him, Eric Sheen's gold-rimmed glasses had slipped down to the tip of his nose. Those eyes, usually so calculating, now had pupils reduced to pinpoints. All his deductions, all his comparisons of firepower, had shattered into nothingness before that black steel behemoth. Inside the bridge of the behemoth, Lin Feng stood before the holographic floor-to-ceiling window, the hem of his tactical trench coat fluttering gently in the breeze from the life support system. He glanced at the red dots that had instantly disappeared from the panel, and deep within his left eye, the eerie purple light flickered slightly. He tapped his fingers lightly on the metal control panel and said calmly, 0. The adjutant's cold, synthesized voice rang out, "Present, Commander. Banshee Fighter Squadron, begin the harvest." As the command was given, the 12 Banshee fighters hovering in the shadow of the behemoth shifted their engine exhaust from blue to dark, activating their optical stealth fields at full power. Their grayish-black fuselages, like ink merging into black water, vanished instantly into the cosmic background. There was nothing unusual on the Federation fleet's radar, but death was already at their necks. Fire! Counterattack! Charge all main guns! The vice commander of the first combined fleet roared furiously from another cruiser. Lock onto that monster. Shoot it down. The remaining 3,000-plus warships finally awoke from their terror. Countless lasers, high-energy particle beams, and heavy armor-piercing shells rained down on the behemoth. Lin Feng didn't even blink. The adjutant calmly reported, "The deflector shield has withstood a saturation attack. Its energy reserves have decreased by 3%, but the armor remains undamaged." The firepower, powerful enough to tear apart the surface of a planet, only caused tiny ripples on the outer blue shield of the behemoth, without even scratching the paint. Lin Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. Our turn. Secondary gun crew, fire freely. On either side of the behemoth, hundreds of hidden armor modules suddenly sprang open, revealing rows of laser secondary cannons with astonishing calibers. Without charging or warning, hundreds of eerie blue beams instantly pierced the Federation fleet's formation. Just as a Tycoon's heavy cruiser finished charging its main guns, two laser beams crossed and sliced through the center of the hull. The thick alloy armor cracked like paper. The internal nuclear reactor was instantly ripped open, and a blinding fireball silently erupted. The shockwave from the explosion overturned 3 surrounding frigates, smashing them into a pile of burning scrap metal. This is just the beginning. The behemoth's secondary guns were like a tireless meat grinder, relentlessly unleashing firepower. Every second, warships were being shredded and detonated. But what was even more despairing were the unseen ghosts. As a Federal destroyer attempted to create distance, its bow armor suddenly exploded. 2 high-explosive missiles appeared out of nowhere and precisely penetrated the engine exhaust nozzles. With a deafening roar, the destroyer's stern exploded into fireworks. The entire ship lost power and plummeted into the gravitational field of heavy industry star like space debris. 12 Banshee fighters, like invisible piranhas, roamed the massive fleet. They didn't attack the thickest armor, targeting only the engines, bridge, and ammunition depots. Fatal weaknesses. They shot and ran, never lingering. The radar did not detect it, and it was invisible to the naked eye. Federation commanders could only watch helplessly as their friendly ships exploded one after another without warning. Panic spread like a plague. What on earth is attacking us? No radar signal. Complete blind spot for optical detection. Left flank formation collapsed. The entire Third Fleet has been wiped out. The communication channels were filled with screams and cries for help. Chuyu stood in the corner of the bridge, her brand-new mechanical left arm gripping the bulkhead tightly, the hydraulic lines creaking under the pressure. She watched the one-sided massacre outside the window, her stomach churning, her molars clenching painfully. She had witnessed black market battles and the cruelty of pirates, but she had never seen a war like this before. This is not a war, it's cleaning up trash. The man standing in front of the command console crushed the strongest armed force in the entire sector like insects without even moving a few fingers. Chuyu's voice was hoarse. Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't turn around, scared. What kind of monster are you? Lin Feng turned around, his gaze sweeping lightly over her pale face. I'm just teaching them the rules. In my sector, truth lies only within the range of cannons. He looked back at the tactics panel. A third of the enemy's red dots had disappeared, and the remaining warships were running around like headless flies, colliding and squeezing each other, their formation completely collapsing. Victor's flagship was hidden deep within the fleet. The regional executive of the conglomerate was slumped over the command platform, clutching his hair with both hands, his well-tailored retro suit crumpled into a mess. Retreat. Activate the warp drive. Get out of this hellhole. Eric Sheen grabbed his shoulder, his fingers almost digging into his flesh. Executor, the surrounding spatial coordinates are locked. His glasses fell to the ground, the lenses shattering into a spiderweb pattern. He pointed to a blinding red garbled screen. There's high-intensity electromagnetic interference and gravitational anomalies around that monster. The warp drive can't locate it. Forcing a warp will only result in being torn apart by spatial turbulence. Victor looked up abruptly, his face filled with terror. What do we do? Just wait here to die? Eric forced himself to calm down, looked at the black warship on the screen that resembled a god, and uttered 2 words: surrender. Surrender to him. The Black Tower conglomerate has wealth and resources. He needs someone to manage this sector. As long as the stakes are right. Before he could finish speaking, the flagship public channel was suddenly forcibly switched to. Lin Feng's expressionless face appeared in the center of the holographic projection. The massive information flow from the behemoth took over the communications of the entire combined fleet. Every captain and every soldier saw him. Victor! Lin Feng's voice wasn't loud, but it was so cold it seemed to penetrate the soul. I heard you want to see me gnawed down to my bones by insects. Victor's legs went weak, and he knelt on the deck, scrambling and crawling toward the communication station. Lin Feng. No, Commander Lin. This is a misunderstanding. I surrender. The Black Tower conglomerate's assets, mines, and heavy industry planet in the peripheral star sector are all yours. I can even recommend you to the Federation's core circle to be the star sector governor. He clutched at a straw, frantically throwing out bargaining chips. Just spare my life, and I'll give you anything. Lin Feng watched him make a fool of himself quietly, his eyes showing neither mockery nor smugness, only the indifference of looking at a dead object. Victor, you've got one thing wrong. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze seemingly piercing through the projection, fixing on Victor's face. I will take your assets, your heavy industry star, myself now. As for you, Lin Feng straightened up, his finger hovering over the red button. I don't need prisoners, I just need resources. Victor's pupils dilated suddenly. No, you can't. Lin Feng interrupted him. Bro. The adjutant replied. The main guns have cooled down. Beneath the nose of the behemoth, inside the thick main cannon barrel, azure energy once again gathered wildly, even more dazzling and violent than before. Lin Feng pressed the button, his voice icy cold. Here come the tycoons, on your way. Chapter 51, Crushing the Heavy Industry Star. Boomstrapje. The second Yamato cannon shot tore through deep space, the blazing white beam piercing straight through 7 Federation cruisers in its path, heading unimpeded towards Victor's flagship. The thick shields evaporated instantly, and the ship's armor collapsed inward as if melted by the intense heat. Victor didn't even have time to scream before his wealth, status, and vintage suit were vaporized into ashes by the tens of thousands of degrees of heat. The beam of light, still powerful, cut into the near-Earth orbit of the heavy industry star, blasting an abandoned space supply station into a shower of rubble. In space, the combined fleet had completely lost command. The Federation flagship was gone, and so was the conglomerate flagship. The regular troops and mercenaries who had once roamed the outer star sectors were now filled with nothing but fear. The communication channel was filled with screams. Run, spread out and run. Engine overload, forget about formation. More than 2,000 wrecked ships fled frantically in all directions, even ramming into friendly forces. Sparks and debris exploded continuously in deep space, and the entire fleet was thrown into chaos. Lin Feng stood on the bridge, coldly observing everything. The adjutant's projector flashed with data streams. Commander, the enemy formation has collapsed. Should we pursue? Lin Feng smirked. You can run away, but you can't hide. Seal off the orbit of heavy industry star. Don't let a single fly out. The behemoth slowly turned, its 4 nuclear fusion engines spewing out dazzling plumes of flame. Ignoring the fleeing remnants, it pressed directly toward Tantalus 4, the industrial planet, with a suffocating sense of oppression. On the surface of heavy industry star, above the automated arms factories stretching for thousands of kilometers, the sky suddenly darkened. Millions of low-level workers and soldiers who remained behind looked up in terror, only to see that the originally dim industrial sky had been completely covered by a huge black shadow. The behemoth pierced the atmosphere, its hull edge spitting out dark red plasma sparks. A violent gust of air poured down, creating a super hurricane on the ground. The towering chimney was snapped in half, and the heavy metal roof was ripped off. The behemoth hovered above the core industrial area of the conglomerate, less than 5,000 meters above the ground. For a battlecruiser thousands of meters long, this was practically face-to-face oppression. The sheer steel behemoth hanging overhead made everyone's heart feel like it had been struck by a heavy hammer. The ground-based air defense positions were deathly silent. No one dared to fire. Even the gunners' fingers were frozen on the triggers. They had just witnessed this warship slaughtering the combined fleet in space. To resist now would only be suicide. Lin Feng said calmly, "Zero, take over all broadcasting systems on this planet." 2 seconds later, his voice was forcibly switched into every loudspeaker, holographic billboard, and communication terminal on the heavy industry planet. "I am Lin Feng." His voice was deep and cold, devoid of any emotion. "From now on, I will take over Tantalus 4 heavy industry star. Everyone drop your weapons, cover your heads, and squat down on the spot. Those who dare to raise their heads will die. Those who dare to resist will die. Those who dare to run away will die." The word death slammed into everyone's ears. The soldiers on the ground looked at each other in disbelief. The next second, one soldier threw down his Gauss rifle, his legs buckled, and he knelt on the ground, clutching his head tightly. Like dominoes falling, hordes of soldiers and workers dropped their weapons and knelt in the industrial zone. No one resisted. Faced with absolute technological superiority, resistance was futile. Lin Feng watched as the large number of red dots on the tactical screen turned green, and then ordered, "Prepare the airdrop pod. Marine Corps 1st Battalion, take over the core control room." The behemoth's abdominal armor opened, and hundreds of heavy airdrop pods crashed to the ground like meteors. Boom! 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 The drop pod smashed through the metal dome of the core control room and embedded itself deeply in the floor. The hatch burst open, and a large number of Marines wearing reduced version CMC power armor rushed out, armed with Gauss rifles. Heavy combat boots pounded across the ruins, producing a rhythmic beat of death. Inside the control room, the Chable executives huddled in a corner, too terrified to even breathe. Lin Feng turned and walked towards the elevator. Chu Yu subconsciously followed, taking 2 steps. "Are you going down yourself?" He stopped and turned his head, saying, "The system needs to personally verify the contents of this factory." After saying that, he glanced at Chu Yu's still slightly trembling mechanical arm. "You stay here and keep an eye on the ship." A few minutes later, a heavy assault ship flew out of the behemoth's hangar and landed steadily in the plaza outside the core control room. The hatch opened, and Lin Feng, wearing a tactical trench coat, stepped down the gangway. The air was thick with the pungent smell of sulfur and engine oil. The planet had a harsh environment, but in his eyes, it was a gold mine. Upon arriving at the control room door, the 2 mainland combatants immediately stood at attention. "Commander." Lin Feng nodded and entered. Inside the spacious control room, dozens of executives from conglomerates knelt on the floor, trembling. He ignored them and walked straight to the central control computer. "Port number 0. Access port, begin parsing." He attached the interface to the tactical terminal on his left wrist. Beep. Physical connection confirmed. Firewall in progress. 10%, 50%, 100%. Cracking complete. All low-level permissions of Tantalus 4 have been obtained. The adjutant's voice carried an unusual fluctuation. "Commander, a large number of high-specification industrial machine tools, automated production lines, and deep mineral veins have been detected, meeting the system assimilation conditions." A hint of satisfaction finally appeared on Lin Feng's lips. He came here not to become the governor of the Star Sector, but to devour the entire planet. Assimilation. Instructions confirmed. The Mechanical Research Institute module is beginning coverage, and the starport production line is beginning reorganization. Outside the control room, the plaza floor shook violently. The giant smelting furnaces, assembly workshops, and conveyor belts belonging to the Black Tower conglomerate shimmered with a ghostly blue stream of data. The system's power forcibly rewrote the underlying logic of the machinery. Rough gears and tracks were reshaped in the light, transforming into sophisticated armor and energy conduits with a human-style aesthetic. Assimilation progress is 30%, and the construction cycle of battlecruisers is expected to be shortened by 70%. Assimilation progress 60%, unlocking advanced auxiliary building, fusion core. Assimilation progress is 100%. Heavy industry, Star has been integrated into the Star-C system network. Lin Feng withdrew his hand. From this moment on, the entire industrial capacity of the planet became the fuel for his massive military buildup. He turned and glanced at the executive kneeling on the ground. "Who is in charge here?" A portly middle-aged man crawled out, trembling. "Lord Lin, I am the chief dispatcher." Lin Feng looked down at him and said, "From today onwards, Heavy Industry Star will not tolerate idlers. The underground mines will operate at full capacity, and each prisoner will be assigned a quota of 20 tons of raw ore per day. The chief dispatcher looked up abruptly, his face filled with horror. 20 tons? That's impossible. Even with the mechanical exoskeleton fully operational, we can only dig up a maximum of 10 tons a day. Pipa Vildi. Lin Feng's eyes were as calm as still water. If you don't finish, cut off your water and food. If you don't finish for 2 consecutive days. He leaned down slightly and said in a voice only the two of them could hear, fill in the shredder as fertilizer. The chief dispatcher's breath hitched, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. This man didn't treat them like human beings at all. In his eyes, prisoners were just resources like or. Understood. The chief dispatcher banged his head heavily on the ground. Lin Feng straightened up. Where is Eric Sheen? The chief dispatcher was taken aback. Chief of Staff Eric? Isn't he on the flagship with Executive Officer Victor? Lin Feng's brows furrowed suddenly. A sharp, piercing pain shot through his left optic nerve without warning, and a hallucination accompanied by the roar of an alien monster crashed into his mind once more. A purple light flashed intensely in his pupils. He raised his hand and pressed it tightly against his left eye, gritting his teeth as he said, 0. Pull up the footage of the flagship explosion just now and analyze it. The holographic projection unfolds, and the image is slowed down hundreds of times. Just a second before the Yamato hit the flagship, a tiny stealth shuttle silently launched from a concealed catapult port at the stern. Using the intense light and electromagnetic interference from the explosion, it directly burrowed into a nearby spatial rift. They ran away. Lin Feng lowered his hand, and the stinging pain in his left eye gradually subsided. Eric Sheen, that viper-like chief of staff, abandoned Victor and fled alone at the last moment when the simulation model collapsed. The adjutant asked, Commander, should we send Banshee fighters to conduct a wide-area search? No need, Lin Feng sneered. He won't get far. His pathetic pride won't let him swallow this insult. He turned to look out the window. The sky over Heavy Industry Star was still dark, but his steel empire had already risen from the ground. Let him do what he wants. No matter what he brings, I will use cannons to blast it to smithereens. Chapter 52, The Call of Psionic Power. Light years away from Tantaros 4, at the edge of a powerful magnetic ion nebula known as the Silent Corridor, an unmarked miniature stealth shuttle is struggling through an asteroid belt like a withered leaf. Inside the shuttle, Eric Sheen slumped in the pilot's seat. His Federation uniform was stained, and half of his gold-rimmed glasses was broken, making him look disheveled and comical. Yet, his face showed no fear, only a suppressed madness. He stared intently at the control panel, his fingers nervously tapping the virtual keyboard, and muttered through gritted teeth, the simulation model is correct. Lin Feng's technological leap completely violates the fundamental laws of physics. Battlecruisers of that caliber couldn't possibly be built out of thin air in a short time. Eric bit his knuckles, his eyes gleaming with a gambler's red light. He was convinced that Lin Feng must have external forces behind him. Ancient ruins, or perhaps a higher dimensional force. Since conventional tactics can't kill Lin Feng, the only option is to introduce uncontrollable variables. Eric turned and opened the hidden safe in the rear cabin. Inside were no gold bars or star coins, only a metal cylinder emitting an eerie green glow, its surface engraved with the number of the abandoned laboratory of the conglomerate. That was a psionic energy generator, a defective product that Victor unearthed from ancient ruins when he was developing bioweapons. It drove the entire laboratory's researchers insane, causing them to tear each other apart to death, and was therefore considered taboo. Eric had taken it with him before he fled. Now, he carefully picked up the metal cylinder, as if it were a bomb that could explode at any moment, and then connected it to the shuttle's communication array. Those worms beneath the K-7 mining planet are just appetizers. He stared at the startup interface, his voice chilling. The records show that these things' wavelengths can penetrate star sector barriers and attract the attention of real monsters. He took a deep breath and pressed the start button. Lin Feng, your cannon is indeed powerful. But what if it's facing the malice of the entire universe? Buzz. The psionic generator activated. An invisible yet powerful high-frequency sound wave, capable of making the souls of carbon-based life forms tremble, spread out in a fan shape from the shuttle into the endless deep space. The wave band pierced through the nebula of the silent corridor and also through the Federation blockade, striking directly at the absolutely blank sector on the star map codenamed Abyss. Inside the core control room of Tantalus 4, Lin Feng was standing in front of a holographic star map, planning the next resource collection route. Suddenly, the synthesized voice of Lieutenant Zero rose an octave, even accompanied by piercing noise. Warning, extremely high-frequency infrasound detected. The waveband characteristics are highly consistent with the abandoned psionic generator of the conglomerate, but the power is amplified hundreds of times and is spreading outwards from the star sector. Lin Feng's finger suddenly stopped in midair. The next second, that familiar stinging pain deep in his left eye erupted, more intense than ever before. He groaned, his body lurching forward uncontrollably, his hands gripping the metal tactical platform tightly. The veins on the back of his hands bulged, and the muscles in his forearms twitched silently. Hearing the commotion, the Marines outside rushed in, guns at the ready. Lin Feng spat out 3 words through gritted teeth. "Get out." The soldiers immediately stopped, retreated outside, and closed the door again. Only Lin Feng's heavy breathing remained in the control room. His left eye was tightly closed, with dark red blood seeping from the corner. Deep within the damaged optic nerve, he no longer saw the clumsy silicon-based worms beneath the K7 mineral planet. It was a vast expanse of purple fungal carpet. Countless monsters with enormous bone blades roared across the carpet, and colossal biological warships, like mountains of flesh, floated in the sky. A world born solely for devouring and destruction resonated briefly with Lin Feng's left eye across countless light years, following the psionic energy band. The Zerg swarm. The true interstellar Zerg. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, his left pupil blazing with purple light that even overflowed its socket, leaving a thin halo in the air. He panted and ordered, "Zero, intercept that signal." Interception failed. The adjutant's projection flickered with garbled characters. This frequency band belongs to the psionic level, and existing physical shielding methods are ineffective. Immediately afterwards, an ancient and weathered noise was forcibly squeezed out from the adjutant's underlying code. A signal in sync with the Overlord's psionic energy has been detected. The underlying protocol lock has been impacted. Remnants of the 7th Fleet of the Terran Expeditionary Force. Awakening procedure. Error. Force suppression in progress. Lin Feng straightened his back instantly. The bent posture caused by the pain disappeared, and he entered an extremely dangerous defensive state, as if even the surrounding air had turned cold. He stared at the adjutant's projection and said, enunciating each word clearly, "What did you say? What Terran Expeditionary Force? What 7th Fleet?" The adjutant's eyes flickered a few times, the garbled text disappeared, and she reverted to her cold, aloof female persona. Systems self-check complete. The previous error was due to redundant underlying code, which has been cleaned up. The voice was calm, but Lin Feng knew it was definitely not a mistake. He looked at his hands. The system, the base vehicle, the battlecruiser. None of this was some kind of cheat code that appeared out of thin air. It was the legacy of the Terran Empire, the legacy of that advanced civilization that spanned galaxies. And now, that idiot Eric Cheen has used the psionic generator to lure the Zerg here. Eric! Lin Feng straightened up, pulled out a tissue to wipe the blood from the corner of his eye, and the purple light in his left eye gradually faded. "You really gave me a great gift." He turned to look at the holographic star map. The Federation's core circle, which he had once considered his greatest enemy, now appeared incredibly small. At the edge of the star map, the blank sector codenamed Abyss exuded a suffocating sense of oppression. Lin Feng's voice regained its absolute rationality and coldness. "Pass on my order. All production lines on heavy industry, Star, shall cease production of basic ammunition and devote all efforts to refining high-energy gas and rare heavy metals. Mechanical Research Institute, immediately unlock the advanced technology for siege tanks. Starport, prepare to lay the keel for the 2nd battlecruiser." He placed his hands on the table, his gaze sharp as a knife. "Since the real war is coming, let them see what a real steel torrent looks like." Outside the door, Chuyu had just arrived from the helipad. Standing at the door, listening to the commands coming from inside, she suddenly felt a slight, stinging electric current through the neural interface of her mechanical left arm. She didn't pay any attention, assuming it was just a residual reaction from the electromagnetic pulse she had just experienced in space. Unbeknownst to her, thousands of meters underground on Heavy Industry Star, among the prisoners frantically digging for ore, a strange purple light was quietly flashing in the eyes of several people. At the edge of the dark forest, the true predators have already opened their eyes. Chapter 53, Kill Him. Even if it means unleashing monsters from the entire universe. The blinding red light swept across the mottled metal wall again and again. Inside the underground bunker at the C3 outpost of the conglomerate, Eric leaned against the main control console, half of his gold-rimmed glasses shattered, and blood still stained his fingertips. He typed the last enter key on the virtual keyboard. Buzz! A muffled rumble came from deep underground, causing the entire bunker to shake violently, and dust fell from the overhead dust net. On the screen, the output power jumped from 30% to 50%, and the green progress bar instantly turned a glaring orange-red. The garrison officer behind him was deathly pale, staring at the metal cylinder in the center of the control panel that was emitting an eerie green light, his uniform soaked with cold sweat. He pleaded in a trembling voice, "Chief of Staff, we can't push this any further. When we were testing this thing for the bands back then, the researchers were practically tearing each other apart. It's not a weapon at all. It's a curse." Eric didn't turn around. His fingers were still pressed on the putter. 60%. The abandoned laboratory number on the surface of the metal cylinder glowed with a faint blue light, and the air temperature dropped rapidly. Eric sneered. A curse? When Victor led the combined fleet to their deaths, why didn't you call that a curse? He turned around abruptly, and behind the shattered lens, his eyes were bloodshot. My simulation model was correct. I calculated the firepower ratio and tactical maneuvering to the extreme. Lin Feng had no chance of winning, but he built a battlecruiser and used a single cannon to vaporize the flagship. He defied the laws of physics. Eric stared intently at the garrison commander, his voice echoing through the bunker. Conventional tactics won't kill him, and neither will capital suppression. We've already lost everything. Do you understand? 70%. Sparks flew inside the control panel, and frost quickly formed on the surfaces of several cooling pipes. The garrison officer took a half step back, his hand reaching for his sidearm at his waist. He gritted his teeth and said, "Even if it's retaliation, we can't use this. If the generator overloads, the radiation will cover the entire sector. K7 will be the first to be affected, and will be exposed too. Those space monsters will follow the scent." He finally drew his gun, aimed it at Eric, and his hands trembled violently. "Stop! Cut off the power immediately. Thousands of brothers outside don't want to die here." The bunker was deathly silent, save for the increasingly shrill buzzing of the psionic generator. Eric stared at the gun barrel and suddenly laughed, a cold and neurotic laugh. "You're too slow to draw your gun." As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his wrist in a strange motion, and a small, federally issued high-energy particle pistol appeared in his palm. No warning was given. Bang! Blue light illuminated the bunker. A charred, bloody hole appeared between the garrison officer's eyebrows. A high-energy particle beam pierced through his skull, instantly carbonizing his brain tissue. He didn't even have a chance to pull the trigger before his body slammed straight onto the metal floor. Eric stepped over the corpse without even glancing at it, returned to the control panel, and gripped the lever. A harsh, synthesized voice rang out. "Warning, output power has reached 90% critical value. Warning, coolant circulation system failure, core temperature overload." Eric gritted his teeth, his arm veins bulging. "Get him up there." He pushed the putter all the way to the bottom. 120%. Boomstreepje. The green light from the metal cylinder instantly turned incandescent white. All the lights in the underground bunker went out at the same time, and all the power was forcibly drawn away by the system and poured into the generator. Just then, the highest level of encrypted communication channel was forcibly lit up. The holographic projection unfolds, revealing an old man dressed in a black robe, half of his face hidden in shadow. He is the first director of the core board of directors of the Black Tower conglomerate. The old man's voice was icy. "Eric, Victor is dead. The combined fleet has been completely wiped out, and Tantalus 4 Heavy Industry Star has lost contact. You have not only disgraced the Edge sector, but also the financial empire." Eric leaned against the scorching control panel, panting, a sneer playing on his lips. "Face, Do tycoons still have any face? You old fogies sitting in the inner ring star system drinking red wine have no idea what we're facing. Lin Feng isn't a warlord, he's a monster. His technological leap is even more outrageous than the Federation's top secret files. The old man interrupted sharply. Shut up. Your simulation model has caused the biggest loss to the conglomerate in decades. The board of directors has issued a ruling. Your head must be hung on the ruins of Heavy Industry Star. A ruling? Eric threw his head back and laughed wildly. Too late, you old man. It's too late. He grabbed the receiver and pointed the camera at the wildly roaring psionic generator. Look at this. I've broken the taboo that you dared not touch back then. The old man's one eye suddenly narrowed. Are you crazy? That's something unearthed from ruins number 13. Turn it off now. It can't be turned off. Eric slammed the receiver to the ground, opened his arms, and faced the invisible yet soul-chilling radiation wave. In a blazing white light, his face was distorted like a demon. Doesn't he like cannons? Doesn't he like mass-producing troops? Then let all the monsters in the universe play with him. Once these monsters raise the K7 mine, I'll be the Chable's hero. You old fogies will all have to make way for me. Click. He stomped on the communicator, shattering it completely, and the video feed was cut off. The temperature inside the bunker soared to 60 degrees Celsius, and the psionic generator spindle emitted a cracking sound as it struggled under the strain. The next second, an extremely pure blue high-frequency pulse exploded outwards from the C3 outpost. There was no blast wave or physical impact. It penetrates directly through rock layers, the atmosphere, and the cold vacuum, sweeping across the endless deep space. K7 mine. Lin Feng stood in front of the holographic sand table in the command center. His left optic nerve twitched without warning. Immediately afterwards, the metal alloy floor beneath his feet emitted a tearing sound that made one's teeth ache. A thin crack stretched from the edge of his boot all the way to the corner of the wall. Chapter 54 Riot? They'll all be stuffed into the shredder. The crack spread at an alarming rate. Click, click, click. Before the sound of metal tearing had even subsided, the entire command center was violently shaken as if it had been thrown into a shaker. Lin Feng's legs sank slightly, his center of gravity lowered, and he remained firmly in place like a nail. The tactical water bottle on the table flew off and shattered into glass shards against the metal wall. Overhead light bulbs exploded one after another, sparks flashing blinding blue arcs, making the entire base seem as if it had been struck by a magnitude 10 earthquake. Warning! Abnormal high-frequency seismic waves detected in the planet's core. The geological structure is collapsing on a large scale. The projection of Lieutenant Zero flickered amidst the vibrations, but his voice remained cold and steady. Lin Feng looked out through the floor-to-ceiling window. The once flat mining area square now resembled a churning sea, with several wide chasms torn into the ground. In the distance, those makeshift mine shafts built with inferior alloys collapsed like paper toys during the earthquake, and billowing dust instantly obscured the dim yellow sky. Lin Feng remained completely calm and immediately ordered. All SCVs cease operations, shut off the gas well valves, and withdraw to the planetary fortress defense perimeter. Heavy infantry battalion to block the main passage. Siege tanks to standby mode, raise gun barrels, and prepare to deal with any emergencies on the ground. The massive Starship mechanical force operated methodically amidst the violent tremors. SCVs, clutching high-energy gas canisters, retreated heavily towards the fortress, the sound of their tracks crushing through gravel still clear amidst the roar. Just then, her private communication channel was forcibly interrupted, and Chu Yu's holographic image popped up. The situation was even worse on her end. The background was filled with the sounds of water crashing and pipes bursting. Lin Feng, what the hell are you hiding under this mining planet? Chu Yu gritted her teeth, her mechanical left arm gripping the support column tightly. The underground river has risen 10 meters in 3 minutes. The smuggling route I just cleared is about to be flooded, and that batch of laundered high-energy gas is still in the cargo hold. Lin Feng's gaze was calm. The cargo can be dug up again as long as the people are alive. Take off immediately and leave K7. Bullshit. That's money I risked my life for. This is an order. Lin Feng immediately cut off the communication. The current situation did not allow him to be distracted, and he had no time to appease a female smuggler. Soon, the adjutant brought up new surveillance footage. "Commander, there's an anomaly in Mine Area 3. The footage shows a makeshift camp holding Federation prisoners. The earthquake destroyed the outer electric fence, and several guard towers collapsed. Amid the smoke and dust, thousands of Federation soldiers in filthy prison uniforms surged out like ants in a swarm. Panic and despair are the easiest ways to ignite riots. Earthquake. The mine has collapsed. We're all going to die. Run. Charge out. Grab weapons. Grab the spaceship." The crowd instantly spiraled out of control. The prisoners, usually numb from being exploited, unleashed a frenzied will to survive under the threat of death. They picked up steel pipes, stones, and broken cables, their eyes bloodshot as they rushed toward the nearest armory. There were only 2 Marines wearing reduced version CMC power armor at the armory entrance. "Stop! Back off! Or open fire!" The Gauss rifle spat fire, instantly tearing the first dozen or so prisoners to shreds with armor-piercing rounds, their flesh and blood flying everywhere. But those behind couldn't stop, stepping over the corpses of their comrades as they continued their charge. Even the strongest power armor can't withstand the frenzied tearing of thousands of people. A Marine was dragged down and subjected to a hail of steel pipes and stones at his vulnerable joints. Click! His mask shattered, and a rusty iron spike pierced his eye through the crack. His screams were quickly drowned out by the roar of the crowd. In less than half a minute, the 2 Marines were smashed to pieces. The armory door was pried open, and the prisoners frantically grabbed bayonet rifles and high-explosive grenades. "Commander, the prisoners have rioted, seized light weapons, and are moving toward the helipad." Lin Feng stared at the rioters running wildly with guns in the video, his eyes as cold as a knife just pulled from liquid nitrogen. "They don't know how to be polite." He made a swipe on the tactics panel. "Base perimeter defensive artillery. Lock onto the main road leading from Mine Area 3 to the helipad. Indiscriminate firing. Clean up the trash." On the main road, thousands of rioters were running excitedly, thinking they had found freedom. Suddenly, the piercing sound of machinery whirring overhead filled the air. The 6 twin-mounted heavy machine guns on the outer wall of the planetary fortress slowly turned their dark barrels. The whirring of the preheating motors sounded like the tolling of death's bell. The next second, a metal storm descended. 30mm depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds rained down at a terrifying rate of 6,000 rounds per minute. The hundreds of people running at the front didn't even have time to scream before their bodies instantly exploded into a bloody mist. Limbs and severed bodies were tossed into the air like rag dolls, then thudded into the soil. Half-meter-deep trenches were plowed into the hard alloy road surface, with gravel mixed with bits of flesh flying through the air. The firing lasted a full 30 seconds. A 500-meter-long carpet of blood and flesh appeared on the main road, and among the more than 800 people who charged ahead, not a single intact body could be found. The rioters behind were utterly terrified by this hellish sight. Guns fell to the ground, and their legs went limp. Some vomited, some lost control of their bladders. One person knelt down. Then, one after another, people knelt on the blood-stained ground, hands covering their heads, trembling like leaves. The dawn of freedom had vanished, leaving only absolute, brutal crushing. Heavy footsteps sounded as a squad of fully armed Marines, carrying Gauss rifles, strode over the pile of flesh and pointed their guns at the kneeling prisoners. Lin Feng's voice echoed through the mining area via loudspeaker. "Identify the people who led the looting of the armory." Without a word, the Marines charged into the crowd and dragged out dozens of riot leaders whose hands were still stained with blood. "Lord Lin, spare us. We were confused for a moment. Don't kill me. I'm willing to mine 30 tons of, or every day." The leaders were terrified, tears streaming down their faces, and they kowtowed desperately. Lin Feng stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the command center, looking down at them. "I've said it before, heavy industry, STAR doesn't support idlers or useless people. If you don't want to mine, then become fertilizer. Throw it into the shredder." The Marines kicked away their struggles and dragged them toward a giant or crusher not far away. It was a heavy machine specifically designed to crush high-hardness silica-based rocks. The conveyor belt slowly started, and dozens of leaders were thrown onto it. They struggled and screamed frantically, trying to crawl back, but their fingers were smashed off by the butts of guns. "No." The person at the front was caught in the gears, their scream abruptly cut short. The steel gears meshed mercilessly, the sounds of bones shattering and muscles tearing intertwined, and a thick stream of dark red blood gushed from the sewage pipe. The remaining prisoners knelt on the ground, listening to the noise from the shredder, not daring to even breathe, many biting their lips until they bled. Iron-blooded and ruthless, Lin Feng re-established absolute order at the K-7 mine using the most brutal methods. The aftershocks of the earthquake gradually subsided, the cracks in the ground stopped expanding, and everything seemed to quiet down. But Lin Feng's brow remained furrowed. "Commander." The adjutant's holographic projection lit up again, this time turning the entire screen a blinding red. The abnormal heat source beneath the surface has not disappeared. The quantity cannot be counted. Speed extremely fast. They've come up. On the radar screen, countless red dots surged up from the depths of the Earth's core like boiling water, less than 100 meters from the surface. Boom! A section of solid rock outside the base suddenly shattered without warning, sending countless fragments of rock flying in all directions like cannonballs. A giant, silicon-based worm, over 10 meters long and covered in a dark purple, chitinous exoskeleton, roared as it burst from the ground. Its barbed limbs gripped the earth tightly, and its enormous mouth parts opened, spewing out a pungent, acidic liquid. The natives of the dark forest have awakened. Chapter 55. The Federation's Deep Space Watch can no longer be hidden. The inner ring galaxy of the Federation, Core Circle Defense Command. Beneath the massive hemispherical dome, hundreds of holographic screens gleamed with a cold, eerie blue light. This was the heart of the Federation, holding the authority to deploy tens of thousands of interstellar fleets. The air was thick with the scent of cigar smoke and strong coffee. On the central main screen, the previously calm star map suddenly appeared as if it had been stained with red ink. A glaring red spot instantly swallowed a third of the edge star sectors. The alarm didn't sound, but the keyboard clicks throughout the entire hull stopped simultaneously, and all the monitors held their breath. A senior monitor jumped to his feet, his voice strained. "Report, Commander. The Deep Space Array has detected extremely high-frequency psionic energy fluctuations, with peak values exceeding the limits of Federation instruments." Defense Commander Reynolds sat in a leather chair, a half-smoked cigar between his fingers. He had gray hair, a burly build, and a scar across his nose, making him look like an old lion ready to pounce at any moment. He exhaled a puff of smoke and asked in a deep voice, "Location?" The boundary between star sectors C-007 and F-002 points to the edge of the K-7 mineral planet. The monitor quickly retrieved the data. These coordinates completely coincide with the location of the unknown stealth fighter fluctuations last month. Reynolds paused slightly in the hand holding the cigar, and ash fell onto his uniform, but he ignored it. The monitor continued to report. Accompanying the psionic energy fluctuations is a massive, unknown biological reaction. The scale is equivalent to the total biomass of a medium-sized galaxy. The hall fell into a deathly silence. Reynolds walked to the main screen, staring at the red spot. The cold light made the scars on his face look particularly grotesque. He sneered. Such strong psionic energy fluctuations, coupled with the reaction of unknown organisms. Either some conglomerate is conducting illegal live mutation experiments, or an ancient super-civilization relic that has been sealed off by the Federation for hundreds of years has been revived. "Commander Reynolds, your imagination is far too vivid." A mocking voice echoed from the VIP viewing area on the second floor. A middle-aged man in a well-tailored suit, his hair meticulously combed, walked down the stairs carrying a glass of red wine. He was Senator Howard, the chief spokesperson for the Black Tower conglomerate in the Federal Congress. Howard glanced at the screen and said casually, "K-7 is an asset of the Black Tower conglomerate. The geological structure there is unstable. What just happened was merely a chain reaction explosion of a deep, high-energy gas vein." He swirled his wine glass and chuckled. "As for the biological reaction, it's probably time to replace the detectors. You can mistake a bunch of space-mutated bats for an alien fleet." Reynolds turned and stared at him. "Gas explosion can unleash a psionic energy wave that exceeds the limit? Do you think I'm a recruit wearing uniform for the first time?" He took a step closer, his presence oppressive. "Victor's combined fleet has lost contact, and communications with Tantalus 4, the heavy industry planet, have also been cut off. You know perfectly well what trouble your conglomerate has gotten into in the peripheral star system. Howard's smile froze for a moment, then quickly returned to normal. The military doesn't need to interfere in the internal affairs of the conglomerates. I'll explain to the Parliament. Explain. Reynolds grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. Red wine spilled all over Howard. When that thing reaches the inner ring galaxy, are you going to take a wine glass and explain things to them? He abruptly released Howard, shoving him aside, and turned to order. Bypass the regular parliamentary approval process and activate the BIS emergency plan. Secretly draw upon the 3rd, 5th, and 9th main fleets of the inner ring to form a joint suppression fleet. Target: K7 mining planet. Howard's face turned ashen. Reynolds, you've overstepped your authority. Deploying the main fleet without parliamentary authorization is treason. Reynolds didn't even turn his head. If I'm wrong, I'll go to a military court. But if I'm right, I'm saving this rotten union. The edge of the star system, 2 million kilometers away from the K7 mineral star. A light, stealthy reconnaissance ship belonging to the Black Tower conglomerate is cautiously traversing an asteroid belt. It has received a direct order from the core board of directors. It must ascertain the current status of the K7 mining planet. Inside the bridge, the captain stared intently at the radar screen. The navigator, drenched in cold sweat, reported, "Sir, our optical detection is severely hampered. The area ahead is filled with high concentrations of ionized dust. The radar signal is extremely weak. We're practically blind." The captain gritted his teeth. "Keep moving forward. We must get footage of K7 on the surface, or we'll die if we go back." The reconnaissance ship emitted a faint plume of flame as it slowly approached the K7 orbit. 1 million kilometers, 500,000 kilometers, 100,000 kilometers. The navigator suddenly shouted, "Sir, the radar is back." But the next second his voice turned terrified. "Damn it. This can't be." The captain rushed to the control panel. There were no meteorites or mineral planets on the screen, only countless, overlapping, huge red dots that completely filled the entire orbit. "What is that?" He looked out the porthole into deep space. The ion dust gradually dissipated, revealing countless enormous chunks of flesh floating in space. They were covered in grayish-brown chitinous shells, their surfaces teeming with slime and pulsating blood vessels. The largest of them even surpassed the size of a Tycoon's heavy cruiser. They have no engines, no nozzles, yet they can move strangely in a vacuum. "Warning! The ship has been locked on. Evade! Evade immediately!" the captain roared. But it was too late. A massive bone spike, hundreds of meters long, shot out from the darkness without warning, so fast that the deflection shield couldn't even react. A piercing metallic tearing sound echoed across the bridge. Bone spikes, like a string of candied hawthorns, pierced through the center of the reconnaissance ship, making the thick alloy armor as brittle as paper before them. The air pressure vanished instantly, and the bridge glass shattered with a deafening crash. Several crew members didn't even have time to scream before they were sucked into space by the violent airflow, their bodies frozen into ice blocks, and then swallowed whole by the monsters swimming around them. The captain gripped the armrests of his seat tightly, watching as the bone spikes began to retract, and the entire reconnaissance ship was dragged into the darkness like a broken toy. Before losing consciousness, he pressed the emergency launch button. A miniature deep space probe was launched from the stern of the ship, carrying the last few seconds of blurry images, and fled frantically toward the Federation's inner ring system. Core Area Defense Command. Reynolds stood in front of the main screen. The hall was deathly quiet. Not even a breath could be heard. The screen played a loop of the last images transmitted back by the probe. Huge bone spikes, floating mountains of flesh, and huge compound eyes flashing a violent red light in the darkness. Howard's wine glass fell to the ground and shattered. He slumped into his chair, his face ashen. Reynolds' pupils contracted sharply, and the cigar burned his skin, but he didn't even notice. He stared at the monsters in the image that defied all common sense in human biology, his lips trembling slightly as he uttered a word that had been sealed away in federal top-secret files for hundreds of years. Alien insects? Chapter 56, you messed up, didn't you? Tens of thousands of bugs splattered all over your face. The surface of the K7 mining planet is completely rotten. The hazy sky was obscured by billowing dust, and on the barren plain, massive cracks spread like a spiderweb. With a deafening roar, hundreds of tons of rock shattered, and a monster more than 10 meters long crawled out from underground. Its entire body is covered with dark purple carapace, and the outer layer is also covered with dark blue mineral crystals. Its 6 spiky limbs grip the ground, and with each step it takes, it scrapes the alloy veins with a screeching sound. This was just the beginning. From the depths of the crack came a dense hissing sound, and a dark swarm of insects surged to the surface like boiling asphalt. Thousands upon thousands of silicon-based insects huddled together, their mouth parts spewing green acid, their head tentacles thrashing wildly, trying to capture psionic fluctuations in the air. Inside the underground bunker at the C3 outpost of the conglomerate, Eric Sheen stared intently at the satellite monitor screen, his pale face appearing bluish in the cold light, his bloodshot eyes almost bulging behind his gold-rimmed glasses. He suddenly burst into manic laughter, slamming his fist on the control panel, oblivious to the blood seeping from his knuckles. He pointed at the endless black swarm of insects on the screen and roared at his trembling adjutant in the corner. See that? Lin Feng is dead. Tens of thousands of silicon-based alien beasts. No matter how powerful his battlecruiser is, can it blow up the entire planet's crust. Eric ripped open his collar, panting heavily, his face contorted with a morbid fanaticism. He was convinced his deduction was correct. As long as the balance was broken and higher-dimensional chaotic variables were introduced, Lin Feng's true production speed would become a joke. None of the adjutants dared to speak. The temperature inside the bunker had soared to 60 degrees Celsius, and the central psionic generator emitted a sharp beep, spreading waves of blazing white light. At that moment, an adjutant reminded him in a trembling voice, "Sir, the frequency band is too strong." Eric whirled around and saw on the radar screen that the swarm of bugs that had been rushing towards the K7 mining base had suddenly stopped. The leading giant siege bugs raised their tentacles and turned towards the C3 outpost. The next second, 1/3 of the insect swarm broke away from the main force, turning into a black torrent and heading straight for C3. Eric's maniacal laughter froze, and he lunged at the control panel, frantically operating it. "What's going on? Why are they changing course?" The adjutant rushed over, his face filled with despair. "The generator is overloaded. Our signal source here is brighter than the Earth's core. To them, we're like a giant sun. Turn it off. Turn it off right now." Eric pressed down on the lever with all his might, but the lever didn't budge. The system's cold warning sounded. Warning, physical lockout. Core temperature has exceeded the critical value. Forced cooling has failed. Eric's hand trembled, and the monitor showed a cloud of dust rising from the horizon. The insects covered in mineral crystals were incredibly fast, covering hundreds of kilometers in the blink of an eye. Boom! The first swift bug slammed into the C3 energy shield, causing the pale blue light barrier to ripple violently. Then came the second, the third, until tens of thousands of bugs rained down like a black meteor shower. They were completely fearless. The front row was carbonized by the high temperature of the shield, while the rear row continued to charge forward, stepping over the charred corpses. Their sharp mandibles bit into the edge of the shield, spraying out large amounts of green acid, with billowing white smoke rising amidst the hissing sound. A roar came through the communications channel from the frontline commander. "Sir, shield energy has dropped by 40%. Outer mechs requesting permission to fire." Eric stared at the screen without saying a word. In the scene, the Chable's heavy mechs finally opened fire. The Vulcan cannon spewed out 2-meter-long tongues of fire, and dense armor-piercing bullets rained down on the swarm of insects. However, those bullets, which were enough to tear apart the armor of light warships, only left white spots when they landed on the silicon-based crystals and could not even penetrate the shell. Eric muttered as he backed away. "It's useless. Conventional weapons are completely useless." Soon, a corner of the shield cracked due to acid corrosion, and the black swarm of insects poured in instantly. Before the 3-story-high heavy mech could even turn its gun, more than a dozen swift insects had already climbed onto its mechanical legs, their segments piercing the gaps in the armor and tearing through the hydraulic pipes. A burst of high-pressure air blasted out, and the mech crashed to the ground. The swarm of insects swarmed forward, tearing through the thick alloy armor in seconds. The pilot didn't even have time to scream before being devoured into mincemeat. Only one desperate cry remained in the communication. The defenses have collapsed. Requesting evacuation. Requesting. The sound stopped abruptly, replaced by a tooth-grinding chewing sound. The adjutant inside the bunker completely broke down, scrambling towards the gate. Eric, however, stood still, watching the carnage on the screen, a sinister glint in his eyes. He suddenly turned and strode toward the hidden door deep within the bunker. That was the passageway to a single-person escape pod, accessible only to the highest-ranking commander. An adjutant lunged at him, grabbing his leg and begging him to take him with him. Eric expressionlessly drew his high-energy particle pistol and pressed the muzzle against the adjutant's forehead. Bang! A flash of blue light, and the adjutant's head exploded into a bloody mist. The rest of the men froze on the spot, their breath stopped. Eric stepped over the corpse, straightened his collar, and said coldly, "I'm the only one who can see the big picture. The conglomerate still needs me. Your sacrifices are a necessary price to pay." The metal door slammed shut, locking completely. A few seconds later, the roar of engines echoed from deep within the bunker, and a miniature escape pod burst through the earth, fleeing wildly into space. The adjutants left behind could only watch in despair as the metal ceiling above them gradually deformed. With a piercing tearing sound, a massive segmented limb pierced through the alloy armor, dripping green acid onto the control panel and leaving charred marks. The screams lasted only half a minute. K-7 mining base. Lin Feng stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the command tower, holding a freshly brewed cup of black coffee. On the holographic projection, the drone clearly transmitted back the entire process of the destruction of the C3 outpost. The entire outpost had vanished, leaving only a massive crater. Swarms of insects rummaged through the ruins, searching for any remaining metal and flesh. Lin Feng remained expressionless and gently blew away the steam from the coffee. The adjutant coldly reported, "Commander, all life signals at the C3 outpost have disappeared. The threat has been eliminated." Lin Feng smirked and sneered. "Fool playing with fire will only burn you. It saves me the energy for a few rounds of the Yamato cannon." He tilted his head back and took a sip of bitter coffee. But just then, a sharp pain shot through his left optic nerve, and a strange purple light flashed and disappeared deep in his pupil. Drop! The holographic sand table suddenly burst out with a large amount of blinding red light. The Zero Lieutenant's voice paused unusually. "Warning, target deviation. After devouring the outpost swarm, psionic radiation from the base's underground high-energy gas reactor has been detected." Lin Feng put down his coffee cup, his gaze darkening. On the sand table, the black torrent that had just destroyed the C3 outpost swirled in the ruins for a moment before suddenly turning around and merging with the main insect swarm surging out of the K-7 surface, forming a terrifying black wave that was more than 10 kilometers wide. The target is the main base of Shanghai Science and Technology. Chapter 57. Siege Mode Unfolds. Experience the devastation of plasma cannons. The Earth is wailing. This is not an exaggeration, but a real, physical vibration. Tens of thousands of heavy arthropods struck the Earth's crust simultaneously, and high-frequency shock waves traveled along the rock strata all the way to the K-7 mining base. Inside the command tower, the bulletproof glass creaked loudly, and the coffee cup on the table bounced violently before finally tipping over, its brown liquid dripping onto the floor. Lin Feng stood in front of the command console, his hands gripping the edge, his eyes fixed on the holographic radar. On the screen, the red spots representing the swarm had merged into a sea of blood, pressing in at a speed of 120 kilometers per hour. Only 10 minutes remain until contact. All troops to the highest level of combat readiness. Lin Feng's voice was calm and without any fluctuation. Raise armor plates at the outer supply depots and seal off all surface passages. As soon as the order was given, the StarCraft technology base sprang into action. The outermost rows of metal supply stations emitted a muffled rumble as thick alloy armor plates slid out from the sides, locking together in place. In just 1 minute, a steel wall 10 meters high and stretching for several kilometers rose from the ground, completely enveloping the entire base. Lin Feng swiped his finger across the screen, drawing a defensive line. Heavy firepower intervened, siege tanks enter the field. At the rear of the base, the gates of the heavy machinery factory roared open. 50 enormous metal behemoths rolled across the ground and slowly drove out. This is the advanced trump card of the pure technology version of the Star Sea system, the prototype of the siege tank. It has tracks 2 meters wide, thick and cold armor, twin-mounted cannons pointing straight to the sky, and the roar of the engine even drowns out the aftershocks of an earthquake. 50 siege tanks lined up behind the city wall, their tracks kicking up clouds of dust. Lin Feng looked at the tank array in position, a glint of fanaticism flashing in his eyes. Siege mode activated. Click, click, click. The exhilarating sound of mechanical transformation echoed throughout the base. The tank tracks slid to the sides, and 4 heavy hydraulic supports suddenly extended, driving firmly into the rock to secure the tank. The armor plates at the rear of the turret flipped up, and an exaggeratedly large, dark blue plasma cannon slowly rose. Around the muzzle, high-concentration gas energy began to gather, and the air was distorted by the intense heat. The adjutant's voice rang out precisely on time. "Commander, the target has entered artillery range." Lin Feng looked up at the horizon. A black wave has emerged. Countless silicon-based insects huddled together, like a thick carpet covering the entire ground in sight. Their mouthparts rubbed together frantically, emitting a deafening hissing sound. Fire. Without any unnecessary words, Lin Feng directly issued the death order. Boom! 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 50 plasma cannons roared simultaneously. The terrifying recoil caused the entire base to lurch violently, and the rocks around the hydraulic supports cracked inch by inch. 50 orbs of dark blue light streaked across the sky, carrying destructive kinetic energy, and slammed into the Zerg swarm's vanguard. There was no surging airwave, only pure annihilation. The moment the plasma cannon landed, everything within a 50-meter radius was vaporized by the high temperature. The hard silicon base shell couldn't even withstand it for a second, melting directly into green glassy crystals. 50 shells carved 50 vacuum zones through the vanguard of the insect swarm. Limbs, charred entrails, and green bodily fluids flew everywhere, emitting pungent white smoke upon landing. A single volley of fire would take away at least several thousand insects. Lin Feng looked at the red spot on the radar that had instantly disappeared, his expression remaining calm. Continue. Free fire. Don't stop. The siege tank's cannon spewed out a deadly blue light. Every shot consumed high-energy gas. This was a massacre built on resources. The swarm's vanguard suffered a devastating blow, but these monsters felt neither fear nor pain. The swarming insects, stepping over the burning corpses of their comrades, traversed the scorching, vitrified ground and continued their frenzied charge. They were so fast that even under heavy artillery fire, the distance continued to shrink. 500 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters. Lin Feng coldly uttered 4 words. Marine Corps, get on the wall. Behind the city wall, 500 Marines, clad in full-fledged CMC power armor, strode heavily to the top of the armor plating. Their movements were synchronized. They raised their Gauss rifles in unison, aiming the muzzles at the swarm of insects below. Strafe. Da, 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 da. A metal storm is coming. 500 Gauss rifles fired simultaneously, unleashing a deluge of 8mm depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds at an astonishing rate of fire. Muzzle flashes formed walls of fire, and spent cartridge cases cascaded down like waterfalls, clanging against the metal floor. The swift bugs charging at the forefront crashed head-on into the barrage of bullets. Ordinary bullets couldn't penetrate their mineral armor, but the armor-piercing rounds from the Gauss rifle were a completely different story. A swift insect was hit in the head by a dozen bullets. Its carapace finally shattered, and the bullets pierced its body, turning its internal organs into a pulp. It screamed and fell over, only to be instantly crushed by its companions behind it. Beneath the city wall, insect corpses began to pile up, and green blood flowed into a small river, running down the terrain. The siege tanks behind the city launched a long-range attack, while the Marines on the city walls unleashed a barrage of metal, creating a perfect meat grinder defense line. Lin Feng watched the kill numbers constantly flashing on the holographic screen, his fingers lightly tapping the table. Everything was still in the calculations. Sudden. Boom! A muffled, deafening roar came from the east side of the city wall, and the entire base shook violently. Several Marines, standing on the edge, were caught off guard and fell off the wall, instantly being engulfed by the swarm of insects. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened, and he suddenly looked at the surveillance camera on the east side. A gigantic siege bug, the size of a small mountain, had somehow made its way to the base of the wall, braving the barrage of fire. Its ramming horns, several meters long, were covered in green blood and charred marks, clearly indicating that it had charged forward despite the plasma cannon fire. It let out a deafening roar. Its massive body suddenly recoiled, and then, with terrifying momentum, slammed into the heavy armor plate. Creak! The alloy armor plates, strong enough to withstand the secondary guns of a heavy cruiser, emitted a teeth-grinding, twisting sound. Several thick hydraulic support rods snapped instantly. A gap 5 meters wide was suddenly opened in the steel city wall. Chapter 58, Depleted Uranium Armor-Piercing Rounds Loaded, Slaughterhouse officially opens. The moment the breach was torn open, the swarm of insects piled up outside poured into the base like a flood through the 5-meter-wide opening. Hundreds of small, incredibly fast, swift insects rushed in first. Before the Marines on either side of the breach could even turn their guns around, the dark figures were already upon them. Click! Sharp limbs sliced through the neck seams of the weakened CMC power armor, spraying blood onto the gray-white metal wall. Several Marines were swallowed by the swarm of insects before they could even pull the trigger, the sounds of chewing and cracking bones mingling together. The defenses have been breached. Lin Feng stood on the command tower, his eyes icy cold. He didn't look at the horribly murdered soldiers, nor did he pay attention to the surging swarm of insects. He simply hovered his finger over the red authorization button. Engineering Bay. Remove Level 3 ammunition restrictions. His voice came through the helmets of every Marine, cold and devoid of warmth. Re-equipped with U-238 depleted uranium armor-piercing magazines. The adjutant's holographic projection flickered. Warning, Commander, U-238 munitions have extremely high levels of radioactive contamination. Large-scale use will lead to the complete collapse of the ecosystem in this region. Lin Feng only replied with one sentence. I don't need the ecosystem. I just need them to die. As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed the authorization button. Bang! Deep within the base, the assembly line in the barracks roared to life. Gears meshed, and underground conveyor belts whirred at full speed. Crates of dark-colored ammunition magazines, reeking of pungent machine oil, were sent to the front lines. First row, second row, push up and block the gap. 100 elite Marines, clad in full CMC power armor, marched heavily toward the swarm of insects. They ripped off their existing magazines and grabbed U-238 magazines, slamming them into the magazine well. Click! The metallic click of locks echoed in unison. Marines lowered their rifles, their boots striking the floor stained with green blood. Fire! Boomstrapje! This wasn't the sound of ordinary gunfire. It was more like the roar of heavy artillery. Depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds tore through the air, leaving dark red trails, and instantly crashed into the swift swarm at the forefront. The hard silicon-based armor shell was as fragile as paper in the face of terrifying penetrating power. After the bullet pierced through the body, it exploded internally, with muffled explosions erupting one after another, green bodily fluids and shattered internal organs splattering everywhere, and acid corroding the metal floor, leaving it pitted and scarred. The offensive at the gap suddenly stalled. But the giant siege bug, as big as a small mountain, was completely enraged. It roared furiously, crushed the bug corpses, and stuck its massive body into the gap, trying to tear the armor plates apart completely. Lin Feng stared at the screen and coldly ordered, "Focus fire on that big guy." 100 Gauss rifles simultaneously locked onto the siege bug, and the dark red barrage lashed at it like fiery whips. The siege bug screamed in agony. Its prized, thick carapace finally shattered under the relentless bombardment of depleted uranium munitions. Hundreds upon hundreds of radioactive bullets penetrated its body, frantically destroying its physiological functions. Its movements became slower and slower, and thick green slurry kept gushing out of its mouthparts. Boom! Its massive body finally gave way and collapsed with a crash, becoming stuck in the gap, resembling a mountain of flesh that blocked the swarm of insects behind it. Lin Feng crossed his arms, his eyes indifferent. Position warfare. Wear them down. The ensuing battle turned into a brutal stalemate. Outside the city walls, the plasma cannons of the siege tanks roared incessantly, blasting the distant swarms of insects to ashes. At the breach, Marines trampled over the corpses of the siege insects, tearing apart every insect that dared to peek out with depleted uranium rounds. 1 hour, 2 hours, 4 hours. In the resource panel at the top right of Lin Feng's view, the reserves of high-energy gas and rare heavy metals are plummeting. Every salvo, every depleted uranium bomb, is burning away real resources. This is a meat grinder built with money. Finally, when the first ray of dim starlight pierced through the smoke and dust and shone on the ravaged surface of the K-7 mineral planet, the swarm's offensive ceased. The red dots on the radar began to fade in large areas. The surviving insects seemed to realize that they couldn't crack this tough nut, so they dragged their broken bodies and burrowed back underground through the cracks in the ground. The gunfire gradually subsided, leaving only the hissing of cooling tracks and the creaking of rubbing armor plates. Outside the base, mountains of insect carcasses stretched for kilometers. Green blood formed lakes, emitting a nauseating stench. Commander. The adjutant's projector lit up again, with a yellow warning flashing at the edge of the screen. The swarm has retreated, and the defenses are intact. However, the extensive use of U-238 depleted uranium munitions has resulted in severe nuclear contamination of the rich mineral zone in Area C on the east side of the base. The radiation thermal image unfolds, and the eastern region appears reddish-purple. Radiation concentration exceeds the standard by 4,000%. This area will become a no-man's land within the next 100 years, making conventional mining impossible. Lin Feng looked at the completely ruined rich mining area, but he was neither angry nor heartbroken. Instead, a cold smile appeared on his lips. He turned and looked out the floor-to-ceiling window at the mountain of flesh made up of giant siege insect corpses. Cannot be mined for 100 years? No problem. On the Chable's heavy industry planet, there are plenty of ready-made mines waiting for me to take them. Lin Feng knocked on a glass. Send 2 SCVs over there, drag the carcass of that giant bug back, and send it to the Mechanical Research Institute. A glint of purple light flashed in his eyes. I want to see if I can use the shells of these natives to upgrade my power armor. Chapter 59: High-Energy Gas in the Insect Core. Inside the Mechanical Research Institute, the smell of acidic bodily fluids and engine oil mingled, making one's nasal passages numb. A high-frequency plasma cutting blade pressed against the insect corpse, sparks flying everywhere, carrying with them green liquid. On the control panel, the remains of the giant siege bug, dragged back by the SCV, were firmly secured by 3 heavy mechanical arms. Its dark purple carapace was incredibly thick, emitting a constant, ear-piercing twisting sound as it was cut. Lin Feng stood behind the bulletproof glass, staring intently at the cut. A flash of purple light appeared deep within his left eye. The stinging pain made him wince, and he could only raise his hand to press his temple. Cut it open. As soon as the command was given, the robotic arm ripped open, completely slicing open the chest cavity. The sound of breaking echoed through the empty research institute. Thick, green liquid gushed out, flowing down the control panel and onto the floor. In the center of that pile of shattered entrails, a fist-sized crystal core with a perfect polyhedral shape was revealed. Its surface was spotless, without a trace of blood, and it emitted a ghostly blue glow that even overshadowed the incandescent light bulb above. Scanning. Lin Feng tapped the metal control panel, and the holographic projection of Deputy Zero immediately lit up, with blue rays sweeping the crystal core back and forth more than a dozen times. Analysis complete. The crystal core contains high-purity compressed high-energy gas with an impurity content of less than 0.01% and can be directly connected to the Star C system energy reservoir. Lin Feng paused, then turned to look at the projection. What is the purity level? 99.99%. A single giant siege bug crystal core contains about 500 units of high-energy gas. The swift bug crystal core is smaller, about 10 units. Lin Feng didn't speak again, turned around and walked to the French windows. The sky outside was still covered by yellow sand, and beyond the gap in the steel city wall, the horizon was piled with dark, swarming insect corpses their severed limbs and broken armor undulating like small mountains. Tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. Fear was absent from his mind. Only a string of frantically fluctuating numbers remained. The depleted uranium ammunition consumption and plasma cannon costs that had previously pained him now seemed insignificant. This is not a disaster. It's a super gold mine that has come knocking on our door. A rough estimate suggests that there are approximately 120,000 insect corpses remaining on the surface, from which 300,000 units of high-energy gas can be extracted. The adjutant's data display flashed rapidly through the air. 300,000 units. It would take half a year of mining at the K7 mine, followed by tedious refining, to accumulate this amount. Now, these things are lying outside the door, waiting for someone to collect them. Lin Feng suddenly turned around. All troops, listen to my command. Outer perimeter Marines, put safety on your guns. Switch all armor power to the robotic arm. All SCVs in the base, immediately cease mining in the underground veins, leave the city, and start mining. He slammed his fist on the control panel, his voice cold and harsh. Don't leave a single crumb. Cut all the insects open and pry out the crystal cores. The base gates roared open, and hundreds of SCVs, their tracks spinning wildly, charged into the mountain of corpses and sea of blood outside like sharks drawn by the scent of blood. Marines also put down their Gauss rifles, drew their tactical short knives, and began dissecting the carcasses among the insectoid corpses. An hour later, Chu Yu stood in the supply transfer station of the underground bunker. Her mechanical left arm, modeled after the hydraulic transmission technology of siege tanks, emitted a slight hum. Boxes marked extremely dangerous and made of explosion-proof metal were being continuously fed in along the conveyor belt. The lids were open, and the boxes were filled with eerie blue insect cores, like a pile of priceless sapphires, which even lowered the air temperature by several degrees. Chu Yu stared at the mountain of crystal cores, her face turning pale. She had seen tycoons fight tooth and nail in the black market for a few tons of high-energy gas, and she had seen desperate criminals risk their lives for a mineral vein, but she had never seen anything like this. They used the corpses of tens of thousands of monsters as ATMs. Lin Feng walked in from outside, his military boots making a dull sound as they stepped on the metal floor. Are you stunned? He casually picked up a swift insect crystal core and tossed it between his fingers twice. Chu Yu's mechanical left arm involuntarily twitched, and she stared at his expressionless face, her voice hoarse. You're insane. The radiation levels outside are off the charts, and you still want your men to go out and dig? What if they attract something from deeper inside? Something deeper? Lin Feng sneered, interrupting her directly. He walked to the holographic sand table and quickly typed out the geological scan map of the K7 mineral planet. The red warning line went all the way down, pointing directly to the huge cavity deep in the Earth's core, where it shone like a miniature sun. Defense is too costly. He braced his hands on the edge of the sand table. They destroyed 3 of my heavy armor plates and burned 5,000 of my depleted uranium munitions. The cost is far greater than what we can make up by picking up the scraps on the ground. Chu Yu suddenly stepped forward. Do you even know what you're saying? That's an underground insect nest. Do you really think dozens of tanks are invincible? They're just testing the waters today. If they all come out. So we can't wait for them to come out. Lin Feng straightened up, his eyes shining with an undisguised purple light. I'm going to blow up their lair and dig out all the crystal cores inside. Chu Yu gasped, taking a half step back, staring at him as if he were a monster. Faced with a swarm of native silicon-based insects of this size, a normal person's first reaction would be to blockade the planet and cleanse its orbit, but Lin Feng's idea was to charge in from the opposite direction. He ignored Chu Yu's shock and had already entered commander mode. Lieutenant, adjust the production sequence of the arsenal. Arsenal on standby. Full capacity production. Target Widow Mines 3,000. Starport is no longer on standby. All Banshee fighters are now armed with specially designed bunker buster bombs. Lin Feng's finger traced a tricky path on the holographic screen, following the widest crack on the Earth's surface and plunging deep into the Earth's core. Activate the stealth field and prepare to go mining. The starport dome slowly slid open to both sides, and 12 Banshee fighters, shaped like Black Reapers, took off propelled by their anti-gravity engines. Each of their fuselages carried a 3-meter-long heavy bunker buster bomb, its glaring yellow nuclear radiation warning markings clearly visible. Invisibility protocol activated. As a cold female voice came through the communication channel, a layer of water-like energy ripples spread across the surface of the 12 Banshee aircraft, then vanished instantly in mid-air, leaving only a faint airflow, proving that they had rushed into the bottomless fissure in the Earth's core. Chapter 60: Victor's Arrogance and Misjudgment. Tantalus 4, a heavy industrial planet, is the core headquarters of the Black Tower conglomerate. Completely different from the K-7 mining planet, heavy industrial exhaust is kept out by energy shields, and the highest level of the orbital spaceport houses Victor Clement's office. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, automated arms factories stretch for thousands of kilometers, and warship assembly lines the space. Inside the office, expensive carpets cover the floor, and the air is filled with the scent of cedar. Victor, dressed in a vintage suit, sits on a leather sofa, a glass of dark red wine in hand, slowly turning the gold ring on his ring finger. Before him, Eric Sheen lay trembling on the ground. His chief of staff uniform was crumpled into a tattered rag. His glasses were nowhere to be found, and cold sweat plastered his hair to his scalp. He shouted hoarsely, "Monsters! Tens of thousands of monsters!" Then he suddenly looked up, his blood-red eyes fixed on Victor. My deduction was correct. The swarm swallowed the C-3 outpost, and Lin Feng's base must be gone too. That scale, even heavy mechs couldn't stop it. Victor gently swirled his glass, the dark red liquid arcing down the rim. He didn't even look at Eric, only frowning in disgust, as if annoyed by the added stench of sweat in the air. He calmly said, "Your simulation model caused me to lose an outpost, 3 heavy cruisers, and thousands of mechs in the silent corridor." Eric froze, desperately crawling forward to grab his trouser leg. "That was an accident. Lin Feng has unconventional stealth weapons. But this time is different. The K-7 core swarm's indiscriminate attack means he definitely won't survive." Victor withdrew his leg in disgust. 2 fully armored guards immediately stepped forward and stomped Eric back onto the carpet. "Take him away and lock him in the bottom-level solitary confinement cell. No one is allowed to see him without my order." Victor put down his wine glass, took out a silk handkerchief from the silver box, carefully wiped his fingers that had been sprayed with Eric's breath, and said coldly, "Incompetent peasant, no matter how high you climb, you'll only ever go crazy when things get tough." Eric was dragged away, his screams echoing down the corridor until the soundproof door slammed shut. Victor casually tossed his handkerchief into the wastebasket and ordered the real-time satellite images of the K-7 mining planet to be brought up. The holographic projection was activated, and a dim, yellowish planet was magnified in midair. The intelligence chief immediately stepped forward to report, "Sir, this is footage from high-altitude reconnaissance 3 minutes ago." As the camera zoomed in, the surface of K-7 mining planet was in ruins, riddled with cracks, charred pits, and green corrosion spots. The intelligence chief pointed to the desolate central area. "This is the coordinate of the Starsea Technology main base. Currently, no heat source can be detected, the electromagnetic signal is 0, and there are no signs of life." Victor narrowed his eyes. In the scene, the area surrounding Lin Feng base was littered with wreckage, broken armor plates, severed mechanical arms, and black insect corpses mixed together, a deathly silence devoid of any signs of activity. He asked, "Where's the swarm?" The intelligence chief retrieved the data. According to the psionic radiation trajectory, after destroying the surface structures, the swarm has retreated deep into the Earth's core. The crustal movement has also exposed a high-purity, gas-bearing mineral vein, located just below the Lin Feng base. Victor stared at the red mineral vein marker, a smug smirk playing on his lips. He walked to the projection and tapped the desolate area. A peasant is still a peasant. He picked up a few blueprints for high-dimensional weapons and thinks he can become a warlord in this sector. He put his hands behind his back and said in an icy tone, "In the dark forest, without capital and resources, dying in the mouth of wild beasts is his fate." He then looked at the intelligence chief. "Notify the 1st Mixed Fleet to allocate 2,000 heavy mechs to form a takeover force." The intelligence chief was taken aback. "Officer, you mean, take over K-7 mining planet?" A greedy glint flashed in Victor's eyes. "Since the beast has cleaned up the garbage for us, The exposed mineral veins naturally belong to the Black Tower conglomerate. The intelligence chief hesitated. But what about the underground swarm of insects? Fool. Victor interrupted coldly. The Zerg swarm has just gone through a major battle and is currently in a weak and dormant period. We don't need to go deep into the Earth's core. We just need to occupy the surface mining areas and establish an energy shield. He walked to the liquor cabinet and poured himself another glass of wine. Also, have the commander collect all the remaining scrap metal and so-called high-tech debris from Lin Feng's base. Since he's dead, his technological blueprints can make up for our losses. Yes, sir. The intelligence chief saluted and quickly left. Half an hour later, the Tantalus 4 equatorial spaceport emitted a blinding plume of flame. Dozens of heavy transport ships, escorted by 3 frigates, sailed out of the atmosphere, their hulls painted with the Black Tower emblem of the Black Tower conglomerate. 2,000 of the conglomerate's most powerful heavy mechs stood silently in the hangar. Victor stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the fleet transform into points of light in the starry sky. He raised his wine glass and gestured slightly towards a void, a toast to the sole master of this star sector. He then tilted his head back and drank the red wine in his glass in one gulp. He had no idea that beneath the seemingly desolate ruins of the K-7 mining planet, a cold and terrifying steel behemoth had already bared its fangs. Chapter 61, The Reversal of Fortune Between Hunter and Prey. K-7 Mine Base, Underground Core Command Post. On the holographic radar screen, 3 enormous red dots, accompanied by dozens of smaller dots, brazenly entered the gravitational field of the K-7 system. Without stealth or reconnaissance, they headed straight for the base. Lin Feng sat in the command chair, holding a cup of black coffee, staring at the straight flight path, a cold smile appearing on his lips. Lieutenant Zero reported, "Commander, signal detected from the Black Tower conglomerate fleet. It is expected to enter the atmosphere in 15 minutes. They really dare to come." Lin Feng put down his coffee cup and ran his finger across the control panel. Entire base entered the highest level of electromagnetic silence. The order was instantly transmitted throughout the base. On the surface, the SCVs that were processing the insect corpses immediately stopped, piling up the mangled insect corpses, corroded armor plates, and several deliberately scrapped, weakened power armors haphazardly outside the base's core area. From above, it looks like a slaughterhouse that has just been completely torn apart by a swarm of insects. Heavy firepower, camouflage net coverage. 50 siege tanks simultaneously emitted low-pitched airflow. Their plasma cannons slowly lowered, and thick camouflage nets popped out from their hulls, completely covering the steel behemoths. Engines shut down, leaving only basic fire control systems in standby mode. They're like 50 desolate giant rocks, silently hidden in the ruins. Lin Feng leaned back in his chair. "Have you buried the gifts?" Lieutenant Zero replied, 3,000 widow mines have been deployed, covering all landing paths from A1 to C4. The induction fuses have been switched off. Manual detonation is now required. Lin Feng nodded. In the corner, Chuyu stared intently at the screen, her mechanical left arm clenching involuntarily, the hydraulic hoses making a soft hissing sound. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead, her voice trembling. 2,000 heavy mechs. The conglomerate has emptied at least half its coffers this time. And you still turned off the automatic sensors? What if they're clearing mines? What if they open fire prematurely? Lin Feng didn't turn his head. He just took a sip of coffee. "Minesweeper," he said calmly. "You overestimate those idiots sitting in air-conditioned rooms drawing simulation models. In their eyes, we're already dead. Dead people don't lay mines." Soon, the roar of the atmosphere being torn apart pierced through the Earth's crust and reached the underground command post. The Zaibatsu's heavy transport ship has landed. The air currents whipped up a cloud of dust, and the huge metal planks crashed onto the ground corroded by insect blood. Boom! 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 2,000 ostentatiously painted heavy mechs belonging to wealthy conglomerates swaggered ashore on the K-7 mining planet. These 10-meter-tall steel monsters were equipped with exaggeratedly caliber Vulcan cannons and thick composite armor. Inside the special mech at the forefront, the commander of the receiving force frowned in disgust as he looked at the green water and wreckage scattered all over the ground. The adjutant reported, "Sir, the radar shows no signs of life." The Starseed technology base has been completely destroyed. The commander sneered. I told you, Lord Victor is too cautious. Tens of thousands of insects will pass through, and not even bone fragments will be left. He maneuvered the mech forward, its massive mechanical feet crushing the corpse of Swiftbug. Keep pushing forward and advance toward the core area of the base. Turn over all that junk and scrap metal. The 2,000 mechs did not conduct tactical searches or release reconnaissance drones. Instead, they strolled casually toward the center of the Starseed technology ruins, as if they were visiting their own backyard. Inside the underground command post, Chuyu looked at the dense array of mecha lights, and her breathing became increasingly rapid. They've come in, outer perimeter, middle section. She stared at the red dotted line representing the minefield. The Chable mechs crossed it without warning. 1, 100, 1,000. Detonate. Chuyu finally couldn't help but shout. They've already entered the minefield. If we wait any longer, they'll scatter. Lin Feng remained leaning back in his chair, motionless. His eyes were as cold as ice, and his finger hovered half an inch above the detonation button, steady without the slightest tremor. Wait a little longer. The voice was completely flat. Let them all in. On the screen, the Chable's vanguard had penetrated deep into the ruins, less than 200 meters from the camouflage siege tanks. The mechs behind them had also completely broken away from the transport ship's cover and plunged into the heart of the minefield. At that moment, a mecha belonging to a wealthy family stopped, its searchlight sweeping forward. Sir, there seems to be something covered by net ahead. Right in this very second. Lin Feng slammed his finger down hard. Drop! The ground suddenly trembled. It wasn't the muffled thud of a swarm of insects crashing into each other, but rather a sharp, piercing sound as if space itself were being torn apart. On the shattered ground of the K-7 mining planet, countless tiny red lasers shot out from underground, instantly weaving into a giant red spiderweb that locked onto the chassis of every conglomerate mech. Inside the cockpit of the Tycoon commander, a piercing alarm suddenly blared, and the red light made his face turn deathly pale. High-energy gas reaction. Extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous. His mouth was half open, his eyes were flashing with intense light and shadow, and his mind was blank. But the system didn't give him any time to react. 3,000 widow rays buried underground burst forth simultaneously, like a swarm of crazed mechanical spiders, precisely pouncing on the heaviest metal target above, clinging tightly to the mech's legs and chassis. Then release. Boomstrapje. 3,000 clusters of dark blue high-energy gas flames, mixed with electromagnetic pulses powerful enough to disable electronic equipment, were simultaneously detonated within an array of 2,000 heavy mechs. Chapter 62. The steel graveyard of the Tycoon through a series of explosions. The surface of K-7, a mineral planet, was rotten, like a rag repeatedly doused with sulfuric acid. Dark green insect blood, corroded rock layers, and severed limbs covered the land. The air was filled with the stench of acid and burnt matter, and even the light seemed dim and oppressive. 2,000 heavy mechs bearing the emblem of the Black Tower conglomerate were trampling through this carnage. The 10-meter-tall steel behemoths were in loose formation, their mechanical feet crushing the insect corpses and green sap dripping down from the gaps in their armor. The commander of the conglomerate's takeover force sat in his special mech, leaning back in a leather chair, a cup of red tea brought by Heavy Industry Star in his hand. He wrinkled his nose in disgust, connected to the full-frequency broadcast, and ordered everyone to carefully search the wreckage of Starseed technology. Whoever found the blueprints for the stealth weapon would be promoted 3 levels upon returning. The public channel erupted in laughter. The drivers all thought Lin Feng had long been devoured by the insect swarm, leaving nothing but bones, and Eric's supposed trap seemed like a joke. In their eyes, this wasn't a battle, but merely post-battle scavenging. Thus, 2,000 mechs swaggered over the perimeter of the ruins and stormed directly into the original core base of Starseed technology. Deep underground, the command center was eerily quiet. On the holographic radar, countless red dots representing the conglomerate's mechs were slowly crossing the invisible line of death. Chuyu stood beside the control panel, her mechanical left arm hanging at her side, the hydraulic lines humming softly. She stared intently at the screen, her breathing growing heavier. 2,000 heavy mechs, enough to shave a layer off the crust of the K-7 mining planet. Lin Feng sat in the commander's chair, legs crossed, a cup of black coffee in his hand. The dim blue light of the screen reflected in his eyes. The red dots had completely penetrated the deepest part of the minefield. Chu Yu's throat went dry as she looked at his finger hovering above the red detonation button. That finger was steady, without the slightest tremor. She whispered therein. Lin Feng didn't answer, but simply blew on the steam from his coffee and took a sip. Then he put down the cup and pressed his finger down without warning. Click! On the surface, the Chable commander was just about to take his second sip of red tea. The next second, the ravaged land seemed to come alive. A sharp electromagnetic resonance tore through the air. 3,000 red laser scanning lines suddenly shot out from under the soil, from piles of insect corpses and from the gaps in the old armor, instantly weaving into a red spider web that locked the chassis of 2,000 mechs. Inside the cockpit, the green screen instantly turned red and the highest level alarm blared. Warning! Extremely high concentration of gas reaction. Extrême danger. The commander's hand trembled, and scalding hot tea spilled onto his leg. Before he could even utter a curse, a series of muffled claps of thunder echoed from underground. Boom! 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 The soil was hurled into the air, and 3,000 four-legged, spider-like widow rays were launched into the sky. Electromagnetic chucks suddenly opened, gripping the mech's legs and chassis armor tightly, creating a series of ear-piercing metallic clangs. The laughter on the public channel instantly turned into terrified screams. The mechs began to twist wildly. Some tried to escape by stomping on the power source, while others swung their mechanical arms of the Widow Mine on their legs, but all to no avail. The Widow's grenades by force far exceeded the armor's limits. When a mechanical arm slammed into it, only a string of sparks flew. The fuse is fully depressed, and the fuse is detonated. 3,000 dark blue fireballs simultaneously erupted within the conglomerate's array. High-energy gas was instantly compressed and released, the temperature at the explosion's epicenter terrifying enough to melt through the star-patterned steel armor. Those core armors, supposedly capable of withstanding meteorite impacts, melted like butter before the blue flames. The shockwave swept across the battlefield like an invisible giant wall, hurling any approaching mechs like toys. The steel bodies, weighing over 10 tons, disintegrated in mid-air, crashing heavily into distant ruins and kicking up clouds of scorched earth. But the carnage had only just begun. After the explosion, pale blue EMP ripples spread across the ground. The mechs that had narrowly escaped the blast at the edge of the minefield had just raised their Vulcan cannons when they were swept away by the ripples. Sizzle. Sparks flew wildly from the joints. The cockpit's holographic screen went black, the electronic eyes went out, and the power engine groaned a few times before completely shutting down. The powerless steel behemoths collapsed in droves, becoming impenetrable iron coffins. In just one round of explosions, a third of the 2,000 Zaibatsu heavy mechs were disabled. The remaining ones mostly had their chassis melted, their armor charred, and their formations reduced to a pile of mud. Inside the underground command post, Chuyu watched as the minefield on the screen instantly transformed into a hellish landscape, her eyes twitching uncontrollably. Her mechanical left arm contracted uncontrollably, the hydraulic shaft creaking under the strain. Lin Feng leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the edge of the control panel twice, and uttered only 2 words, fire. The order was transmitted to the ground via fiber optic cable. In the ruins, 50 rocks clad in optical camouflage netting moved. The camouflage netting slipped down, revealing 50 siege tanks with their massive, menacing steel bodies. The muffled groan of hydraulic exhaust sent boulders flying. 50 thick plasma cannons rose simultaneously, locking onto the chaotic mech formation. Deep within the muzzles, a ghostly blue light converged wildly, brighter than a dim star. Lin Feng's voice was icy. Release. 50 high-energy plasma shells tore through the air and slammed into the conglomerate's position. A blue sea of fire rolled and spread, and the paralyzed mechs, along with the pilots struggling to escape inside, were instantly vaporized, leaving not even a scream. The mechs, still barely able to move, would have their outer armor instantly peel off and melt if they came into contact with even a trace of plasma flame. The high temperature ignited the internal ammunition depot, and the secondary explosions lit up half the sky of the K, 7 mining planet with blinding bright blue light. The Tycoon commander's special mech hid in the rear, narrowly avoiding the Widow's mine and the first round of artillery fire. His face was covered in blood, his forehead was shattered, and he gripped the control stick tightly, watching his 2,000 heavily armored mechs turned into scrap metal in the sea of fire ahead. Only the crackling of static filled the communication channel. There was no longer any sound of life. His teeth chattered, and he shakily pounded the emergency call button. Heavy Industries Star? Lin Feng isn't dead. This is a trap. Requesting orbital bombardment. His finger was half an inch away from the red launch button when the air in the passenger seat suddenly rippled like water. A figure in a close-fitting special operations suit appeared without warning. The commander froze, a chill creeping into his bones. He slowly turned his head, and a silenced Gauss pistol was pressed against his temple. The invisible ghost agent was expressionless, his eyes behind the gas mask as cold as a dead man's. Bang! After a muffled gunshot, the commander's head exploded. The ghost agent holstered his weapon, grabbed the still twitching neck, and twisted it sharply. Click! The agent then rapidly tapped on the control panel, disconnecting the communication module and the black box recorder. The air distorted again, and his figure vanished from spot. The battle is over. From the first Widow's grenade hitting the ground to the Tycoon commander being killed, the entire process took less than 10 minutes. The door to the underground command post opened, and Lin Feng stepped onto the scorched ground. His military boots screeched as they crunched through the mud. The air was thick with the smells of molten metal, residual high-energy gas, and the stench of burning flesh. She followed behind him, walking very slowly. With each step she took over a damaged mech, her mechanical left arm, built using the hydraulic transmission technology of siege tanks, would subconsciously retract slightly. It's a terrible sight. 2,000 heavy mechs, and now not a single one is intact. The ground is littered with black engine oil, wrecked engines, armor melted into lumps of iron by plasma cannons, and mangled metal limbs. Lin Feng arrived at the wreckage of the special-purpose mech. The mech's chest cavity had been grazed by a plasma cannon, creating a huge hole, with molten iron still dripping from its edges. The holographic projection of Lieutenant Zero popped up, and a synthesized voice echoed across the ruins. Commander, the battlefield has been cleared. All 2,000 enemy heavy mechs have been wiped out, with no survivors. Lin Feng looked down at the heavy, rare composite armor beneath his feet, his fingers gently stroking his chin. This material is pretty good, much better than the junk you bought on the black market, right? Chu Yu's voice was hoarse. This is the core military product of the Black Tower conglomerate, mixed with high-purity titanium and star-pattern steel. This one piece of armor plate alone can sell for tens of thousands of star coins on the black market of the Shattered Star Belt. If Victor sees it, he will definitely go crazy. Sell. Lin Feng chuckled lightly, his gaze sweeping over the steel graveyard stretching for several kilometers, a flash of purple light passing through his eyes. Lieutenant, bring all the SCVs over. Cut them all into pieces and throw them into the furnace. Also, remove all the intact high-energy batteries. He turned to look at the dark horizon in the distance, his voice echoing over the ruins. Our battlecruiser has a skeleton. Chapter 63 gas exceeds 1 million, shattering that tortoise shell. The K-7 mine has been completely transformed into a monster that devours steel and iron. On the surface ruins, hundreds of SCVs spin wildly, kicking up clouds of dust, and their robotic arms have all been replaced with high-powered plasma cutting saws, relentlessly cutting through the wreckage of the conglomerate's mechs. Sizzle. Sparks flew as the thick composite armor was ripped open. Intact high-energy batteries were stripped off piece by piece and packed into explosion-proof containers, while the remaining rare alloys were continuously fed into the furnace deep within the base via a heavy conveyor belt. Flames soared into the sky from the furnace, turning the underground space a crimson red, the intense heat distorting the surrounding air. Meanwhile, in the underground or refining workshop, the process continued unabated. Crystal cores extracted from tens of thousands of insect corpses were being poured into the reactor, turning into pale blue high-energy gas that surged wildly along the pipes. Lin Feng stood in front of the main control console in the command center, staring at the rapidly changing resource data on the screen. The synthesized voice of Deputy Zero repeatedly broadcast that the high-energy gas refining progress was steadily approaching its deadline. High-energy gas refining progress is 80%, 90%. With each jump in the numbers, the system resource library expanded. Lin Feng braced his hands on the control panel, his eyes fixed on the 7-digit reserve, his breathing becoming heavier, and the purple light in his eyes flashing incessantly with the data. Drop! A crisp notification sound rang out, and Lieutenant Zero immediately reported the results. Commander, the high-energy gas reserves have officially exceeded 1 million units. The rare heavy metal reserves have reached 300,000 tons, meeting the requirements for advancing to the advanced technology tree. 1 million. Lin Feng's atoms apple-bobbed. Back then, for 100,000 kilowatts, he had to risk his life in the silent corridor, using Widow's Thunder and a few wrecked ships to fight the conglomerate's fleet head-on. Now, this amount of resources, enough to buy several peripheral star sectors, was finally in his hands. Upgrade. He raised his hand and slammed down the red button in the center of the control panel. The next second, the entire underground base shook violently. Even the steel walls emitted a piercing, twisting sound, and the core engine of the initial base vehicle roared to life, energy rushing out in all directions through the pipelines. The Mechanical Research Institute's deflation protocol has been activated. In the center of the open space, the air distorted violently, and a blue warp beam shot into the sky. A massive factory, covering tens of thousands of square meters and made entirely of dark gray alloy, rose directly from the ground. Its exhaust towers towered high, and external pipelines wrapped around the building like blood vessels. From inside, a muffled thud resounded, shaking the ground continuously. The production line started operating simultaneously, producing advanced armor components, heavy fire control radars, and precision servo motors in a continuous flow. Meanwhile, the starport on the other side roared to life as a heavy robotic arm rose from the ground, carrying a spherical structure radiating blue psionic energy, precisely attaching it to the side of the starport before locking it in place with a click. Technology lab fully operational. Banshee fighter stealth field module unlocked. Advanced fire control system unlocked. Production line at full capacity. Lin Feng watched as the troop numbers on the holographic screen surged, with Marines, Widow mines, and Banshee fighters being replenished one after another, and siege tanks entering final assembly on the production line. Holding a large army in his hands, watching the entire war machine operate wildly according to his will, his desire for control also boiled over. Just then, the command center door opened, and Chuyu walked in. Her eyes were red and bloodshot, clearly indicating she hadn't slept for days. She stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the newly erected Mechanical Research Institute outside, her face blank with disbelief. What monster have you created this time? She walked to the control panel, the metal fingers of her mechanical left arm scraping against the table with a screeching sound. Something that can change the landscape of the star sector. Lin Feng didn't even turn his head. His gaze remained fixed on the production queue. Chuyu took a deep breath, her chest heaving. Victor must be insane. 2,000 mechs. That's half of his fortune. The Black Tower conglomerate's trump card for suppressing the expansion sector. If he finds out, he might even bring in the orbital cannons from Tantalus 4 Heavy Industry Star and blast this place to smithereens. He can't find out. Lin Feng's tone was calm, his fingers still typing on the virtual keyboard. There was no surveillance at the scene, and all communications were cut off. In their eyes, that unit died in the insect swarm triggered by the K-7 mineral core eruption. He stopped what he was doing, turned around, and his voice turned cold. Even if he knew it was me, it would be too late to deploy the railgun. Chuyu was taken aback, her expression instantly changing. What do you mean? Lin Feng braced his hands on the edge of the control panel, leaned forward, and stared directly at her. Defense is too costly. He destroyed 2,000 of my mechs, so I have to take down his base. I'm going to take down Tantalus 4 Heavy Industry Star and uproot the conglomerate's foundation. Chuyu staggered back a step, her back slamming heavily against the metal wall. Her voice trembled as she said, "Are you crazy? That's Heavy Industry Star, the most heavily fortified fortress in the entire star sector. With the planet's orbital shields activated, even a regular Federation fleet firing its main guns for 3 months might not be able to penetrate it. What are you going to use to fight it? Your few dozen tanks? Or those unseen aircraft? Lin Feng didn't reply, but instead looked up at the technology tree in the corner of the holographic screen. There, a building icon that had just been unlocked by breaking the million gas mark was quietly lit up, its pitch-black spire wrapped in a dangerous red light, exuding an oppressive aura even through the projection. Below the icon, there are only 4 words. Ghost Military Academy. A cold smile slowly crept onto Lin Feng's lips. Even the hardest turtle shell can burst open from the inside. After he finished speaking, he pressed his fingertip heavily on the red glowing icon. Lieutenant, empty 100,000 units of gas. Make this thing for me. Chapter 64, the Ghost Military Academy and the Terran Expeditionary Force in its mind. 100,000 units of high-energy gas were instantly emptied from the system's resource pool. At the deepest part of the K7 mine, on the edge of that long-sealed, abandoned mine pit, a change occurred silently. There was no spatial distortion, no blinding blue light, but the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped, and white frost spread rapidly along the metal rock wall, as if the air itself had been frozen. Several SCVs working nearby went out of control first. Their electronic eyes flashed wildly with garbled codes. Their tracks slipped and spun on the icy ground, and their robotic arms twitched. The next second, a completely black, seamless spire, as if it had grown out of hell, slowly emerged from the edge of the mine. There was no roar, no sparks, only rings of suppressed psionic energy spreading silently in all directions. Chuyu stood in the command center, looking at the black tower through the holographic screen. The mechanical left arm was shaking violently, and the hydraulic shafts emitted a piercing sound. She instinctively sensed danger, and every cell in her body urged her to get away. Ghost Academy warp complete, the voice of Lieutenant Zero announced. This time, there was a hint of electrical noise in the cold, synthesized sound, and subtle mosaic flickering appeared at the edges of the projection. Supreme Commander's authorization verified. Tactical deterrence, force unlocked. Nuclear fusion strike guidance authorization activated. Lin Feng stood in front of the main control console, staring at the scarlet countdown that popped up on the screen. In the center was a holographic model of a streamlined tactical nuclear missile, and the red light reflected on his face in an uncertain way. He was well aware that conventional nuclear weapons were obsolete in this era, but the StarC system provided pure psionic fusion nuclear bombs, which were enough to instantly tear apart conventional energy shields. Create the conditions, Lin Feng said in a hoarse voice. The adjutant quickly compiled a list of resources. Manufacturing it required extremely high purity enriched uranium and a large amount of rare heavy metals. Even if the base's inventory was exhausted, only one could be made. Start manufacturing immediately. Lin Feng didn't hesitate for a moment. Command confirmed. Tactical nuclear warhead loading in progress. Estimated completion time, 48 hours. Lin Feng turned off the countdown and looked at another function of the Ghost Military Academy. Invisibility combat suits. He directly ordered the academy to begin mass production and selected 10 soldiers with the best physiological indicators from the Marine Corps to be sent to the academy for psionic modification. On a metal rack in the corner, there was a set of newly manufactured black special combat uniforms, one size larger than those of ordinary soldiers. The surface had no reflective properties, as if it could swallow up all the light around it, exuding a deathly chill. Lin Feng walked over, his fingers touching the cold material, and then began to take off his casual coat. He planned to personally lead the team to ensure the decapitation strike and nuclear missile guidance were foolproof. Warning, extreme danger. The adjutant's projection suddenly flashed, and the red warning box almost completely blocked Lin Feng's view. If a commander's body has not undergone system-based psionic modification and is forcibly fitted with a commander-level stealth suit, psionic radiation will cause irreversible nerve damage, resulting in a survival rate of less than 10%. The adjutant's underlying logic was completely blocked. He had to protect Lin Feng on one hand and obey orders on the other. The projection became more and more distorted, and the electrical noise hurt people's eardrums. Lin Feng tossed his coat onto the chair, glanced back at the flickering projection, and said calmly, "In the dark forest, how can you survive without going mad?" After saying that, he grabbed the black stealth combat suit, put it on quickly and neatly, zipped it all the way to the top, and finally picked up the full coverage helmet with neural interface ports. Activate the stealth protocol. The moment the helmet was fastened, the connector pierced the back of his neck, and a surge of cold, violent psionic radiation rushed into his brain like a red-hot nail being driven into the cerebral cortex. Lin Feng let out a scream that was suppressed to the limit and knelt down on the ground, clutching his helmet tightly with both hands, his 10 fingers almost digging into the gaps in the metal and the veins on the back of his hands bulging. The excruciating pain instantly tore through his optic nerve, and the faint purple light deep within his left eye suddenly exploded, even piercing through the black eyepiece and reflecting an eerie halo in the air. The next moment, the real world before my eyes shattered. He didn't see the floor of the command center, nor did he see the panicked Chuyu. He only saw the boundless deep space of a universe, where countless twisted shadows rolled in the sea of stars, a vast swarm of interstellar insects. Their bony wings blotted out the sky, smashed through asteroid belts, spewed out strong acid, tore apart planetary defense networks, and devoured the massive steel fleets. Behind the shadow of that swarm of insects, in the deepest part of the galaxy, an ancient and weathered voice exploded directly in his mind along with the psionic frequency. Terran, the expedition. Lin Feng coughed up a mouthful of blood, which sprayed inside his helmet visor. He swayed and crashed heavily onto the metal floor. Chapter 65. I'll throw 100,000 gas cylinders to save your life. Inside the underground trading hall on the 3rd floor of the Shattered Star Belt, the air was stuffy and foul-smelling, a mixture of the sour smell of cheap nutritional paste and fermented machine oil that made one wrinkle their nose. Pablo was sunken in a leather sofa, his fat pressing deep wrinkles into the cushions, a single gold-rimmed monocle hanging over his left eye, a thick cigar dangling from his mouth, and his gold-plated front teeth gleaming tackily under the light. 2 black market merchants knelt before the coffee table, their foreheads pressed against the metal floor, trembling like leaves. They pleaded tearfully, saying that Chu Yu's smuggling route had just been cut off, and they had a pile of goods tied up in their hands, so they simply couldn't scrape together double the usual fee. Pablo exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, spraying it all over the 2 men's faces, and then slammed his cigar down on the edge of the ashtray. The rules have changed. He leaned forward, his fat pressing down on his knees. That bitch Chu Yu messed with the Black Tower conglomerate. Her fleet was blasted into space junk. She's even on the wanted list. You still expect her to come back. The shopkeeper on the left suddenly looked up, his face ashen. Boss Chu is dead? Even if they're not dead, they're not far from it. Pablo is native. The conglomerate's punitive fleet has already entered the silent corridor. Lin Feng, that peasant, and Chu Yu, that madwoman, will both be buried with the K-7 mining planet. After he finished speaking, he stood up, stomped on the merchant's hand, and ground it hard. The cracking sound of bones dislocating had barely escaped when a scream tore through the entire trading room. Pablo swept his gaze across the armed thugs around him and announced that from today onwards, he would take over the entire operation of the 3 underground floors. All the stalls, warehouses, and smuggling routes under Chu Yu's name would be transferred to his ownership, and his commission would triple. The thugs responded in unison, the sound of their guns being cocked filling the air. But just as he sat back down on the sofa and picked up his wine glass, the entire solid steel door was blasted into pieces with a deafening roar. The alloy door panel flew out like a piece of paper, grazing his scalp before crashing into the wine cabinet, the sound of shattering glass piercing his eardrums. Amidst the billowing smoke and dust, 3 figures stepped through broken glass. The woman at the front had short, neat hair, and her black leather jacket was covered in machine oil and gunpowder. Her left arm was a mechanical structure with exposed hydraulic shafts that hissed as she moved. Pablo's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. You're not dead? She didn't even look at him and walked straight to the coffee table. Behind her were 2 steel monsters, each over 2 meters tall, weakened versions of the CMC, 300 power armor, their shells covered in bullet holes and bloodstains, so heavy that the floor shook with every step they took. The thugs then realized what was happening, raising over a dozen high-energy rifles simultaneously, their laser sights all aimed at Chu Yu. The bald leader roared, about to order the firing, when a power armor unit behind Chu Yu raised its right arm. A ghostly blue electromagnetic light flickered on the gun barrel, and the next second, a burst of depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds tore through the air. The bald leader's upper body exploded instantly, splattering Pablo's face with bits of flesh, bones, and entrails. The headless corpse swayed twice before collapsing heavily to the ground. The trading room fell into a deathly silence. The remaining thugs had their fingers on the triggers, but they didn't dare to move. The fear in their bones had frozen them in place. A crimson glow emanated from the power armor helmet, and a cold, mechanical voice boomed, "Drop your weapons, or be annihilated." With a clatter, someone let go first, and the first gun fell to the ground. Immediately afterward, all the weapons were thrown down, and the thugs knelt on the ground, heads in their hands, not daring to breathe loudly. Chuyu walked to the coffee table, raised her mechanical left arm, and 5 hydraulically driven metal fingers gripped the granite tabletop. With a crack, she forcefully broke off a large chunk of the hard table corner. She tossed the pebbles aside and finally looked at Pablo. "Boss Pablo, you've got some nerve." Pablo's entire body was trembling with fat. He wiped the blood and flesh from his face and forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. "Boss Chu, it's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. I just saw you weren't here, so I was looking after the dishes for you for a few days. Now that you're back, I'm returning the dishes to you untouched." Chu Yu sneered. "Temporary management? You just said my smuggling fleet is completely wiped out, that I'm a dead man." Pablo's legs went weak, and he slid off the sofa, kneeling down with a thud. He slapped himself repeatedly across the face, shouting, "I had a foul mouth. I deserve to die. Boss Chu, you're a magnanimous man. I apologize to you. You're wanted by the tycoons now. You must be short of money. I have 50,000 star coins here. Consider it a welcome feast for you." A hint of mockery flashed in Chu Yu's eyes as she reached into the lining and pulled out a palm-sized black explosion-proof box. 50,000 star coins. With a flick of her finger, the lock popped open, and the next second, she dumped the contents of the box directly onto the coffee table. A dozen fist-sized, ghostly blue crystals rolled out, instantly illuminating the entire dimly lit trading room with a blue light, accompanied by a burst of intense, high-energy in the air. Pablo froze, his mouth agape, only gurgling, swallowing sounds coming from his throat. The thugs and merchants kneeling on the ground were also stunned, their breaths catching in their throats. This is... Chuyu's tone was icy. Insect cores, 99.99% pure, can be directly connected to a reactor and used as high-energy gas. Here are 100,000 units. 100,000 units of high-purity gas. That number alone would have blown Pablo's brain apart. In the black market of the Shattered Star Belt, even 1,000 units of inferior gas could trigger a bloodbath. 100,000 units would be enough to buy the lives of everyone on the 3 underground levels. Chuyu pulled up a chair and sat down, her mechanical left arm resting on the back of the chair. "Lin Feng asked me to pass on a message. Starting today, Shanghai Technology officially takes over the black market in the Shattered Star Belt. Rare heavy metals, high-energy batteries, and scrapped mecha wreckage. We want them all, at double the market price." Pablo looked up abruptly, his face full of disbelief. "Double?" "Yes, double it." Chuyu stared at him. "As long as you can get the goods, we'll eat as much as you want." She tapped her knuckles lightly on the table twice, her voice growing colder. "But there's one rule. Whoever dares to sell a single screw or drop of nutrient solution to the Black Tower conglomerate is the mortal enemy of StarCraft technology. When that happens, I will personally lead the power armor troops to uproot their hideout. The men will be thrown into the shredder, the women sold to the red light district, and even their mother's dog will get shot twice with depleted uranium bullets." The trading room was deathly quiet, with only the low hum of the power armor engines echoing in the air. Using 100,000 units of high-purity gas to smash plates, buying scrap materials at double the price, and then cutting off the Chable's logistics with absolute force. This is not doing business at all, but using money to carve a bloody path to all-out war. Pablo looked at the pile of blue insect cores on the table, then at the 2 menacing power armors behind Chuyu, and finally realized he had no choice. He gritted his teeth and slammed his forehead heavily against the granite floor, leaving a bloody mark. "Boss Chu, from this day forward, my life belongs to StarCraft technology. Shatterstar will take over all smuggling channels, and I will personally lead the team to integrate them. Anyone who dares to deliver goods to the conglomerates, I'll skin them alive." Chuyu stood up and casually grabbed a piece of insect core, tossing it into his arms. "This is the deposit. Within 3 days, I want to see the first batch of 20,000 tons of rare heavy metals transported into the secret passage of the K7 mining planet." She turned and walked out, followed by two power-armored vehicles with heavy steps. If you mess this up, you can keep all that fat to feed the bugs. On the outer edge of the asteroid belt, on the landing pad of an abandoned starship, Chuyu stepped out of the airlock and stood on the metal cantilever extending from the ship's hull. Below her lay a bottomless cosmic abyss, while in the distance, the wreckage of abandoned ships and asteroid belts intertwined into a chaotic labyrinth. A cold wind blew in through the life support tubes. She raised her newly replaced mechanical left arm, and her 5 metal fingers slowly tightened, clenching into an iron fist. In his mind, the image of Lin Feng ordering the massacre of 2,000 conglomerate mechs in the underground command post resurfaced, along with the black spire that rose out of thin air, radiating a deadly red light. Chuyu broke out in a cold sweat, and a gust of wind chilled her to the bone. Lin Feng is a madman. She closed her eyes and exhaled deeply. He's really going to turn the entire sector upside down. Chapter 66, Kneeling Down to Confess, stripping the tycoon of his underwear. The outer perimeter of K7 mine and the abandoned C3 mining area. The ground was covered with dark red acidic swamp. The weathered rock pillars were riddled with holes, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of sulfur. Su Wanshan trudged through the mud, her expensive dress torn to shreds and stained with mud and blood. She was barefoot, the gravel cutting into the soles of her feet, leaving bloody marks with every step. Her lungs burned like fire, but she dared not stop. Call out. A red laser beam grazed her scalp and struck a rock pillar ahead, sending up rubble. Suwon's face was cut by the rubble. Her legs gave way, and she fell heavily into the acidic swamp. The foul-smelling muddy water filled her mouth, causing her to cough violently. A mocking voice came from behind. Run, Miss Sky Dome Military Industry, keep running. 4 spies from the financial empire, carrying lightweight, high-energy rifles, slowly emerged from behind the rock pillar. The red dots on the muzzles of their rifles flickered against Suwon's back. The leader used the barrel of his rifle to lift her disheveled hair and told her with a cold laugh that Victor had already convicted Sky Dome Military Industry, and that her father had also been executed on Heavy Industry Star. Suwon bit her lip hard, her eyes filled with despair and hatred. She turned around abruptly and spat bloody saliva on the other person's face. That old bastard Victor, he just wants to swallow up Sky Dome Military Industry. The spy's face suddenly turned cold, and he raised his gun but to smash it down. Bang! A muffled gunshot tore through the air. It wasn't from a high-energy rifle, but from the sonic boom of a heavy metal bullet. The head of the spy exploded instantly, splattering red and white liquid all over Suwon. The headless corpse swayed twice before plunging into the mud. Just as the remaining 3 were about to turn their guns, an electromagnetic acceleration sound rang out from the depths of the thick fog. The next second, a metallic storm swept in, and the 3 spies twitched in midair like rag dolls, their armor as brittle as paper before the depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds. 3 seconds later, only bits of meat remained on the ground. Suwon lay prone in the mud, her hands covering her ears, her mind blank. Heavy footsteps broke through the mud, and 5 fully armed Marines emerged from the sulphurous fog. Their CMC power armor was sprayed with the Starsea Technology logo, and their helmet visors glowed with a cold blue light. The team leader lowered his Gauss rifle, and a mechanical voice announced, "Unauthorized target detected. Scan for vital signs. Bring to base. Commander's orders. All survivors must be interrogated." Half an hour later, Suwon followed 2 Marines through the 3-meter-thick heavy alloy airlock of the K7 mine. The moment the door opened, she froze on the spot. Her pupils contracted sharply, and she even stopped breathing. Before me lay a steel maze beyond comprehension. The vast underground space was as bright as day, the roar of machinery and the clanging of metal deafening. Hundreds of SCV engineering vehicles shuttled back and forth at the mine entrance, robotic arms cutting through rock layers and feeding tons of resources into the furnace. In the distance, the heavy factory spewed plumes of smoke, and on the assembly line, siege tanks were completing track assembly. A massive starport hovered in midair, its spherical technology laboratory gleaming with an eerie blue light, and 50 Banshee fighters, equipped with dual rotors and stealth force field generators, were neatly lined up on the tarmac. Deeper inside, a pitch-black spire, radiating a deadly red light, silently releases chilling psionic energy fluctuations. Suwon's legs went weak, and she collapsed to her knees on the metal corridor, retching as she braced herself against the ground. Skydome Military Industry was one of the top 3 arms companies in the Federation Star sector. She had grown up surrounded by warship assembly lines and mecha blueprints. But what she saw before her made Skydome's centuries-old technological foundation seem like a dilapidated workshop. This is not a warlord base at all. This is a war machine sent down by the gods. Let's go, the Marines said coldly, half dragging, half pulling her into the command center. The metal door was locked behind him. The command center was eerily quiet, the blue light from the holographic screen illuminating the room. Lin Feng sat at the main console, legs crossed, a black coffee in his hand, his eyes fixed on the resource data and production cues. Chuyu leaned against the control panel, her mechanical left arm toying with a high-frequency, vibrating dagger, coldly observing the down-on-her-luck young lady. Lin Feng took a sip of coffee, his voice completely unwavering. Name. Suwon knelt on the ground, trembling all over. Having witnessed the military power that could tear everything apart in an instant, she dared not utter a single lie. Suwon, heir to Sky Dome Military Industry. Lin Feng's fingers stopped typing. He turned his command chair around, looking down at her, a purple glint in his eyes. Sky Dome Military Industry, Victor's #1 money printing machine. Instead of being a pampered young lady on Heavy Industry Star, you're here feeding bugs. Suwon's eyes instantly reddened, tears mingling with muddy water as they fell to the floor. She said Victor was cleaning up the interior, her father had been killed, and Sky Dome Military Industries' assets had been forcibly seized. After saying that, she suddenly tore open the neckline of her tattered dress, pulled out a blood-stained black chip from the inner lining of her body, and raised it above her head with both hands. This is a hidden chip from Sky Dome Military Industry. It contains a complete underground pipeline network map of Tantalus 4 Heavy Industry Star, as well as the flow of all hidden funds. Suwon kowtowed repeatedly. Please take me in. I'm willing to give up everything as long as you can kill Victor. Lin Feng leaned back in his chair, his gaze falling on the chip. Lieutenant, read it. The holographic projection of Lieutenant Zero flickered, and a blue light swept across the chip. Data parsing in progress. Parsing complete. The holographic sand table in the center of the command center suddenly lit up. A massive planet enveloped in industrial waste gas slowly took shape. It was Tantalus 4, the heavy industrial planet. As the data was imported, the planet's surface was peeled away layer by layer, revealing underground pipe networks, automated arsenals, and orbital spaceport energy nodes, all clearly visible. The outermost layer was a spherical defensive shield composed of blinding white light. Chuyu frowned and walked to the sand table. This tortoiseshell is hard enough. If we launch a direct attack, we won't even make a splash with our limited resources. Lin Feng ignored him. He stood in front of the sand table, his hands gripping the edge, his gaze slicing through the complex energy circuits like a knife. Lieutenant, locate the shield's energy core. Command confirmed. Energy loop reverse engineering in progress. The white light on the sand table kept converging, until finally all the pipelines converged on a huge red dot 3,000 meters below the planet's equator and into the Earth's crust. Lin Feng stared at that spot. Cooling center. Suwon raised her head, her voice trembling. That's the lifeline of Heavy Industry Star. When the shield is operating at full capacity, it must be cooled by a river of liquid nitrogen 3,000 meters underground. If the cooling center is destroyed, the shield will overload and explode within 5 minutes. Lin Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. Very good. He turned to Suwon and said, I accept your surrender. Immediately contact your undercover agents and instigate a riot in the lower-level mining areas of Heavy Industry Star. The bigger the commotion, the better. Suwon trembled and immediately kowtowed. Understood. After she was taken away by the Marines, Chuyu stared intently at the red dot 3,000 meters underground. You plan to send someone infiltrate? 3,000 meters below the surface. The outside is full of the regular army of conglomerates. It's simply impossible. The synthesized voice of Lieutenant Zero then rang out. According to the simulation model, the survival rate of those who infiltrate the cooling center is only 3.14%. Lin Feng remained silent. He turned and walked to the metal storage shelf in the corner, reaching out to grab the black combat suit that had no reflective material and exuded a deathly coldness. No need to survive. Lin Feng's voice was as cold as ice. As long as we can get the stuff in, that's enough. Chapter 67. Proposing a nuclear bomb to destroy the heavy industry planet. K7 Mine, Underground Command Center. On the holographic sand table, the Tantalus 4 heavy industry planet slowly rotated, and a glaring red alarm illuminated the conference room in a blood-red hue. Chuyu braced her hands on the table, the hydraulic pipes of her mechanical left arm emitting a sharp sound. Suwon stood in the corner, not daring to make a sound. Lin Feng sat at the end of a long table, his hands crossed under his chin, coldly staring at the sand table. He raised his hand and pointed at the projection, his tone calm. The tactics are simple. In the first phase, the ghost agents will be airdropped in cloaking suits and infiltrate the cooling center 3,000 meters underground to cut off the shield's energy circuit. In the second phase, at the moment the shields are overloaded, 50 Banshee fighters activate their stealth force fields and destroy all air defense positions at the equatorial spaceport. In the third phase, the transport fleet deployed 50 siege tanks and 3,000 Marines to raise the entire conglomerate's arsenal. These words were spoken as casually as arranging breakfast. Chuyu, however, slammed her hand on the table, denting the alloy surface. "You're insane," she stared at Lin Feng, her eyes red. Victor left an entire Royal Guard fleet on heavy industry star. Even if the anti-aircraft positions are bombed, how do you break through that 10-meter-thick star-pattern steel armor fortress? Siege tanks could bombard it for 3 days and still not scratch it. Suwon nodded quickly. The core fortress of heavy industry star was made of nuclear-resistant materials. It couldn't be penetrated without the main cannons of a heavy warship. Lin Feng leaned back in his chair and asked calmly, "Who said I was going to use tanks to blast it?" He looked at Lieutenant Zero next to the holographic projection. "Bring that thing out." After the adjutant confirmed the order, the heavy industry star model vanished instantly. In its place appeared a massive, jet-black metal object with red psionic patterns shimmering on its surface. The moment it appeared, the entire command center seemed to plummet to freezing point. The aura of destruction, even through the projection, made Chuyu and Suwon's throats tighten. Chuyu's voice trembled. "What is this?" "A tactical nuclear weapon." Lin Feng stared at it, a purple light flickering in his eyes. "A pure psionic fusion warhead. The high-frequency pulse at the moment of explosion is enough to vaporize 10 meters of star-pattern steel, along with Victor inside, into an atomic state." The conference room was deathly silent, with only the faint whirring of the exhaust fan. Chuyu's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. A nuclear fusion strike, this ultimate weapon long taboo by the Federation, was actually located in Lin Feng's base. Lin Feng stood up and made the final decision. In 10 minutes, the entire army will assemble and prepare to board the ship. The surface of the K7 mine is covered in yellow sand. The massive war machines roared with a soul-shaking din. 10 heavy transport ships, converted from scrap merchant ships and smuggling vessels, hovered in midair, their anti-gravity engines spewing blue flames that scorched the ground rocks red-hot. Below, 50 siege tanks formed a steel square, their tracks crushing through the scorched earth, their plasma cannons pointing straight to the sky. 3,000 Marines, clad in heavy CMC power armor, stood in formation, forming an impenetrable metal wall. The sound of Gauss rifles being cocked surged forth, tearing through the deathly silence of the mining planet. There were no slogans, no mobilization, only absolute obedience and execution. Lin Feng stood on the top floor of the command tower, looking down at the steel torrent boarding the ship. He then turned and walked towards the black stealth combat suit on the table. The projection of Lieutenant Zero flickered violently, and red warning boxes popped up frantically. "Commander, another warning. The nuclear fusion strike must be guided by Ghost Agent at close range with a laser. You have not undergone psionic modification, and forcibly wearing the invisibility suit will cause nerve fiber necrosis." Lin Feng ignored him. He took off his coat, grabbed the invisibility suit, put it on, zipped it up to the top, and locked it. Finally, he picked up the full-face helmet with neural connection ports, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then put it on. Click! The connector pierced the back of his neck, and violent psionic radiation instantly flooded his brain. Lin Feng let out a muffled groan, his hands gripping the metal table edge tightly, veins bulging on his arms, his fingernails almost torn off. The excruciating pain felt like it was tearing my soul apart. It felt as if my left optic nerve was being pierced back and forth by a red-hot wire, and the metal wall in reality vanished instantly. He saw that deep universe again, and countless shadowy swarms of winged insects rolling across the Milky Way. An ancient and weathered voice resounded deep within his mind. Terran, the expedition. Lin Feng bit his tongue hard, the taste of blood spreading in his mouth. Using the stinging pain, he forcefully suppressed the hallucinations. The image before him refocused, becoming the red data stream on the helmet's tactical visor. He straightened up, released his grip, and left 10 deep fingerprints on the alloy tabletop. Activate the stealth protocol. The air distorted slightly, and Lin Feng's figure vanished completely. For hours later, the deep space was silent. 10 transport ships, with their communications and radar shut down and maintaining absolute electromagnetic silence, glided out of the asteroid belt like ghosts along the secret smuggling route provided by Chuyu. Inside the cockpit, Chuyu sat in the navigator's seat, her mechanical left arm gripping the control stick tightly. Ahead, a massive, earth-and-yellow planet filled her field of vision. Tantalus 4 heavy industry star. Outside the planet, a thick white energy shield, like a giant eggshell, completely encased the planet. At the spaceport, countless conglomerate cruisers were conducting routine patrols. The wall size. Chuyu lowered her voice. Arrived at the airdrop coordinates. The cargo ship's bottom hatch slowly opened. 10 specially designed black airdrop pods, without any power engines and relying entirely on gravity to fall, were ejected outside the ship. The surface of the cabin is coated with radar-absorbing material, making it look like 10 inconspicuous specks of dust in the vastness of space. Inside the drop pod, Lin Feng was strapped to an anti-G seat. Around him were 9 ghost agents, who had also activated their cloaking suits. A strong sense of weightlessness washed over them. The airdrop pod passed through the blind spots of the energy shield and, like a meteorite, plunged headlong into the deadly, toxic atmosphere of heavy industry star. The high-temperature friction caused the outer layer of the bulkhead to catch fire. Lin Feng stared at the rapidly decreasing altitude data on the eyepiece, the purple light in his left eye shining blindingly in the darkness. Cooling Center. Arrive. Chapter 68, The Deadly Infiltration of the Stealth Formation. The airdrop pod crashed through the toxic gas layer of the Tantalus 4 heavy industry planet. Flames surged outside, and the scorching heat seeped in through the insulation, making the interior as hot as an oven. Lin Feng gripped the edge of the seat tightly, letting gravity tear at his internal organs, while the psionic radiation from the docking port at the back of his neck felt like steel needles piercing his brain. Warning, psionic radiation overload. Nerve fiber damage rate 11%. The voice of Lieutenant Zero sounded in my ear. Shut up, cut off the pain feedback, Lin Feng said through gritted teeth. Disconnected, Commander. Your brainwaves are fluctuating abnormally. Execute the landing, don't worry about me. The next second, the airdrop pod crashed into the ground with a deafening roar. In its final moments, the thrust reversers unleashed a blue plume of flame, scorching the surrounding acidic swamp into a charred, hard shell. The explosive bolts snapped open, and the hatch slammed heavily into the mud, splashing up acrid, corrosive liquid. Lin Feng quickly stood up, ripped off his restraints, and stepped out of the hatch, immediately pressing the switch on his chest. The air distorted, and he and his equipment melted into the thick, sulfurous fog. 9 ghost agents followed closely behind, 10 unseen shadows silently disappearing into the night. Number 1, report the heat source. At 2 o'clock, a patrol team of 12 men, armed with light firearms, is 1 kilometer away. Avoid them, the target is underground. The underground pipe network map sent by Isu Wan lit up on the goggles, with a green dotted line pointing straight into the depths. Lin Feng gave a hand signal, and the team crawled into the abandoned sewage pipe. Dark green wastewater flowed slowly, and corrosive gases brushed against the outer layer of the invisibility suits, making a faint hissing sound. Watch your step. The acidity is enough to melt through leather boots, he whispered a warning. The team descended until 3 tracked reconnaissance vehicles appeared at a bend ahead, their red laser nets sweeping back and forth along the pipe walls. Lin Feng didn't force his way through. Instead, he took out the psionic generator and threw it into the wastewater along with 2 electromagnetic pulse grenades. A flash of blue light, and the reconnaissance vehicle's scanning immediately went haywire, its tracks coming to a halt. 10 men skimmed along the wall, passing the blockade like a silent gust of wind. 30 minutes later, at the end of the pipe was a louvered window. Lin Feng used his high-frequency vibrating dagger to cut the hinges, flipped over, and jumped down, landing in an extremely cold metal corridor. 2 heavy alloy doors, each 10 meters high, were tightly closed in front of him, the Black Tower conglomerate's logo prominently displayed on them. Outside the door, 12 Bloodguard mechs stood in 2 rows, their star-patterned steel armor incredibly thick, their right arms equipped with 6-barreled cannons, their left arms with high-energy particle cutting blades, and their thermal imaging scanning lines intertwined into a deadly net. Optical cloaking can't block thermal imaging, the adjutant cautioned. Number 1. Can you destroy the sensor? It can't be penetrated. It's encased in a star-patterned steel shield. Then let's use the old method. Lin Feng pulled out a discarded psionic energy generator and turned the gears. Infrasound and electromagnetic pulses spread along the metal wall, causing the scanning lines of the front row mechs to stagnate and their radar frequencies to become erratic. Now, he said, waving his hand. 10 invisible figures surged forward along the wall, passing the edge of the mech array. Lin Feng even swept past the hydraulic legs of one mech. 10 seconds later, the entire team was positioned on either side of the cooling center's main entrance and began installing C4 explosives on the liquid nitrogen pipe flanges. 30 seconds, prepare to evacuate. But just then, a piercing static suddenly came through the communication. Blue sparks flew from the invisibility suit on Agent 4's body. The psionic matrix overloaded, the disguise collapsed instantly, and his figure was completely exposed to the air. "Sir, my invisibility suit is unresponsive." Number 4 cried out in despair. The next second, all 12 Blood Guardian mechs locked onto their target, their alarms piercing the underground space. 2 mechs whirled around, their cannons instantly heating up. "Fire! Tear him apart!" the mech captain roared. Depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds swept in like fiery whips, instantly turning Number 4 into a bloody mist. Number 5 had just raised his Gauss pistol when he was sliced in 2 by a particle-cutting blade, his internal organs scattering across the ground. The remaining ghost agents could only scatter and take cover, the alloy walls riddled with holes by the hail of bullets. Lin Feng crouched behind the pipe, shrapnel whizzing past his scalp, when a sudden, sharp pain shot through his left optic nerve. Purple light pierced his goggles, and the roar of the insect swarm exploded in his mind once more. He bit his tongue to suppress the rage, drew his sword, and charged out. "Number 1, cover me." "Receive." He pushed the stealth suit to its limit, charging into the fire like a cheetah. Taking advantage of the mech's forward lean as it fired, he leaped up using the hydraulic levers, pouncing directly on the chest armor. The high-frequency concussive blade slammed into the cockpit's bulletproof glass. "What the hell is this thing?" the driver screamed in terror. The blade pierced through 10-centimeter thick glass and plunged into the opponent's skull. Blood instantly splattered across the cabin walls, and the mech froze instantly. Just as Lin Feng drew his sword, a heavy roar came from the end of the corridor again, and more Blood Guard mechs were approaching in orderly steps, their gun muzzles flashing deathlight in the red glow. "Seal the gates shut. Don't let a single fly out." Their escape route was completely cut off. Chapter 69 Shield Deactivates, Starport Warp. Lin Feng stood atop the mech's cockpit, surrounded by dozens of gun barrels pointed at him, their red sights raining down on him. He didn't even glance at the machine guns, only staring down at the detonator with the red button in his hand. The adjutant's synthesized voice remained cold. "Commander, the enemy has reached 45 mechs. The chance of survival is 0. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Feng pressed the button with his thumb. Boom! The C4 plates attached to the cooling pipe flanges exploded simultaneously, the loud noise overturning the entire corridor, with shards of metal and shockwaves sweeping wildly in all directions. The 2-meter diameter cooling pipe broke on the spot, and high-pressure liquid nitrogen at minus 200 degrees Celsius gushed out like a flood, instantly engulfing the gate area. The Blood Guardian mechs at the forefront were the first to be hit. The armor surface emitted a piercing, tearing sound, The hydraulic oil froze, the drive shaft broke, and the entire mech was frozen in place. I can't feel my legs. Turn on the heater! The pilot screamed frantically in the cockpit. But the next second, the mech reactor alarm went off, and the steel monsters instantly turned into ice sculptures covered in frost, and the machine gun fire came to an abrupt halt. Lin Feng leaped from the top of the mecha, his shoes leaving 2 white tracks on the icy ground, and then coldly ordered, "Retreat." The ghost agent immediately rushed out from behind the cover and followed him into the backup maintenance tunnel in the opposite direction of the liquid nitrogen spray. In the corridor behind them, the unfrozen mechs were still firing wildly, bullets hitting the ice sculptures and exploding into a shower of ice shards. Chase them. Don't let them get away. Call in surface defense forces immediately. Meanwhile, on the equatorial defense positions on the surface of Heavy Industry Star, a huge spherical shield generator stands in the center of the scorched plain, with its cooling pipe network extending deep underground. The alarms blared in the control room, and red exclamation marks filled the holographic screen. The engineer, staring at the soaring data, his voice trembling, cried out, "Supervisor, coolant flow has stopped. Core reactor temperature is out of control, and the entire underground piping network, 3,000 meters underground, has exploded." The supervisor, sweating profusely, rushed forward and slammed his fist on the control panel. "Sever the energy circuit. Quickly." The engineer was almost in tears. It's too late. The reactor has already exceeded the critical value by 300 percentage points. As soon as he finished speaking, the energy crystal at the top of the generator burst out with a blinding white light, so bright it looked like it could swallow a star. Boomstrapje! A plasma fireball shot into the sky. The shield generator shattered from the inside, and fragments of the outer shell and molten metal were scattered across the surrounding plains. In space, the white shield enveloping Heavy Industry Star flickered violently. The hexagonal energy grid continuously collapsed, and after a few seconds it went out completely, exposing the entire starry sky of the planet once again. Outside the silent orbit, 50 distorted spatial ripples spread out simultaneously as the Banshee fighter squadron deactivated its cloaking, its black fuselage gleaming coldly under the starlight. Calling command center, "This is Flying Eagle Squadron, clear visibility." The pilot's voice was as cold as a knife. "The shield is disabled, air superiority confirmed, begin ground control," the adjutant quickly ordered. 50 Banshee fighters then swooped down, like a flock of black eagles plunging into the atmosphere of Heavy Industry Star. On the air defense position at the spaceport, the radar operator froze, staring at the large number of red dots that suddenly appeared on the screen. Enemy attack. Preheat the anti-aircraft guns. But just as the heavy cannon barrel began to turn, the Banshee fighter opened its belly weapons bay, and cluster bombs rained down like a storm. "Avoid! Everyone, avoid the area!" The explosion instantly engulfed the entire air defense position. The turret was blown to pieces, and the gun barrel was twisted into a pretzel and flew into the air. In the top-floor office area of the Black Tower conglomerate headquarters, Victor stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, holding a glass of expensive red wine. The white shield that had previously enveloped the sky had disappeared, replaced by billowing smoke and towering flames from the direction of the spaceport. Victor loosened his grip, and the wine glass shattered on the carpet, shards of glass and crimson wine splattering together, seeping into the wool like blood. The office door was flung open, and the secretary stumbled in, her face deathly pale. "Executive." The shield generator exploded, the anti-aircraft positions are all destroyed, and a fleet has entered from the sky. Victor grabbed him by the collar and lifted him off the ground. "Where's the guard fleet? Get them airborne and shoot down all those crappy, smuggling ships." The secretary trembled, unable to speak coherently. The Imperial Guard fleet is still warming up its engines. The enemy is too fast. Enraged, Victor shoved the man aside and turned to stare intently out the window. The poisonous atmosphere of Heavy Industry Star had been torn open with countless holes, and 10 heavy transport ships had been forcibly brought into low altitude, their hatches all open. Countless airdrop pods, trailing plumes of flame, crashed into ground, successively colliding with the star-patterned steel streets, automated arsenals, and regular army assembly squares, each impact creating a massive crater. Immediately afterwards, the hatch exploded open, and 3,000 fully armed Marines stepped out of the thick smoke. The engines of the CMC, 300 power armor roared, and a menacing aura emanated from beneath their blue masks. They all raised their Gauss rifles, pulled the bolts, and a storm of metal instantly formed. Fire! Kill all armed targets in sight. Depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds tore through body armor, shredded light armored vehicles, and ripped apart everything in their path. The regular army's communication channels were filled with desperate cries. They couldn't withstand this onslaught of firepower. Victor watched the carnage below, his breathing growing heavier, veins bulging on his forehead. He abruptly turned and walked to his desk, pulled open a drawer, and lifted a hidden compartment. There was a red physical button lying inside. His eyes were bloodshot, and without the slightest hesitation, he threw a punch. "Activate Operation Cleaner," he roared into the communicator. "Release those monsters. Release them all." Chapter 70. The Enemy at the Gates and the Panic of Capital. On the third basement floor of the Chaeble's headquarters, in a core boardroom, a massive holographic star map flashed a blinding red light. The green dots representing the Chaeble's assets were gradually going out. A dozen or so directors were gathered around a long table, already in complete chaos. Some slammed their fists on the table and roared that they should immediately sell the mining rights in the K-Star zone and exchange them for bearer currency. Others cried out in despair that now that Starport was completely destroyed, no one dared to take over. The white-haired director, seated at the head of the table, gripped the communicator, frantically urging the private spaceship to take off. The destination was set as the Inner Ring System, and he demanded that all liquid assets be taken. No one cared about the regular troops dying on the front lines. They only wanted to escape this planet, which was about to become hell with their assets. Just then, the alloy doors to the conference room slid open. Victor walked in, carrying a silver, high-energy pistol. The entire room fell silent instantly. "Who dares to leave?" His voice was low, suppressing extreme madness. The portly director forced himself to stand up and shouted, "Victor, are you crazy? Lin Feng's army has already entered the inner city, and all the air defense positions have been destroyed. If we stay, we'll just be waiting to die." Victor raised his hand and fired a shot. The high-energy laser pierced the fat director's forehead, and the corpse crashed onto the holographic star map. Blood flowed into the projection circuitry, creating a series of sparks. The other directors stood frozen in place, not daring to even scream. Victor calmly ordered, "Seal off the spaceport and shoot down any civilian ships attempting to take off. Anyone who dares to run will face this fate." He turned and left, leaving only despair in the conference room. In the side tower of the conglomerate's headquarters, in a high-security cell, Eric Sheen stood before bulletproof glass, his gold-rimmed glasses reflecting the raging flames outside. The tactical data panel in his hand was frantically alarming. In the simulation model, the red curve representing enemy troop strength had exceeded its upper limit. Impossible! The model must be wrong. Eric's fingers trembled as he scribbled wildly on the screen. The resource conversion rate can't be this high. It doesn't conform to the laws of economics. But reality has shattered all his calculations. According to his model, even if Lin Feng squeezed every last drop out of the K-7 mining planet, he could only assemble a powered armored force of up to 500 men at most. But outside the window, 3,000 Marines were crushing the Chaeble's defenses like bulldozers. Even more terrifying, 50 siege tanks had already deployed 10 kilometers outside the inner city. These 100-ton steel behemoths lay on the scorched earth, hydraulic supports slammed into the ground, their bodies splitting apart, and their massive plasma main guns slowly rising. Entering siege mode, coordinates locked. A cold, mechanical, synthesized voice cut through the battlefield's clamor. The next second, 50 plasma cannons roared in unison. A pale blue orb tore through the sky and slammed into the conglomerate's automated arms factory. A series of explosions shook the continent. Sturdy factory buildings vaporized in the intense heat, and unassembled mecha parts melted into molten iron. With each shot fired, hundreds of millions of assets turned to ashes. Eric's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, finally realizing that he was not facing a warlord, but a war machine that defied reason and economic laws. As Victor stepped out of the elevator, his secretary, drenched in sweat, rushed up to him. He urgently reported that the defenses had collapsed, The regular army mechs were no match for the blue cannons, which could melt 3 heavy mechs with a single shot, and the remnants of the first mixed fleet had requested to retreat. Victor stopped and gave a twisted smile. If we can't stop them, then we don't need to. Let them die on the battlefield. The secretary, her eyes red, roared, "But officer, our brothers are all being sent to their deaths." Victor pushed him aside and walked toward the private elevator, leaving behind only the words, "Even their deaths are the residual value of their assets as conglomerates." The elevator descended all the way to the 18th underground floor, the secret biochemical laboratory. As soon as the door opened, a stench of formaldehyde mixed with alien bodily fluids assaulted the senses. Inside the vast underground space, hundreds of glass petri dishes were neatly arranged, filled with a ghostly green liquid. The liquid contained a large number of deformed bioengineered monsters. They retained human torsos, but their limbs had been replaced with arthropods of alien silicon-based organisms. Their skin was covered with carapaces, and their backs were filled with 4 tubes and neural chips. Victor walked through the petri dish tunnel to the deepest part. There, he found a container twice the size of the others, its green liquid churning violently. A bioengineered behemoth over 3 meters tall was submerged inside. Its right arm was a massive bone blade, its spine was bulging with sharp bone spikes, and its chest muscles bulged like rocks. Its face was already distorted, with only one eye remaining, the other eye socket filled with wriggling tumors. Yet Victor still recognized it. That was none other than Iron Fong, the pirate leader who had half his body smashed by Lin Feng at the K-7 mine and fled back like a dog. Victor gently patted the petri dish through the glass, stared at Iron Fong's tightly closed single eye, and whispered, "Wake up! Go tear your old friend apart." The control panel's green light illuminated, and the culture medium began to drain rapidly. Iron Fong's single eye snapped open, a bloodthirsty red glint flashing in its pupil. Chapter 71, Biochemical Monsters and Mutant Iron Fangs. Inside the secret biochemical laboratory, 18 underground floors, the alloy gates slowly rose. Green culture medium leaked wildly along the sewage trough, and hundreds of cylindrical glass chambers shattered simultaneously, instantly filling the entire floor with formaldehyde and a stench. In the darkness, pairs of scarlet eyes lit up. Those weren't human eyes, but rather the murky, bloodthirsty gaze of a wild beast. The next second, inhuman roars shattered the silence, and hordes of deformed monsters, treading on metal grills, charged madly towards the surface through the elevator shaft. On the surface of Heavy Industry Planet, in the first district, the wreckage of conglomerate mechs lay scattered on the scorched earth, flames still crackling. 3,000 Marines, lined up in dense formation, their CMC, 300 power armors pounding the ground like muffled thunder as they approached the tattered defenses. Lin Feng sat atop the heavy command vehicle at the rear, his black hair tousled by the night wind, a faint purple glint gleaming deep within his left eye. A holographic tactical panel hovered before him, displaying smooth data on the advance of each squad. The conglomerate's defenses had been torn to shreds. Just then, the synthesized voice of Lieutenant Zero sounded in his earpiece. The underground pipe network was experiencing abnormal vibrations, with a seismic source exceeding 5,000, rapidly approaching the vanguard position. Lin Feng looked up and saw that the previously safe green area was being quickly swallowed by crimson. He immediately ordered the first and second companies to halt their advance and establish defensive positions on the spot, with machine gunners preheating their barrels. The 800 Marines at the front halted in unison, rifles held level, the electromagnetic rails glowing faintly, the clicks of bolts echoing through the night sky. The ground began to shake violently, and the remaining glass curtain walls on both sides of the street shattered. Then, the manhole cover at the intersection was violently ripped off, and a monster covered in green slurry sprang out, with a human body, insect legs, bone sides, and pipes stuck all over its back. The Marine Corps company commander, observing the thermal imaging, immediately ordered fire. 800 Gauss rifles simultaneously spewed out a storm of metal. U-238 depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds tearing through the night. The first few dozen monsters were instantly engulfed by the torrent of bullets, their foul-smelling bodily fluids splattering everywhere. But the company commander's expression quickly changed. The armor-piercing rounds only produced sparks and, at most, shallow craters when they hit the monster's shell. Only a dozen or so consecutive shots hitting the same spot could barely penetrate it. What was even more terrifying was that they felt no pain. Half of a monster's head had been blasted off, but its body was still charging forward, swinging its bone scythe. Over the communications channel, the second company commander roared a warning. Monsters were everywhere, in the sewers, ventilation ducts, and ruins, rushing towards the position from all directions. Change to heavy magazines. Fire freely. Don't let them get close, the company commander roared. But the first gap appeared on the front line soon. A Marine had just switched to an empty bay when a monster pounced down from the second-floor window, knocking him to his knees. The monster raised its bone scythe and slashed fiercely at the neck seam of the power armor. The Marine roared and raised his arm to block, sparks flying and deep white marks appearing on the armor. Before he could retaliate, two more monsters pounced, pinning his limbs down and hacking at him relentlessly. The helmet alarm flashed frantically, and the armor's integrity rapidly declined. The Marine gritted his teeth, pulled out his high-frequency concussion blade, and plunged it into the monster's chest cavity. Green fluid sprayed all over his face, but he couldn't pull the blade out in time. Just then, a deafening roar echoed from the end of the street. The sound wasn't like that of a wild beast. It was more like the shrill scream of metal crushing against metal. A massive black shadow smashed through the burning wreckage of two mechs and charged directly into the battlefield. That was the mutated Iron Fawn. It was over 3 meters tall, with bulging muscles all over its body, a row of bone spurs protruding from its spine, and a giant bone blade over 2 meters long growing from its right arm. It only had one eye left on its face, with the other eye socket filled with wriggling tumors. With each step Iron Fong took, deep craters were sculpted in the ground, and ordinary monsters blocking its path were instantly smashed into pieces. Reaching the forefront, it raised its hand and sliced through the CMC power armor, which was over 10 centimeters thick like paper, cleaving it diagonally from its left shoulder to its right waist, sparks and blood spurting out simultaneously. The Marine fell to the ground along with half of his mech, the cut as smooth as a mirror. The surrounding soldiers' eyes twitched violently, and the company commander immediately ordered a concentrated barrage on Jaw. Dozens of Gauss rifles turned simultaneously, unleashing a dense hail of bullets upon it. But Iron Fong didn't dodge at all. The depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds hit its body with only dull thuds, at most embedding themselves in its thick, mutated muscles. It looked down at the bullet in its chest, a savage glint in its single eye, and then kicked a nearby Marine away. The power armor, weighing several hundred kilograms, crashed through the load-bearing wall like a cannonball, causing the entire building to collapse. Seeing casualties soaring, the company commander could only order the defensive line to contract, retreating under alternating cover. But the bioengineered monsters were too fast, constantly closing in by stepping on corpses. Once melee combat began, the advantage of the Gauss rifles immediately vanished. On the roof of the command vehicle, a holographic projection suddenly switched to a half-body image of Chu Yu. Her face was deathly pale. Even her lips were bloodless, and her voice was trembling as she asked Lin Feng what kind of ghostly thing they had encountered. Lin Feng spoke calmly, only saying that it was a biological weapon from a conglomerate, and casually pulled a cigar from his pocket. Chu Yu's face darkened upon hearing this, and she directly cursed Victor for being insane, daring to conduct such experiments underground. She urgently urged Lin Feng to retreat, saying that these monsters felt no pain and did not tire, and that infantry could not stop them at all. As long as they retreated to the silent corridor now and held the black market, half of the fleet could be saved and Victor would not dare to pursue them. Lin Feng didn't answer, only staring at the battlefield in the center of the screen. After crushing a Marine's helmet, Iron Fong's one eye suddenly locked onto a command vehicle in the distance. The silver Star C Technology logo on the side of the vehicle was clearly visible, instantly stirring up the remaining memories deep in its mind. The K-7 mine ruins, the massacre, and the face of that black-haired young man all surged through its mind. The next second, Iron Fong abandoned the monsters around it, got on all fours, and charged straight at Lin Feng's command vehicle like a mad rhinoceros, smashing through all the abandoned armored vehicles in its path. "It's heading straight for you," Chu Yu screamed over the comms. Lin Feng, however, simply held his cigar between his fingers, coldly watching the approaching dark figure. before ordering his adjutant to have the tanks clear the way. Two heavy tanks, already deployed in siege mode, slowly lowered their cannons, their robust plasma main guns roaring simultaneously. Two eerie blue fireballs streaked across the night sky, heading straight for Iron Fong. Iron Fong abruptly twisted his body, forcefully swerving at a sharp angle while running at high speed, narrowly avoiding the attack. The plasma fireball grazed its shoulder and crashed into the street behind it, instantly vaporizing hundreds of square meters of asphalt and leaving two charred craters. Iron Fong's left shoulder was burned by the intense heat, but without even pausing, it used the momentum from the change of direction to leap directly onto the turret of one of the siege tanks. Before the cannon barrel could even rotate, Iron Fong raised its giant bone blade and slammed it into the joint of the plasma main cannon. With a burst of power, the bone spikes on its back stood up one by one, and the thick cannon barrel was snapped in two, spraying a jet of dark blue coolant all over its body. It swung the broken cannon barrel at another tank's track, then roared at the command vehicle 500 meters away. Chuyu felt a chill run down her spine, and her hands and feet went cold. She knew that the armor was something that carbon-based life forms couldn't destroy. Lin Feng, run, she practically yelled. Lin Feng, however, sat on the roof of the car, slowly stubbed out his cigar, his gaze as cold as a knife. Hearing the word run, he only managed a chilling smile. In my dictionary, there is no retreat. Lin Feng stood up, facing the night wind as he looked towards the distant core tower of the conglomerate, his voice calm and unwavering. Lieutenant, unlock the heavy infantry permissions. Let these beasts see what real violence is. Chapter 72, Marauders and Punisher's Grenade. The night air was filled with the pungent smell of blood and the stench of burnt engine oil. Iron Fong overturned the turret of the second siege tank, his massive body stepping on the twisted star-patterned steel armor, his single eye surging with a frenzied killing intent. A distance of 500 meters takes it only a dozen seconds. It could even see the face of the dark-haired young man on the roof of the command vehicle. That face had appeared countless times in its nightmares, driving it to madness with hatred. Iron Fong's leg muscles bulged, and its thick limbs dented two craters into the tank's armor. The next second, it leaped into the air like a cannonball, rushing towards the command vehicle with a stench. Over the communication channel, Chu Yu's scream had already cracked, but Lin Feng stood on the roof of the car, his hands behind his back, not even blinking. He coldly uttered two words into the communicator. Heavy factory. Release the Raider squadron. Behind the command post, the red warning lights on the exterior wall of the massive heavy factory, which covers tens of thousands of square meters, were flashing wildly. With a loud crash, the 20-meter-high alloy gate slid open to both sides. The grinding sound of gears meshing even drowned out the battlefield artillery fire. A strong smell of engine oil mixed with the pungent odor of high-energy gas billowed out from inside the door. From the depths of darkness came the sound of orderly, heavy footsteps. That wasn't the stride of a Marine. The ground trembled noticeably with every step. 50 enormous black figures, stepping on white steam, slowly emerged from the heavy factory. They were a head taller than regular Marines, their broad bodies resembling upright walking mechanical grizzly bears. Thick, black composite armor covered their entire bodies, 3 times the thickness of standard CMC power armor, with sloping ballistic cuts on their chests and shoulders. They didn't have guns. Their arms had long been modified into massive quadruple weapon launchers. The barrels were thicker than an adult's thigh, and the inside faintly glowed red with the energy of high explosive. Heavy infantry raiders. 50 looters lined up in front of the command vehicle, like an insurmountable black steel wall. The lead raider raised his head, and beneath his heavy mask, 2 beams of dark blue light from his glasses were locked onto Iron Fong, who was charging towards him. Iron Teeth didn't take these tin cans seriously at all. It could even tear apart the cannon barrel of a siege tank, so were a few pieces of individual armor. With a roar, Iron Fong charged toward the leader of the raiders. Using the momentum of his charge, he swung his 2-meter-long giant bone blade in a half circle, tearing through the air with a sharp whistling sound, and slashed fiercely at the opponent's neck. This strike was enough to split a heavy armored vehicle in two. The raider did not dodge, but simply lowered its shoulder slightly and met the attack with the outer shell of its left arm launcher. Clang! A deafening explosion rang out, and sparks flew like a waterfall, illuminating an area of several meters around. Iron Fong's bone blade struck the raider's left arm armor hard, but there was no blood, no shattering. Only a shallow white mark remained on the surface of that heavy armor. Even more terrifying was that the raider's massive, one-ton body remained completely still under such impact, not even taking a single step back. For the first time, a look of astonishment flashed across Iron Fong's single eye. Its mutated bone blade, which it was so proud of, couldn't even break through the opponent's defense. Before it could retract its arms, the raider had already coldly raised its arms, and the barrel of the quadruple launcher was pressed directly against Iron Fong's chest. Zero distance. A deep, synthesized voice boomed through the night sky. Try this, chopsticks. Bang, 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 bang. 4 fist-sized black grenades, trailing blinding flames, blasted into Iron Fong's chest in an instant. Punisher grenade. Boom! A violent explosion erupted in front of Iron Fong's chest, and a raging shockwave, carrying intense heat and flames, sent his several-ton body flying. Iron teeth tumbled for more than 10 meters in midair before crashing heavily into a pile of rubble, creating a large crater. It struggled to get up, but suddenly found that its movements had become incredibly slow. The 4 grenades not only shattered large sections of its mutated chest muscles, but also released a strange blue force field. The blue light adhered to its body surface like sticky glue. Punisher's slowing force field. Iron Fong's proudest speed became a joke in the face of this force field. Every time it lifted its leg, it felt like it was sinking into a quagmire, requiring 10 times the usual strength. It raised its head and roared, furious but powerless. Ahead, 50 raiders simultaneously raised their arms. 100 quadruple Punisher grenade launchers, their dark muzzles aimed at the densely packed horde of biomonsters. The leader of the raiders ordered, target locked, full firepower. Bang, 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 bang. The continuous, deafening sound of firing filled the air. 200 Punisher grenades, trailing long plumes of flame, streaked across the night sky like a reversed meteor shower, crashing into the monster formation. Boom, 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 boom. The explosions spread out in a chain reaction, causing the entire block to shake violently. Intense fireballs continued to rise, and a blue decelerating field instantly covered the battlefield. Those bioengineered monsters that were originally incredibly fast, charging through a hail of bullets, immediately slowed down upon contact with the blue light. Then, a second wave of grenades rained down upon them. This high-explosive warhead might struggle against heavy armor, but it's absolutely devastating when used to tear apart biological and chemical bodies. The monster's severed limbs, mixed with green fluid, were blasted into the air several meters high before falling back down like raindrops. Just as a monster had its legs blown off, and before it could even scream, a third round of grenades landed on its head, turning it into mincemeat. The Marines stopped firing and stood at the back, watching the one-sided massacre unfold before them, their eyes behind their masks filled with shock. That's too violent. With each step taken by the 50 black steel giants, a volley of grenades was unleashed. There were no tactical maneuvers, no evasive maneuvers. They simply pushed forward with sheer firepower. The sheer number and defense that the bio-monsters prided themselves on turned into a hopeless meat grinder in the face of the dense Punisher grenades. In just 3 minutes, thousands of bio-monsters that had burst out of the ground were blown to pieces. The entire street was blasted down 2 meters, and the ground was covered with sticky bits of meat and green juice. Iron Fong knelt in the crater, the blue slowing force field around its body still flashing. Its chest bones were shattered, and black blood continued to gush from the wound. It struggled to lift its head, watching several raiders slowly approach. In its single eye, there was no longer madness or bloodlust, only endless terror. The lead raider walked to the edge of the pit, looked down at it, and aimed its arm launchers at its head. It's over. Bang, 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 bang. 4 grenades blasted directly at Iron Fong's head. After a muffled explosion, the enormous mutated head, along with its single, terrified eye, instantly turned into flying bone fragments and blood. The massive headless corpse swayed, then crashed down, slamming into the mud. The scavenger plan, Victor's last trump card, became a complete joke in the face of the Marauders' absolute violence. The battlefield fell silent once more, with only the crackling of flames breaking the silence. Lin Feng jumped off the roof of the command vehicle, his military boots landing on the blood-stained mud. He drew his command sword from his waist, the tip pointing diagonally at the ground, the blade reflecting the distant, towering flames. Then, he raised his head, his gaze piercing through the smoke, and fixed on the towering Chable's core tower. All troops, launch an assault. Lin Feng's voice was cold and devoid of any warmth. Crush them. Chapter 73, The Steel Torrent That Crushes Everything. The acrid smell of formaldehyde in the wind had been completely masked by the smoke of gunpowder. The position of the Tycoon's regular army was deathly silent. Just minutes ago, they had hoped that those biomonsters would tear Lin Feng's troops apart, but now, all that remained on the ground were charred bits of flesh and 50 black, demonic-like raiders. The Tycoon's mech pilot gripped the control stick tightly, his knuckles white, sweat streaming into his eyes without blinking. Through his scope, he saw 50 siege tanks simultaneously retract their mounting brackets, their tracks engaging again, the heavy armor screeching against each other. Siege mode deactivated. The engine roared to life, black smoke billowing from the exhaust pipe. A trembling voice came through the comms. They're coming. Lin Feng gave the conglomerate no chance to breathe. 50 siege tanks, each weighing 100 tons, transformed into a steel torrent along the main road, crushing everything in their path. Their tracks whipped up debris and mud, and the entire earth trembled. The Chable commander roared and ordered to fire. Several heavy mechs barely managed to raise their cannons, but the bullets only sparked a few times when they hit the tank's frontal armor, leaving not even a dent. The foremost siege tank slowly rotated its turret, aiming at the mech position. The plasma main cannon gave a deep jolt, and a dark blue orb instantly traversed hundreds of meters, crashing into the center of the mech formation. With a deafening roar, blue light engulfed everything. The star-patterned steel armor was melted into molten iron by the intense heat, and the pilot was vaporized before he could even scream. The shockwave overturned the bunker, scattering sandbags and concrete fragments in all directions. This was not a battle, but a one-sided execution. Siege tanks rolled through the wealthy districts, and any firing positions that dared to show themselves were blasted into ruins by 10 times the firepower in the next second. Those expensive automated arms factories shattered like cardboard boxes under the tracks, and the sounds of breaking machine tools mixed with the sounds of collapsing buildings echoed across the surface of the heavy industry planet. Marines and raiders took turns providing cover, closely following the tanks as they advanced, like a fine comb clearing every street and every ruined building. A looter kicked open the building's alloy door, and a quadruple grenade launcher swept across the lobby. Dozens of Tycoon soldiers hid inside, gripping Gauss rifles, but none dared pull the trigger. Their massive size and imposing presence utterly shattered their courage. With a clang, someone dropped their gun, their legs buckled, and they knelt on the ground, trembling and clutching their head. Immediately afterward, more soldiers threw down their weapons, knelt down in droves, and cried out, begging for mercy, "Don't kill us. We surrender." The raiders didn't fire, only looking at the instructions in their tactical goggles. Lin Feng's cold voice echoed across the channel. "Accept surrender. Bring them all out, put them in electronic shackles, and send them to the labor camp to mine gas. Those who don't meet their quotas will be thrown into the shredder." Marines immediately rushed forward, kicking the prisoners to the ground and roughly fastening them with cold electronic shackles. The resistance on the surface of heavy industry star grew weaker and weaker, replaced by banners with silver swords piercing the stars, rising amidst the smoke of battle. Starseed technology has officially taken over this planet. On the top floor of the conglomerate's core tower, the firelight outside, the floor-to-ceiling windows illuminated half the sky red. Victor stood by the window like a soulless statue. The silver, high-powered pistol had fallen onto the thick carpet sometime during the night. One by one, the holographic screens on the wall went out, the green dots representing the Chable's controlled area disappeared completely, and the entire star map was filled with scarlet. His biological weapons were gone, his regular army had surrendered, and his automated arsenal was nothing but burning scrap metal. Victor closed his eyes, his eyelids twitching violently. He had lost everything, utterly defeated by a former coal miner. The so-called class barriers were laughably fragile before this torrent of steel. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the passageway on the secret helipad beneath the core tower, the body of a Tycoon's guard fell silently. Eric Sheen sheathed his blood-stained tactical dagger, blood-stain splattering on his gold-rimmed glasses. He didn't wipe them away, but instead clutched a black briefcase tightly. Inside were the Black Tower conglomerate's secret financial accounts in the core sector, as well as evidence of Victor's years of bribery of high-ranking Federation officials. These were his bargaining chips to buy his life. It didn't matter if the model collapsed or if the conglomerate fell. As long as he could leave alive, he could use these things to curry favor with powerful figures in the Federation's inner circle and continue climbing the ladder of power by stepping on the corpses of others. Eric, panting heavily, looked at the stealth shuttle that was already warmed up on the tarmac. He pulled his hat down low, like a slippery viper, and strode towards the boarding door. Chapter 74, Eric's frantic last stand. In the emergency exits of the underground helipad, not a single working light could be found. Broken ventilation ducts dripped murky, circulating water, which splattered onto the alloy floor. The roar of surface artillery penetrated thousands of meters of rock, causing dust to fall from the walls. Eric Sheen was still running. His custom-made leather shoes splashed mud into the puddles. His chief of staff uniform was soaked with sweat. His tie hung askew around his neck, and his gold-rimmed glasses were fogged up, but he didn't bother to wipe them. He clutched a black combination lock case tightly to his chest, his fingers turning blue from the force. At the end of the passage, behind a half-open airtight door, the blue guide lights of the stealth shuttle flickered in the darkness, like lanternfish luring prey in the deep sea. Eric was panting heavily, his throat tasting of blood. He rushed up the gangway, crawled into the cockpit, slumped into the driver's seat, pressed a briefcase against his thigh, and frantically pounded on the start panel with his fingers. A deep hum came from deep within the engine. The dashboard lights illuminated in concentric circles, and a holographic screen displayed the green text, "Invisibility field warming up." Eric finally exhaled a breath of stale air, leaned back in his seat, and forced an awkward smile. He felt he had won. Victor had reduced the defenses of heavy industry Star to ruins, and his simulation model had been crushed by Lin Feng's unreasonable rate of troop production. Yet he was still alive. Once he took off, he could escape into the chaotic nebula of the silent corridor in 10 minutes. He looked down at the briefcase, his eyes gleaming with an almost insane greed. Inside were the Black Tower conglomerate's secret financial accounts in the core sector, and even more so, Victor's complete ledger of bribes he had given to high-ranking federal officials over the past decade. With these leverages, the bigwigs in the Federation's inner circle will surely give him a respectable position, and might even give him a fleet again. He remains the strategist who can see the big picture, while Lin Feng is merely a foot soldier paving the way for him. Eric raised his hand, ready to press the red launch button, but just then a very light breeze brushed past the back of his neck. His fingers froze in midair. The underground helipad was completely sealed off, the airtight doors were locked, and the ventilation ducts were broken. Where was the wind coming from? Eric felt a chill run down his spine, his hair standing on end. The next second, a hand wearing a black tactical glove emerged from the air behind him. Silently, without any ripples in the air, a dark blue, high-frequency vibrating blade quietly pressed against his throat. The moment the blade touched the skin, the ultra-high-frequency vibrations shattered the surface capillaries, causing fine blood droplets to seep out and turn into a faint blood mist. The air in the cockpit distorted, and a ghostly agent dressed in a tight-fitting stealth combat suit slowly appeared, his tactical goggles emitting a cold red light. Eric's atoms apple bobbed, and the stinging pain from the blade against his skin made his voice hoarse. "No, don't do it." He slowly raised his hands, leaving the control panel, not daring to move a single finger. Then, staring intently at the red goggles reflected on the holographic screen, he said urgently, "I am Victor's chief of staff. I have money, lots of money." He desperately threw out his chips, saying that if Lin Feng wanted heavy industry Star, he needed a cash flow. Without the password he had, all Lin Feng would get was a pile of scrap metal that couldn't even pay its workers' wages. The ghost agent didn't respond, his hand gripping the knife as steady as iron. Eric panicked even more, pushing the black box forward. "I have the ledgers. They're all in there. Victor's records of bribing high-ranking Federation officials." He tried to persuade the other party by using his expertise in exchanging benefits. Lin Feng needs it to establish himself in the outer star sector. The Federation fleet will come sooner or later. I can help him launder money and smooth things over with the Supreme Council. Take me to see him. I'm a million times more useful alive than dead." The ghost agent tilted his head slightly. Too short, crackling electrical noises came through the earpiece of his tactical helmet. The highest level command issued by Lieutenant Zero via encrypted frequency. The agent withdrew his gaze, and a monotone, synthesized voice came from behind his mask. The commander said he only likes ledgers of the dead. Eric's pupils contracted sharply. The next second, the agent flicked his wrist. Sizzle. A faint cutting sound rang out, and the high-frequency vibrating blade sliced through Eric's throat as easily as if it were tofu, the smooth cut severing even his cervical vertebrae in an instant. Eric's eyes bulged out, and he clutched his neck tightly with both hands. Hot blood gushed from between his fingers, splattering all over the control panel. The blood short-circuited the precision components, causing a series of blinding sparks. He opened his mouth wide, only making strange, gurgling sounds in his throat, with blood and foam constantly gushing out. His eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses were filled with disbelief. He calculated every possible model, prepared all possible escape routes, and even took into account the psychology of the Federal High Command, but he did not expect that Lin Feng would not play by the rules at all. Lin Feng gave no chance to negotiate, nor did he care about the ledger that was enough to buy an entire galaxy. He simply issued a kill order. Eric's massive body convulsed a few times in the driver's seat, then he slid down the leather seat into a pool of blood. His gold-rimmed glasses lay to the side, the lenses shattered. The ghost agent bent down to pick up the black briefcase, flicked the blood off the blade, and inserted the high-frequency concussion blade back into the tactical slot on his leg. The air distorted again, and his figure disappeared from the cockpit, leaving only Eric's body gradually cooling in the sparks. On the surface of Heavy Industry Star in the 1st District, smoke obscured the sky, and the burning wreckage of mechs emitted a pungent smell of burnt metal and engine oil. Lin Feng sat on the track guard of a siege tank, his black military boots treading on fragments of a conglomerate's flag. He pulled a cigar from his trench coat pocket and bit into it. The Marine Corps Company commander next to him immediately handed him a windproof lighter. The flame lit up, and Lin Feng took a deep breath. The pungent smoke billowed from his nostrils, blurring the purple glint in his eyes. Ripples spread through the air as the ghostly agent appeared, kneeling on one knee and handing over a black combination lockbox stained with a few drops of blood. Lin Feng, with a cigar between his fingers, placed his hand on the electronic lock. "Lieutenant, decipher it." The cold voice of Lieutenant Zero immediately rang out. "Command received, accessing underlying data." The electronic lock beeped rapidly, and the red light flashed frantically. 3 seconds later, with a click, the latch popped open. Lin Feng lifted the lid of the box, revealing 3 high-capacity data chips nestled quietly within the shock-absorbing foam. A holographic projection unfolded, displaying a torrent of detailed financial transactions and transfer records, each transaction pointing to a powerful figure in the Federation's inner circle. The adjutant reported, "Sir, we have confirmed the funds in the conglomerate's secret accounts, which amount to more than 3 million units of high-energy gas. Also attached are bribery records of 13 senior generals from the Federal Defense Command." Lin Feng exhaled a puff of smoke, looked at the astronomical figures that were fluctuating, and sneered, "That old dog Victor has quite a lot of money." He closed the box and casually tossed it to the Marine Corps Company commander. "Back up the ledgers, encrypt them, and send them to Chuyu. Have her take these things to the core of the Federation to scout ahead. Anyone who dares to trip up Starseed technology, expose their entire secrets." "Yes, sir." The company commander took the box and strode away. Lin Feng stood up, the night wind ruffling the hem of his black trench coat. He looked up at the central tower of the conglomerate, which resembled a giant black sword piercing the sky, a few hundred meters away. The entire building was covered with a thick energy shield generator. Although the shield had stopped rotating, the 20-meter-high bulletproof glass door still exuded an air of superior arrogance. That was Victor's last turtle shell. Lin Feng stomped out the half-smoked cigar on the ground. "Let's go see our noble executive officer." A massive engine roar tore through the night sky as a siege tank weighing 100 tons slowly rotated its turret. Its robust plasma main cannon, exuding an oppressive aura, pressed directly against the bulletproof glass door of the core tower. The muzzle was less than 10 centimeters from the glass. Chapter 75, Conquering the Surface of Heavy Industry Planet. The plaza surrounding the core tower was already packed with people. Rows of Marines, armed with Gauss rifles, blocked all exits. A dark mass of raiders stood at the forefront, like a high steel wall, the red glow of high-explosive grenades faintly gleaming from their quadruple grenade launchers. In the sky, 12 Banshee fighters deactivated their stealth capabilities, and the Vulcan missile pods on both wings locked onto the top of the core tower. Their exhaust streaked across the night sky, emitting a low, guttural whine. Not even a fly could escape the entire Chable headquarters. Lin Feng walked to the tank and patted the cold, star-patterned steel armor. The Marine Corps Company commander handed him a holographic megaphone, which he took and looked at the 20-meter-high, tightly closed gate. "Victor, your soldiers are all gone, and your defenses are crumbling." Lin Feng's voice echoed across the square, cold and devoid of any emotion. "Open the door, and I'll leave you a whole corpse." There was no response. The night wind whipped up ashes, which rustled against the power armor. Half a minute later, a piercing, crackling sound suddenly erupted from the loudspeaker on the outer wall of the core tower, followed by Victor's hoarse, maniacal laughter. "Lin Feng, you think you've won?" His voice trembled, yet still carried an arrogance etched into his bones. "You're nothing but a mud-legged miner. You're destined to spend your whole life in the mine, smelling the gas." He suddenly raised his voice. "Heavy industry, Star, is mine. The Black Tower conglomerate is mine. You want industrial lines? You want shipyards? Dream on." The Marines on the square gripped their weapons tightly. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, a purple glint flashing in his left eye. The voice of Lieutenant Zero rang in the earpiece. "Warning, abnormal high-energy reaction detected 3,000 meters underground. Liquid nitrogen cooling center has been shut down, and the core self-destruct program has been initiated. Countdown, 10 minutes. The moment the words left his mouth, the earth trembled violently. The dilapidated watchtower at the edge of the square collapsed with a roar. Several cracks appeared in the marble floor, and dark red magma, light, shone from underground, filling the air with the smell of sulfur. Victor's maniacal laughter echoed across the square once more. "Did you hear that? That's the sound of hell opening. In 10 minutes, the shield reactor's energy will flood the Earth's core, and we'll all die." On the communication channel, Chu Yu's holographic projection popped up. Her face was deathly pale, and the hydraulic pipes of her mechanical left arm were trembling slightly. "Lin Feng, retreat immediately," she practically screamed. "A core explosion is no joke. This planet will turn into cosmic dust. Take everyone back to the fleet right now." The destruction of a planet is Chu Yu's deepest nightmare. The trauma of her childhood, when her home planet was destroyed, is now fully awakened. In the corner of the screen, Suwon also switched in. This fallen heiress, who had connections to the military industry, was now filled with fear, her breathing erratic. "Sir, the cooling center is physically locked. Once activated, it can't be stopped. Please, spare the lives of the survivors." Lin Feng didn't look at the screen. He simply stood quietly on the violently shaking ground. The wind tousled his black hair, but his eyes remained as calm as a stagnant pool. "Retreat," Lin Feng sneered. "I didn't throw out so much gas to watch fireworks." After he finished speaking, he immediately turned off the communication, cutting off Chu Yu and Su Wan's voices. He then turned to look at the two ghost agents. "Blow up the door." The ghost agent immediately stepped forward and attached high-energy directional explosives to the load-bearing structure of the bulletproof glass door. With a deafening roar, the door, capable of withstanding heavy mech cannon fire, was instantly covered in spiderweb-like cracks. The siege tank roared forward and rammed into the door, shattering the entire 20-meter-high glass door, sending shards of glass raining down like a storm. "Looters, clear the area." Lin Feng drew his high-frequency vibrating blade from his waist. A dozen or so looters were the first to rush into the hall. The few dozen remaining loyal guards of the Tycoon had barely raised their Gauss rifles when the looters had already raised their arms. The quad-barreled Punisher grenades poured out, creating a chain reaction of explosions. A blue deceleration field mixed with the shockwave spread outwards, tearing the guard to shreds on the spot, scattering limbs and marble fragments everywhere. Lin Feng didn't even need to lift a finger. The raiders' firepower swept everything away. Lin Feng stepped through the blood and gore, entering the core tower lobby. All the elevator indicator lights were off. The control program had been locked. Take the stairs. He flicked the blood off the blade. A swarm of heavily armored war machines charged wildly upwards up the spiral staircase. The tremors grew increasingly violent. Valuable oil paintings on the walls continued to fall, and red alarms blared throughout the entire core tower. Anyone who dared to obstruct them in the stairwell didn't have a chance to fire a second shot. They were riddled with bullets by the Marines' Gauss rifles. Countdown, 5 minutes. Lin Feng arrived at the top floor and kicked open the heavy mahogany door of the main control room. In a luxurious and spacious room, a holographic star map flickered with a blinding red light. Victor was dressed in a sophisticated vintage suit. His hair was neatly combed, and there wasn't a single wrinkle on his shirt. He sat quietly in a large leather executive chair, holding a glass of scarlet wine. Only when he heard the door being kicked open did he slowly turn around his chair. Victor looked at Lin Feng, who was being escorted by heavily armored infantry, and then at the power armor stained with blood and smelling of engine oil. He raised his glass and swirled it. Lin Feng, you won the war, but I won the ending. He wore a victor smile, but his eyes were filled with madness. A peasant is still a peasant. You'll get nothing. Let's all go to hell together. Chapter 76, Hacking Commands and Low-Level Rewriting. The holographic countdown in the control room had turned a glaring blood red. 3 o'clock. The rumbling from the ground pierced through the core tower's armored layers, and the floor beneath their feet undulated like ocean waves. Rare vintage wines in the cabinets shattered one after another, their aroma mingling with despair, filling the air. Victor leaned back in his chair, legs crossed, as if watching a preordained finale. He longed to see Lin Feng show fear, panic, or even kneel down and beg for mercy. Even if he lost in force, he wanted to prove that he was still superior in spirit and class. But he was disappointed. Lin Feng didn't look at the countdown or even glance at him. He simply walked straight to the massive control panel in the center of the room. The military boots crunched over the broken glass and spilled liquor with a piercing, cracking sound. Victor took a sip of red wine and sneered, "Don't waste your energy. The cooling center is triple locked by physical barriers, and the mainframe firewall uses the Federation military's highest level key. Without the password, no one can crack it." He spread his arms wide, like a madman welcoming the end of the world. When the time comes, the cooling system 3,000 meters underground will collapse, and the energy from the shield reactor will flood the Earth's core. Bang! Your fleet, your ambitions will all turn to garbage. Lin Feng stopped in front of the main control panel and reached out to brush the dust off the panel. He tilted his head slightly, and the purple light in his left eye flashed under the alarm light. You know nothing about true power. The next second, Lin Feng took out a special data cable from his trench coat pocket and plugged it directly into the forced override interface below the main control panel. "Lieutenant, get to work." A cold, synthesized voice immediately rang out. Command confirmed. Connecting to the heavy industry star's mainframe and executing underlying logic overwrite. Victor's smile froze. He stared intently at the seemingly ordinary data cable, a sense of unease rising within him for the first time. The red light on the holographic screen flickered violently, and the frantically jumping countdown stopped as if it had frozen. Then, a waterfall of green data instantly flooded the entire screen. This is not a typical hacking incident. The code for the purely technological version of the Starry Sea system is not even in the same dimension as the local technology of this era. This isn't cracking, it's crushing the competition. A federal military-grade firewall has been detected and is dismantling. First layer of physical lock successfully cracked. Second physical lock successfully cracked. The third physical lock has been forcibly overwritten. The adjutant's voice was flat, yet it struck Victor's nerves like a series of heavy blows. Just 10 seconds. The firewall, which was said to be impenetrable even by the Federation's top hackers, collapsed like paper. The red alert on the screen instantly turned into a soft blue light. Self-destruct sequence has been terminated. Liquid nitrogen cooling system is back online. Supreme control has been transferred to the commander. The piercing alarm stopped abruptly. The chilling rumble of the earth beneath our feet subsided as quickly as the tide receded. The tremors ceased, and the control room fell into a deathly silence, broken only by the hum of the server fans. Victor's hand, holding the wine glass, froze in midair. His pupils contracted sharply, and his lips trembled uncontrollably. No, impossible. His voice was hoarse like a broken bellows. This is the Federation military's greatest masterpiece. What kind of sorcery did you use? Smack! The wine glass slipped from his hand and slammed against the armrest. Crimson wine spilled all over his suit like glaring bloodstains. Victor's legs went weak, and he slumped into the chair. His trump card, which he was so proud of, his last shred of dignity that he used to perish together with others, and the technological barriers that he relied on to maintain his sense of superiority, didn't even make a ripple in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng unplugged the data cable and casually tossed it aside. Then he turned and walked toward Victor. Heavy military boots approached step by step, each step feeling like a blow to Victor's heart. 2 raiders, carrying quadruple grenade launchers, stood behind Lin Feng, their massive shadows completely enveloping him. Lin Feng looked down at Victor, who was slumped in the chair. There was no mockery or anger in those eyes, only the cold indifference of looking at a dead person. You just said I'm a peasant. Lin Feng leaned forward slightly, bracing his hands on the armrests of the executive chair, trapping Victor firmly within a small space. Victor froze, his breath almost stopping. He tried to back away, but his back was pressed against the chair back, leaving him nowhere to retreat. Lin Feng stared at him, his voice not loud, but chilling to the bone. Now, let's talk about the rules of the peasants. Chapter 77, Victor's Final Judgment. The air in the control room felt heavy, like it was filled with lead, and the server fans were still humming. Broken wine bottles were scattered all over the floor, the wine seeping into the marble cracks, and the pungent smell of wine mixed with the smell of gunpowder was suffocating. Victor slumped in his leather executive chair, his exquisite vintage suit tattered and worn, with dark red wine stains on the collar. His chest heaved violently, and his breathing was heavy, like a broken bellows. Lin Feng braced his hands on the armrests of the chair, his broad shoulders blocking the light from the window and casting Victor into shadow. 2 heavily armored raiders stood behind him, their power armor riddled with bullet holes and blood, their grenade launchers still emitting white smoke. Victor's Adam's apple bobbed as he stared intently into Lin Feng's emotionless eyes. 10 minutes ago, he held the switch to detonate the Earth's core, believing he was in control. Now, he was prey waiting to be slaughtered. He loosened his fingers from the armrest, his fingernails filled with leather scraps. He then took a deep breath of the stale air, forcing his trembling back to straighten, trying to preserve the last vestiges of dignity of a regional executive of a conglomerate. He stiffly straightened his tie, then tugged at the crumpled hem of his suit jacket, and said, Lin Feng, you've won. According to the federal laws of war, I now formally surrender to you. Lin Feng didn't respond, but simply maintained his bent-over posture, silently staring at him. The purple light deep within his left eye pulsed slowly with each breath, sending chills down Victor's spine, and he instinctively looked away. Victor suddenly quickened his pace, as if to bolster his courage. I demand high-class POW treatment. You must give me a private cell befitting my status, with guaranteed privacy and basic food rations. He swallowed hard and continued to offer his bargaining chips. The Black Tower conglomerate headquarters would pay the ransom, and control of high-energy gas, rare heavy metals, and even several covert shipping routes in the outer sector were all negotiable. Victor looked up again, a calculating glint in his eyes. You're a smart man. Look out the window. This planet is wrecked. If you want to take over the industrial line, you'll need funding and a federal pass. Keeping me alive is more valuable than killing me. We can cooperate. I can be your agent. Bang! A piercing sound of bones cracking suddenly rang out. Without warning, Lin Feng raised his right leg, his heavy military boot slamming into Victor's left knee. The star-patterned steel toe, carrying terrifying kinetic energy, instantly crushed his patella. Victor's left knee bent backward at an unnatural angle, bone fragments piercing through his suit trouser leg. He let out a piercing scream, sprang from his chair, and fell into the shattered glass, clutching his deformed knee. His expensive suit was instantly stained with blood and dust. He rolled frantically on the ground, his face streaked with tears and snot. Lin Feng slowly straightened up and took out a windproof lighter from his trench coat pocket. Click! A pale blue flame flickered to life. Lin Feng slowly lit a large cigar, the pungent smoke swirling in his lungs before exhaling through his nostrils. Prisoners of war. He exhaled a cloud of smoke, his voice as cold as ice shards from the depths of space. In this peripheral sector, in the dark forest, there are no prisoners of war, only resources. Victor's face contorted in pain, large beads of cold sweat splattering into the blood. He gasped and roared, "How dare you? You lowly commoner! How dare you treat me like this?" His bloodshot eyes glared as he continued to scream, "I am the regional executive of the Black Tower conglomerate. I am a registered nobleman of the Federation. You are trampling on federal law and declaring war on the entire inner circle. The Chable headquarters will definitely send a fleet to crush you into mincemeat. They will skin and gut everyone around you." Lin Feng flicked off the ash from his cigarette and pointed his finger, which was holding a cigar, into the air. "Lieutenant." "Command confirmed." The cold, synthesized voice of Lieutenant Zero rang out, and a holographic image immediately flashed in the center of the control room. A black briefcase stained with dried blood floated in midair, its lid popping open, and eerie blue data cascaded out like a waterfall. The densely packed transfer records, the high-energy gas flow records, and the names of senior generals from the Federal Defense Command corresponding to each payment were clearly visible in the air. It was a ledger of bribes that Eric Sheen had risked his life for. The blue light illuminated Victor's pale face. His roar abruptly stopped, like a rooster being choked, its mouth wide open, only a strange clucking sound coming from its throat. He stared intently at the fluctuating data, his eyes widening until bloodshot veins appeared at the corners. The simulation models, the exchange of favors, the intimidation of the financial magnates, the federal laws, all shattered into nothingness in that instant. Lin Feng looked down at him, a mocking sneer on his lips. "Your precious chief of staff sold all your underwear before running away. Guess what those big shots in the inner circle who took your dirty money are thinking? Are they sending a fleet to rescue you? Or are they trying to shut you up forever?" Victor's psychological defenses completely crumbled. Arrogance, scheming, and threats vanished instantly, leaving only the purest fear of death. He collapsed to the ground, his lips pale, trembling violently. "No, this can't be true. That bastard Eric, how dare he betray me?" Lin Feng turned and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Hundreds of meters away, the surface of Heavy Industry Star was still burning. Starsea Technologies Marines and siege tanks were taking over the streets, and the flags of the conglomerates were trampled into the mud. Strip him of all privileges granted to him by the tycoons. The adjutant immediately responded, "Order received," erasing Victor Clement's federal identity chip and severing his conglomerate's internal network hardware connection. Lin Feng looked out at the war raging outside the window, his voice flat. "Put on him the cheapest electronic shackle from the Shattered Star belt black market." Two heavily armed raiders strode forward, their heavy boots clattering on the floor. One of them pulled a rusty iron yoke, reeking of cheap engine oil, from his backpack and pressed it against Victor's head. Snap! The rough metal edge chafed his neck, and blood flowed down the iron shackles and into his collar. His hands were also forcibly twisted behind his back and locked, the rusty gears meshing with a harsh grinding sound. Victor struggled desperately, kicking his legs wildly. But without his identity chip and all privileges, he was no better than an ordinary miner. His strength was laughable like an insect in the face of the power armor. Lin Feng turned around, his icy gaze sweeping over his blood-stained face. "Don't you like to throw the lower classes into the mines? Go to K7 mine." Victor looked up abruptly, his face filled with terror. K7 mine, a dark and gloomy place filled with poisonous gas and psionic radiation. Lin Feng, with a cigar in his mouth, said slowly and deliberately, "Mine 20 tons of raw ore every day. If you don't meet the quota, you'll be cut off from water and food. If you still don't meet the quota, you'll be thrown directly into the ore crusher as fertilizer." "No, you can't do this." Victor completely broke down, tears and snot streaming down his face. "Kill me. Just kill me already." For this fastidious, privileged tycoon, going to work in a mine was more cruel than being skinned alive. It was a double torture of body and soul. Lin Feng, too lazy to look any further, casually waved his hand. The two raiders grabbed Victor and dragged him out the door like a dead dog. "Lin Feng, you'll die a horrible death. The Federation will not let you get away with this." Victor's piercing cries and curses echoed in the empty corridor, gradually fading away with the heavy footsteps of the heavily armored infantry. The control room fell silent again. Lin Feng stood alone atop the core tower, the once invincible heavy industry star, the behemoth that had dominated the peripheral star sector for decades, now completely beneath his military boots. The biggest cancer in the entire sector has been eradicated. The sector's overlord is truly deserved. Lin Feng took a deep drag on his cigar, feeling the overwhelming sense of control he felt in his chest. His blood surged through his veins, as if the entire star sector was trembling in his palm. Drip sizzle. A sharp, garbled noise suddenly came from the tragus, like fingernails scraping against glass, piercing the eardrums painfully. The holographic projection of Lieutenant Zero flickered violently, and the blue light became extremely unstable. The usually cold and mechanical female voice became unusually urgent. Commander, top secret frequency band intercepted. Source, Federal Inner Ring Core Defense Command. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and slowly exhaled a smoke ring. Nian. The Federation's first Joint Suppression Fleet has completed its space jump. Target, Tantalus System. Estimated arrival time, 10 days. Lin Feng's fingers, holding the cigar, froze in midair. Outside the window, the night wind whipped up thick smoke, causing his black trench coat to flutter wildly. He gazed into the depths of the starry sky, a sudden surge of purple light flashing in his eyes. Chapter 78, The Furious Within the Federation. The core of the Federal Inner Ring, the Defense Command. A deathly silence hung over the massive, circular conference table, oppressive enough to make one feel suffocated. A holographic projection in the center of the table was repeatedly playing a blurry battle video. Beneath the dark red, high-density ion nebula, in the narrow, silent corridor, heavily armored siege tanks unfolded their metal supports, and their eerie blue plasma main cannons roared to life. A thick beam of energy tore through the void. The heavy cruiser, the pride of the conglomerate, had its shields crack instantly under the concentrated fire for beyond visual range, before collapsing with a deafening roar. The high temperature vaporized the armor, causing a violent internal explosion. Broken metal keel and burning mech debris scattered in the silent space. The image freezes. On the left side of the long table, the table's representative suddenly stood up. He was a man as fat as a mountain of flesh, his face trembling violently with anger, his expensive suit almost bursting open. This is a massacre. This is a trampling of federal private property. He clenched his fist, spitting on the holographic screen, and roared, "That good-for-nothing Victor lost the entire heavy industry star. The shipyard of Tantalus 4 has all fallen into the hands of that peasant Lin Feng." The fat man slammed his hands heavily on the table, making the water glass shake violently. "On behalf of the Black Tower conglomerate's highest board of directors, I demand the immediate use of orbital weapons to burn the entire outer sector to glass, leaving not even a single rat alive." At the end of the long table, the Supreme Commander of the Defense Command sat in the shadows. He wore a dark blue military uniform, the stars on his shoulders gleaming coldly, and a menacing scar stretched from the corner of his left eye to his chin. The commander ignored the fat man's roar, his one eye fixed on the siege tank in the projection, his fingers slowly tapping on the table. Top, top, top. The muffled sound sent shivers down the spines of the high-ranking officers present. "Shut up." The commander spoke coldly, his voice not loud, but it seemed to carry a metallic scent, instantly silencing the fat man's hysteria. The fat man's face stiffened, and he could only swallow back the rest of his words, sitting down angrily. The commander leaned forward, his face illuminated by the deep blue light. "You stupid pigs with your heads full of star coins have no idea what this means." His rough fingers touched the barrel of the siege tank, and the surrounding generals all held their breath. Energy output power, armor material density, and beyond visual range fire control and locking system all exceed the Federation's existing heavy armor technology sequence. A deep sense of apprehension flashed in the commander's eyes. This sophisticated heavy artillery mech could not have been sculpted by a few black market smugglers in an abandoned garage. Behind it must be a complete, mature, and vast industrial system that we know nothing about. He abruptly stood up, bracing himself on the table with both hands, and surveyed the entire room. The murderous aura that seemed to have crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood instantly enveloped the entire conference room. Today, he can conjure up these heavy artillery tanks out of thin air. Tomorrow, he can build interstellar warships to rival us. The commander's voice was as cold as ice. This spark must not be allowed to remain. Once he gains a foothold on heavy industry star, the very foundation of the Federation's rule will be overturned. He ripped open the tight collar of his military uniform and gave the order in a stern voice. Pass on my orders. Whoosh! All the senior generals in the conference room stood up straight at the same time, their heavy military boots clattering together in a neat, rhythmic sound. The first Joint Suppression Fleet's operational objective has been changed. The order to quell the rebellion is cancelled, and the entire fleet will implement a scorched earth policy. The commander's single eye gleamed with a bloodthirsty glint. No surrender in any form, no survivors. Wipe the Tantalus system, along with that scum Lin Foam, from the Federation's star map completely. Yes, the generals roared in unison, making the conference room vibrate. On the edge of the Federation's inner ring star system, in the cold and desolate depths of space, 3 enormous, suffocating steel behemoths floated silently. This is the Federation's true trump card, the Sector Overlord-class battleships. Each one is over 10 kilometers long, like steel mountains floating in space. The ship's hull is covered with several meters of star-patterned steel armor, and the aura of its deflector shields is visible to the naked eye. Countless laser secondary cannons stand upright like spikes, but the most terrifying feature is the orbital planet-destroying cannon running along the ship's central axis from its belly. The massive cannon barrel is large enough to fit a small frigate, and a single shot could pierce the planet's crust, causing the core to collapse. Surrounding the 3 battleships, a massive battle group of hundreds of heavy cruisers and frigates blotted out the sky. On the bridge of the main ship, the fleet commander stared at the jump coordinates on the holographic star map. Report. Warp drive fully charged. Space Ripper activated. The navigator reported loudly. The commander coldly ordered, full fleet, warp. In an instant, hundreds of giant nuclear fusion engines spewed out eerie blue flames, their powerful thrust causing ripples in space. The universe ahead twisted violently, as if torn apart by an invisible giant hand. A colossal spatial wormhole slowly opened, like the gaping maw of an abyss swallowing light. The fleet, lined up in a row, plunged into it without hesitation, disappearing into deep space. The message quickly spread rapidly throughout the entire peripheral star sector via covert underground communication frequencies. The shattered star belt, a black market trading ground on the 3rd basement level. Chuyu stared intently at the holographic screen. The huge red marker representing the Federation fleet on the screen was leaping closer at an alarming speed. Her face was deathly pale. The modified mechanical left arm emitted a piercing buzz. Hydraulic oil surged wildly, and the mechanical fingers contracted uncontrollably, directly crushing 5 deep holes in the pure steel tabletop. They've gone mad. The Federation has completely gone mad. Chuyu bit her lip until it bled, but she didn't even notice the blood flowing down her lips. 3 Overlord-class battleships, and they're also equipped with orbital planet destroyers. The horrific images of her home planet being blasted apart by orbital cannons and engulfed by magma during her childhood resurfaced in her mind. Fear, like a cold, venomous snake, coiled tightly around her heart. The entire black market was plunged into unprecedented panic. Those mercenary leaders and pirate captains who had just been intimidated by force and swore allegiance to Starseed technology were now, like ants on a hot plate, frantically rushing around the trading area. Pablo was covered in sweat, and his gold-plated front teeth were trembling. It's over. It's all over. We're all going to die with that madman. They thought that by following Lin Feng, they could make a living in this chaotic world. But no one expected that Lin Feng's actions would directly cause chaos and upheaval. The Federation has even deployed its trump card, the Star Destroyer fleet. How can we possibly fight them? Heavy Industry Star, top-floor control room of the core tower. Lin Feng stood quietly before the enormous tactical star map, the red that was rapidly approaching the Tantalus system along the jump path. Countdown, 10 days. The Marine Corps Company commander beside him was drenched in sweat. The life support and cooling systems inside his power armor were operating at overload. He gripped the mechanical glove of his Gauss rifle, his hand trembling slightly. That's a sector-dominant fleet, the absolute power the Federation uses to rule this universe. Faced with an orbital barrage of that level of artillery, these infantrymen wouldn't even qualify as cannon fodder. They'd be instantly vaporized. Lin Feng watched the approaching red dot without taking a single step back or showing any panic. He raised his hand and gently touched his throbbing left eye. Purple light danced and burned wildly in his eye. The micromanagement instincts of a former top StarCraft professional player, along with the bloodthirsty fighting spirit ingrained in their bones, were completely ignited under the pressure of the 10-day countdown to death. Lin Feng's lips curled up little by little, revealing a crazed and bloodthirsty smirk. 10 days. He turned abruptly and walked toward the control panel, the hem of his trench coat billowing in the wind. That's enough. Chapter 79 Usurpation, System Assimilation. On the surface of Heavy Industry Star, smoke billowed from the ruins of the First District. Lin Feng's cold voice was transmitted directly to the distant underground base on Mining Star K7 via the system's encrypted frequency band. Lieutenant, activate highest level privileges. Initial base vehicle, all units take off warp. Command confirmed, space warp matrix charging in progress. On the surface of the K7 mining planet, the massive initial base vehicle, rooted deep in the rock strata and as large as a hill, suddenly emitted a deep, rumbling roar like an ancient behemoth awakening. One by one, the anchors at its base were forcibly pulled out, the underground rock strata were violently torn apart, and the entire mining planet trembled. The next second, a dazzling blue warp beam shot into the sky from the bottom of the base vehicle, piercing the murky atmosphere. The massive steel structure rapidly blurred in the blue light, transforming into countless data codes, and completely vanished from its original location. Seconds later, on the Tantalus 4 heavy industrial planet, the space above the equatorial spaceport suddenly warped. Accompanied by deafening thunder, a huge blue sphere of light exploded out of thin air, then rapidly expanded into shape. The massive base vehicle, with its heavy system-like design, crashed directly into the airspace above the core industrial hub of the Heavy Industry Star. Boom! The entire Earth trembled violently, as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had swept through. The gravity buffer at the bottom of the base vehicle spewed out large plumes of white steam, instantly engulfing the surrounding debris. Before the surviving alarm could sound, the thick armor plates split open to both sides, and countless thick mechanical tentacles emerged, like the tentacles of a deep-sea octopus, wrapped in eerie blue electricity and plunging into the Earth's crust. Snap! Snap! A piercing metallic tearing sound echoed through the sky. Those tentacles precisely pierced the underground pipe network, forcibly connecting to the planet's most vital energy artery and data bus. Lin Feng stood in the main control room on the top floor of the core tower, looking down at everything through the floor-to-ceiling windows, his eyes as cold as knives. System Assimilation Protocol, fully activated. The voice of Lieutenant Zero, amplified through a giant megaphone, reverberated throughout the entire industrial planet, as cold as a divine pronouncement. Blue system energy spread wildly along mechanical tentacles, devouring everything in its path like a virus through the underground pipe network. After being swept by blue light, the conveyor belts, robotic arms, and furnaces of the automated arms factory production line, stretching thousands of kilometers, all reassembled themselves. Gears meshed wildly, steel plates flipped and folded, and the crude equipment was forcibly twisted and reshaped by an invisible force. In just a few minutes, the outdated, domestically run production line was transformed into a sophisticated, giant parts assembly workshop. The lowly workers in the corner turned pale and scrambled back, screaming in terror. Meanwhile, the adjutant continued his report. The energy network has been hijacked, and the planet's energy quotas are being redistributed. Deep within the core of Heavy Industry Star, the liquid nitrogen cooling center, which had just resumed operation, emitted a deafening roar as if it were overwhelmed. The energy supply to civilian facilities and defensive shields was completely cut off by the system, and all the energy surged along the thick cables toward the equatorial spaceport. Red warning lights shattered one after another, and several blue beams of light shot straight into outer space. Assimilation complete. The adjutant paused for a moment. The planet's current industrial capacity has been perfectly integrated, and the battlecruiser construction cycle has been recalculated. from 3 years to 7 days. Upon hearing this number, Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a sudden surge of purple light. 7 days, just before the Federation fleet arrived. This was the ultimate in mass troop deployment. He could turn an entire planet into a shipyard. He strode to the main control panel. On the holographic screen, the ultimate technology tree of the pure technology version of the Star-C system was already lit up. The dark gold icon at the very top hung silently, representing the strongest military force of the interstellar human race. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Feng pressed down heavily with his finger. Construction of the battlecruiser confirmed. Instructions received. Starport is now fully operational. Behemoth, begin construction. Above the equatorial spaceport, the magnetic field was violently distorted, and the air became scorching hot. A holographic projection skeleton several kilometers long slowly emerged, the keel of a battlecruiser, as massive as a steel city floating in space. The base vehicle's hatch swung open, and countless SCV space engineering vehicles shot into the air, spewing orange-red tail flames. All the lower-level engineering robots on the heavy industry planet, which had been systematically modified, also took to the air. Tens of thousands of machines worked simultaneously, and welding sparks formed a continuous pattern on the keel, like stars in the night sky. The heavy star-pattern steel armor plates were lifted by the traction beam and precisely fitted into the nodes, the clanging of metal sending shivers down one spine. Every second, this behemoth became more complete and more terrifying. Lin Feng stood by the window, watching the flames and bustling machinery in the direction of the spaceport, his blood boiling. Once the behemoth took off and the Yamato cannon was fully charged, those 3 pieces of junk from the Federation wouldn't even be enough to fill his teeth. But at that moment, Lieutenant Zero's voice suddenly turned cold. Commander, production capacity has been exceeded, but there is a critical shortage of supplies. On the holographic screen, a glaring red resource list immediately popped up. Building the behemoth required not only massive amounts of high-energy gas, but also high-purity rare heavy metals to forge the deflector shield generator and the nuclear fusion reactor. Currently, even with the remaining resources from the assimilation and plunder of the heavy industry star, the heavy metal inventory is only enough to complete 60% of the task. Lin Feng's brows furrowed sharply. With only 60% completion, what he'd produced was nothing more than a pile of unfinished scrap metal, lacking shields and engines. The Federation fleet would arrive in 10 days, and the orbital planet destroyer wouldn't wait for him. The gap is too large, so unconventional methods must be used. Lin Feng turned around and tapped his fingers heavily on the table. Connect to the encrypted channel. Contact Chuyu. Chapter 80: The Frenzied Resource Devourer. Above the equatorial spaceport, the skeleton of the beast, like the skeletal frame of an ancient god, lies across the murky atmosphere of heavy industry star. Tens of thousands of SCV space engineering vehicles, spewing orange-red exhaust flames, swarmed across the steel frame like frantic worker ants. Welding sparks connected, almost illuminating the entire night sky. It was so enormous that it was not an ordinary warship, but a steel fortress floating in space. Lin Feng stood in the main control room at the top of the core tower, a half-smoked cigar between his teeth, his hands resting on the cold metal control panel. A purple light flickered deep within his left eye, while the resource consumption data on the holographic screen plummeted like a flood breaking through a dam. The adjutant coldly reported, "Commander, the local high-energy gas on heavy industry star has been exhausted. The reserves of rare heavy metals are depleted. The armor plate forging production line has stopped, and the progress is stuck at 80%. Lin Feng didn't even lift his eyelids, but simply tapped the table with his finger. Issue a wartime control order. From now on, in the entire Edge sector, every mining planet, abandoned mining station, smuggling fleet, even the slag hidden in the crotch of pirates, dig it out for me." He spat out his cigar and crushed it with his foot. "Hand over the ore or die. There is no third way." The command, following the encrypted frequency band of Star-C technology, instantly swept across the edge of the dark forest. The K-7 mine, located 3,000 meters underground in a dark river mining area, is filled with the smell of sulfur and high concentrations of phantom energy radiation. Victor knelt in the mud, his vintage suit now a tattered rag clinging to his emaciated body. The electronic shackles around his neck chafed his flesh, oozing yellowish-green pus. He raised the heavy alloy pickaxe and slammed it down on the hard rock. His hands were already split open, and blood flowed down the pickaxe handle into the black slag. Faster, faster, he muttered nervously, his cracked lips bleeding. Hundreds of once high-ranking executives of conglomerates and armed leaders were now crammed into the mine like livestock. A scream suddenly came from not far away. A fat pirate captain collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth, clutching the overseer's boots and pleading, "I can't take it anymore. Give me some saliva." The Starsea Marine, wearing a downgraded version of CMC power armor, glanced down at him, a flash of red light beneath his mask. The next second, the mechanical leg slammed down. Brain matter and blood splattered all over Victor's face. He shuddered in fright, nearly dropping his pickaxe. The Gauss rifle was then pressed against the back of his head, and the Marine said coldly, "If you don't meet the 20-ton quota today, this will be your fate." Victor scrambled towards the rock face, swinging his pickaxe like a madman. Tears mixed with or dust streamed into his mouth, salty and bitter. He once pushed countless lowly miners into this hell, and now he himself has become the most despicable peasant. On the outskirts of the asteroid belt, in a secluded small pirate space station, several pirate leaders were gathered around a table with several boxes of high-purity, high-energy gas on it. The one-eyed pirate slammed his fist on the table and cursed. Has Lin Feng gone mad? Conscripting the entire star sector? Who does he think he is? I've been in the Shattered Star Belt for 20 years, and even the tycoons weren't this arrogant. He planned to hide the goods in the asteroid belt and sell them at a high price after the Federation fleet bombed the heavy industry star. Before he could finish speaking, the shadow in the corner of the space station suddenly twisted, like ink dripping into clear water. A figure wearing an optical invisibility suit appeared out of thin air. Ghost Agent. Without uttering a sound, the dark blue, high-frequency, vibrating dagger sliced directly across the one-eyed pirate's neck. Blood gushed out like a fountain, splattering all over the faces of the pirates opposite. Before the remaining men could even draw their guns, several muffled silent shots rang out, and their heads exploded one after another. The Ghost Agent stepped over the corpse, walked to the table, and tapped the tactical mask lightly. Coordinates have been sent. Recovery troops may proceed. Such massacres are happening every second throughout the outer sector. Any force that dares to hoard secrets, disobey orders, or even act slowly will face either assassination by ghost agents or bombardment by siege tanks. Under absolute pressure and terror, massive amounts of resources, tainted with the stench of blood, flowed continuously into heavy industry star. Inside the control room, Lin Feng stared at the holographic screen. The armor plates of the behemoth were fitted together piece by piece, gradually revealing the terrifying and menacing outline of its massive hull. Countless laser secondary guns extended, like a hedgehog bearing its fangs. The adjutant reported again. The basic construction is 99% complete. However, the core nuclear fusion reactor still cannot be started. The purity of the regular raw or in the sector is too low to withstand the energy output of battlecruisers. We need extremely high purity insect core crystals or purified gas of equivalent purity. Lin Feng frowned. Even after draining the entire sector, this final and most fatal link is still missing. He turned and walked to the French windows, asking, "Any news from Chuyu?" The words had barely left his mouth when a piercing dial tone suddenly blared from the main control console's communication channel. The screen flickered a few times, and Chuyu's face appeared on the screen. She was in terrible condition. Her short hair was plastered to her forehead, and her face was covered in engine oil and dust, with alarms and explosions constantly playing in the background. Lin Feng, something's happened. Chuyu's voice was hoarse. The Federation's advanced patrol fleet has sealed off the outer perimeter of the silent corridor. They've set up a high-frequency magnetic storm network, and my smuggling fleet can't get through at all. Lin Feng slammed his hands on the table, his knuckles turning white. Is the stock you have enough to fill the reactor shortfall? 10,000 tons of high-purity insect cores are all in the cargo hold of my main ship. Chuyu wiped the blood from her face. I've emptied my pockets of a shattered star belt. Lin Feng stared into her eyes, his voice cold and devoid of any warmth. Then send it over. No matter what method you use, no matter how many people die, I want this shipment to appear at the heavy industry star spaceport. Chuyu froze, and the explosion on the other end of the screen grew even louder. She looked into Lin Feng's emotionless eyes and suddenly laughed, a laugh that was more painful than crying. You're crazy. The screen went black instantly, and the communication was cut off. Lin Feng straightened up and looked out at the deep universe. The deadlock is now on the table. Now, let's see if that woman dares to gamble with her life.